Chun-Jin led them straight toward the small store. Outside the store, there was a street lamp, which seemed to be solar-powered with a sensor. When they passed by, the lamp lit up immediately. Wow, that scared me. It's just the street lamp, Sumi said. Ma Dexiang pounded his chest in fear. Suddenly, a streak of green light with a pair of transparent little wings flew onto the back of Ma Dexiang's hand, which he hadn't yet retracted into his blanket. Ma Dexiang was so frightened he didn't dare move, only looking at Sumi with tears in his eyes. Boss, sniff, I think I was poisoned again. There's a bug on my hand. Sumi looked seriously at the back of Ma Dexiang's hand. There was a small, brownish-yellow flying insect with antennae, its abdomen shining with a beautiful green glow like a gem. Fireflies? How could there be fireflies at the season? Usually, fireflies appear in midsummer in lush, outdoor areas with good air quality. They are mostly inactive after autumn begins. And now it's winter. The temperature has dropped to 2 degrees, and it gets colder at night. Sumi's brow furrowed even more. After facing creatures like giant crocodiles and giant frogs, she instinctively felt fear of new species in this post-apocalyptic world. Plus, seeing Ma Dexiang with tears in his eyes, Sumi really thought he was poisoned. However, the firefly's hind legs moved a few times, scratching its abdomen as if it was itching, then it flew again. Before taking off, its entire abdomen fell off, slipping from Ma Dexiang's hand to the ground. The firefly didn't react and continued flying. Sumi's sharp eyes saw that the detached abdomen of the firefly started to grow a shiny green, pointed horn from behind. The pointed horn grew larger, rounded out, and gradually formed a glowing green abdomen again. But the new abdomen was much smaller than the one that had fallen off before. Regeneration? Do fireflies have the ability to regenerate? Curious, Sumi crouched down to examine the fallen half of the firefly's abdomen. But there was no sign of a firefly's body on the ground. What she saw was a water-drop-shaped crystal emitting a faint green glow. Sumi picked it up. Even this tiny crystal could light up a space about the size of her palm. If she had more, it could serve as a lamp at night. She carefully looked at the crystal in her hand. It hadn't changed color, wasn't toxic, and she showed no symptoms of poisoning. No poison, and it could regenerate after falling, so was it really a firefly? Sumi truly couldn't understand. Ma Dexiang looked at the crystal in Sumi's hand, curious, and leaned over to look. Wow, what is this? It's green and glowing? Looks pretty good. That was the abdomen of the firefly that just fell off. Ma Dexiang looked at the back of his hand and examined it repeatedly. Huh, I'm not poisoned? So this firefly isn't a poisonous insect. Sumi rolled her eyes at Ma Dexiang. Don't make a fuss. Then she clenched the crystal into her palm, naturally entering the space. But unexpectedly, the white mist inside the space dissipated a little the moment the crystal entered. This made Sumi realize something new. Could it be that any natural creature, even tiny microbes or things naturally falling off living beings, like the crystal on this firefly or the honeycomb and ant nests, can make the white mist disappear, even if they aren't alive? Unfortunately, it wasn't a good time to stay outside long, so she urged Ma Dexiang and then followed Qin Hao and Qin to the small supermarket entrance. The supermarket door was locked, but this time it was a mechanical lock. Qin Hao knocked on it twice with the wooden handle of an axe, knocking off the lock ring. The group quickly entered the supermarket and closed the door behind them. Inside was very dark, but after a few switches and button presses, the whole place lit up brightly. Chun-Jin and Qin Hao looked around inside and found an air conditioner remote. With a beep, they turned on the heater and set it directly to 30 degrees. Wow, there's even an air conditioner. Ma Dexiang wrapped himself in a blanket. Though injured, he was used to it, just feeling weak. Let's see if we can find some winter men's clothes or something. The small supermarket wasn't big, but it had a loft-style second floor. Sumi took her weapons and went upstairs. Be careful, Sumi, Qin Hao said nervously, wanting to follow, but she stopped him. Don't worry. The corridor is narrow. If anything happens, you'll have trouble moving up here. Qin Hao nodded, but didn't go up. Instead, He kept searching for supplies and occasionally looked up toward the stairs. Sumi went upstairs. It was more like a small resting attic, with just a mattress, a wardrobe, and a wash basin. However, inside the wardrobe, apart from empty hangers, there were no clothes, no shoes, pants, socks, or anything. It looked as if someone had cleaned it thoroughly. Sumi sighed and took out 3 sets of men's winter clothes she had collected earlier in the mall, along with a small-size down jacket. Her 7-year-old's feet were a size smaller than hers, so she knew he could fit into the size 36 shoes in her space. If not, she could just put on extra socks. She picked out a pair of blue clothes suitable for both men and women, removed the tag, and placed them at the bottom of the cabinet. Sumi hung these clothes on a hanger and then changed into a tight, stretchy sweater. She added a loose, thick cotton coat and then went downstairs. There's winter clothing in the upstairs wardrobe, probably left by the owner, along with some children's clothes and shoes. You can go upstairs and change. Sumi went downstairs, giving the upstairs space to them. The supermarket entrance downstairs was blocked with a table, and any gaps where wind could come in were covered with wooden stools. Sumi saw that the floor was already cleaned, and her tent was set up here, just enough space. It seemed that while she was preparing food upstairs, the others also cleaned the area thoroughly. The heating had been on for a while, and the indoor temperature had risen to about 16 degrees. Since the space was small, the temperature was still rising. The 3 adults and 1 child went downstairs, and Sumi was already sitting inside her tent. Luckily, this small shop even has some children's clothes. Looking at their size, the owner must be quite tall. Seeing everyone come down and change into warm clothes, Sumi seemed to feel more energetic. By the way, this place is quite strange. It's been over a month since the end of the world, and this small shop is still so clean and tidy. She reminded everyone with a relaxed expression, then took a sip of water. Qin Hao and the others paused, no longer looking so relaxed. They sat on the ground, and Qin Hao started analyzing the situation. Earlier, the buildings we passed clearly had people inside. And I don't know if you noticed, but although it was foggy at night and hard to see, there was no smell of decay or blood in the park. Not even a hint of blood. No, there is some, but it's been treated with disinfectant, so the blood smell is faint, Sumi said. Her senses were very sharp, and she detected no blood smell near the terminal. But inside the locked buildings, there was a blood scent, indicating that the outside of the park had been cleaned. However, at night, Chunjin started to have a fever. He was burning hot all over and muttering incomprehensible words. Sumi immediately gave him a bottle of concentrated creek water from her space, then ignored him and sat quietly on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. It was dawn. That just shows there are quite a few people in this park, and they've already cleaned it up, Sumi casually said, looking at Chunjin, who was lost in thought. Old Chen, what are you thinking?
Hey.
Ma Dexiang patted Chunjin to interrupt his thoughts. Go previously told you all that some teams from the base came here searching for supplies, but none returned. I'm wondering if I should find out what happened to them. Sumi calmly said, Chunjin, you're a responsible person, no doubt. But don't forget, your mission this time was to search for supplies. However, I saved your life. Your main task now is to bring us back to the base, right? Chunjin sighed and nodded. I understand, girl. I won't go look for them.
Sumi felt relieved.
Luckily, Chunjin wasn't stubborn. From here to the base, how long will it take? You saw the traffic on the cross-sea bridge. Cars everywhere. We can only walk for now. If we walk back to the base, it might take a day. First, there are many dangers on the way, and second, once we arrive, you'll need some food. Thanks to Chunjin's careful explanation, Sumi and the others learned that newcomers to the base need to exchange food for a place to stay. If they have food, they can get a better room by giving more food. Naturally, fresher fruits and vegetables are more expensive. If they have some, they can trade a small amount of fresh produce for a more comfortable living space. Old Chen knows you don't want to join the army, so if you want to live comfortably, you'll need quite a bit of food. After Chunjin's explanation, Sumi and the others had a better understanding. Since we still have to travel during the day, let's rest well tonight. I'll keep watch. Sumi, the rest of us big guys can sleep downstairs. There's a bed upstairs, so you, as a girl, should sleep upstairs. Yeah, boss, go rest now. We'll go search for more supplies at dawn. Sumi naturally accepted the kindness and looked at Tian. Little one, do you want to come upstairs and sleep on the bed? She felt a bit uncomfortable making a child sleep on the floor. I'm a man, not a kid.
Sumistra.
She thought it was better for herself to sleep alone. I locked the upstairs door, intending to rest in the space, but suddenly I heard strange sounds outside. The sound seemed very far away, like waves crashing against the shore or frogs jumping on the ground with a pat-pat noise. Then I heard faint gnawing sounds like teeth chewing on something. But soon, all these sounds disappeared again. I felt uneasy and remembered Qin mentioning that several teams came to this cross-sea industrial park searching for missing supplies. I couldn't shake the feeling that there might be a connection. So, I didn't go into the space to sleep. Instead, I lay on the bed in the room, closing my eyes and listening carefully to the noises outside. After a while, the crashing waves sound returned, followed by the pat-pat noises again, and then the gnawing sounds like rodents chewing. This time, the sounds kept repeating and seemed to get closer. I became more cautious. Suddenly, after the sound of wings flapping, all the noises vanished instantly. The wing flapping sound wasn't like bird wings with feathers, but more like the high-frequency vibrations of insect wings amplified. By dawn, after confirming the sounds had disappeared, I finally entered the space and slept for an hour. Even a short rest in the space made me feel very refreshed. When I went downstairs carrying my backpack, I didn't feel the exhaustion of having stayed up all night. Downstairs, the 4 people looked a bit drowsy, but were surprisingly energetic. The other 3 probably also heard the sounds and stayed awake all night, their eyes bloodshot. Qin Hao, having drunk the concentrated creek water I gave him, still looked okay. But Chun-Jin looked unwell, especially with his cheeks flushed with a different kind of redness. I immediately knew he had a fever. Chun-Jin, do you think you can walk like this? Although Chun-Jin looked weak, he stood straight. I promised you all I would do it. It's just a small injury or fever. I'll be fine soon. I took out some compressed biscuits and chocolates from my bag and shared them with everyone. Their water supplies were also running low. I then took out a few bottles of water to share. Chun-Jin, why didn't you drink much of the water I gave you earlier? The water given to Maxiang earlier was almost finished because he drank it all, so he was weak but recovered quickly. His wounds were slowly scabbing over. Every day, Qin Hao carefully controlled his water intake, giving him just a little each time, so there was still a lot left. Qin Hao himself didn't drink much, as he had used water from his space during the plane trip. Water is very precious now. Look at the shop. There's no water at all, and it's hard to find a safe water source. The water you gave the goose, it wants to drink it slowly.
Drink it now.
You have a fever and need to stay hydrated. You don't want to slow down everyone's trip to the base, right? Chun-Jin sighed. All right then. He gulped down more than half a bottle in one go. Seeing Sumi still staring at him with concern, he looked at the water bottle in his hand and finished it all in one breath. Before going downstairs, Sumi packed up the tent and luggage. Qin Hao carried the tent box in one hand and held Tian's hand with the other. Sumi carried her suitcase and wore a black backpack. Chun-Jin was supported by Maxiang. As they stepped out of the supermarket, a cold wind hit them. Chun-Jin, was it this cold before you went out to search for supplies? That's strange. Before the geese went out, it was around 10 or 20 degrees. Why is it colder now during the day than at night? It's confusing. Dad, there are fireflies. Tian pointed to the ground nearby. Sumi looked in the direction Tian was pointing. Sure enough, near the small stone bridge, there were many dead fireflies on the ground. She walked over and squatted down to look. She picked up one of the firefly bodies.
Huh?
Although the firefly was dead, its abdomen still emitted a faint green glow. She gently touched it, and it separated from the body.
Suddenly, Sumi had a bold idea.
She poured some creek water into her palm and soaked the firefly's abdomen in it. As expected, the faint green light grew brighter and brighter. At this moment, Sumi even thought that the glowing crystal might not just be part of the firefly's abdomen, but perhaps a special creature existing between living and non-living things. There were still many dead fireflies on the ground. Seeing Sumi collecting the bodies, the others quickly finished cleaning up the remains, trying to help but unable to keep up with her speed. Sumi took out an empty bottle, poured some creek water into it, and placed the glowing crystals inside. Looking at it closely, it actually looks like a small water bottle lamp shining with green light. Wow, sister, what a beautiful little lamp. Sumi smiled happily. Yes, if there were more, we could use them as lights. But I wonder how long they can glow. If these could shine forever, it would be a great help during the nights after the apocalypse when there's no light. Sumi also liked this natural lamp that glowed green. This special firefly, like the one that landed on Mad Xiang's hand last night, has a glowing belly that naturally falls off like a crystal and then grows back. To get a large number of glowing crystals, they need to catch live fireflies and let them become new residents of their space. But fireflies don't appear during the day, and they need to keep moving. Sumi secretly decided that after they reached the base, she would come back to see for herself. So, she didn't say much, and the group arrived at the living area. The food stores and supermarkets in the mall were already empty. They picked up some daily necessities and clothes, then quickly searched the area. The whole park was eerily quiet, with all the supermarkets and shops neatly arranged, just like before the end of the world. Only the food was gone. They didn't want to waste time and headed straight for the park's main gate. As they walked out, they stayed alert for any movement around them, but nothing unusual happened at the gate. This made Sumi and the others think that the noises from last night were just their imagination. Sumi was sure that something unexpected must happen at night in the park. The high-frequency buzzing of wings was definitely not the sound made by weak little fireflies flying. After leaving the park, they crossed the sea bridge. To the left was the neighboring province, and to the right was S City. A day's journey was tiring, but once they reached the base, they could rest peacefully. They didn't find food in the park, but along the way to the base, they could still find some. Everyone shouldn't have too high hopes. After all, the geese went outside to find food because food in S City was really scarce. Don't worry. If it's too dangerous, we can just work at the base. It's good to have a safe place to stay. A loud boom caused a tsunami that swept up the waves and slammed them against the railing of the cross-sea bridge. The sound of metal hitting metal was a strange and unsettling noise. What puzzled Sumi even more was that the bridge was full of cars, yet not a single body was inside. During those extremely hot days, so many cars gathered here. Surely someone would have died. Adding to the mystery, all these cars showed signs of being soaked in water. After a month of heavy rain, no one had died? That seemed impossible. But on both sides of the bridge, the waves kept crashing, so the group could only walk in the middle. Kids, stay closer to the center, Sumi advised. In this post-apocalyptic world, even the waves couldn't be seen normally. Just as she finished speaking, a huge wave hit from the side, rushing toward them. If they hadn't dodged in time, their freshly changed clothes would have been soaked. Qin Hao quickly lifted Tian with one hand and placed him on his shoulder, so he could hold on while they moved. The waves on both sides pushed the group to hurry along the bridge. It took them an hour just to cross the bridge. Before leaving, Sumi carefully approached the metal railing and looked down at the sea level. The sea was calm, with no wind, and the waves seemed to be self-generated. Very strange. Although the temperature hadn't reached freezing yet, the seawater near the bridge's stone pillars was starting to form ice crystals. Sumi, filled with questions, rejoined the group and walked alongside Qin Hao. Qin Hao, under what conditions does seawater freeze? She asked. Seawater freezing? Qin Hao paused, then thought carefully before answering. I've seen inland seas freeze before, but for such a large, flowing area to freeze, the conditions are very strict. First, the seawater must lose a lot of heat and drop below freezing point, and the air outside must be colder than the water. Just that makes it very difficult. If cold waves weren't so frequent, this ocean area on Blue Star wouldn't freeze at all. Sumi listened carefully, and Qin Hao explained in detail. As he spoke, Sumi became more certain of one thing. The cold wave in City S arrived earlier than in City J, and it was regional. It had already started to erupt around the Cross Sea Industrial Park. This cold wave, from this moment on, was expected to last about 5 months. Sumi felt a bit dazed because the last time she died was during the cold wave in the second half of this apocalyptic year. Back then, she was hungry and cold, sold by Li Hurin and Yu Xiaoxing to some fierce and ruthless thieves, and she ultimately bit her tongue to end her life. Since she killed Li Hurin, she hadn't felt this kind of daze for a long time. According to normal seasons, both J City and S City are southern cities, usually humid. But in winter, temperatures rarely drop below -4 or 5 degrees Celsius. However, when the cold wave hit, the first time in the south that temperatures fell below zero reached -7 degrees. The water below froze solid, and not just food, even water froze. Thirst and hunger drove people mad. Some even risked their lives, kneeling on the frozen water to lick the ice. As a result, their tongues froze to the ice and couldn't be pulled free. With force, half their tongues tore off, blood spreading across the icy surface like cold, strange plum blossoms. The scene was bloody and disgusting, bizarre yet beautiful.
Sumi?
Boss? What are you thinking about? Big sister? Young girl? Sumi was lost in her memories, unaware that her face showed pain and torment. Finally pulling herself back to reality, Ma Desheng quietly approached her and asked softly, "Boss, you're not thinking about that again, are you? If you're feeling really upset, we can go around to the S City pharmacy to see if they have any painkillers." Ma Desheng's voice was very gentle, but since they were close, Qin Hao and Qinjin also heard him. Qin Hao cleared his throat and suggested, "Maybe we should change course and go to the pharmacy first." "Yeah, that sounds good." Sumi's originally sorrowful mood turned into anger, focused on 3 words, "Ma Desheng." "Boss, are you okay? Get lost." Then she looked at Qin Hao and Qinjin, who understood her expression, and quickly explained, "Just thinking about some unpleasant things, nothing serious." "Don't listen to Ma Desheng's nonsense." Ma Desheng shrank back, receiving Sumi's fierce glare, and moved to stand beside Qin Hao, hoping to stay out of her way. Sumi was about to lift her foot, but she saw Ma Desheng had already moved to the other side of Qin Hao, so she angrily lowered her foot. "Hey, old Ma, don't joke about the young girl anymore." Ma Desheng returned to Qinjin's side, helping him, and nodded repeatedly, got it. I was just joking with the boss." Sumi helplessly shook her head at Maxiang. Her mood, which had been filled with painful memories earlier, was suddenly swept away by Maxiang's antics. Qin Hao and Tian, father and son, occasionally exchanged concerned glances. Maxiang and Qinjin, who had started with a few playful arguments, now walked shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, Sumi felt a bit more at peace about the past. People are different. Li Hurin is like a beast, but that doesn't mean everyone is heartless and unkind like him. Because of limited space, Sumi needed a private place to rest more than anyone else. Although Qin Hao and Tian's situation was different, Tian was still a young child. Without a safe and independent home, living in the busy base could easily lead to problems. So, along the way, Sumi kept thinking of an excuse to go out for a while. She planned to hide some food in a specific place for Qin Hao and the others to find later. Soon after crossing the sea highway, they saw a food processing factory on both sides. In theory, with so many cars on the bridge and buildings on both sides of the highway, even if a disaster happened, the food stored in this factory would be quickly used up. But when Sumi and the others entered, they found the factory door wide open. Inside, the machines were rusty and moldy, and there was a faint smell of mildew on the ground. The workshop was scattered with packaging paper and cans. From the packaging, it was clear that this was a potato chip factory. It's over. I thought I could still eat a few bags of chips. Since the disaster, I haven't had any chips, Maxiang said with a craving look, licking his lips. Qin Hao put Tian down and led him to walk back and forth inside the workshop. This kind of workshop doesn't produce much, and where would they get so many supplies? Look for a storage room in the factory where food might be kept. Chips have preservatives and a long shelf life, so they probably won't spoil. Tiantian's eyes also lit up with excitement. In the past, Qin Hao would have told him to eat fewer snacks, but now he wished they could find more. When food was scarce, anything edible could save their lives. Sumi took this opportunity to walk away alone. Seeing that the others were searching in a small room inside the workshop and no one was paying attention to her, she quietly moved toward another small building outside the workshop. This is an indoor small restroom. Before entering, Sumi had already decided which foods to take out. So, as soon as she went in, she brought out all the items she had prepared in advance. There was a box of instant noodles, brought from a small wholesale market in City J. To avoid being noticed, she dismantled the box and packed the noodles into a large bag. There was a basket of water, a bag of rice, a bag of flour, a white radish she bought before the end of the world, and a large Chinese cabbage. According to Qinjin, even a tomato with mold spots could rent a small 2-bedroom apartment, and a radish and a cabbage would be enough to rent 2 better houses, right? To avoid suspicion, Sumi even rolled the radish and cabbage on the ground several times until they looked dirty and wrinkled. Then, Sumi came out of the office, looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, and went to another spot to search. Soon, Ma Xiang's excited voice rang out.
Look what I found.
Sumi hurried over, planning to praise Ma Xiang for finding such large radish and cabbage, but instead, she saw him standing next to 2 boxes of potato chips, looking very proud. Sumi rolled her eyes at him. If he was so excited about 2 boxes of chips, he would probably go crazy if he saw what she had left in the office. Just as Sumi was feeling bored and wanted to keep searching, Qin Hao suddenly said, "This factory isn't very big. The stuff in the warehouse was probably loaded and taken away before the end of the world. We should leave quickly and keep moving. If we find another food processing factory on the way, we can check it out."
Sumi got a bit anxious.
We haven't even checked the other office and restroom yet. Qin Hao looked at Sumi, wanting to say something, but Ma Xiang interrupted him. "Oh, boss, it's just 2 small broken rooms. What good stuff could be in there?" As soon as Ma Xiang finished speaking, Tian suddenly shouted "Dad!" loudly. Everyone was startled. Qin Hao's face changed drastically as he rushed toward Tian's voice. Tian. Sumi followed the sound and saw that Tian was in the office where she had left the food. She immediately relaxed. "Dad, look, I found this." Everyone rushed in and saw the items on the office floor, showing obvious joy. "Wow, rice, flour, and there's even radish and cabbage. I can't remember how long it's been since I last ate rice and vegetables. My stomach is empty, and I can barely pass stool." Qinjin was so happy, he got a bit carried away. At the base, we only get 2 bowls of frozen meat and porridge every day. We haven't seen any vegetables or their skins in a long time. We haven't eaten vegetables in ages. Tian also looked happily at the carrots and rice, while Qin Hao glanced at Sumi with some suspicion. After turning his gaze away, he suddenly spoke. "Since everyone found these things together, we should decide how to use them together. Sumi, what do you think about these items?" Sumi raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Hao, then waved her hand. "Didn't they say we need to give food to stay at the base? These items are enough for renting a place at the base." Qinjin looked at a carrot and a cabbage with a pained expression. "Think carefully. In this world, it's much harder to get fresh vegetables than to climb to the sky. If you give these to the base for rent, you'll never get them back. When that time comes, you'll regret it." Qin Hao looked calmly at the cabbage and white radish. "If we find more, we will. The most important thing now is to find a place to stay." Sumi chuckled as she watched Tian drool over the cabbage and rice. "We haven't eaten much since last night. Since there are no outsiders here, we don't have to give all these items for rent. It's necessary to keep some for ourselves." Tian's eyes lit up. He immediately hugged the cabbage, touching it here and there without caring if it got dirty. "That's right. The girl is right. We don't need so much for renting a place. Old Ma, the geese, go find some wood to start a fire." The girl has a pot, and we can make cabbage dumpling soup. Jin, who still felt weak even after drinking the diluted stream water Sumi gave him, suddenly felt much better once he saw food. The two of them shoulder to shoulder headed outside the factory. Ma Dexiang also borrowed Sumi's pickaxe, planning to cut some trees if there were no fallen branches. Tian carefully tore off a few small pieces of cabbage leaves, afraid of damaging the edges.
Sumi, thank you.
Sumi looked at Qin Hao's sincere eyes, feeling a bit guilty, but still keeping a calm expression. I didn't do much. I understand. I won't ask you anything, and I will never reveal anything about you. Thank you for saving me and Tian multiple times on this journey. I really don't know how to thank you. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Consider it your way of saying thanks. From now on, you must never take out the life-saving water easily, especially inside the base. There are many people there, and if someone with bad intentions finds out, it could put your life in danger. You must be careful. Sumi was surprised that Qin Hao would say such things to her. Her painful past made her feel that no one close to her could be trusted. What if it was you and Tian in life-threatening danger? Would you want me to just watch and do nothing? Qin Hao shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Sumi, you think too highly of me.
People are selfish.
Tian is my only weakness in this world. I will do anything for him. Even for you, in a life-or-death moment, you would put your own life first, right?
Shumismail.
I'm glad we think the same way. That's why Sumi feels safe with Qin Hao. He has his own limits, beliefs, and principles, and he won't be easily influenced by others. From a certain perspective, since her rebirth, she has been like that. Qin Hao, however, changed after realizing the end of the world, all for Tian. This is good. Having clear boundaries means they won't drag each other down in dangerous times. Ma Dexiang and Qin Jin acted quickly. Soon, they returned with a large bundle of tree branches and split wood. They only took some for making fire, while the rest was retied and placed beside their luggage. The nearby trees are mostly damp, so there aren't many dry ones. The geese can use these first. The wet ones can be taken to the base and dried in the sun for a day, then they'll be usable, Qin Jin said, supporting himself with his rifle as he sat down slowly. Strangely, despite his serious injuries, probably 2 broken bones, after bandaging and taking medicine, he only had a slight fever. He had been bitten by a beast, with torn wounds all over his body and multiple fractures. In the past, he might have had to stay in the hospital for months. But after the end of the world, his body seemed to have become much stronger. Boss, I just cut a lot of pine and cypress branches. They contain a lot of resin and catch fire easily. Mixing some into the firewood will make the sparks fly high, Ma Dexiang said, bundling a small pile of chopped wood and placing it beside the luggage. Then he started to prepare the firewood pile. The pot was washed clean with tap water from the factory building, rinsed with clear water, and then the hot water was started. If making dough balls, a mixing basin and tools are needed. Boss, right now tools are scarce, so making dough balls might be impossible. How about we just make some simple vegetable batter to eat? Sumi is not picky about food. Although there are many ready-made takeout options in the space, she is happy to follow the team and have a warm meal. That works. I'll handle it. Lao Ma, just wash and tear the cabbage leaves into pieces. Ma Dexiang took the large cabbage leaves from Tian, tore off a piece, ate it raw, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Crunchy and sweet, delicious. How go? I didn't know you could cook? Yeah, I used to cook and eat by myself when I was working. Unfortunately, now there's no salt or seasonings, so we'll have to make do. Let's hurry and move on. Isn't there a sea outside? Seawater is salty, so can it be used as salt?
No.
After heavy rain, all water sources are contaminated to some degree with nuclear pollution. Drinking it can make people sick. During the rainstorm, many people in the base got serious skin diseases from getting wet or drinking raw water. Those people couldn't survive a night, they died. Seawater can't be drunk either. Sumi nodded. It's true, the water was heavily polluted back then and could be deadly. When we were in Jiangnan City, many people in the neighborhood also died from it. Ma Xiang was about to rinse the vegetables when he heard Sumi and Qinjin and suddenly stopped. Then, I'll wash the vegetables with raw water. Won't they be unusable too? Are you stupid? Just wash them, then rinse with clean water. It's a pity, but at least it avoids waste. Actually, you don't need to worry so much. Before the water recedes, it should have already mixed with external rivers and seas. Plus, city has underground canals, right? These natural water bodies and seas have a wonderful self-purifying function. As long as it's not stagnant water, I think it's probably okay. Sumi calculated that quite some time has passed since the rain stopped. Nature has the most amazing ability to purify and tolerate. It can absorb human centuries of destruction and evolve to eliminate many dangers. But wait, even though geese are not very educated, they've heard that water contaminated by nuclear radiation cannot be purified, only diluted. Even if diluted, drinking such water would still make people sick, right? Some things you only tell half the truth. You should know that sunlight hitting the human body is also a form of radiation caused by nuclear fusion. However, our blue planet has an atmosphere that blocks most of the harmful radiation, allowing us to enjoy sunlight freely. Do you remember the extreme heat during those first 7 days? I remember. During the day, anyone who went outside would quickly turn into a dried corpse and die, Qin Hao replied while stirring the batter with a stick. Generally, even temperatures of 60 degrees wouldn't dry out a person completely. I think that the radiation from the sun's nuclear fusion combined with the extreme heat caused these changes in the body. So, the dried corpses weren't just cooked by the heat. Radiation caused a kind of tissue death. Based on what you're saying, girl, the atmosphere of Blue Planet can no longer block the harmful rays from nuclear fusion? That's just my guess. I can't say for sure, since I only heard this from some experts who escaped during the chaos in my past life. I think Sumi might be right. During the war, the nuclear explosion on Lee Island reached temperatures of 6,000 degrees, which could melt a person instantly. If those first 7 days were caused by nuclear radiation and 60-degree heat turning people into dried corpses, that makes sense. Qin Hao's words made everyone, including Sumi, fall silent. Ma Xiang looked upset. Brother Hao, if that's true, it will be even harder for us to survive. It's not just us. All of humanity is in the same situation. The atmosphere of Blue Planet had holes long ago, and the ozone layer was badly damaged. Maybe this is nature's way of punishing humans. I also think that in the future, winters will get colder and summers hotter. The last 7 days had 60-degree heat. The next time might be even worse.
Sumi admired Qin Hao's analytical skills.
His insights were clearer than those of a reborn survivor who had lived through half a year of the apocalypse. Ma Xiang, no longer acting like a troublemaker, looked serious as he went to wash vegetables. When he returned, he didn't chatter as much as before. Sumi sat on the ground, occasionally flipping the firewood pile or drinking water from her bottle. So, what if the world ends? No matter how tough it gets, survival is what matters. Only then can we afford to daydream. Besides, in this life, she had a space filled with food, no worries about eating or drinking. Oh, Goose, you say that you people. Anyway, it's the end of the world. Is there anything worse than this? Don't you think about how to live well? Frowning like that. What does it look like? Still, the girl feels sorry and remains so calm, looking at you two big men. Qin Hao glanced at the always focused Tian in the pot and smiled calmly. Yeah, surviving is more important. A large pot of chopped cabbage and noodles was shared and finished by everyone. Since there were no bowls or chopsticks, only 2 soup spoons, Sumi took a bite and handed it to Qin Hao. Qin Hao first fed Tian, then took a few bites himself. The ones eating the most were Ma Deqiang and Qinjin. They hadn't had hot food or noodles for over a month. Even without salt, it tasted very good. Bundles of firewood were carried by Ma Deqiang. A bag of instant noodles, a big white radish, half a large cabbage, and a 10-kilogram bag of rice were packed together into Sumi's suitcase. The remaining flour was put into a sturdy bag, tied tightly, and carried by Qinjin. Sumi still pulled her suitcase. Qin Hao carried the tent box. On the way, the group didn't encounter any danger. They only looked at the streets and houses eaten away by rainwater flooding, and the wildflowers and weeds growing stubbornly through the cracked cement from the long dampness. Everyone felt especially weary and heavy-hearted. The places they passed looked like abandoned old towns, deserted and filled with a musty, rusty smell. The disaster wasn't limited to J City, but the disaster there was more than just flooding. Sumi saw the old buildings on both sides teetering, with some shops' walls crumbling and collapsing on the ground. Strangely, there were a few potholes on the ground, as if something heavy had pressed down or caused cracks from inside. Sumi asked Chunjin, "Did something collapse here?" Chunjin looked at where Sumi pointed, scratched his head, and thought, "Huh? Goose, I don't remember there being any holes here." "Old Chun, maybe your brain isn't working well? Cut it out, cut it out. You're the one with the bad brain." Goose says, "Really, since this is the closest route to the base, search teams often pass through here. Maybe the holes were caused after Goose's team went out? I don't know either." As they looked around and walked, Sumi observed everything carefully. The ground was not only full of pits and bumps, but also had several clearly visible large holes. This made Sumi's nerves tighten instantly. It wasn't because she was overreacting, but because she had learned from past experiences that anything could happen. She walked over to one of the holes and looked inside. The hole was about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, very deep and dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. Nearby, there were many other pits and bumps. After stepping back a little, the ground looked like it had a small section that had collapsed. "Let's go. We should leave here first," Sumi said as she returned to the group, looking worried. Qin Hao immediately guessed her concern. "What do you think might be inside?" Sumi answered calmly while walking, "What kind of creatures dig holes? And these are concrete holes?" Qin Hao's face also turned serious after hearing her words. "Whatever is inside, it won't be easy to deal with." "Old Chun, how much farther is it to the base?"
Sumi asked.
"Almost there, about 2 hours or so." "What's wrong, girl? Hungry? Or should we stop and rest for a bit before continuing?"
"We're close anyway."
They hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, after having some porridge at the factory near the Cross-Sea Bridge earlier that morning.
Sumi shook her head.
"No, we need to speed up." She was still worried about the holes, and just wanted to leave quickly. Fortunately, their pace was fast enough that they reached the bushes opposite the survivor base before it got completely dark. "Finally, we're here. I'm exhausted," Chunjin said, surprised he could keep going with a fever. "Follow me, I'll take you inside." The Cross-Sea Industrial Park was to the west, and the base was in the northeast suburbs. They had crossed more than half of S City to get here. There are no mountains higher than 200 meters in S City. The survivor base was built on a flat area about 10 meters above ground, seeming like it was on the foothills. Access was through man-made stone paths leading up and down the hill. Seeing this layout, Sumi felt a real sense of relief. At least, being on higher ground with smaller hills as a buffer and with a small forest of bushes and trees ahead meant that even heavy rain wouldn't flood the area. No wonder the month of heavy rain hadn't affected the base much. Sumi thought about the few caves in the city. Even if there were really something inside, unless it was as widespread as the frogs in City J, it wouldn't really cause trouble here. It is truly a good place. Sumi originally planned to wait until Qin Hao and the others settled down, then quietly leave. But now, seeing this place, she suddenly had some thoughts about staying. Although the base is likely crowded and busy, at least before the upcoming cold wave, she couldn't think of where else to build her shelter. The small stone path leading up looked like it was embedded in the soil, but after walking on it, she realized it wasn't soil at all, but a surface mixed with cement and asphalt. Because of the small stones increasing friction, even on a steep, walking was not difficult. Chunjin led the way, leaning on his rifle as he moved at the front. The two guards at the gate saw a group coming down the mountain and immediately drew their pistols, alert. When they saw the leader was Chunjin, one of them excitedly shouted, "Brother Chen, you guys are back. Hurry and report to Leader Huang. I'll go greet them." Before Chunjin and his group reached the base gate, a guard ran over quickly.
"Brother Chun,
you finally returned." From a distance and with the sky darkening, he hadn't seen everyone clearly earlier. But when Zhang Yan saw who was behind Qinjin, he froze in surprise. "Brother Chen, where are Captain Wang and the others?" There was a brief moment of silence in the air. When asked, Qinjin's face also looked grim. He sighed with a troubled expression. "Only Goose is back." These 6 words carried a heavy and sorrowful tone. Qinjin tightly held his rifle, his face full of sadness. "Captain and the others, they are gone."
Ah.
Zhang Yan couldn't accept what Qinjin told him. "No way, Captain Wang is so strong. He wins the annual combat competition every year. He can fight 10 people alone.
How could he die?"
"Brother Chen, you're joking, right?" Tears welled up in Qinjin's eyes as he was questioned. The situation in City J was too complicated, and he didn't know how to explain. "Goose, don't lie to you." Zhang Yan took a long time to accept what Qinjin said, and then asked again, "Then they are?" He pointed to the 2 men, 1 woman, and a young boy behind Qinjin. "Oh, I see. They are the people you rescued on the way, right?" Before Qinjin could explain, Sumi interrupted. "Yes, we encountered danger in City J. Luckily, Brother Chen saved us." Qinjin's face turned red with embarrassment after hearing Sumi's words. Plus, he was already running a fever. He had been walking hard all the way and now felt dizzy. "You are really lucky to be brought into the base by Brother Chen. Otherwise, you would have had to give some of the food you brought to the base."
"Hey,
"Brother Chen, what's wrong with you?" Qinjin suddenly blacked out and lost consciousness. Qinjin was carried into the base by a group of people. The remaining Zhang Yan looked worried and wanted to follow, but he remembered there were some survivors Qinjin had brought back at the gate, so he stayed behind. Sumi was not worried about Qinjin getting into trouble. It seemed he held a decent position in the base and would receive proper treatment. "Sai, you didn't tell us that Brother Chen was hurt. Now he's fainted and being carried inside." "Forget it. I see you all are pitiful. I'll help you register first and find a place to stay."
pack your things and come with me."
Sumi noticed the guards looked at their luggage and the items in their hands with strange expressions but said nothing. In a new place, staying low-key is never a bad idea. Ma Dexiang followed at the front, guided by Sumi's signals. The base was large and sturdy. The surrounding walls were made of metal, showing no signs of rust after the rain. The high metal walls were connected tightly, forming a big oval shape. Even underground, the walls were reinforced with concrete, indicating they were built very solidly. It was clear this base was not built after the apocalypse. From the outside, it looked like it covered about 4 or 5 acres. Such high and thick metal walls couldn't have been built in just a few months. The ground they walked on was paved with cement and asphalt, with drainage channels every few dozen meters, showing good drainage systems. Although Ma Dexiang looked weak, he was skilled in social interactions. "Big brother, may I ask your name?" Zhang Yan noticed the scars on Ma Dexiang's face. Although his clothes were not very dirty, his tired and disheveled appearance was hard to hide. Another refugee trying to make connections here. "Don't ask me what my last name is. I'll take you somewhere and then leave. The place you'll stay later probably won't be near me, so we won't have much contact or interaction." Ma Dexiang started off by getting a little setback, but he didn't lose hope. He used his skill of talking to anyone and everyone, quickly lowering himself and trying to please, and then he smiled. Yes, I was too bold. "Big brother, I'm worried I might make a mistake later. When we register, is there anything special we should pay attention to? You see, since a few of us are being led by you, I'm worried I might cause trouble for you if something goes wrong." Zhang Yan nodded happily. "That's right, you're sensible. Let me teach you. When we get there are actually 2 forms to fill out. One is your personal information form, which helps the base manage your identity. The other is a work interest form about your skills and previous jobs. This helps us plan your future work. Many people who escape here don't know about the second form, so they get assigned to different places for odd jobs. The pay is low, and the work is tiring. You're clever, kid. I'm only giving you this advice because of Brother Chen. Remember to be grateful, okay?" Zhang Yan looked at the bag of instant noodles Ma Dexiang was holding. Ma Dexiang immediately understood, took out 2 packs, and put them into Zhang Yan's arms. Zhang Yan nodded happily. "That's smart of you. But with just this bag of instant noodles, you won't find a decent place to stay. There's nothing we can do. Outside, there's hardly anything to eat. We've all been hungry on the way here. This bag of instant noodles is really hard to find. Ma Dexiang and Zhang Yan chatted all the way, and Sumi also learned a lot about the base. For example, the base's military leader is called Huang Hu Yao, who controls all armed personnel and commands all armed search teams. He is highly respected in the army. Another example, the base's leader before the apocalypse was a certain official, and he used to gather funds to build this base. So, the two most powerful people in the base are the military leader Huang Hu Yao and the base leader Goming Tai. And also, not all parts of the base are without power. Inside the innermost area, there is a villa zone. These villas were built by local villagers in the suburbs before. Each household has a generator and can use electricity anytime, but the rent is extremely high. Some residents in the base are local people with backgrounds and status from cities. The number of villas is limited. A few of them live in the villas, while most stay in small, newly built 3-story houses. Some buildings have 6 units per floor, others 4, and they are fully equipped, but they do not have electricity. Most people in the base are ordinary civilians fleeing from nearby areas. They live in large temporary shelters built for them, with about 20 people in each room. Each room has a shared toilet and wash basin. Men, women, children, and elders all live together in chaos, which often leads to incidents. Things are frequently stolen, and every few nights, there are muffled screams of young girls. These events are described casually by Zhang Yan, which naturally makes Sumi feel uncomfortable. But despite her feelings, in the end-of-the-world situation, women's resistance often leads to worse outcomes than accepting their fate. This is a common tragedy many women face in the apocalypse. Zhang Yan led them to a small, low house, which had a long table and a few benches inside. The clerk was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was warming his hands and packing away the documents on the table, looking ready to leave work. "Hey, Brother Zhang, why are you here? Sit down quickly. I'll go get some hot tea for you." Zhang Yan shook his head without a smile and said, "I won't drink tea. Brother Chun is back, and I need to go to the leader's place to wait for news. Here, these people are your responsibility to register, then take them to their accommodations. I won't stay long." All right, take your time. I won't see you off." After Zhang Yan's figure disappeared, Sumi saw the clerk smiling at his back, but the smile was gone when he turned to look at them. Such a change of face is quite typical. Maybe their arrival disturbed his usual work, so he looked unhappy. He picked up a form and handed each of them one, saying, "The pen is over there. There are only 2. Take turns filling out the forms, and just give them back to me when you're done." Ma Dexiang immediately asked, "Why is there only 1 form? Isn't there also a work intention form?" The man saw the newcomers and asked about this, then suddenly looked uncomfortable and slapped the table. "No work intention form. Hurry up and fill out the form, then go to the dormitory. If you're late, the door will be locked."
Sumi was surprised.
"There's a lock on the dormitory at night?" The man looked at Sumi and said, "TSK, such a delicate girl. Living in the dormitory with the beggars is a waste. Why not follow me? I'll let you stay in a small house." "What are you saying?" Ma Dexiang glared at the registrar. "Say that again."
Ma Dexiang's support surprised Sumi.
She almost forgot that this guy had previously persuaded the entire building to take over the houses in Building 29. "Hey, you beggar, do you dare to glare at me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I'm not someone to mess with." The registrar and Ma Dexiang faced each other, neither making a move, just threatening each other. Ma Dexiang couldn't act because of his weakness, so why didn't the confident registrar attack? Maybe there was a rule in the base that they couldn't fight and strict management was in place? Qin Hao quietly asked Sumi, "Should we fight?" She shook her head calmly. "If things get too big, it will be hard to handle." Chun Jin had told them that weapons were not allowed in the base. Before coming, they hid all their weapons in bags in the bushes across from the base. For safety, Sumi had also stored her weapons at her space when everyone wasn't paying attention. So if a fight broke out now, they had no weapons and the other side was from the base, which was guarded by the military. they could easily be at a disadvantage. Qin Hao nodded, then slightly pulled Tian closer. Since they were in an unfamiliar place, it was better to be prepared in case they needed to fight later. Sumi looked calm and patted Ma Dexiang to signal him not to get excited, then looked at the registrar. "Hey, little beauty, are you interested now?" Sumi's voice was calm, but a little cold. "Are you sure you're not going to give us the work intention form? I'll tell you clearly. That form is only for people staying in the small house on the 3rd floor. If you're in the dormitory, you don't need to fill it out." "You are so annoying. Who said we have to stay in shared dorms?" The clerk was stunned. "Where else would you stay if not in shared rooms? There are only 3 types of housing here: shared dorms, small 3-story buildings, and villas. With just this bag of instant noodles, you can only stay in a shared room." "Humph, dreaming of staying in a small building?"
Dream on.
If this had been outside, the clerk probably would have been scolded many times over by Sumi. But now, Sumi simply asked with a calm, indifferent expression, "1 bag of instant noodles isn't enough. How much more food do you need to rent a small building?" The clerk stroked his chin, looking at Sumi with a mischievous gaze, but before he could speak, Sumi interrupted. "We came back with Brother Chen, and Brother Zhang personally brought us here. Think carefully. How much food do you need to rent a small building?" Suddenly, the clerk's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the words "trouble ahead" popped into his mind. "You are with Brother Chen. If old Chen hadn't fainted, it wouldn't be you little scoundrels trying to serve us." The clerk's eyes widened for a few seconds, then his gaze towards Sumi sharply shrank. Suddenly, he rushed behind a wooden threshold and disappeared. Sumi and her group looked at each other, wondering, could this person be fleeing because of their connection with Jin Chen? Within 30 seconds, the clerk reappeared. He stepped out from behind the threshold, carrying a tray with 3 cups of tea and 1 juice, wearing a flattering smile as he approached them. "Hee heroes, and a little hero. I'm just a foolish, brainless guy, blinded by greed. Please don't take offense." Sumi was a bit taken aback by this sudden change. Does this person not think before changing faces? If this were before the apocalypse, being flexible and adaptable would make him tough. But even so, Sumi had already put this person on her blacklist. She decided not to waste words and asked directly, "How much food do we need to rent a small building?" Seeing Sumi's calm but cold expression, the clerk quickly answered. "Here's the situation. There are 2 layouts for the small buildings. One is a single story with 6 units, each with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, but no balcony. The other is a single story with 4 units, each with 3 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, and a small balcony for drying clothes. Regarding the price, for a single-floor house with 6 rooms, 2 boxes of instant noodles or 5 jin of rice can rent it for a month." Sumi thought about it. Her bag of rice was 10 jin, so she could rent 2 rooms. "What about 4 rooms on the 1st floor?" Ma Dexiang asked. "Oh, that would be more expensive," the clerk said, extending a hand, flipping his palm, and adding, "for boxes of instant noodles or 10 jin of rice per room." Sumi nodded, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What about the villa?" The clerk looked at Sumi with a strange expression. "Miss, are you interested in the villa?"
Sumi shook her head.
"I'm just asking you answer. If it's not your business, then stay silent." The clerk was taken aback, but didn't get angry. He smiled kindly and said, the conditions for staying in the villa are quite high. 10 jin of rice is enough for a day." Sumi frowned. "I heard that vegetables can be used to reduce the rent?" Hearing this, the clerk thought she just wanted to understand the market and cheerfully replied, "Vegetables and fruits are very rare and precious now. People in the base, including the big shots in the villa area, haven't eaten them for a long time. If you have vegetables or fruits, even just an apple, you could stay in the villa area for a week." Sumi already understood the prices for each type of accommodation. She looked at Qin Hao and gave him a glance to ask for his opinion. Qin Hao saw her look and thought she wanted to rent a small house. Since food was scarce, they had previously discussed a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house at the potato chip factory, as Chen Jin mentioned. So he nodded at Sumi. Sumi, receiving Qin Hao's approval, turned and walked to her suitcase, taking out half a cabbage and a large white radish. She approached the stunned clerk and said, "I don't have an apple, but this half cabbage and a white radish are much bigger than an apple. Can I rent the villa for a month?"
Huh?
You want to rent the villa? The clerk was still confused.
Sumi?
Qin Hao was also surprised. Why was she talking about renting a villa? Weren't they just discussing a small two-bedroom house? Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt like laughing but shook his head helplessly. The villa can be the villa. They can find food later. Sumi looked confidently at the clerk. Yes, the villa. Is there a problem? No, no problem. I just need to apply to the higher-ups.
Please wait a moment.
Sumi also guessed that this small clerk did not have the authority to decide on the villa's rental rights and needed to report to a superior. Before he left, he took 4 copies each of the 2 registration forms from the table and respectfully handed them to Sumi. Miss, please fill out the identity registration form and the work intention form first. I will go and request the villa key from above. Zhang Chao ran to the small building area at the fastest speed since the apocalypse, took a detour to the innermost building, and headed straight to one of the 4 units on the 2nd floor. By this time, most people in the base had already returned to their homes to rest. Especially for civilians like them, the base only provided 2 meals a day, a bowl of porridge for breakfast, a bowl of porridge with some bits of meat for lunch, and no dinner. If they wanted to eat more, they had to work for the base, and their wages were food. Many people went to bed early because they hadn't eaten at night, and sleeping kept them from feeling hungry. Zhang Chao knocked loudly on door 021, shouting, Brother Tao, open the door quickly." For 3 minutes straight, Li Tao, looking impatient, came out of his room, pulled open the door, and started scolding Zhang Chao. "Zhang Chao, are you out of your mind? Do you know I'm busy with serious stuff?" Inside Li Tao's room, there was the sound of a woman crying softly. Zhang Chao knew that Li Tao had gone to the dormitory to give a girl a false promise and brought her back. "Brother Tao, urgent. It's really an emergency. What could be more important than my business?"
Villa.
"Someone wants to rent a villa in the villa area." Li Tao was stunned, digging into his ear, and asked again, "Say that again." "Someone is waiting at the registration office. It's Zhang Yan bringing someone from Chunjin's group. Chunjin's group is back." "Exactly.
Come with me."
"Wait, what's the price? Is it because Chunjin's people are involved that the price is ridiculously low?" "A big white radish and half a large cabbage. They look very fresh." Li Tao swallowed, saying, TSK, Chunjin's group is quite capable. They must have had a good harvest this time. Let's go see Master Huang first. He's been wanting vegetables for a long time and is willing to trade a lot of other food. This deal might even get us a month's worth of food from young Master Huang. Both of them looked very excited. Huang Xiao is the only son of the leader who controls all the forces at the base. Even in the end of the world, he lives extravagantly. Once, he traded 30 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of frozen meat for an apple. For him, food is not scarce, but fresh vegetables and fruits are hard to find. This is a great opportunity for us. After Sumi and her group finished filling out the forms in the registration room, Zhang Chao soon brought someone over. That person was only a little taller than Sumi, who is 1.63 meters tall. For a man, he was quite short. He had a shaky walk, a big belly, sunken eyes with dark circles, clearly someone who stays up late or overindulges often. "Brother Tao, these are the ones. Where are the vegetables? Where are the radishes? Let me see if they are fresh." Just as he was about to grab a radish from the long table, Sumi moved the bag of vegetables aside, making him miss.
"You."
Li Tao was about to say something, but he saw 2 men blocking in front of the girl, acting protectively. "Ahem, I mean no harm. Hello, I am the manager of the base's housing rentals. Zhang Chao said you wanted to rent a villa, so I came here." Sumi glanced at the man speaking, calm and indifferent. "Payment first, delivery after."
Li Tao nudda.
"Of course. But I need to inspect the goods first. After all, the person who gets the vegetables has a special status at the base. If someone gets sick from bad vegetables, I will be responsible. Miss, do you agree?" Sumi nodded.
Yes.
She opened the bag and took out the radish and half a cabbage. Thank you for your understanding. Li Tao carefully picked up the radish from the long table, turned it around several times to inspect it, then examined the half cabbage. Very good. It looks a bit dirty on the outside and the skin is wrinkled, but that's probably from being pressed. It doesn't affect the taste, and it's still very fresh. Sumi noticed Li Tao and Zhang Chao exchanging glances, both with excited expressions. What is your name, miss?
Su.
Miss Su, this radish and half a cabbage are of very good quality. We will take you to the villa area now. Li Tao looked very eager, which was obvious to anyone. Ma Deqiang couldn't hide his curiosity and immediately asked, do we need to sign any agreement? If you plan to stay long in a small house, you really need to sign an agreement, such as one for damages to the property. Although your belongings can only stay in the villa for a month, since you can exchange vegetables for the right to rent in the villa area, I don't think you will damage anything inside. Zhang Chao, please gather their information. I will take them to see the house first. Sumi and her group followed Li Tao out of the small registration hut and headed toward the villa area. Along the way, they passed what Li Tao called the slum, a row of shared rooms. They saw a burly man dragging a chain and locking a large, rusty iron gate. Sumi, Qin Hao, and the others watched silently. Behind the iron gate, a few hunched figures stood. They looked unkempt and their gender was unclear, but each was very thin, like monkey-shaped people, with dull, gray eyes. It wasn't that they had lost their sight. A chain kept them locked inside the shared room area every night, as if they were animals kept in captivity, making their lives dark and hopeless. After about 10 minutes of walking, they saw small houses on both sides, each different in size. Li Tao patiently explained what each house was used for. Most were shops selling supplies or places renting weapons, but they all closed after dark. Only one small house had its door wide open. A woman, dressed revealingly, stood in the cold night wind, posing provocatively for passers-by like Li Tao and his group. Shaoli, what kind of place is this? You said the shops close at night, right? Li Tao looked at Ma Desheng, who didn't mind being called that. Haha, at night, with women standing at the door selling themselves, what do you think they're doing? Ma Deqiang's eyes widened, and he swallowed nervously. After glancing cautiously at Sumi, he stopped looking at the shop's door. How can you openly do this kind of business here? Ma Desheng wanted to say it was illegal, but then he thought, in this world, people are even killed, so what law is there? In the end of the world, survival is hard. Those women will do anything to stay alive. Here, if you want to keep your purity, you need someone or some supplies, or rely on a powerful person. Otherwise, instead of living in that slum and being mistreated, it's better to use your body to earn a little food for survival. Ma Desheng was so surprised he didn't know what to say. This world has even put this profession out in the open. Sigh, being a woman is so hard. Sumi snorted coldly, causing Ma Deqiang to shiver in fear. Boss, I didn't mean you. I was talking about those women. In my heart, their image is unique, like divine maidens descending to earth, brave and extraordinary. Using their bodies to exchange for a chance to survive is not shameful. In the end of the world, useless people are not kept. There's no need to judge these women with such eyes. What surprised Li Tao wasn't that Sumi would say such things, but that Ma Deqiang had just called her boss. Since he entered the registration office and saw these people, he always thought Ma Deqiang and Qin Hao were bodyguards or similar for Sumi. So, he naturally assumed Sumi was some important young lady. The little boy had been held by Qin Hao the whole time, silent and aloof, perhaps her younger brother. But Ma Deqiang actually called her boss? The 3 adults and 1 child all seemed to look up to this young girl as their leader. This made Li Tao even more curious about Sumi's identity. Surviving in the end of the world was already hard enough, especially since these people were brought back to the base by Qin Jin. Ma Deqiang had scars all over his face, but was clever and smooth-talking. Qin Hao, though silent, exuded a powerful presence and hidden strength. Both of them were not simple characters, yet they recognized this young girl as their leader. This realization made Li Tao, who was already cautious around Sumi, look at her with pure, innocent eyes, avoiding any inappropriate thoughts. Hey, Li Tao, why are you staring at our boss so lustfully? Are you tired of life? Ma Dexiang pushed Li Tao away from Sumi, blocking his view. Qin Hao, holding Tian, shot a cold glance at Li Tao. Li Tao, who had been leading the group and introducing the base to Sumi, was suddenly pushed to the back. Especially Qin Hao's gaze, which seemed to warn him sharply, making him shrink back. Even the little boy glared at him with displeasure. This change made Li Tao feel both surprised and scared. Sumi was indeed beautiful, but he had no such intentions. In the base, women fell into two categories: those with no status or food, who could be used freely, and those who needed to be treated with respect. Clearly, Sumi belonged to the latter. He understood very well that he could sit in his current position in the base because of this. So, feeling embarrassed, I quickly ran up and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything bad. I'm just surprised that Miss Sumi has such different opinions about these people." It really opened my eyes. Seeing that a few people looked unhappy, Li Tao spoke, less on the way. Because it was dark, there were no lights at night in the base. Even when passing by small houses, only 2 flickering streetlights at the entrance of the houses provided some light, and their electricity was unstable. They only arrived at the entrance of the villa area. Here, everything was brightly lit, and there were even solar-powered motion sensor streetlights like those in the offshore industrial park. As they approached, the entrance was illuminated brightly. This was a stark contrast to the darkness in other parts of the base. The fact that there was electricity alone was enough to attract attention. Miss Sumi chose this villa area because of that. It wasn't out of vanity, but because she didn't want to feel uncomfortable or unsafe. Seeing the amazement in Sumi and the others' eyes, Li Tao dared to speak again to introduce the place. This villa area used to have fewer houses, and now only people with status in the base live here. There are only 2 empty houses left. I like one on the west side. It's not in the best location, but many important people in the base have their homes nearby, so it's convenient for future visits and communication. Li Tao wanted to help Sumi and her friends build better relationships with some of the important figures in the base, so he planned to lead them west. But Sumi stopped him. What about the other house? Li Tao was surprised. The other house? Miss Sumi, the other one is on the far east side. It's quiet there, but it's a bit far from the other important people. It might be inconvenient for regular visits. Sumi didn't want to waste words. That one on the east. Just take us there directly. She had never expressed a desire to socialize or make connections. She preferred peace and safety. She wasn't interested in anything happening within the base. Sumi and her group followed Li Tao eastward. The lights grew dimmer as they went, until only 2 flickering streetlights remained. This east side villa was partly hidden by several half-dead trees, standing alone in the area, as if naturally separated from the other villas. To Sumi, this was perfect. After receiving the keys, Sumi and her group entered the house and refused to let Li Tao inside. Before leaving, Li Tao stood outside the villa for a long time, staring blankly at the door. It seems he won't stop coming here in the future. Today, I will just consider it as getting to know the place. Back at the registration office, Zhang Chao was still waiting. When Li Tao returned, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Tao, you're back. They're staying in the villa on the west side, right?" With Sumi's looks, she might soon become one of the untouchable women in this base. Li Tao's face suddenly changed. "Shut up. Don't say that again from now on." Zhang Chao looked confused. "Brother Tao, what's wrong? Haven't there been people like them before?" Although the previous people stayed only a few days in the villa area, those women also ended up gaining power with some old folks from the villa. And this Sumi's smack. Li Tao slapped Zhang Chao across the face. "Be quiet. Starting tomorrow, find someone to watch Qinjin's side and investigate their relationship with Sumi. Do you hear me?" Zhang Chao was stunned. "Brother Tao, why did you hit me? If you suspect them, why are you still so polite to those people? Have you not seen how the world works now? Who cares if they are in the army or manage the base? No matter how much power they have, it doesn't matter. Without food, everyone will starve. I want you to keep an eye on Qinjin and find out about Sumi and their connections. I just want to confirm something. The 2 vegetables in Sumi's hands look dirty, but they are fresh, definitely picked within the last 3 days. Zhang Chao gasped. Are you saying Sumi still has?
Hard to say.
If I'm right, it's very likely that Qinjin and the others had a big harvest when they went out. The things Sumi has might have been given to her by Qinjin. Only then did Zhang Chao understand Li Tao's point. Brother Tao, I get it. I'll have someone watch them first thing tomorrow. As for Sumi's identity is unclear. Be careful with your words and actions. Don't get us into trouble by provoking the wrong people. Don't blame me if I have to use your life as a token. If I'm right, once the military gets fresh vegetables and food resources, the Huang family might dominate everything. If we can get close to Miss Su, won't we have a steady food source in the future? You're so clever, Brother Tao. You figured everything out just by a little contact. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye. I'll switch shifts early tomorrow and go personally. While the 2 were speculating wildly about Sumi and her companions' identities, Sumi was already choosing the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. Enter the room, lock the door, step into the space, and fall asleep quickly. Everything was done smoothly. Sumi slept until late morning, awakened by Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's fur was fluffy and white, with its paws resting on the bedpost, propping up her head. Sumi rubbed her eyes and then noticed someone knocking outside the space. Big sister, big sister. It's Tian, this little guy. Sumi left the space, opened the door, and saw Tian looking up at her. Big sister, Dad asked me to call you for dinner. Sumi paused for a moment, then nodded calmly. Okay, I'll come down soon. She took out her toothbrush and other daily supplies from her suitcase and went to the washroom. She was surprised to find water coming from the tap, but the smell was very strong, like bleach, which was unpleasant. She couldn't imagine rinsing her mouth with it. This water might have been drawn from the underground galaxy, treated with bleach to disinfect and remove chlorine, but it was likely of poor quality and not safe to drink. While Tian went downstairs, Sumi quickly entered the space to wash up, then went downstairs for breakfast. It was already 10 in the morning. The entire downstairs area had been cleaned thoroughly. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were spotless. On the dining table, there was a plate of food, 2 steamed buns, and a bowl of wonton wrappers and broth. Sumi, you're here. Eat something quickly. Afterward, we need to check the registration to see where we've been assigned to work. Sumi sat down, took a bite of a steamed bun. The flour wasn't refined, mixed with coarse grains, and it wasn't fully fermented. There was also a strong smell of bleach inside. She struggled to swallow the bun, but she couldn't eat any more. It seemed the wonton wrappers were also made with tap water. Sumi immediately gave up on eating these things. Seeing Sumi put the bun back on the plate, Qin Hao asked, "What's wrong? Don't like it?" "Boss, didn't we come from J City with 2 leftover grilled fish? How Gu traded half a fish for these early this morning. Although they don't taste good, they're better than nothing to fill us up. Just bear with it and eat. Later, after the work assignment is settled, you'll be too tired to work."
Sumi shook her head.
It wasn't that she was being picky, but these foods weren't safe to eat. "Did you all eat?" Qin Hao nodded. "If you don't like it, we still have instant noodles and rice. Whatever you want, I'll cook for you."
Sumi immediately stopped now.
No, it's not about the food. She knows what hunger feels like and naturally wouldn't waste food by picking at it. "Don't,
Qin Hao.
These waters are probably drawn from underground canals and have been treated with a lot of bleach. There might be some issues. Everyone, let's avoid eating anything made with tap water for now. If you have water filtering materials at home, you can set up a water filter to clean the water before using it. That would be safer. I was careless.
Don't eat these for now.
I'll boil some mineral water, and you can make do with a bowl of noodles. Brother Hao, you've been busy all morning. Let me do it. I'll make the noodles for you." Sumi now regrets not eating enough in her space before coming out. She still has plenty of takeout food stored there, enough for her 3 meals a day for 2 or 3 months. But it's hard to take out those things without others seeing. The water is boiling. Ma Dexiang is very attentive, and Sumi notices. She takes the instant noodles from his hand and calmly asks, Ma Dexiang, since we've arrived at the base. Before she can finish, Ma Dexiang, with tears in his voice, interrupts. Boss, you're not thinking of kicking me out, are you? Please don't. I work hard. This big house needs cleaning and tidying. I can handle all the chores, just don't ask me to leave. Sumi is a bit stunned by his sudden words. Turns out, he's afraid she'll kick him out. Although she never planned to kick Ma Dexiang out, she had considered moving out alone someday. But then she thought about the many people with intentions in the base. As a girl living alone, she might run into trouble. Now, with Ma Dexiang and Qin Hao here, she can avoid many problems and also hide some of her strength. What I mean is, you don't have to always put me first. Do what you need to do, understand? Ma Dexiang looks at Sumi blankly, clearly not understanding. She then looks at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, you don't really need to take care of me too much. Aren't you going to check the work assignments? You can go ahead first. With work and food, we can settle in the base. Sumi means for both of them to do their own things and not worry about her. She has her own tasks too. Clearly, in terms of intelligence and emotional understanding, Ma Dexiang is no match for Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded seriously and confirmed once again that Sumi wanted to go alone. He then told Tian to stay at home and not go out. He took Ma Dexiang to the registration office. Sumi ate the instant noodles, including the soup and ingredients. She hadn't eaten for a long time. Although it wasn't nutritious, the taste made her taste buds very happy. After moving in last night, she went straight to sleep without visiting the villa. After washing the noodle bowl, she rinsed it with pure water and put it in the sterilizer. The villa has many facilities: a refrigerator, air conditioner, TV, stereo, water heater, and even an air purifier. Sumi looked around for a while and finally found the place where the power generator was stored, in a small storage room near the back door on the first floor. The generator has low power. If they want to use the air conditioner, it can probably run for only 1 or 2 hours. Running it for too long might cause the generator to overheat. The 4 of them have 3 rooms, and even with the generator, they can't turn on all the air conditioners at once. It seems the so-called wireless power supply in the villa area has some limits. After checking the generator, Sumi also found spare oil and some repair tools in the storage cabinet beside it. They were quite complete. Sumi walked around the entire villa to get familiar with the environment. Then she sat on the sofa in the living room and stared into space. If she didn't go to the base for work, she would need to find a reason or source for the food she had in her space. But Chen Jin said that S-City almost had no food resources left. Finding food would require traveling far, which was troublesome and not worth it. Suddenly, she remembered a corner of her space. It was a cactus she planted in a flower pot during the heavy rain when she first arrived. The soil was from her space, and the water was regular mineral water. This cactus grew much slower than the other fruits and vegetables in her space. An idea suddenly came to her. Yes, she could grow some vegetables in the villa. This would solve her food source, and could also be used to pay rent. So Sumi went to the backyard patio of the villa. The patio was enclosed by a wall, forming a rectangle. Inside, there were 2 large trees surrounded by bricks. However, both trees looked half dead, which affected the beauty of the patio. Then Sumi went to the storage room to find a shovel and It's not that she doesn't want to take things directly from the space. Rather, ever since she finished eating her instant noodles, she has had a small tail behind her, whether she's daydreaming on the sofa or walking around in the courtyard. Sumi never planned to look for work in the so-called base. Right now, she was busy digging trees in her villa's courtyard. Sumi was using a shovel to keep digging, while Tian watched her curiously at first, then helped push aside some dirt when the pile got too big. The trees in the courtyard were almost dead. Only parts near the roots were still alive, the rest were dried out. The trunks were thick. After digging out the main roots, Sumi chopped them with an axe, then dragged the trees to the center of the courtyard. She continued digging up the main roots of another tree. Once she had dug out both trees and broken the roots buried deep in the soil, she filled the holes with the dirt she had removed. because the roots were so large. Even after filling the holes, they still looked empty. Sumi decided to wait until no one was home to bring out the black mud from the space and fill the holes properly. "Hey kid, how about we plant some vegetables in these 2 flower beds?" Tian's eyes lit up. "Sister, cabbage tastes good. Carrots are also his favorite." Sumi playfully poked Tian's cheek. It seemed he was still thinking about that half cabbage and carrot. The first time she saw this little guy, she thought he would grow up to be someone who could cause trouble for the country. But after more than a month in the apocalypse, he had lost a lot of weight, and the chubby cheeks were gone. Vegetables aren't just cabbage and carrots. There's also greens, eggplants, cucumbers, green beans. She had seeds or grafted seedlings for these in her space. But the weather was getting colder. If she planted now, it might be too cold for the seeds to sprout. It would be great to get some materials to build a greenhouse. She didn't know much about planting. Before the apocalypse, she only thought about buying seeds, but she overlooked the temperature issue. It seemed she really needed to go out. She wasn't sure where to find materials for a greenhouse. She had been digging trees for several hours already, and it was past 2 in the afternoon. Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang still hadn't come back. "Kid, are you hungry?" "It's better not to ask, but once I do, I find myself constantly touching my stomach, which makes a soft gurgle sound inside." "Are you eating instant noodles?" Tian first nods, then suddenly shakes his head. "No, sister. Dad said there are only about 20 packs, and we can't eat them all the time. Once they're gone, they're gone." Sumi frowns slightly. Although he's right, making a child hungry feels somehow wrong and guilty. "It's okay. Once my vegetable plants grow, we can eat freely. Today, I decide we'll have instant noodles." Tian looks very happy, which makes Sumi think he's very easy to please. But compared to survivors who have nothing to eat, even a pack of instant noodles is a luxury. Sumi secretly adds a sausage to the noodles. When Tian eats, he opens his eyes wide with surprise and looks at Sumi. She gives him a mysterious look and signals him to be quiet. "Little one, I secretly added some food for you. You must keep it a secret, okay?" Tian excitedly nods and starts eating eagerly. Sumi isn't sure how much a 7-year-old can eat, but Tian finishes the entire pack, including the soup and noodles, without wasting a bit. "After you finish, wash the dishes. I need to go out for a while. The doors and windows are locked. If strangers knock, don't open the door. Hide in your room, understand?" Tian obediently nods and then takes the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Sumi leaves the house wearing a baseball cap and a mask. But once she steps out of the villa area, she sees the busy crowd inside the base. Everyone looks unkempt, greasy hair, or covered in dirt. Only a few people are clean, but they stand out even more. Sumi quickly returns to the villa to make herself look a bit rough. She dirties her clothes with some mud, smudges her face and hair a little. Before leaving again, she messes up her hair and puts on the soaked baseball cap, finally removing the mask, as wearing it attracts attention. Tian watches Sumi leave looking so messy and doesn't understand. "Sister, you're so dirty." In his mind, Sumi has always been a clean, fragrant, beautiful sister who's never dirty.
Shuminaj with satisfaction.
Being dirty is good. "I'm going out now. Lock the door when I leave." This time, Sumi finally feels like she blends into the crowd and doesn't stand out at all. Stepping out of the villa area, crossing through a residential zone with 3 small buildings, she arrived at a street lined with shops. The shops sold a variety of random items. Sumi saw one shop that sold everything: clothes, shoes, secondhand appliances, and even a few hundred spoiled, spicy chicken feet, which were displayed prominently for sale. Spicy chicken feet. This was a snack she used to eat in high school. Every time she ate them, they made her mouth burn. The shop owner saw her staring at the spicy chicken feet and quickly came over. "Little girl, want to try the spicy chicken feet?" Sumi was just feeling nostalgic and didn't really want to buy. But since the owner asked, she thought it was good to ask the price to understand the market. "How much for the spicy chicken feet?" The owner's eyes lit up. Although she was muddy all over, she didn't smell bad or sour like someone living in a crowded room. She seemed to have potential. Hee hee, little girl, do you have rice, flour, or grains? Or instant noodles? Anything works. We can trade items. How do you trade? 1 pack of instant noodles for 1 serving of chicken feet. A bag of rice or flour for a bowl of food. How about that? Sumi turned and walked away expressionlessly. This owner was quite clever. The spicy chicken feet weren't filling, and a bowl of instant noodles could last a person a whole day if they were careful. Not to mention, rice and flour were valuable. Hey, don't go. Half a pack of noodles is fine too. Sumi ignored her and moved to another shop. This one displayed scattered broken parts. She saw a coil of metal wire, made from some unknown material, twisted into a bundle. It looked like the kind of material farmers use to build greenhouse frames, so she went over to ask, "Boss, what kind of metal is this?" The shop owner, who looked a bit thin, was standing there stomping his feet and rubbing his hands to keep warm. He glanced at her and, noticing she was a young girl, quickly lost interest. "This is a composite material for building greenhouses. 2 jean of rice for 1 coil. No bargaining." After saying that, he continued to rub his palms, his sly eyes watching the people passing by on the street. Isn't this just giving a pillow for a nap? It really is material for greenhouse frames. But 2 jean of rice seemed a bit expensive. "Boss, can you make it cheaper?" The owner frowned and rolled his eyes slightly.
No rice, no sale.
This greenhouse material is highly praised by Professor Zhu. Selling it for 2 jean of rice is already cheap. Sumi sighed quietly, gazing inward at the disappointing little purple bamboo sprout. She wished it would grow into a whole bamboo forest by tomorrow, so she could cut some bamboo strips to make the frame for the greenhouse. "Boss, Sumi wanted to ask the boss to wait a moment, but suddenly, the boss, smiling broadly and looking around aimlessly, rushed out of the shop. He stood eagerly in front of a woman. "Assistant Su, why didn't you say hello before you came? Does Professor Zhu need any more materials? Tell me, I'll personally deliver them." Following the boss's voice, Sumi looked at the assistant. The woman seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old, with slightly dark skin. But by today's standards, she was well-maintained. She was also one of the few in the crowd who was clean and not smelly. "Boss, Professor Zhu wants to grow some peppers and eggplants. I need to buy more materials for the greenhouse frame. Do you have any?" "We do, but not much. Can you see if the price is okay?" "As long as the quality is the same as last time, price isn't a problem." All right. 2 sets of frames for peppers and eggplants. Will that be enough? I'll go get them right away." "Yes, that's enough. Just help me move them to the usual spot." "Thanks, boss." "Don't mention it, Miss Su. Just come visit my shop more often." After the boss went inside, he disappeared from sight. The woman suddenly glanced at Sumi, then smiled without saying anything. Sumi's forehead suddenly throbbed twice. Where did this woman's superior attitude come from? Feeling quite speechless, Sumi turned to leave. Since there was a place selling materials for doping frames in the base, there must be others too. She wasn't picky about quality, as long as it could withstand the cold. But just as she turned, the woman called out to her. "Are you here to buy greenhouse frames too?" Sumi stopped, looking at her with confusion, but said nothing. "I just heard you bargaining with the boss." Sumi nodded, but still didn't speak. "I've never seen you before. Did you just escape here recently? I advise you not to buy any more materials. The soil in the fields now can't grow anything. In the whole base, only Professor Zhu can grow successfully. You, as a girl, don't seem to have it easy. Don't waste your energy on things you shouldn't worry about. Instead of buying useless materials with food, it's better to buy more durable food that can last several days. The future days will only get harder." When the woman said these words, if her expression hadn't been so proud and provocative, it might have been a kind reminder. But combined with her look of lesser folks should stop wasting resources, Sumi felt like she was being looked down upon. The boss came out from inside, dragging 2 large rolls of bone material, smiling as he looked at Su Bing Lan. "Assistant Su, you can go back now. I'll deliver it to you later." Su Bing Lan smiled warmly. "Thank you, boss. The rice is already prepared at the planting field. Don't forget to pick it up when you come by." Yes. Thank you for your help. Su Bing Lan turned to leave. Today was strange. She suddenly wondered why she wanted to show superiority in front of a stranger girl. Maybe it was because the girl, covered in mud, still looked elegant? Or perhaps her dirty appearance was misleading, and she actually smelled of fresh shower gel? What she didn't realize was that her unease came from those cold, indifferent eyes that seemed to see through everything. Those eyes made her want to try to break the calm surface she saw there. Behind her, the girl's soft voice made her slow down. Boss, do you still have those bone materials? I want 2 sets. The boss looked annoyed. 2 sets? 6 jin of rice, can you afford that? Sumi frowned. Isn't it 2 jin per set? 2 sets for 4 jin of rice? The boss thought Sumi's simple question was a bit unreasonable, so he grew impatient. Are you done? Even if I gave you the price for 2 jin per set, you still can't afford it. Go away, don't bother me with business. Sumi wasn't angry. 2 jin per set. Boss, I'll come back soon. She turned and left without hesitation. The boss sneered, so poor but still proud. Can't afford it? Then don't come back. Look at Assistant Su, so generous. Kids these days are so vain. Even in the end times, they still care about appearances.
Tise.
Sumi didn't go home to get rice but continued browsing the shops along the street. When she saw something she wanted, she asked for the price and tried to bargain. Most of the time, she was looked down upon and had to leave. Sumi shook her head but didn't mind. Compared to the survivors around her who only stared greedily at the shop displays without daring to ask questions, Sumi felt confident and fortunate. After browsing all the shops, she roughly understood the prices of various foods and supplies in the base. The main foods in the base are rice and flour. It is said that the base's military found a small granary in Jiangnan City, and they regularly send people to transport rice and flour back. However, Sumi couldn't understand why most people in the base still went hungry despite having a granary as a backup. Even the high-ranking officials, who might stockpile food intentionally, wouldn't need to go to such lengths, right? Chun Jin once said that even people like him, working inside, only had plain porridge with some minced meat for 2 meals a day. That didn't seem right. According to what she knew, Jiangnan City's granary wasn't the largest, but it was well-stocked. A report from before the apocalypse estimated it held nearly 2,000 tons of grain, enough for a person to eat for 10,000 years. The base has about 10,000 people. With 2,000 tons of grain, they should at least be able to feed everyone for a year. There shouldn't be a shortage of food. To be safe, Sumi thought it was better to go back to the villa area and buy more supplies. When she returned to the shops, she carried a big bag of rice. The shop owner selling greenhouse frames saw her again and was about to tell her to leave when he noticed the bag she was holding, full of rice. Wait it, for Jean. I want 2 sets of greenhouse frames. The shop owner stared in disbelief, unable to believe that this young girl was actually here to buy greenhouse frames. Feeling a bit embarrassed but quick to agree, he took the 4 jin of rice and asked carefully, Miss, those 2 heavy frames. You can't carry them alone. Where do you live? I can help you carry them. No need, I can carry them myself. And so, a scene unfolded in the commercial street of the base. A small girl, only about 1.6 meters tall, walking with 2 rolls of material nearly as wide as she is. Strangely, she was incredibly strong. She held both rolls with one hand and moved quickly, looking very relaxed. The owner who sells large greenhouse frames quietly followed Sumi and finally saw her walk into a villa area. His face suddenly became serious. He quickly slapped himself on the head. Letting you judge people by appearance. Now you've caused trouble. Everyone living in the villa area is not someone to mess with. Last time, a clothing store owner quoted a high price to a rich young man living in the villa. A week later, the store owner suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was very thin, covered in injuries, and his shop was gone. Now he lives in a shared room, leading a miserable life. It's truly tragic. It's as if misfortune has opened the door for him. He returned to his shop and delivered the skeleton materials Professor Zhu needed. Then he immediately closed the shop early and, carrying the 4 jean of rice Sumi paid for, stood straight at the entrance of the villa area, waiting. Gradually, it got dark. Many residents returning home saw a man standing at the door, respectfully peeking around. Until it was completely dark, the girl who bought 2 sets of greenhouse frames from him did not appear again. After getting the 2 sets of greenhouse frames, Sumi started studying how to assemble them in the backyard patio of the villa. Although she didn't find the greenhouse film in the shop at the base, she now had a direction. The 2 rectangular flower beds, where 2 large trees were cut down, were less than 10 meters long. Sumi had seen farmers in the countryside build greenhouse frames, but trying to do it herself was much harder than it looked. Sumi wanted to build a house-like frame that people could enter, making it easier to check on the vegetables. She had an idea of what the house-shaped frame should look like, but actually making it was another story. After working for a while, she only managed to cut the materials into sections and insert 4 pieces into the soil at the corners of the flower beds.
And
that was all. Now she deeply regrets not paying attention in her craft classes as a child. Her father always helped her with her homework. Her hands-on skills were terrible. While Sumi was crouched in the patio, looking worried, and Tian was curiously watching the 4 pieces of material stuck in the flower bed, Qin Hao and Ma Desheng returned. Tian heard the sound and ran excitedly to greet them. When Qin Hao led Tian into the patio, he saw Sumi sitting on the ground with a sad face, staring at the flower bed. "Sunny, do you want to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables?" Sunny nodded, then sighed. "Yes, but I overestimated my hands-on skills." Qin Hao let go of Tian's hand, walked around the flower bed, and asked, "What kind of greenhouse do you want? A small semi-arched one, or a taller frame that people can walk into?" The flower bed is small and requires many materials. A taller frame that allows walking inside is better. Qin Hao nodded, picked up the remaining frame materials from the ground, and started working. Sunny saw this and asked excitedly, "You can do this?" "Qin Hao, you're really good at everything. I've helped farmers build warm shelters before. This flower bed isn't big, so I can finish quickly. Do you have fixing pieces? Or zip ties work too?" Sunny quickly nodded. Yes. We have 2 sets of materials, all the parts." Watching Qin Hao skillfully unfold the composite materials, cut them into different lengths with pliers, and sort them on the ground, Sunny hurried forward and asked, "Can I help with anything?" Qin Hao glanced at Sunny. "Just hold the other end while I fix the pieces." "Okay." Ma Desheng walked in and was surprised by the scene in the courtyard. "Wow, what's going on, boss? Are we out of firewood? Why did you pull out those 2 trees?" Sunny was reminded by Ma Desheng and suddenly felt that the 2 trees lying in the courtyard looked very untidy. She pointed to the axe on the ground and said, "Now that you mention it, we are really short on firewood. Old Ma, I'll leave chopping these trees into firewood to you." Ma Desheng's face turned pale. "Boss, that's not fair. I worked outside all day, almost exhausted. Now you want me to chop firewood? That's too much." Although he said that, he rolled up his sleeves, picked up the axe, and started chopping the tree trunk desperately. "By the way, what tasks have you all been assigned?" Sunny saw that Ma Desheng looked genuinely tired, while Qin Hao seemed relaxed earlier when he returned. "Don't mention it. I was assigned to the city construction department, moving cement and bricks all day. I don't know what the base leader is planning, but I'm exhausted." "Qin Hao, what about you?" Before Qin Hao could answer, Ma Desheng interrupted, "Hao Ji is fine. He was sent to the maintenance department. It is said that he repairs various vehicles such as cars, motorcycles, yachts, and even helicopters." "Oh, helicopter maintenance also belongs to his department. Hey, Brother Hao, do you also know how to repair helicopters?" While assembling the frame, Qin Hao nodded calmly, somewhat. "That's good. Since you can fly military helicopters, you should also know how to fix them. I'm unlucky. I was assigned some heavy labor." As the 3 casually chatted, Qin Hao and Sumi finished building a small greenhouse frame less than 2 meters tall. Once they get the large plastic cover, they can wrap the entire frame and start planting vegetables. Proudly, she puffed out her little chest. "Uncle Ma, look. My dad is so amazing. He can do everything. Yeah, your dad is truly versatile. It's a pity I didn't realize how important studying was when I was young. I thought playing was more valuable. If I had known the end of the world was coming, I'd have studied more and farmed more land. I wouldn't be in this mess now. So, Ma Xiang chopped firewood, while Sumi and Qin Hao built the greenhouse frame. Before dark, both frames were finished. Ma Xiang was so exhausted he collapsed between two trees, unwilling to move anymore. Although Sumi didn't build the greenhouse entirely on her own, she learned a lot during Qin Hao's help. After working during the day, Qin Hao and Ma Xiang returned to help her chop firewood and build the greenhouse. Sumi couldn't let them work for nothing. She then sent the dirty three to take a bath, while she went to the kitchen to prepare a surprise for them. There was plenty of food in the space, but most of it couldn't be shown to others at this stage. Vegetables and fruits were impossible to take out, but frozen meat was okay. Today, she saw someone selling frozen meat in a shop, a whole piece of pork that needed a bag of 10 pounds of rice to exchange. Sumi didn't trade for it, but she already had some frozen meat in her space. After the three of them went to shower, she took out a large piece of pork belly to defrost. Before the end of the world, she was a young lady who only ate but didn't cook. Before university, her father and housekeeper cooked for her. After her father passed away, she dismissed all the maids and nannies, eating either egg-fried rice or takeout when hungry. In university, she mostly ate from the cafeteria and ordered takeout. She could make some simple egg dishes like steamed eggs or fried eggs, but she was completely clueless about how to cook the pork belly. The spice shop sold salt for a bag of rice and a small bottle of oil, while MSG and soy sauce were a bit more expensive. Sumi didn't buy any, but as long as there is some for sale at the base, she can take it out without suspicion. So, while they were taking a bath, Sumi casually took out some seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar and neatly placed them in a water bottle on the stove. A basket of bottled water brought back from the chip factory had hardly been used, so it was fine to cook a meal with it. After checking that she hadn't forgotten anything, Sumi returned to her room, locked the door, entered her space, and comfortably took a bath. The generator in the villa was too small. If they wanted to keep the greenhouse warm, they would need a high-power generator or install solar panels outside her space, connecting the wires to the thermostat. But she needed a chance to take things out first. While bathing in her space with mountain spring water, she had no idea how shocked the three downstairs in the kitchen would be when they saw the meat there. If Sumi had been in the living room at that moment, Ma Xiang might have strongly respected her with a firm nod. After her bath, Sumi changed into clean clothes, came downstairs, and immediately smelled a familiar, delicious aroma. It was braised pork, and the air was filled with the rich, oily scent of cooked pork mixed with soy sauce and seasonings. This made Sumi, who had only eaten once today, suddenly feel very hungry and craving food. Big sister, come look. Uncle Ma's cooked meat smells so good." Qin Hao saw Sumi coming downstairs and approached her with a serious look. "Sumi, let's talk." They sat on the sofa in the living room. Qin Hao looked at her seriously. "Sumi, this piece of meat isn't cheap, right?" Sumi nodded. "It's indeed expensive. Over 70 yuan. She bought it before the apocalypse and had kept it in her space for a long time." Qin Hao sighed. "Actually, we still have rice and flour and some instant noodles. As long as we have water, and if we save a bit, we can go a long time without worrying about food. Do you understand what I mean?" Sumi nodded.
Of course she understood.
Qin Hao was politely hinting for her to save more. But she wasn't unwilling to save. She had plenty of nutritious vegetables, fruits, and meat in her space, but she just couldn't take them out. She finally found an excuse to take out a piece of meat, only to be scolded. She wasn't having an easy time either. "Qin Hao, Tian is still young and has been eating only noodles. Without meat or vegetables, he might lack nutrients and not grow tall." Sumi glances at Tian with a look. "Tian, does the meat smell good?" "Smells so good." Qin Hao watches Tian staring eagerly at the kitchen, his expression uncertain, whether to frown or smile. He hesitates for a long time, looking a bit funny and complicated. "Don't worry. That piece of frozen meat isn't worth much, especially outside of the end of the world. Mostly, I want to eat it myself.
Don't think too much about it.
Old Ma, and you have helped me a lot. Once I finish setting up the vegetable greenhouse and plant some vegetables, life will get better. Qin Hao looks at Tian Tian with a helpless sigh.
All right.
If you need any help in the future, just ask. Sumi thinks for a moment and then asks, can you help me find out tomorrow at work where I can get a greenhouse temperature control device? I think it's essential once the greenhouse is ready. Without it, when the weather gets colder, the seeds won't sprout. Okay, I'll remember. Tomorrow I'll ask the maintenance team if they have it in the base. But I don't think you should get your hopes up too high. If we really can't find it, we can look somewhere farther away. As they talk, the delicious smell of meat from the kitchen grows stronger. At the same time, inside a small meeting room in the base, 7 men are holding a meeting. The oldest among them is a man in military uniform with a full head of silver hair and a straight back. Huang Hu Yao looks at everyone in the room with a deep gaze and calmly says, let's put the cold issue aside for now. The most urgent problem is the food transportation. We must find a transport plane to bring grain from Jiangnan City. That won't work. The base can only last a little longer with the current food supply, but the weather is getting colder. The people are hungry, and staying warm is also very important. And didn't old Liang predict the climate for the next half year? Do you know how many people in the southern cities might freeze to death? Another man, who looks to be in his 40s or 50s, speaks with a strong voice. His face shows signs of long-term stress and fatigue, clearly caused by hard work and worry. The most important thing is still the transportation problem. The supplies in City S are almost gone now. To find more, we need to go to nearby cities. There are 2 helicopters at the base, but now only one remains. Chunjin is still unconscious, and we don't know what happened in Cloud City and J City. Huang Hu Yao, I know you want to send someone with the other helicopter to Haishur to bring back the transport plane. But right now, everywhere is experiencing geological and biological disasters. 3 days ago, Jiangnan City was destroyed in a massive earthquake, over 12 on the Richter scale, and all traces of the city have disappeared. Satellite signals are affected by external magnetic waves, so we can't monitor many disaster areas. The people sent to investigate in various cities are still missing. I advise you to think carefully before acting on your own. What do you know? Food is basic. The emperor doesn't neglect the soldiers who are hungry. I still believe we should get the transport plane first to solve the food problem. That's unreasonable. I'm thinking about the base. While the 2 argued loudly, a man in a military coat hurried in from outside. After getting permission to enter the meeting room, he quickly said, Leader, Chun Jin has woken up. Huang Hu Yao's expression relaxed. He looked at the person arguing with him and showed a victorious smile. Let's go. Take me to see Chun Jin immediately. Let's go together. Chun Jin's team usually has good luck, but this time, he's the only one back. When Chun Jin woke up, he found himself lying on a hospital bed in the medical unit. He still had an 4 in his hand, and his whole body was sore. He touched his forehead. His fever had gone down. He knew he was okay now. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside. A group of 7 people rushed into his small ward. Chun Jin saw the leader, an older man, and immediately became serious. He got out of bed barefoot, straightened his back, and saluted sharply. Hello, leader. Huang Hu Yao nodded with satisfaction. He never doubted his authority over the troops. Before the apocalypse, it was the same, and after it, it remained so. No disaster can erase the great contributions he made for the country. Everyone present remembers this deeply.
Good.
Qinjin, tell me what happened with your 12 people in Cloud City and J City. Why are you the only one back? How did you return? Where's the helicopter? Although Qinjin felt a bit weak and foggy after waking up, when he heard leader Huang Hu Yao's question, the words he wanted to say suddenly came to a halt after a quick mental pause. Sumi owed him a favor, and Qin Hao's identity was not simple. If he told the truth and caused trouble for them, it would not be what he wanted. Yes, leader. The geese followed the captain to Yun City. No one expected there to be a man-eating monster there. Shaolin, Depang, Qiming, Iron Man. the bald guy, and Xiaomu were all caught and swallowed by a huge red tongue. Chen Jin spoke with tears in his eyes, but forced himself not to cry. His brief words immediately changed everyone's expressions to shock. Did you see what it was clearly? Didn't see clearly, only saw a tongue. The person was gone. Huang Hu Yao frowned deeply. Just one tongue, and it instantly swallowed 6 of our best soldiers. What kind of monster is that? And what about J City? Did you encounter anything there? Chen Jin frowned, speaking sadly about their encounter with a giant crocodile at J City Mall, how the captain protected him by distracting the crocodile, and how he fought the crocodile himself. He only briefly mentioned meeting Sumi and what happened during that time. Our helicopter ran out of fuel, so Goose parked it in the Cross Sea Industrial Park. Cross Sea Industrial Park? Huang Hu Yao widened his eyes. Did you encounter any danger there? Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang had to start work at 8 a.m. every day, waking up at 7 to prepare breakfast. The base provided 2 meals daily for everyone, except the military personnel. Others received a bowl of plain porridge equally. Since Sumi mentioned water quality issues, Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang decided not to take the porridge. Instead, they got up early and cooked their own porridge with mineral water. Last night, they had 7 pieces of braised pork left. Each ate 2 pieces with their porridge, having a small meal of porridge and 1 piece of meat every day. The remaining 2 pieces were saved for Sumi. It was very cold. Before going to work, Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang woke Sumi to come downstairs for breakfast. Sumi, with sleepy eyes, saw the 2 leaving the villa without looking back and wished she could go back to sleep. Big sister, Dad asked you to come downstairs quickly for breakfast. There's meat, so it won't taste good if it gets cold. Sumi rubbed her face messily, forced a smile, nodded, and then went back to her room to wash up. Every day, she wouldn't stay in her room for long. She would go downstairs to clean the remaining dishes left by Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang. Sumi quickly went into her space to wash up before heading downstairs. She knew that if she had to choose between sleeping in late and eating meat, she would sleep without hesitation. But since she was already awake, she decided to go downstairs for breakfast and do some exercise to loosen her muscles. Every day, he sat beside Sumi during breakfast, watching her pour some meat broth into her bowl, stir it a few times, and then eat it with a piece of braised pork. He unconsciously swallowed hard. There were still 2 bowls of porridge in the rice cooker, cooked earlier by Uncle Ma for lunch for him and Sumi. However, after Sumi finished her porridge, there was still a piece of meat left on her plate. She looked at Every Day, who kept glancing at that piece of meat for a minute, then reached out and picked it up. Suddenly, she called out Every Day. Startled, Every Day opened his mouth instinctively. The next second, Sumi used her chopsticks to pick up the last piece of meat and stuffed it into his half-open mouth. The rich, fragrant, and tender taste of braised pork instantly spread in his mouth. Without thinking much, he left 2 sets of teeth marks on the meat. Once he realized that the meat in his mouth was the leftover piece from Sumi, it had already been chewed into mush. Sumi looked at the little kid with a smile, looking both silly and surprised, and asked, "Is it delicious?" Every Day swallowed the meat, licked the juice from his lips, and nodded. "Yes, it's tasty. It seems Ma Dexiang's cooking skills are pretty good. He's quite useful." Sumi stood up, told Every Day to wash the dishes, then quickly went to the courtyard. She took some black soil from her space and mixed it into the 2 flower beds that lacked soil. The soil in her space was very rich in nutrients, and with the stream water nourishing it from below for a long time, any vegetable or fruit seed planted would definitely sprout and grow. She finished filling the soil. Yesterday, she asked Qin how to help her inquire about the greenhouse's temperature control machine, but she thought that the only place in the base most likely to have such a machine was probably just one place. Before leaving, Sumi reminded Every Day to stay alert and stay at home, not to go out. She then changed into her clothes from yesterday and headed to the registration office. The work at the registration office was quite relaxed because, so far, the number of outside survivors had been decreasing. Zhang Chao saw Sumi carrying a black backpack and immediately greeted her with a smile. "Miss Sumi, why are you here?" Of course. I have something to ask for your help. Zhang Chao looked at Sumi in surprise. Miss Sumi, you are too polite. If you need anything, just tell me. There's no need to hesitate about asking for help. Sumi took out a bag of candies from her black backpack. She had bought them at an imported food store near her villa in City J. The store was full of candies and chocolates, both melted and intact, all stored in her space. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. Seeing Zhang Chao smiling flatteringly at her, Sumi asked, Is there a Professor Zhu at the base, someone who specializes in greenhouse farming? Zhang Chao nodded. Yes, he is one of the most powerful people at the base. Oh? How so? As you know, our base has a shortage of fruits and vegetables, but only he can grow vegetables. Although the yield is small, he can only supply a few top leaders in the base. Still, he is highly respected by the leaders and no one dares to offend him. Miss Sumi, what do you want me to do? Oh, I want you to help me get some greenhouse film and a temperature control machine for the greenhouse. Zhang Chao was taken aback. Are you interested in greenhouse farming too, Miss Sumi?
Sumi nodded. Why?
Is it illegal to grow vegetables in the base?
I didn't mean that.
The world is chaotic now, and laws are hard to follow. I'm just warning you. After the natural disasters, our base tried large-scale planting, but only Professor Zhu succeeded. The others failed. I think maybe you should not spend so much time on farming. Can't you get these items? Yes, I can. But the two things you mentioned are quite expensive. As for the temperature control machine in the greenhouse, I know that Professor Zhu only has 3 of them. There should be quite a few greenhouse films available. If you're willing to trade food for them, it shouldn't be a problem. At this point, Zhang Chao looked at Sumi. If you're serious about this, Miss Sumi, give me the job and I will make sure to get the items for you.
Sumi examined Zhang Chao carefully.
Are you so confident? Recently, Professor Zhu from the planting department had hit a bottleneck in his research and was planning to send someone out to find fruit seeds. Our base's soil has some issues. We can't grow vegetables properly. Professor Zhu worked hard to improve the soil and managed to grow a few vegetables. He now wants to try using fruit seeds. If you can provide some, maybe you can persuade Professor Zhu to exchange a temperature control machine. Is it a soil problem? The land, soaked in rain for a month, can still grow vegetables. That shows Professor Zhu's skill. Apart from seeds, is there anything else you need? Miss Su, that's just one part. There are only 3 temperature control machines in the entire base. You see, without spending a lot, Professor Zhu would never give one up. So, I think if you can get some vegetables or fruits, preferably with seeds and in large quantities, that would be best. There are many greenhouse films in the planting department. Just 1 bag of rice can exchange for quite a few.
So,
Sumi understood the pause in Zhang Chao's words and chuckled softly, shaking her head. Forget it. If you help me get 2 rolls of greenhouse film, I won't forget your help. As for the temperature control machine, forget it. I don't have any fruit seeds to trade. After saying that, Sumi turned and left. Zhang Chao's character isn't great. On their first meeting, he showed off his ability to change his attitude perfectly. Sumi couldn't help but doubt his words. Otherwise, if she gave him the items she wanted but didn't get what she needed in return, her goal might not be achieved, and it could even cause trouble. It's better to be cautious. Tonight, she will first find out from Qin what the situation is. If she has fruit seeds, it's not much different from just showing the fruits directly. Before Sumi reached her villa door, she saw a familiar figure from afar. The person was less than 180 centimeters tall, carrying a long spear, with a soldier's crew cut. Qin, how do you know we live here? Zhang Yan told me.
Zhang Yan?
Jin immediately explained. He's the one who took you into the base that day. Oh, him. Sumi didn't have a strong impression of Zhang Yan. The only memory was that she didn't like him. So, she looked at him indifferently and didn't speak much. Go said, Girl, you really are willing to trade vegetables for a good place to stay. TSK, that's pretty impressive. Sumi opened the door. Before Jin could come in, she blocked him outside. Why are you here today? What's your purpose? Jin looked serious and widened his eyes. Go has no purpose. After all, we've been through hardships together. letting him come in and sit down. What harm could that do? Sumi pouted and moved aside to let Qinjin enter the house. Goose says this villa is really nice, big and spacious, and it has its own electricity. The little building where the geese are doesn't have power at all. It's getting colder every day, and I wonder if it will freeze. If you're not busy, just sit here and wait for Qin Hao and the others to come back. They usually finish work around 5 in the afternoon. Hey, little girl, where are you going?
To sleep.
Qinjin hesitated, watching Sumi go upstairs to her room. Even hearing the lock click. He sighed. This girl is hard to fool. But since he was bored, Qinjin wandered around the villa. This villa is really well equipped. The kitchen has everything, and there's even porridge in the pot. The porridge was thick and made with real ingredients, with large rice grains cooked until round and shiny, looking very tasty. Qinjin swallowed hard. These people live in a fancy house and eat such good food. Thinking of his cold, broken-down house, everything suddenly looked unpleasant. Every day, he heard sounds from downstairs, and when he went down, he would see Qinjin staring at their rice cooker, drooling. Uncle Chun, you can't sneak a bite. That's for Sister Sumi's lunch. Qinjin left the kitchen. I know. It's just a bowl of porridge. The goose isn't even that hungry, he said. He had been eating well in the medical room these days, so he wasn't really hungry, but he kept looking at the round, steaming rice porridge with envy. Every day, after Qinjin left the kitchen, they would breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he wouldn't steal Sister's rice porridge. Then, with a quick thought, Tian tugged at Qinjin. Uncle Chun, come quick. I want to show you the big greenhouse Dad and Sister Sumi are building. My dad is really amazing. Tian pulled Qinjin toward the courtyard, and Qinjin followed. In the center of the courtyard, 2 trees had been chopped into pieces, with many wooden planks piled nearby. On both sides, there were frames made of composite materials, but they were just frames without plastic covers or temperature control devices, so they couldn't grow anything. Tian, are your dad and them building a greenhouse to grow vegetables? Tian thought for a moment. It's Sister Sumi who wants to build it. Once she's done, we'll have lots of Chinese cabbages and radishes to eat. Qinjin's eyes lit up. He followed Tian around here and there, then finally chose a guest room on the first floor to take a nap. He didn't wake up until it was dark outside. At this moment, Sumi was eating lychee in her space. Professor Zhu wants to test the land's planting success rate using fruit seeds. This makes Sumi wonder if she should also plant a fruit tree outside. After looking around, she realized that tropical fruits like durian and mango require very strict temperature differences. Even if they grow in space, they haven't borne fruit yet, and planting them outside would still take a long time before she can eat the fruit. In the end, Sumi decided to focus on lychee. Before the apocalypse, she bought 2 boxes of a type called drunken concubine lychee, which had thick flesh, small pits, and were sweet and juicy. She initially just wanted to eat 2 lychees, clean the pits, and plant them in her space to sprout. But when she tasted the lychee, the sweetness filled her mouth, and it was so delicious that she ate a quarter of a box in one go. Then she washed the lychee pits, picked the 2 plumpest ones, and planted them in the space's soil. Unsurprisingly, once the pits entered the black soil, they started absorbing water and nutrients rapidly and soon sprouted. Sumi immediately took out the sprouted lychee seedlings and set them aside, waiting until she got a thermostat and greenhouse film. Then she would transplant the seedlings into the greenhouse. The soil in the flower bed was a mix of black soil from her space and ordinary outside soil. For Sumi, who has a space with almost magical powers, it was very easy to make everything grow successfully on the first try. Thanks to the space's big advantage, she doesn't have to worry about soil pH levels, no matter what she plants. The only uncontrollable factor is temperature. When Sumi went downstairs, she saw Qinjin coming out of the first-floor guest room. Qin Hao and Ma Xiang were already back and busy in the kitchen. Old Chen, are you really here just for nothing today? Qinjin yawned, stretched lazily. What could I possibly have to say? Oh, old Ma, what dishes are you making? They smell so good. Sumi also caught the scent. meaty and with the salty aroma of fried shrimp. When she got closer, she saw a plate of fragrant steamed cured meat and fried shrimp.
Wow, you guys are rich.
Shrimp usually costs half a bag of rice per jean at the shop. You probably have at least a jean and a half here, Chen said, staring at the fried shrimp, salivating and swallowing several times. Sumi was curious about where all these shrimps came from, since her family only used a bag of rice 3 times, and it never seemed to decrease. She asked, "Did you guys go catch the shrimp?" Ma Dexiang served the cured meat onto the table and said, "Boss, how did you know how I went to catch shrimp by the river this afternoon?" Sumi raised an eyebrow. "Did you really catch them yourself? No wonder there are so many. In the afternoon, my colleagues from the repair department said there were fish and shrimp by the river. Many people took tools to catch them. I borrowed some tools from a colleague and took leave to go catch shrimp. Unfortunately, I went too late and didn't catch a single fish. But if the water quality in the river is bad, can these shrimp still be eaten?" Ma Dexiang asked seriously, which was rare for him. "You've eaten several fish caught in J City, haven't you? Were they all dead?" Sumi rolled her eyes. Then she waved at Tian to come over and eat. Sumi picked up a shrimp. This shrimp was about the same size as the marsh shrimp in the river, but its head was larger than the already big marsh shrimp, and the lines on its body were less prominent. When cooked, it looked a little redder than the usual marsh shrimp. Seeing Sumi carefully examining the shrimp, Qin Hao and the others thought something was wrong and didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks. Qin Hao took the shrimp out of Tian's bowl and didn't let him eat it either. "Sumi, is there a problem with these shrimp?" Seeing everyone staring at her with worried faces, Sumi suddenly smiled. "Have you heard of Darwin's theory of evolution?" "Yeah, survival of the fittest. The weak are eliminated," she replied. "Sumi, how does that relate to these shrimp?" "These shrimp have most of the characteristics of marsh shrimp, but there are some differences. Their heads and tails are not quite the same. Could it be that the marsh shrimp mutated?" Sumi nodded. Using biological evolution to explain, it means that living creatures must struggle to survive. Individuals within the same species have differences. Those with beneficial mutations that help them adapt to the environment will survive and reproduce. Those without such beneficial mutations will be eliminated. At the dinner table, except for Ma Dexiang and Tian, everyone fell into silence. Natural disasters test humanity around the world, and the survival of biological populations has been quietly ongoing all along. Life never stops. Dinner started amid everyone's unease, but ended quickly after everyone enjoyed the delicious shrimp and cured meat. Especially Qin, who ate 2 large bowls of rice before stopping. Mutations aren't a big deal. The mutation is small. Starving is worse. We need to fill our stomachs first before doing anything big. Sumi watched Qin finish his rice, then smiled playfully. "Since you're done eating, please settle the bill. Just follow the market price. Half a bag of cured meat, half a bag of rice, and 2 bowls of rice as a gift for you. If you hand over half a bag of rice, you can leave." Qin just put down his chopsticks, but when Sumi said this, he immediately lost his composure. "No way, girl. You can't be so stingy. We can discuss things. You can buy on credit. Just remember to pay back." Old Ma, see the guest out. Seeing Sumi's firm attitude and that she was already getting up to go upstairs, Qin quickly called out, "Oh, girl, you're too unkind. How about this? I exchanged something for you." Sumi turned around. "What do you have that I want?" Honestly, she didn't lack food or clothes. "Aren't you planning to build a greenhouse? The base will send people to clear the area starting tomorrow, led by Goose. If you're missing anything, Goose will bring it back." A faint smile appeared on Sumi's calm face. 2 temperature control machines, greenhouse film, and by the way, the sunlight in my courtyard isn't very good. I also need 2 high-power supplementary lights and power generation equipment. That much? Qin was a bit stunned. If it was just a few machines, he could secretly bring them back for Sumi, but too many would attract gossip. How many? Qin looked at Sumi's expression and felt something was off. "All right, just a few machines. Goose will find a way to bring them back for you." "Girl, don't look at Goose with that kind of eyes again, as if Goose owes you a lot." Sumi smirked slightly.
It's settled then.
Don't see me off. Chun Jin sighed and, passing by the room where he had just rested, looked back reluctantly before leaving. Outside the villa, he felt the air seemed fresher. But he realized that Sumi's antics made him forget his original purpose for coming today. He had asked for 2 spots from above. This time, he was here to invite Sumi and Qin how to participate in the Qingqing operation. After sleeping and having a meal, he completely forgot about it. Thinking of Sumi's piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything, Qin decided to stop and not look back. Forget it, there's plenty of time. Sumi and Qin how can't run away from the base. He'll come again tomorrow. Back inside the villa, Sumi sat on the sofa. Ma Deqiang couldn't help but ask, "Boss, old Chen has been through thick and thin with us. Why is he so unkind and stingy? Can kindness fill our stomachs?" Ma Deqiang was stunned by Sumi's words. Yes, Chun Jin had just eaten so quickly, those 2 slices of bacon and the last shrimp, he couldn't even get a chance. Thinking of this, Ma Deqiang immediately changed his expression. "Boss, you're right. Food isn't that important. Do you think Qin Jin came here for something?" Qin Hao asked while cleaning his bowl.
Sumi nadie.
Nothing's wrong. He came this afternoon and waited until evening? If Sumi was guessing correctly, it should be the Qingqing operation Qin Jin mentioned earlier. Qin Hao, what do you think the military team would do if only one person returned after a mission? She asked. Qin Hao paused with his plate. In the past, they would investigate the mission details and then question the returning person. Now, since communication is cut off everywhere, if a team member returns and the mission wasn't completed, they'd send them out again. Someone like Qin Jin, who survives and comes back, might be put into a new team for another mission. Seeing Sumi deep in thought, Qin Hao suddenly understood. Are you saying the higher-ups might be suspicious of Qin Jin investigating us?
Sumi nadie.
Not only that, I think Qin Jin came to ask us to join his team for future missions. Qin Hao remained silent for a long time before speaking carefully, as if testing Sumi's thoughts. Actually, the rewards for missions from the base are quite good.
Sumi looked at Qin Hao.
Do you want to go? Qin Hao sighed, looked at Tian, and shook his head. Let's think about it later. For now, our life is pretty good. Really, how good? How good are the rewards? Are there meat and rice? If there are, I want to join. Our maintenance team colleagues say they often talk to those who return from missions. They say the rewards are more than just rice and meat. Sumi stood up to go back to her room, but Ma Deqiang called her. Boss, if the rewards are that good, maybe we should consider it. Old Chen wouldn't harm us, right?
I'm not interested, she replied.
She's happy with her current life. Chun Jin has already promised to help her bring back what she needs. She wants to stay away from risky, attention-drawing tasks. How go if the boss finds it troublesome and doesn't want to go? Should we go instead? Qin Hao looked at Ma Deqiang. His skin condition had mostly healed, and the patch of cheek that was bitten off by the giant frog had scabbed over, but it was sunken in. When he spoke or made expressions, the skin nearby would wrinkle, which looked quite ugly. Ma Deqiang, Chun Jin's team of 12 trained soldiers went on a mission, and only he came back alive, barely holding on. Are you sure you want to go and risk your life?
Well.
Ma Deqiang touched his face. Forget it. The work is tiring, but at least I can eat enough. The porridge provided by the base is not drinkable, so starting tomorrow, I'll store some porridge and bread and exchange them at the shop for flour or seasonings. I can't get much, but having some is enough. My job is easier, and I earn half a bowl of rice more than Ma Deqiang each day. If we save a little, we can eat for a long time. Sometimes, we can exchange some rice for meat to add nutrition. By the way, Sumi, I asked about it. The 3 temperature control machines in the planning department are all working inside the greenhouse, so borrowing one is unlikely. But since Lao Chen agreed to your request, the issue with that machine should be resolved. In their brief chat, they roughly planned their future life. Sumi also thought that although these days were simple, they were quite safe. Once she finished setting up the greenhouse and planted vegetables and fruits, life would become more enjoyable. Unexpectedly, the next evening during dinner, Chun Jin came again. Seeing Qin Jin carrying a large roll of greenhouse film, Sumi smiled happily and let him in. There was still shrimp for dinner. When Qin Hao returned, he mentioned that in the past 2 days, the river and city seemed to have more fish, shrimp, and swimming around. The seafood sold well, so Qin Hao could only catch some small shrimp after work. But even the small ones were larger than the swamp shrimp before the end of the world. This time, Chen Jin also brought news for Sumi. While clearing the streets during the day, they found many holes in the ground. After investigation, they discovered that all the holes were connected underground, suspected to be caused by rodents or similar creatures. Because they parked the helicopter at the Cross Sea Industrial Park when they returned, Chen Jin planned to lead a team to clear the roads around the park tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, the land route from the base to the Cross Sea Bridge will be open in 2 days. Because Chen Jin brought back the greenhouse film, Sumi and Qin Hao Ma Desheng quickly covered the frame with it the next morning. The vegetable worm shed was almost finished. Although they didn't have a constant temperature machine yet, the daytime and nighttime temperatures hadn't dropped below freezing, and the inside of the shed was about 5 degrees warmer than outside. She could start planting now and wait until the heater arrived to adjust the temperature later. Over the past 2 days, Sumi focused only on farming at home, ignoring everything outside. She chose hardy vegetables like Chinese cabbage and radishes. She sowed cabbage seeds inside the left greenhouse, then took some black soil from the space and covered the seeds. Finally, she watered the soil with creek water. On the right side, she planted radish seeds and also watered them with creek water. Sumi also took out her cactus from a flower pot and placed it inside the greenhouse. Now, she only needed to water it daily until Chen Jin's heater arrived. Since Chen Jin brought the greenhouse film, Sumi turned a blind eye to his frequent visits for meals. That day, Chen Jin even brought alcohol. This made Ma Desheng very happy, clapping Chen Jin on the shoulder and calling him brother. However, Sumi noticed something strange about Chen Jin's expression.
She didn't ask about it.
During the meal, the 3 men each drank a little white wine, and even Qin Hao, usually quiet, started talking a lot. They discussed the hardships and despair before and after the apocalypse. A sip of white wine went down Chen Jin's throat, making him squint and let out a slightly silly sigh. You guys don't know. Ever since the team leader and the others passed away, I've been feeling uneasy, he said, pulling out a family photo to look at. Then he drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. I don't want to take on missions or risk going to Qingcheng, but I promised the team leader to take care of his wife and kids. I can't break my word. Sumi raised her eyelids, glanced at Chen Jin, and continued eating her rice silently. Ma Desheng also took a small sip of wine, then asked with a drunken smile, Old Chen, what's dangerous about Qingcheng? S City isn't like J City with all the water and giant poisonous frogs. I heard your daily missions give good rewards. What are you still unhappy about? Chen Jin looked at Ma Desheng, then suddenly hiccuped loudly after drinking. I hiccup. The food I brought I have to give to my wife and kids, right? No wonder Chen Jin has been coming over for meals every day. It seems he has no food of his own and is just sharing others' supplies as help. But as I listen further, something feels off. The mother and daughter rely on each other, living in a small house. I can't let them go hungry every day. Old Chen, what good things do your team bring back from missions? Tell me, I want to envy a little. Every day, a bowl of rice, a small piece of meat, a bottle of water, and a salted duck egg. Wah. As he spoke, Chen Jin suddenly started crying sadly. After all this time in the apocalypse, it's rare to get some meat and a salted duck egg. Gosh, I haven't even tasted that egg's flavor. But Chen Jin couldn't bear to see it go. Sumi didn't know whether to laugh or find him silly. Chen Jin, even though your team leader has helped you, there should be a limit to gratitude. The base supplies 2 meals of porridge per person each day. The mother and daughter have 2 meals daily. Even if you give them an extra meal, you don't have to give everything away, right? Half a bowl of rice can make a big, thick pot of porridge. You give meat and eggs. What do you eat yourself? Chen Jin looked at Sumi's smiling face, then suddenly stood up, pointing at her in defiance. You laugh at me. I have no choice. That girl is so small and pitiful. She said she wanted to eat a duck egg, and I couldn't refuse. Sumi raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. Yes, you can. At that moment, Qinjin was startled by her cold laugh, trembling as he held his drink. But the clearer he became, the worse he felt. But I gave everything I had.
Sumi es nortez.
Is that the reason you came to my house for a free meal? Well, I said I'd bring something to cover the cost of the meal. The girl is so petty. I'm petty? I just don't want to be taken advantage of. Qinjin wanted another drink. Just as he was about to pour, Qin Hao grabbed the bottle. Aren't you leaving on a mission tomorrow? Yeah, lately, several teams going to Qingqing have been losing people. No idea what's going on. The route to the Cross-Sea Industrial Park has been cleared. The leader asked Goose to lead the team tomorrow to search for supplies there and bring back the helicopter. People are missing? During Qingqing? That's serious. Qin Hao looked serious, and Ma Desheng was also sober from drinking. Yeah, I don't know if they can be found. Maybe it's some giant toad or crocodile out there. If that's the case, life really will be impossible. Earlier, wasn't there a hole like a mouse hole on the way back to the base? Could it be a mouse? After winter begins, animals usually hibernate. In this post-apocalyptic world, with biological mutations and no food, it's possible that humans could be seen as food. Chun Jin's eyes flickered with light. That's very likely. Our team also predicted this. Old Chun, I'm not criticizing you, but remember, when people go missing in the city and the team searching the Cross-Sea Industrial Park also disappeared, your leader still sends you out? Don't they care about your safety? I think you should quit and stop working. Chun Jin sighed without replying, his gaze becoming more blurry from drinking. Qin Hao spoke up, Old Ma, stop talking. Qin Hao rarely looked so disappointed and sad. Even Sumi felt that Qin Hao's mood was quite affected tonight. How can you ask a soldier to abandon his beliefs, to watch ordinary people and comrades die, while he turns a blind eye? Ma Dexiang finally leaned back on the sofa and fell asleep. Qin Hao helped Qinjin to the first-floor guest room and took Tian upstairs to soothe him to sleep. When he came downstairs, he saw Sumi had already tidied up the table and washed the dishes. Qin Hao, I feel like what you just said wasn't just about Qinjin, right? Qin Hao nodded with a faint smile. Anyway, I no longer have the right to say that. You should go to sleep. I'll help Old Ma upstairs. At this moment, Sumi finally confirmed her suspicion about Qin Hao's profession. Compared to Qinjin, Qin Hao also had a strong build and the agility of a professional soldier. He was skilled enough to fight and win against creatures like giant crocodiles. He could use guns, fight in close combat, and even knew how to open the weapons locker at J City Police Station. Late at night, after Sumi entered her room, she could still hear Qin Hao's quiet footsteps as he moved up and down the stairs. The next morning, Qin Hao had prepared plain porridge and steamed buns. The emotional display and disappointment from last night seemed like they never happened. Chun Jin ate 2 bowls of porridge and 2 buns, then packed 2 more, saying he would eat them on the way back. Sumi didn't mind. She wanted to say something, but seeing Qin Jin's honest and sincere face, her words changed at the last moment. Don't forget the temperature control machine I asked for. Bring both the person and the machine back together. Don't worry, Goose has a team of 30 heading to the Cross-Sea Industrial Park this time. They will definitely clear it out and return. There are farm experimental fields there, definitely the things you need. Just wait for my good news. Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang went to work as usual. Sumi also continued working on her 2 vegetable greenhouses in the courtyard. Because she watered the seeds with creek water on the first day, they showed signs of sprouting. This made Sumi afraid to water them directly with creek water the next day. If she kept watering with creek water, the seeds would grow into tiny seedlings the next day. Such an incredible thing must not happen in front of others, not even Qin Hao or Ma Dexiang. So, Sumi considered using tap water instead. But after watering once with tap water, it was clear that the places where the seed coats burst open, the tender shoots that were once full of green vitality, now looked weak and almost withering. Sumi immediately thought about why plants in the base couldn't survive. It wasn't just the soil. Water quality might also be a big factor. Polluted water not only prevents seeds from absorbing water and sprouting, but can also cause seeds to lose vitality or die quickly. She couldn't use tap water directly, and using drinking water would be too wasteful. No matter how much water she had in her space, it would eventually run out. Wasting water this way was not good. Is there a way to filter out harmful substances from tap water? Sumi had thought about going out to find a water purification device, but her schedule was tight, so she decided to try making a simple physical filter first. Pure water buckets are everywhere. She could exchange a bun at the store for 2 buckets. Sumi cut off the spout of one bucket and made a larger round opening. She cut off the bottom of another bucket, flipped it upside down with the spout facing down, and tied 2 layers of cotton cloth cut from short-sleeved shirts at the spout. She fixed the 2 prepared buckets one above the other and began to worry about what filtering material would be best. Soil, fine sand, and stones on the ground couldn't be used, especially after recent heavy rain, which polluted the soil and made planting impossible. Who knew if the fine sand and stones had been contaminated? So, Sumi set her sights on the red bricks in her space. She chose a broken red brick, knocked it into smaller pieces, and set them aside for later use. Once, before her father passed away, he kept fish. Sumi knew that to mimic the water quality of a natural ecosystem, the filtering materials needed more than just rough stones. Natural fine sand was necessary to break down harmful substances in the water, along with finer physical and chemical filters to remove bacteria and parasites. However, Sumi couldn't think of a solution after much thought. External resources were temporarily unavailable, so she wondered about the space inside her environment. In the end, Sumi focused on the black soil in her space. The soil was soft, rich in nutrients, and most importantly, contained a faint spiritual energy unique to her space. This could serve as a natural filter to help break down impurities. Since she didn't have other materials at hand, she decided to try using these 2 substances to see how well they filtered the water. She filled the bottom of an inverted bucket near the water outlet with a mixture of black soil and crushed red bricks. Then, she covered it with a piece of plain cotton cloth cut from her clothes, topped with a layer of fine crushed red brick powder. Next, she added a layer of black soil, another cloth, then red brick stones and another cloth, filling the bucket halfway. She secured the top with a large piece of cotton cloth to hold everything in place. This setup served as the first physical filter. Then, Sumi poured a large bucket of water into the courtyard to start her experiment. The tap water smelled slightly of bleach and contained many tiny particles, visible to the eye, with even more hidden. After passing through the first layer of cotton cloth, no obvious impurities remained on the cloth. The water then seeped through the filtering materials in the bucket, gradually passing through each layer until it reached the outlet at the bottom, dripping into an empty bucket below. Initially, the filtering was slow, but over time, the drip rate increased, quickly filtering all the water stored in the upper bucket. Finally, she obtained a bucket of water below, unsure if it met the standards for watering plants. She took a small sprout from her space, which had just sprouted, and poured the filtered water over it to test. After waiting a few minutes, the sprout showed no signs of reduced vitality or other problems. Sumi then took a small bowl, poured some of the filtered water into it, and soaked the sprout. 10 minutes later, she took it out and there was no change, no signs of wilting or loss of vitality. Instead, the sprout's leaves stood more upright, greener, and deeper in color after soaking. It seems to have worked. Now, they can directly water the plants with filtered tap water. Sumi smelled the filtered water. There was no bleach smell at all. It was clear and clean. It should be fine for washing vegetables and clothes, but she wasn't sure if it was safe for daily drinking. Today, after breakfast in the morning, Sumi stayed in the living room, reading the second-grade textbooks that Chin Hao brought her and she assigned homework. So, she didn't follow her. Now that she finished these tasks, it was already noon, and time to eat. There were 3 large steamed buns left from breakfast. Each was very big, enough to fill her up with just one. Sumi found the buns too bland, so she added some pickled vegetables and sausage from her space to make them tastier. Tian was very happy about Sumi's special treatment and never mentioned it to Qin Hao or Ma Dexiang. Gradually, it became their little secret. In the evening, Qin Hao brought back more shrimp, and this time, he also caught a big fish. Ma Dexiang returned holding a bag with some rice inside. This is what I traded for the morning and noon porridge and the work meal buns. I poured the rice directly into the bag, he said. Ah, the food at home still tastes better. How go? Your cooking skills are just as good as mine. The steamed buns in the morning were so delicious. Maybe we should make more in the mornings and bring our own lunch. The work meal was made with tap water, so it was barely edible. Now, I can't even swallow it. And your oil-braised shrimp, it's a real delicacy. Qin Hao nodded. We still have plenty of flour at home, enough for a month. With the rice, we can eat for a long time. But Qin Hao is thinking about something else. Sumi, if we keep spending like this without going out to find supplies, relying only on my and Lao Ma's work income, we definitely won't be able to pay next month's rent. Even moving to a small apartment might be difficult. If they told Qin Hao that they needed to move to a shared dormitory, he wouldn't accept it. It's easy to go from luxury to simplicity, but hard to go back.
Sumi smiled mysteriously.
Don't worry. You guys just focus on cooking and cleaning. I'll handle the rent. No need to worry. That day, after watering the plants, Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang hurried back in a rush, just after Sumi had gone out. Sumi saw them return suddenly and didn't know what had happened. Why are you back so soon? Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. The base suddenly went on alert, and all departments stopped working. Ma Dexiang looked surprised and worried. Boss, how go? Do you think something's wrong with the base? Oh no. Could it be those giant frogs chasing after us? Sumi glared at Ma Dexiang. You don't need such vivid imagination. Even if giant frogs are coming, there's no water here, and the base is guarded by soldiers. With their firepower, they can handle it easily. What do those frogs have to do with us? I saw that the teams usually out on clearing missions have all returned, she added. Suddenly, gunfire erupted all around the base, casting a shadow over everyone's faces. Qin Hao immediately held Tian's small hand and pulled him close. Sumi, with sharp hearing, not only heard the gunfire but also the faint sounds of crawling. I remember Qin Jin said that outside the base, on that road to Baijiang, there are holes like mouse burrows, she said. Ma Dexiang nodded, yes, and he also said that recently some people in the teams going out to clear have been disappearing. The more Ma Dexiang spoke, the more he believed it was true. Could it really be mice, boss? Qin Hao frowned, very alert. We don't know how many there are. Sumi also felt uneasy. Mice can dig holes, and if they tunnel into the base, more people might go missing. Check your home for any signs of gaps or tunnels, she said. I'll go see for myself. Boss, let me go with you, Tian said. No need. Check every corner of your home carefully. I'll be back soon. Sumi changed into dirty clothes, put on a hat, and left. She moved quickly, running from the villa area to the base gate in just a few minutes. At this moment, the gate was closed, with soldiers lined up on both the gate and the wall, holding guns and occasionally shooting at the ground outside. Sumi also went to the other side of the wall, finding the same scene. Hey, little girl, the base is on lockdown. Go home quickly. A soldier with a submachine gun blocked her from approaching the gate. Sumi didn't ask questions. She simply turned around and walked back quietly. At this moment, almost no one was outside the base. Even the shop owners on both sides of the street have locked their doors and are staying inside, afraid to come out. While wandering, Sumi saw a familiar face, Assistant Su, the one who helped Professor Zhu buy supplies that day. She was now running toward a small building. A gust of wind blew past, and Sumi quickly caught her fallen cap. Their eyes met. Sumi's eyes were filled with indifference and coldness, sharply contrasting with the surprise in Su Bing Lan's eyes at this moment. Today, Sumi didn't get her face dirty, so she immediately put on her hat and lowered her head to leave. She didn't notice the fleeting displeasure in Su Bing Lan's eyes. In the end of the world, beautiful women often have sad fates. Unless they latch onto someone powerful, like Su Bing Lan did with Huang Hu Yao's son. Seeing Sumi's beauty now made her feel threatened. She had seen women abandoned by Huang Yiming suffer terribly. The last woman, Huang Xiao, was with still stayed in a shared room, probably enduring dark nights of abuse. Su Bing Lan didn't want to be the next victim, so she had to prevent Huang Yiming from finding a new partner. At this moment, Sumi finally found a tall tree at the edge of the villa area and climbed up to look outside the base. Gunfire occasionally sounded, indicating the outside threat wasn't widespread. Sumi looked at the open ground outside. Hiss. Was that a mouse? If she hadn't prepared herself mentally, she might have thought it was a wild cat. She wasn't unfamiliar with mice. They were about the size of her 30-centimeter foot. A housecat-sized mouse? Maybe it grew that big after eating Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. With such a size, it could easily drag a person or, if working in a team, could destroy the entire base. Mice reproduce quickly, and with these mutations, they've grown even larger. Sumi was just praying that this mouse wouldn't be toxic like a toad, or she might not stay long in this place. Suddenly, she heard 2 footsteps behind the tree. She immediately turned around, alert, and saw 2 soldiers pointing guns at her. One of them was the person she met earlier at the base gate, who told her to go home. "It's you again. Didn't I tell you to go home? Why are you in the villa area? Come quickly and go to the dormitory. The door will be locked soon, and if you're late, you won't be able to get back." "The dormitory? I don't live there," said Sumi calmly as she climbed down the tree, frowning at the gun aimed at her. "Where do you live then?" "Someone who stays in the small building just reported you for sneaking into the villa area." At first, I didn't believe it. "You climbed so high. Are you trying to see which villa owner is not home?" Sumi paused and looked at the person speaking. "You seem honest and upright, but you're full of nonsense."
Hey.
"I'm talking to you properly, and you're insulting me?" Sumi ignored the gun pointed at her and turned to walk toward her own villa. 2 armed soldiers saw she paid no attention to their words. One of them quickly stepped in front of her to stop her. "I don't want to waste words with a woman. You better leave the villa area quickly." Sumi almost cried from frustration. She caught sight of a familiar figure behind a dead tree on her right. Assistant Su? Then everything clicked. Women's hostility toward other women usually comes from jealousy, besides men. Sumi knew her own beauty. She suddenly raised her face to the 2 soldiers and asked, "Why do you think I live in the dormitory?" Someone reported you. "Someone reported you, and you believe it? Where's the proof?" "Young girl, the person who reported you lives in the small building. They said they haven't seen you and that you might be sneaking into the villa area to steal things. Since you don't live in the small building, you must be in the dormitory. Why can't I live in the villa area?" "Come on, stop joking. Living in the villa area, you don't have the strength for that." "Fine. We're running out of patience. Come with us." Sumi turned and headed toward the eastern villas. Just before the 2 could make a move to grab her, she ducked quickly and avoided their hands. "Whether I live in the villa area or not, you'll find out if you come with me." The 2 men found her reasoning reasonable. They exchanged glances and followed the girl toward the eastern part of the villa area. Meanwhile, Su Bing Lan, hiding behind the tree trunk, quietly followed behind the 3. The villa on the east side has always been empty, so no one lives there. This girl must have noticed that and was trying to fool the 2 men. She planned to appear at the right moment and expose her. She needed to see for herself that this girl was taken to the dormitory. Sumi was walking happily, but she heard more than 2 footsteps behind her. She guessed one of them was her assistant Su. When Sumi reached the villa gate, she saw it was open. 2 men dressed the same as the soldiers behind her were standing there. She tried to go inside, but the 2 men stopped her.
Who are you? No one is allowed in. Shumiwish frustrati.
"I'm going home." At this moment, Su Bing Lan saw the scene and felt very happy. She thought, now I can strike back at her while she's down. I must take my chance and give her a final. She ran forward, pointing at Sumi and speaking to the 2 armed soldiers. I saw her sneaking around outside the villa several times. She must be trying to steal something. Soldiers, you must not let her escape. The rules say thieves are punished. The punishment means confiscating all personal belongings and sending the thief to a detention room. That place is not only a slum but also the last home for many wrongdoers and criminals. It's chaotic but strangely fascinating. The noise at the gate attracted the people inside. Sumi saw Qin Hao, Ma Dexiang, and a man dressed in a thick military uniform come out. The man looked at Sumi briefly, then quickly looked away and turned to Su Bing Lan. "Assistant Su, why are you here?" Seeing this person, Su Bing Lan's face darkened. It was Huang Hu Yao's man. Why was he here? But she knew she had to act first to avoid more trouble. "Brother Lin, I came with the soldiers to catch a thief," she said, then looked at Sumi. At the same time, Ma Dexiang's voice rang out. He walked towards Sumi with a serious face. "Boss, why are you only just coming back?"
Boss?
The shock wasn't only for Lin Ziyuan and the two guards at the gate, but also for the two armed soldiers standing with Su Bing Lan. Qin Hao stepped towards Sumi, giving a warning look to the two soldiers, and asked her, "Are you okay? What happened?" Ma Dexiang, usually careless, had overheard the conversation outside. Plus, there was a woman who looked a bit attractive but not as pretty as Sumi. With many years of experience, he quickly understood what was going on. "Boss, that woman said there was a thief.
Could it be you?"
Sumi pouted and glanced at the stunned Su Bing Lan. "It seems like I was the one being talked about." Lin Ziyuan didn't know Sumi, but at this moment, he showed what he thought was the biggest smile since the end of the world. He asked, "May I know this young lady's name?" Sumi thought for a moment, a hint of sadness in her smile. "My surname is Su, Assistant Su." Lin Ziyuan frowned but quickly relaxed. "You disturbed Miss Su. You should apologize." "No need," Sumi said, glancing at the man in front of her. He was dressed in military uniform, different from the patrol soldiers, so he seemed like a small leader. "Miss Su, don't be angry. You are new here, and the people in the base don't know you yet. It's understandable there was a misunderstanding." "I don't think it's a misunderstanding," Sumi said, smiling slightly at him. "Because I was reported." She pointed at Su Bing Lan. "I saw you at the greenhouse material shop. You even spoke to me." Sumi looked serious, but her face showed a childish innocence that didn't match her usual temperament. I haven't seen you before. You're lying."
"So?
"I want to report you." She deliberately accused me of stealing. "I wonder if the base has any punishment for malicious reports and false accusations?"
L'un ayant sa larme belle.
He thought she was a naive little girl, but her tone changed, making her as cunning as a dark gray wolf. "Miss Su, I think this is a misunderstanding." "This is not a misunderstanding. And this is my home. Please leave immediately." After Sumi finished speaking, Lin Ziyuan instinctively looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, pulling Tian, showed no intention of stopping him. "Qin Hao, we can talk nicely." "Why do we have to?" "Please leave." "She is in charge here," Qin Hao said. Lin Ziyuan didn't expect that both men in the villa would listen to a little girl, and the child Qin Hao was holding looked unhappy, glaring at Su Bing Lan outside the door. These people really are united in their opposition. "Since that's the case, I'll come back tomorrow," Lin Ziyuan said, leaving with 4 soldiers. This made Sumi look at Assistant Su outside with new respect. It seemed this woman had some background. No wonder she could report her secretly, but when she reported back, no one cared. Sumi is not someone who repays evil with good. She just doesn't think the current situation is right. She coldly glanced at Su Bing Lan, who hadn't left yet, and then loudly slammed the door shut. Su Bing Lan didn't expect this girl to have such a background. She really lives in a villa area. Her plan failed, and Lin Ziyuan, a capable subordinate of Huang Hu Yao, saw through her. It's important to know that whether in the planting department or in front of Huang Yiming, she always appeared innocent and gentle, with no scheming. This matter must not reach Huang Yiming's ears. So, Su Bing Lan quickly went after Lin Ziyuan. After closing the door, Sumi looked at Qin Hao and the others and asked, "Who is this person? Why did he come here?" "He's called Lin Ziyuan. He is a key assistant to the base leader, Huang Hu Yao, and also the direct superior of Lao Chen." Sumi naturally noticed their serious expressions and guessed roughly what had happened. "Lao Chen had an accident?" Qin Hao nodded. "Lao Chen has satellite radio contact with Lin Ziyuan." Lin Ziyuan said that he lost contact with Lao Chen just one day and one night after Lao Chen set out. Let him not go. But he insisted on going. Is the mission more important than safety? Look, something happened. Madaji sat on the sofa, looking serious and pounding his thigh anxiously. Ugh, why is he so stubborn? So, why did Lin Ziyuan come here to find us? He said that before Qinjin left, he told him that if he had any trouble, he should come to us. That's quite smart. Sumi secretly praised this who spoke with a northern Shaanxi accent. She believed in her principles and had a sense of justice, with a bit of heroism. But she was too stubborn. Still, it was good that she left herself a backup plan, smart enough. Qin Hao looked at Sumi. Lin Ziyuan came because he wants to secretly form a small team to cross the sea to the industrial park and rescue people. Sumi, what do you think? Form a team in secret? Lao Chun is his subordinate. Why not send more people to rescue him? Why form a secret team? That's strange. I actually understand his action. The base isn't stable right now. We don't know when we'll face a battle with mutated creatures. They not only need to send people to Jiangnan City to deliver supplies, but also have to solve the hunger and cold issues inside the base. The base is under tight military control, and probably Huang Hu Yao doesn't want to send many people to rescue Lao Chen. Lin Ziyuan, as Lao Chen's direct superior, came to find us. Sumi looked at Qin Hao. Is Lin Ziyuan reliable? Suddenly, Sumi asked Qin Hao a question, making him feel completely seen through. He was stunned for a few seconds before nodding. As far as I know, very reliable. Qin Hao's firm and high praise made Sumi believe him. However, saving someone is not that simple. Sumi thought Lin Ziyuan would come again tomorrow. But, unexpectedly, during dinner at the villa, the door was knocked. Qin Hao opened the door. Lin Ziyuan came alone, carrying 2 bags of things. When he placed them on the table, one bag had small wang cakes, and the other had a few canned meats and 2 slightly squished oranges. Ma Dexiang picked up 2 cans from inside, eyes shining. Wow, canned food. The last time he ate canned food was at a small wholesale market in Jiangnan City. Unfortunately, when they were chased by those annoying frogs, they all fell into the water. Miss Sumi, I hope you don't mind me joining for dinner? Since he brought food, she naturally didn't mind. Plus, there were 2 oranges, though not fresh, but at least showing sincerity. Just right, brother, how didn't bring back any big shrimp today? Should we open a can? Ma Dexiang asked, looking at Sumi. Yes, go ahead. Sumi said casually, but Lin Ziyuan felt a sharp pain. Those 4 cans of meat were carefully saved for him to enjoy slowly. Unexpectedly, Ma Dexiang opened 2 cans at once, slicing the meat into thick 8 pieces and placing them on the table. Lin Ziyuan sat down, and the table became a bit awkward. No one moved their chopsticks. Sumi took a piece of canned meat for Tian. Eat. If not enough, there's more. Thank you, sister, Tian said, biting a big piece of canned meat and mixing it with rice, stuffing his mouth full. After chewing quickly and swallowing, he eagerly took another big bite of canned meat, this time without rice, and the aroma filled the table instantly. Ma Dexiang couldn't resist and also picked up a piece of canned meat. It was so fragrant that he finished a whole bowl of rice in one bite. Qin Hao and Sumi also started eating without hesitation, but their manners were not as strange as Ma Dexiang's. They ate 1 piece of meat with a bowl of rice, swallowing the rice as if it didn't need chewing, leaving those nearby stunned. Lin Ziyuan was initially very reserved, but seeing half of the sliced canned meat disappear instantly, he finally couldn't help but pick up a piece and eat it with rice. The porridge distributed at the base was very thin and only served 2 meals, even for a small leader like him. That evening, he cooked a small handful of rice into a large pot of thick porridge at home, drinking it to fill his stomach for the night. In the morning, besides the porridge provided by the base, he could eat an extra bowl of leftover porridge, which made it easier not to feel hungry. But Sumi was surprisingly indulgent, eating rice every meal. She opened 2 cans of food at once. Lin Ziyuan thought it was a waste, but couldn't help feeling envious. After finishing the meal, Ma Dexiang politely cleared the dishes and acted as the dishwasher. Seeing Lin Ziyuan hesitate to speak multiple times, Sumi finally asked, "The meal is finished. If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Ziyuan, a seasoned and accomplished soldier, couldn't understand why he felt so overwhelmed by a young girl with yellow hair. When he looked at Sumi, he saw her calm and unassuming expression, and he realized that if he didn't clarify things now, it might really be difficult. "I think Qin Hao has already told you the details." Before Qin Jin disappeared, our last communication was that he said he saw a colorful, vibrant area nearby, where someone was waving at them. And then, after that, the communication was cut off. There was no signal at all. Colorful and vibrant? Someone waving at him? Could it be a sign of distress?
Shumiashket.
Is it possible it was man-made? Currently, we've ruled out the possibility of human interference. There is a satellite communication tower at the Cross Sea Industrial Park. If anyone there is still alive, they would definitely send a distress signal. Given the unpredictable dangers outside, I initially wanted the leader to reconsider and send someone to rescue Qin Jin and his team. But I'm worried that if too much time passes, Qin Jin will be in even greater danger. Seeing that Sumi and Qin Hao remained silent, Lin Ziyuan sighed helplessly. "Qin Jin told me privately about your situation. I also know you're not ordinary people, which is why I came to ask for your help now. I won't let your efforts go to waste. As long as we can rescue the person, just tell me what you need." Sumi frowned. Our situation? She wondered if Qin Jin had reported every detail of their journey. Yes. After Qin Jin woke up in the medical department, he reported to his superiors that you were the ones he happened to rescue. But from his account, the giant crocodile group in J City and the tangled giant frogs when they left, those were more than he could handle alone. Of course, rest assured that he only confided in me privately about your matters, and I will never mention them to anyone else. I came simply to ask for your help, to save Qin Jin. Please, I beg you. Sumi looked at Qin Hao's determined expression, knowing he truly wanted to save someone. Because of daily concerns and her own considerations, she hadn't agreed immediately. She pursed her lips and spoke. "I'm not doubting your sincerity, but saving someone can't be done by just a few of us. Qin Jin's team of 30 has gone missing, and we, a small group of only a few, would just be sent to our deaths if we encounter danger." Lin Ziyuan was overjoyed. "I thought so. How many people can you spare?" He paused, realizing that the leader needed people now, and he only had about 10 or so available. Sumi thought for a moment. A dozen people, what are their skills? For example, Qin Jin is good with a rifle and is a skilled marksman, able to hit targets at 100 paces. Lin Ziyuan understood her meaning. These dozen are all close combat experts, and they can also help keep you safe along the way. Although he was here to ask them to rescue Qin Jin, his main focus was on Qin Hao. He knew that Qin Hao was exceptional in close combat, strategy, and mental toughness, more than most. Sumi, as the leader, was strong, but even a young girl has limited means.
Shumifronet.
I don't need protection. We don't need that many close combat experts. Just 4 armed fighters, for snipers like Qin Jin, and 2 strong people who can carry things. Her words stunned Lin Ziyuan.
Huh.
Sumi didn't think she had been unclear. Is there a problem? Lin Ziyuan finally understood, and looked at Qin Hao. 4 armed fighters and 2 strong carriers are fine, but 4 snipers like Qin Jin. That might be difficult. Qin Jin's sniping skills are among the top 3 in the entire base. Out of my 10 men, only 2 know how to, and even they are not as skilled as Qin Jin. Only 2? Lin Ziyuan nodded. I only have authority to mobilize 2. Then just those 2. Also, please prepare some gasoline and torches for me. Gasoline and torches? Lin Ziyuan realized he was completely lost. What could they possibly need those for? Qin Hao saw Lin Ziyuan looking confused and unsure, and immediately said, "Let's do as Sumi suggested." But Lin Ziyuan still worried. "You only need these 8 people? Aren't you going to ask for 2 more? Sumi shook her head. What's the difference between 8 people and 10? If there's a dangerous situation with no solution, bringing more people just means more risk. Based on her guess about the Cross Sea Industrial Park, these people should be enough. It's better to rescue people early rather than late. After agreeing to transfer the villa's ownership to Sumi, the group arrived late at night at a paved training ground. Lin Ziyuan originally called only the 8 people Sumi needed, but hearing it was about planning to rescue Qinjin, 13 people came along. They arrived at their usual training ground, illuminated faintly by a nearby street lamp. Besides Lin Ziyuan, their boss, only 2 others were present, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was tall and clearly a tough, trained fighter. The woman was short and thin, with a pretty face that didn't look like she had been through the apocalypse. These 2 are the leaders for the rescue mission at the Cross Sea Industrial Park. Lin Ziyuan introduced Qin Hao and Sumi, then directly said, "This time, the team leader is Miss Su." The 13 people initially thought the leader would be Qin Hao, since even he might not be weaker than any of them in fighting. And they couldn't accept a young girl as their leader. Sumi noticed Lin Ziyuan's slightly teasing expression, then turned to see the 13 soldiers looking at her with disapproval and disdain. "Miss Su, although my soldiers are few, they are all elite. They can fight 1 against 10 in close combat without issue. I can let them join you in rescuing Qinjin, but as the leader, you need to have the ability to earn their respect to lead the team well in this mission. Do you agree?" Sumi secretly smiled, thinking Lin Ziyuan was testing her. It's fine to stay low-key and hide your strength, but when it's time to show your skills, you should give your opponents a shock. Proper intimidation can also earn more respect. In this world of the apocalypse, strength rules. Yes, Sumi nodded. Good, Miss Su, whatever challenge you want to propose, it's up to you. Sumi tilted her head to look at Lin Ziyuan, then glanced around at the faces of the 13 soldiers. She spoke with a very disdainful tone, saying, "Isn't this a fight? As long as I defeat them, they will listen to me, right? Oh, little girl, you have quite the bold mouth. You're just a fragile girl, and I'm worried I might accidentally hurt you if I fight you." A tall, strong soldier suddenly stepped forward, looking at Sumi with disdain. He threw away his gun and approached her, looking down at her from above. "If you lose, I'll be the leader and command the team to rescue Brother Chen. How about that?" Sumi knew Lin Ziyuan was testing her abilities and wouldn't stop her. The big guy in front of her, muscular and probably twice her weight, was a serious challenge just by his size alone. Sumi raised an eyebrow, her expression cold. "Don't look at me like that, little weakling. You only know how to talk big. I've decided to be the leader. If you're not happy, try to fight me one-on-one." Huang Yiming was provoked by Sumi's words. His eyes widened as he reached out to grab her shoulder, intending to lift her up and throw her onto the ground. This was him holding back. Otherwise, just calling her a little weakling would be enough for him to grab her and slam her down hard, even risking her death. He believed Lin Ziyuan wouldn't punish him for it. His hand touched Sumi's shoulder, but whether by coincidence or not, at that moment, Sumi's shoulders sank. She turned around quickly, grabbing his arm with both hands and pulling him forward. "Thinking of a shoulder throw? You such a short girl? Haha, you make me laugh." Sumi did try to lift him for a shoulder throw, but she felt resistance. But so what? Her strength was now terrifying. The soldier probably weighed just over 200 pounds. Sumi suddenly used her arm and shoulder forcefully, lifting him onto her shoulder, then with a powerful move, slammed him onto the ground in front of her. Ah! Everything happened so suddenly that Huang Yiming didn't even react before he was thrown to the ground. He quickly got up and started attacking Sumi. But strangely, no matter if he punched or clawed, he couldn't touch her body. While Sumi deliberately left a gap for him, he swung a fist toward her abdomen. But before his fist could land, Sumi grabbed his arm and collar with one hand, then performed another shoulder throw. Huang Yiming was very upset. "It's another shoulder throw. Besides shoulder throws, what else can you do?" Sumi held back her laughter. "Beating you is enough. What, are you not convinced?" Huang Yiming felt very frustrated. His strength hadn't even been fully used, yet he had already been thrown twice with shoulder throws. However, Lin Ziyuan noticed something. Although Sumi seemed to catch opportunities by chance to throw people, he knew that Huang Yiming, one of his best close combat fighters, weighed over 200 pounds. A young girl had this kind of strength, easily lifting and throwing a strong man weighing 200 pounds as if it were nothing. But he was wrong about one thing. Sumi wasn't lifting lightly. She was just gently lifting her opponent before throwing him. For Sumi, weighing over 200 pounds wasn't very heavy. Seeing the other 12 fighters eager to try, Sumi didn't object and faced each of them in turn. Lin Ziyuan now regretted letting these people test Sumi's strength. All 13 fighters were thrown to the ground by Sumi with the same move, shouting loudly and unable to stand up again. Each of them was thrown 3 times with a shoulder throw, with such force that they felt their bones might shift. Are you convinced? The 13 on the ground struggled to get up, trying to attack together. One being thrown was one thing, but all of them being thrown in the same way was embarrassing.
Stop.
Losing is losing. Winning is winning. If you can't accept defeat and still want to gang up on a young girl, your manners are gone. Lin Ziyuan couldn't stand it anymore and stopped his subordinates. But he heard Sumi say lightly, actually, even if you all attack together, you might not beat me. Cough cough, Director Lin, since this is a test and everyone now knows Sumi's abilities, let's end it here. Qin Hao spoke appropriately to stop the situation, giving Lin Ziyuan an easy way out. But Sumi wasn't planning to let Lin Ziyuan off so easily, especially given his deliberate troublemaking. She walked in front of Lin Ziyuan, curled her lips, and smiled brightly in the dark night. Lin Ziyuan would remember for a long time the feeling of power and helplessness he experienced when she threw him to the ground, like kicking an iron plate. There is also a feeling of shame when one's body and mind are knocked to the ground, and dignity is lost. Sumi is very strong. His strength cannot be fully displayed in her hands. After he stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and looked at Sumi again, his eyes were filled with seriousness and respect. The 13 soldiers saw that their superior was also knocked down, and most of their resentment faded. Lin Ziyuan is a very capable person. Besides Huang Hu Yao's personal bodyguard, he is the strongest fighter in the base. However, within 3 moves, Sumi threw him to the ground using the same technique. When he got up, he even protected Sumi more. Sumi glanced at Lin Ziyuan and the 13 soldiers. Are you convinced? If not, we can keep fighting. The 13 looked at each other, then nodded, and all said yes to Sumi. Sumi's team set out early the next morning. Ma Dexiang was left at the villa to take care of Tian, since a child needs adult supervision. Lin Ziyuan also promised Qin Hao to take good care of the villa on the east side during their mission. Sumi and Qin Hao, along with 8 soldiers, left the base on foot. A black pickup truck was parked below the gate. Among the 8 accompanying people, the biggest guy who challenged Sumi last night stepped forward voluntarily to be the driver. Leader Su, you and Hao Ji sit in front. The 8 people were very respectful to Sumi, calling her Leader Su as they opened the car door. After Sumi and Qin Hao got in, the other 7 got into the back of the pickup. The big guy's name was Zhang Dingding, which Sumi found amusing because his name didn't match his large build. Leader Su, don't mind us rough guys. We used to be in the same battalion as Lao Chun and the others. When he's in trouble, we're anxious to help him. Of course, we want to see your strength as the team leader. If there's anything you find uncomfortable, please forgive us. It's okay. I haven't lost anyway. Sumi was not angry. These people might be troublemakers, but it's true that troublemakers can be powerful. Although Lin Ziyuan was testing her strength last night as a cautious move, as the team leader, she had to earn everyone's respect. On the way, Zhang Dingding started explaining the current situation inside the city of S. The road they are now traveling on is the closest route from the base to the Cross Sea Industrial Park. It was recently cleared by the soldiers from the base to allow vehicles to pass. I heard that many soldiers involved in clearing the city have also gone missing. Have you found them? No, the leader hasn't sent anyone out to clear the city again. Now that the road has been cleared, it can be used by convoys. Our goal has been achieved.
Oh.
Is the purpose of clearing the city just to let vehicles pass?
Why? Well,
you're not exactly an outsider, so you can know. The leader plans to send people to Haishur to retrieve the transport planes there, then use those planes to bring food from the granaries in Jiangnan City back. But the base doesn't have a proper place for the planes to land, so they thought about clearing a piece of land in S City to serve as a temporary landing spot for the planes. When the planes arrive, we can send the convoy to move supplies back to the base.
I see.
She had heard before that the base had already taken over a granary in Jiangnan City and wondered why there was still a food shortage. Now she understood. It was because they couldn't transport the supplies. Leader Su, everyone sit tight. There's that rat hole ahead, and I need to speed up. Sumi and the others held onto the safety handles. When the pickup truck sped through the section with the rat hole, they clearly felt the bumps and jolts underneath. They had previously walked back to the base from the Cross-Sea Industrial Park in less than a day. Driving there only took an hour, showing how fast Zhang Dingding drove. Chunjin had told them before that the road from the base to the industrial park had been cleared. Now, as they saw, even the cars stuck on the Cross-Sea Bridge had been cleared away. Before crossing the bridge, Sumi called for the pickup to stop. Everyone get out of the vehicle. The group got out, looking at Sumi with confusion. Leader Su, why are we getting out now? The road has been cleared, and we can drive to the entrance of the industrial park before getting out. Sumi glanced at them. Lina Yuan probably told you that this operation requires you to follow my and Qin Hao's commands at all times. The 8 of them lined up neatly and responded in unison, yes, but Sumi immediately stopped them.
Sure.
From this moment on, lower your voices. Chunjin and his 30 men are missing, which means there are unknown dangers inside the industrial park. So, we need to start being careful now. If it's not necessary, don't make any loud noises. Understood. Check your gear now. Zhang Dingding, you 4 will stay at the back. Wu Lei, go to the metal platform on top of the Cross-Sea Bridge, adjust your scope and view, and stay ready. Yes, leader. And me? Another, Yi asked. You follow us into the industrial park and find the highest point there.
Got it.
Everyone else, check your guns and bullets. Bring gasoline and torches. We will walk into the area. Wu Lei, carrying water and snacks, climbed to the top of the Cross-Sea Bridge while everyone watched. The top has crisscrossing metal beams and 2 parallel metal plates. From below, they don't look big, but Wu Lei was able to lie on top and still have space to set up his rifle. Wu Lei made an okay gesture to the people below, then started adjusting his rifle and scope. Once everything was ready, Sumi and the others began crossing the bridge. Today's temperature was a bit colder than the day they returned. Sumi noticed that the ice crystals on the bridge pillars at the water's edge were larger than before, but further out, they couldn't form as easily. They moved quickly and carefully across the bridge, reaching the entrance of the industrial park in just over half an hour. Sumi pinched her nose and frowned. Something was different here, compared to their last visit. First, there was a strong, unpleasant fishy smell in the air, like rotten seafood from a market. Second, the reception area's door and the ground had a faint layer of salt residue, making it a bit slippery. This confirmed Sumi's suspicions from that night's story. Let's go inside. Where did Chunjin's signal disappear last? In the residential area. The signal shows a supermarket there. Maybe Chun and the others encountered danger while gathering supplies. The group, led by Sumi and Qin Hao, moved toward the spot where Chunjin's signal had vanished. The 4 with close combat skills were placed at the back, while in the middle were A and 2 fighters carrying gasoline and tools. It turns out this is a small to medium-sized supermarket, and the shelves inside are messy, with goods scattered all over the floor. The air is also filled with a foul, bloody smell. Not only Sumi, but Qin Hao and the other 8 fighters also notice it. This place must have been through a fight. Look at the ground. There are many bullet holes, Qin Hao points out. Are all the bullet holes on the ground? Zhang Dingding walks over, crouches down, and examines the bullet holes. These holes are definitely made by old Chun and the others. What kind of threat would make Chunjin and his team aim their guns at the ground? Sumi recalls the night they spent in a small supermarket behind a small bridge. Could it be related to the thud-thud sounds, like frogs jumping and crawling? Check the surroundings. Everyone, stay close but don't stray too far. Sumi and the others keep a close distance as they examine the scene around the shelves and cash register area. Sumi, look over there. Qin Hao points to something pressed under a fallen shelf. It's not just an object. To Sumi, it looks like a living creature. As they get closer, they see it has 5 horns. One horn is broken after being crushed under the shelf, but the broken part is still writhing in place. Zhang Dingding lifts the shelf and picks it up, but suddenly gets bitten on the finger. He immediately drops it in pain. Sumi steps on the small creature, about the size of her palm, trying to escape. Carefully, she pinches its back and examines it closely. Is this a starfish? Sumi pinches the starfish, noting its smooth skin with beautiful blue-purple patterns that even have a faint glow. Starfish are beautiful ocean creatures. As far as Sumi knows, they are benthic animals and rarely come ashore voluntarily. They have no legs. They crawl using many tentacle-like organs on their underside. But how did a starfish end up in the supermarket? Although this supermarket is near the Blue Star Sea, which is close to the coast, it would probably take several days to crawl from the sea below the cross-sea bridge to here. Zhang Dingding, are there any seafood shops or marine biology research labs inside the park? There is nothing special. The starfish has beautiful colors and commercial value. In recent years, traders have overfished it, causing the number of starfish inside and outside our country to drop sharply. This also led to an overgrowth of shellfish. Now, catching this bottom-dwelling creature is banned, and it's impossible to sell it in the park. Sumi held up a dead starfish and asked, "Where did this come from?" Last night, Sumi thought carefully about what Qinjin said before he disappeared. A colorful scene, as if someone is waving. At first, Sumi wondered if some sea creature might have appeared. When she saw the starfish with its bright colors, it matched the description. But the starfish moves slowly and isn't aggressive, so it probably isn't related to Qinjin's disappearance. Sumi and her team started searching carefully from the beginning, checking every part of the living area, but they found no signs of anyone. Besides some salt stains on the ground and a few broken starfish legs, there were no other clues. Qin Hao, do you remember the office area we passed by? The door was locked from the outside, and the heating was on inside, Sumi asked. Qin Hao nodded. Yes, I remember. It was dark, and there was no movement around, but someone was definitely inside. At that time, Qinjin and Ma Dexiang didn't have winter clothes and wanted to find some quickly. Since they didn't know what was happening inside, they didn't break in. But this time, they came to rescue someone and they wouldn't miss any possible clues. When they returned to the office area, they were shocked by what they saw. All that was left were broken walls. Dozens of modern industrial buildings had disappeared completely. How is this possible? Sumi was stunned. So many buildings just a few days, and they vanished so suddenly? If it was caused by outside destruction, there should be debris, right? But on the ground, besides some broken white walls and exposed steel bars from underground, the surface was clean. No bricks or debris. Qin Hao approached and crouched down, scraping the ground with his hand. There's a salty smell, salt residue. Suddenly, a bad feeling swept over everyone. Sumi wanted to find a high point in the park for another to observe the surroundings, but now, the tallest building was gone, and the office area looked like an open field. Find other areas besides the living zone that are still intact. If there are none. Qin Hao looked at the 7 soldiers following them and said, I'm afraid Qinjin's situation is quite serious. Sumi and her group began moving toward other areas. The supermarket in the living zone was a bit messy, but still had most of its food supplies intact. After careful searching, Sumi and her team found no signs of people in the residential area. Some buildings' roofs had disappeared just like the office buildings, leaving only salt stains with no other debris. Not even a single wall paint chip remained. As night fell, the salty smell from the sea grew stronger with the sea breeze, making the stench even worse. Sumi and her team arrived at the farming and livestock area, a place they hadn't visited before because they were in a hurry last time. In front of a large gate, a very bright floodlight was gradually dimming at dusk, making everyone feel uneasy. This looks like an agricultural research station. Before the apocalypse, it was used for studying vegetables and plants. The power is still on, probably from a high-capacity solar energy system, Zhang Dingding said, looking at Sumi leader, let's go inside to rest. We've searched the industrial zone all day. If there's nothing here, I'm afraid.
Sumi nodded.
All right, let's go in. As they approached the gate, a familiar voice came from inside. Who's there?
Sumi paused, surprised.
Qin Hao and Zhang Dingding, who had been looking dejected, suddenly lit up with hope. It was Chun Jin's voice. Old Chun, it's me, Zhang Dingding. Also, Leader Su and Brother Hao are here to rescue you. Open the door quickly. Zhang Dingding's voice was loud. When Qin Jin heard it, he immediately moved. As the door opened, he first looked outside, then frowned nervously, showing signs of urgency. Hurry in.
Quickly.
Sumi and her team didn't know what had made Qin Jin so tense and serious. They hurried inside and closed the door behind them. Just as Sumi was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. There was a sound outside. Qin Jin, seeing his excited teammates, quickly made a shushing gesture.
Quiet.
Clack, clack.
Clack, clack.
Clack, clack. Clatter, 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 clatter. From far away outside the farm, many strange but unsettling noises suddenly appeared, growing closer and closer. Sumi tiptoed to the door and looked outside through the window above. A crab? No. Behind that crab, there are more, and as the sounds get closer, more sea creatures appear outside the farm. Various sized starfish, like a colorful carpet, crawl quickly. Is this the vibrant scene Qin Jin mentioned? Then why are some creatures waving? As the starfish, sea stars, and even shellfish crawl closer, they seem to be sticking out their tongues. Finally, there is a creature resembling an anemone. They stand on the back of the largest red starfish, with two tentacle-like legs attached to the starfish's back, standing firmly above these sea creatures. From a distance, one anemone opens its tentacle-covered mouth and spits out a sponge-like shape that looks like a human skeleton. The sponge really looks like a person waving their arms. Sumi had suspected these were sea creatures causing trouble, but she didn't expect so many. Sumi watched as a large group of starfish, shrimp, and kept approaching the farm's gate, and she quickly connected the dots. The office building, the house without a top floor, and the salt deposits everywhere. All these were left by these sea creatures. Oh no. The reason the offshore industrial park is deserted is probably because these sea monsters have eaten everyone. Now, she and the others are in this small farm hut, and they might be in danger too. All around the farm, there are frightening crawling sounds. Sumi heard that they are not only at the front gate, but have already surrounded them. Leader, come over quickly. Don't get too close to those starfish and anemones. Zhang Dingding and others near Qin Jin didn't dare approach the gate, hoping Sumi would come back quickly. But at this moment, she stopped at the door, because these sea creatures had stopped in front of the farm gate. The huge starfish wriggled in front of the gate, and its tentacles tried to get closer, but when they touched the well-lit ground, they retracted. Not only starfish, and shellfish did the same. Are they afraid of the light? After reaching this conclusion, Sumi quickly moved to another part of the farm, but she didn't find what she was looking for. Girl, what are you looking for? I didn't notice earlier because I was too nervous, but Qin Jin is injured. You can tell from his weak voice. The yellowish cloth tightly wraps his thigh, but blood still seeps through it constantly. If these creatures are afraid of light, then we are safe here for now. Sumi walks over to Qin Jin and checks his wound. It's a strange, patchy injury, like many tiny needle holes cut into the flesh. There's a faint salt crust on it, not inflamed, but it keeps bleeding. Old Qin, what did this wound come from?
Sumi asks.
A starfish. Those things bite hard. If Goose hadn't quickly pulled them off, there probably wouldn't be any meat left on my leg now. Starfish? They eat meat too? Zhang Dingding and the others look surprised. Especially Zhang Dingding, who was bitten when he grabbed the starfish earlier. He looks at the starfish in the bottle, which has a broken leg. The starfish's broken leg has already grown a new horn. It's much lighter in color than the rest of its body, but it's amazing how fast it grew back. Their ability to regenerate is shocking. Is there water? When Goose ran in, he lost all the water on him, so we couldn't clean the wound. Luckily, we brought a first aid kit before we left. Old Chun, hold on. Zhang Dingding uses clean water to rinse Chen Jin's wound. After washing away the salt crust and dirt, he disinfects it with antiseptic and wraps it with gauze. Old Chun, where are the others? Zhang Dingding finishes bandaging Chen Jin and hands him a new bottle of water. Chen Jin drinks half the bottle and then stops, tightening the cap. Goose protected them and led them back to the farm. They didn't have time to escape, so I came into this farm building. Luckily, Goose is lucky. Those dangerous creatures that bite, if they had come inside, Goose might have been killed too. Every time Goose tries to go out, these creatures appear at the door and surround him. So Goose knows how things are now. Chen Jin's words make everyone realize one key point. They bite.
Bite?
Sumi shakes her head lightly. Those buildings are probably also eaten by these starfish. They're not just biting people. Don't you know that starfish are carnivores? I only know that starfish usually don't come out of the sea in such large numbers unless they are washed ashore by the tide. They move slowly and only catch slow-moving shellfish to eat. No, Goose saw those starfish move very quickly. They would grab a person and wrap around them, even breaking bones. They can even chew through houses because they have very strong jaws. We need to find a way to leave quickly. Outside, there are many starfish and the thing that looks like a person is probably a sea anemone. Since starfish are starting to attack people, other creatures might do the same. If we could leave, Old Chin could stay here alone. But now, with all these creatures outside, how can we escape? The soldiers kept discussing, and suddenly Qin Hao looked at the gasoline and fire-starting materials beside a soldier's foot. He asked Sumi, "Did you guess this was going to happen?" Sumi nodded. I thought some sea creatures had mutated and started attacking humans, like the crocodiles and frogs in City J. But I didn't expect them to mutate and attack in groups. Now she worries whether the little gasoline they brought is enough to burn all these sea creatures outside. What should we do now? If they rush in, this house isn't sturdy enough like an office building. They could chew through it, and us in minutes. I think we don't need to worry about them coming in right now. Sumi pointed at the lights outside and said, "Those creatures seem afraid of light." Chun Jin suddenly understood. Goose figured it out. No wonder they didn't come in. That's why. He hopped on one foot to a wall, pulled aside some straw and debris, revealing a set of switches and buttons. This is the light switch. All the electrical circuits of this farm are here. I was worried earlier. He flipped several black buttons from bottom to top, and with a loud snap, the entire farm suddenly became as bright as daytime. Blinding Sumi. Goose had previously turned off the lights because he was worried the creatures would refuse to leave if it was too bright. He was injured and protecting everyone, not expecting to survive himself. But by accident, he didn't die. The farm's outside lights are solar-powered and turn on automatically at night. So even if he turned off all the indoor lights, the sea creatures outside, like shrimp soldiers and sea anemones, didn't come in. The lights inside the farm were very bright, shining through the glass windows and causing the sea creatures outside to retreat. It seems they are really afraid of light. Sumi squinted her eyes and covered her face with her hand to block the bright light. On both sides of the farmhouses, there are 2 rows of fenced fields. Inside the farm, there should be crops, but they have withered due to lack of watering, leaving only a few stalks resembling sugarcane and corn. Growing crops needs a lot of sunlight. If they're grown indoors, the lights on top are probably artificial sunlight to help plants grow. It really is easy to set up. But the current problem is how to deal with the things outside. It seems only fire can be used as a solution. Sumi picks up a barrel of gasoline and walks out. The leading mutated are small, but their shells have bright, colorful patterns that look strange under the night lights. They get very excited when they see someone coming out and rush forward. However, whenever they approach the light, they become afraid and back away humanely. Are they really that afraid of light? After confirming this, Sumi becomes braver. So, at the entrance of the agricultural area in the Overseas Industrial Park, this scene unfolds. A girl carries a 20-liter barrel of gasoline, occasionally pouring it onto the marine creatures nearby. Instead of retreating, The marine creatures become angrier and try to rush forward after being splashed with gasoline. Large groups of starfish wiggle their bright, beautiful backs, testing the boundary of the light source again and again. Sumi feels nervous inside. Although these sea creatures are afraid of light, she worries they might attack her out of anger. She never knew starfish could make sounds. She sees starfish of different sizes arching their pentagonal bodies, exposing their tentacles, making a squeak-squeak sound. The flower wave their large claws, seemingly wanting to tear her apart. One or two are not so scary, but when she looks around, she sees entire groups, endless in sight. "Leader, let us do it." Zhang Dingding and others come out with gasoline barrels, and Qin Hao is ready with a lit object. But Sumi stops them. They can only spray gasoline within a limited area. If they burn the front group, the ones behind will still be there. Since it is just getting dark, if they pour gasoline on the front group, the ones behind might rush forward. The situation was so tense that it seemed like they might rush forward and all perish together. "Wait. Don't use all the gasoline yet. Let's wait until dawn to act." "Yes, leader." "Open the farm gate, so the light can shine out." The farm gate was pushed open, and the floodlights inside cast a large circle of light outside, expanding the area illuminated on the ground. "That really works." "Leader, look, they're still retreating." These creatures are truly afraid of light. Qin Hao helped Qinjin to the door. "Girl, turn on the back door light too. The geese can go check the back room." "I don't know what will happen if the brothers rush over." Sumi nodded. "Qin Hao, support old Chen. Zhang Dingding, and I will stay here. If there's an emergency, shout loudly so they can hear from behind. Don't worry, you go check and we'll watch these creatures from the door." There was also a plant floodlight at the back door of the farm cabin. A large group of seafood-like creatures surrounded the light, as if stacking themselves high, all eager but afraid to attack. "This area is narrow. First, pour the gasoline on both sides outside the light circle," Sumi said. A soldier behind her took a gasoline can and started pouring it on both sides. "Be careful not to splash on your own people. Use sparingly, don't finish it all." The group moved to another small cabin about 10 meters down a corridor from the farmhouse. But when they entered, no one was inside. "Leader, should we check the other rooms inside?" Sumi nodded. The group used the lights outside each small cabin to look into several rooms. Finally, in the 6th cabin, they saw what was happening outside. A huge starfish was lying on the ground where the 7th cabin had once been. Its back was a dull color, but under the night's reflection, it shimmered with colorful, metallic-looking light. This cabin was still recognizable as a small house because its white walls and wooden posts hadn't been completely eaten away. It seemed that the 30 people who came out with Qinjin might all have become part of the seafood creature's meal. As for how Sumi saw this, it was because the giant starfish, if it stood upright, was much taller than her. At this moment, it was ejecting its internal organs, which covered a person dressed as a soldier. The internal organs detached from the starfish's body seemed to be living beings themselves, writhing and wrapping around the soldier's corpse, gradually covering him with a thin membrane of internal organs until he was completely enveloped in a human-shaped form filled with these organs. There was more than one such human-shaped form wrapped in organs. Nearby, 7 others were also connected to large starfish and covered with internal organs. The crimson organs appeared to be a heart connected by blood vessels, with strange colored liquids flowing inside as they contracted and squeezed. One starfish was digesting 8 corpses at the same time.
"Shing.
Leader, let's go save him." "Stop." Sumi calmly called out to the excited soldier rushing forward. "Leader."
"He's already dead."
"There's no light over there, and if you go, you'll just be risking your life."
"But."
"Let's go. We're heading back." The entire hut was eaten away, leaving only low walls and wooden stakes. The soldier who was feeding on the starfish, along with the others who came with Qinjin, were definitely already inside the starfish's stomach. Sumi also noticed a flickering plant grow light beside the giant starfish. This device isn't afraid of light. This shows not all mutated sea creatures fear light sources. At least, this giant starfish isn't afraid of the ultraviolet rays from the plant grow light. Sumi and her 6 companions quickly returned to the small hut where Qin Hao and the others were. They saw their faces were grim, especially the 6 soldiers whose eyes shimmered with frustration and tears. Chun Jin anxiously asked, "Where are they?" He had a faint guess, but he didn't want to believe it until Sumi and the others confirmed it with their own words. "They're all dead," Sumi said directly, but one of the soldiers interrupted, "I don't believe it. That monster only left 8 corpses. There are 21 people missing. I won't believe they're all dead until I see it myself." Sumi stared at the soldier speaking. That huge monster starfish has 8 different internal organs, allowing it to digest 8 people at once. When it's done, will we still have a chance to leave? What giant starfish? Chun Jin and the others hadn't seen it and asked suspiciously. Sumi explained what they had seen with their own eyes. If that starfish really isn't afraid of the light source, then once it finishes digesting, we won't be able to leave. In reality, just as Sumi and her group left the 6th hut, the giant starfish had already discovered them. After they returned, it quickly swallowed the 8 undigested bodies along with their internal organs, then slowly moved toward the first farm hut. Its speed could have been fast, but the bodies inside limited its movement and crawling speed. A clattering sound came from behind the hut, growing nearer. This gave Sumi a very bad feeling. This clattering sound was exactly like the noise they heard the first night they visited the park. Behind the hut, only that huge starfish was there. It was coming. Sumi immediately closed the back door of the hut. "It's too late. We must leave quickly." "What?" Everyone was confused. Outside the gate, the sounds made by the sea creatures were strange, and they couldn't tell what was wrong. But Sumi could tell the distance and size of the sounds, and how they differed from each other. "The giant starfish is coming. Zhang Dingding, you protect Qinjin. Others, prepare gasoline. When we rush out, try to splash it on the starfish and that haven't been soaked yet. Qin Hao, you set the fire. Others, act quickly. If anything rushes at you, shoot it." "Yes." "Sumi, what about you?" Qin Hao looked worriedly at Sumi. She took out a long, white crocodile tailbone, held it tightly, and stood at the back of the team, closest to the rear door. "Sumi, we should leave together. Don't take unnecessary risks." Sumi didn't even turn her head. She couldn't be distracted. The monster starfish had already reached the back door of the hut. "Everyone, back to back, break out. Don't worry about me. Burn a path and meet at the bridge. Zhang Dingding, command the snipers on the bridge to prepare. That big thing is coming." Zhang Dingding received Sumi's order, raised his hand with a gesture only soldiers understood. "Everyone, watch out, retreat." Sumi had thought about how this monster starfish might appear, either roaring from the roof like the beast in Beauty and the Beast before leaping down to attack them, or quickly biting through the roof of the farm hut and then pouncing from above. But in fact, it first quickly chewed through the roof of the hut, then lunged at them from the air. The monster starfish looked like a huge metal-colored net rushing toward them. Sunny took some gasoline from one of the soldiers and poured it under the creature's open tentacles. "Qin Hao, fire." Qin Hao lit a torch and quickly threw it at the monster starfish. The flames spread rapidly where the gasoline was poured. "Yowl." The monster starfish let out a strange cry after catching fire. Its bright metallic color turned red like a heated iron, glowing and seeming to smoke. "It's lit. Quickly, ignite the others nearby." Qin Hao and the others worked together smoothly. The 4 of them poured gasoline in 4 directions, then Qin Hao set it on fire. Soon, a ring of fire surrounded them. The frontline shrimp soldiers and, once ignited, ran wildly and anxiously. The starfish and other creatures behind them, if touched by even a little gasoline, immediately caught sparks and ignited. Word spread quickly. 1 caught fire, then 10, then 100. Qin Hao led his team over the scorched and starfish, heading toward the park entrance. Sunny stayed at the back, her eyes fixed on the burning starfish. It went from a strange cry to silence, its large body arching and squeezing toward its tentacle mouthparts at the bottom. Suddenly, it shivered all over. Steam-like gas escaped from its metallic back, instantly extinguishing the flames. The gas vents on its back retracted after putting out the fire, blending with the color of its shell. There were many starfish and on the ground, spreading from the small farm hut to the surrounding area. The ground was completely covered, with no clear place to step. Qin Hao and his team could only move by stepping on the burned starfish But once they left the light from the hut, the unburned starfish behind would rush forward, trying to tear off pieces of flesh from any part of their bodies. Zhang Dingding, how much gasoline is left? Zhang Dingding was sweating coldly. For barrels of gasoline could only cover an area within about 50 or 60 meters of them. If it caught fire, the unlit shrimp soldiers and might not ignite easily. Sunny had plenty of gasoline in her space, but if she took it out now, it might cause trouble later. The soldiers were brave and honest, but she couldn't risk her own life. The roof of the hut was eaten by a monster starfish. The plant grow lights only had 2 or 3 left. They were trapped inside the small circle of light, with a dense group of man-eating seafood packages glaring at them from the front, and the curled-up monster starfish squeezing its body wildly from behind, seemingly brewing a big move. Leader, what should we do? Charge or not? Zhang Dingding and the others had already loaded their guns. If they charged, they had to be ready to die. Sumi coldly watched all the creatures around her and suddenly remembered something. Qin Hao Lao Chen, do you remember the super giant crocodile from J City and the super giant toad? It seems every mutated group has a biggest member. Do you think they might be leaders in their groups? Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Are you saying catch the king to catch the thief? Sumi nodded. That's just a guess. We don't understand these starfish, but with so many man-eating seafood, if we don't try, once our gasoline runs out, we'll be waiting for death. Sumi pointed at the monster starfish squeezing its body and said, "This thing is hard to deal with.
Give me 2 of your grenades."
I have a plan. Each soldier in the base carried a grenade, just like the team with Chen Jin before. Zhang Dingding was surprised. Leader, what are you going to do? If you try to it up, you'll be risking your life too. It's too late. I have my own way to stay alive. Qin Hao, you lead the way. Zhang Dingding and the others follow Qin Hao and quickly leave. The monster starfish's movements grew more intense. Suddenly, from its tentacles, it spat out a fleshy, blurry human-shaped lump, which slid down from its abdomen to their feet. The foul smell, mixed with the scent of rusted metal, made their stomachs churn. But that wasn't all. The monster starfish continued to curl and squeeze its body. After a few seconds, it spat out another human-shaped lump. Recalling how it had just swallowed its internal organs to digest the corpse, Sumi suddenly remembered a scene from a movie before the apocalypse called Anaconda. That giant snake swallowed a human but didn't have time to digest it before being angered by another human. To eat the angry human, it spat out a corpse that had already been partly digested in its stomach. Old and new had to make room for each other, and this realization made Sumi's alarm bells ring loudly. Let's go. This strange starfish monster is not afraid of lights or fire attacks. It didn't attack just now, probably because it just swallowed several people and can't fit anything new inside. Once it spits out those people, then it can. Everyone's hair stood on end. Natural disasters are bad enough, but now outside the base, giant rats are eating people, and even the seafood species they usually eat have broken the food chain rules. Are they going to start eating humans too? Zhang Dingding, Qin Hao, give me the hand grenades.
Sumi.
Qin Hao frowned. You lead the team away. I'll it up. Leader, let me do it. In this end of the world, I don't believe I can't even kill a seafood creature. I'll go. Brother Hao, leader, you all go first. It's better if I go. Since I've hurt my leg, I can't walk fast. You all leave, and I'll stay behind to fight these sea creatures. Hearing these brave volunteers risking their lives, Sumi was deeply moved. Deep inside, something felt different. In her past life, she was betrayed by someone she trusted, a naive girl. But this life, she has brave warriors willing to risk everything for her. This is an order. Everyone, leave now. Qin Hao, think about it yourself and all of you. It's not about my bravery or righteousness. Even if you use grenades, you might not be able to kill this starfish monster. Leader, I have a way to protect myself, but you must retreat to a safe distance. Otherwise, you'll only get in the way. Sumi saw clearly that the monster's shell was like a layer of iron armor. Exploding grenades outside might not hurt it. Plus, it can spray water vapor, making it very hard for ordinary people to kill easily. Let Wu Lei provide support. Quickly retreat. Sumi casually took the grenades hanging on Qin Hao and Zhang Dingding's waists and held them in her hand. The 4 soldiers started pouring gasoline under Qin Hao's command, with Qin Hao responsible for igniting. Zhang Dingding and another soldier fired from front and back, suppressing the angry starfish and sea anemones rushing toward them. By now, the monster starfish had already spat out 6 human-shaped flesh tumors. Sumi watched Qin Hao and the others slowly retreat, then gripped the giant crocodile tailbone, stepped on one of the starfish's tentacles, and suddenly jumped onto its back. The back of the monster starfish was exactly as she had imagined. Its surface looked shiny and metallic, smooth to the eye, but felt rough like rusted metal. She stepped onto one of its corners with force, and it didn't slip. Using her leg to push hard, she jumped onto its back. The monster starfish naturally sensed someone on it and immediately felt threatened. It squeezed tightly and, with a final effort, spat out a humanoid flesh lump that hadn't been digested, along with a set of internal organs used for digestion. Sumi felt its body start to twist and turn, as if trying to shake her off. At first, she could stand steadily, but surprisingly, the starfish's 2 horns stood upright like human legs, and its whole body rippled like waves. Sumi was standing on its back, originally looking for the water spray hole. But the sudden upright stance of the starfish caught her off guard. She had no choice but to grasp the tailbone of a giant crocodile and stab it into the rough, shiny back of the starfish.
Yao!
The starfish cried out in pain again, this time loud enough to drive the surrounding seafood medley into madness. As long as they weren't burned to death, they still had some life left. They abandoned their pursuit of Qin Hao and the others and retreated to the starfish, trying to climb onto its back to clear out Sumi, the tumor. Sumi smiled slightly, gritting her teeth as she held onto the crocodile tailbone hanging on her back. It was good to be able to summon allies. That confirmed her suspicion. Once I deal with you, these little guys will have no leader and will naturally disperse. She pulled the tailbone with one hand while using the other to feel around on the starfish's back. Where exactly is that water spray hole? The starfish's back had natural breathing holes filled with moisture. Yet, the monster starfish somehow managed to close its pores completely, making it impossible for her to see where they were. She couldn't hold on much longer with her arm hanging there. Earlier, it had opened its pores to spray water in self-defense after being burned by fire. Gasoline and water don't mix, so there was still a lot of gasoline on the starfish's back. Watching Qin Hao and the others walk more than 100 meters away, Sumi decided to take a gamble. She didn't have a torch or anything to ignite, but she had a lighter in her space. A quick press could set the starfish's back on fire again. But doing so was very risky. Sumi was hanging on its back. If she accidentally ignited herself, she could be burned alive. Sumi bets on the moment when this big creature opens its pores. She pulls out a grenade, throws it in, and then hides in a space to avoid the explosion. In fact, Sumi was right. When she takes out a lighter and presses it against the thumb of the monster starfish's skin, flames instantly flare up on its back. Naturally, she gets burned too. It hurts, really hurts. She had considered putting the creature into her space to kill it, but Qin Hao and the others kept looking back. The sudden disappearance of such a large creature was hard to explain. Sumi adjusts her position, trying to avoid the flames, but it's no use. Soon, her thick coat catches fire. At the same time, the pores on the back of the monster starfish open. Sumi grabs a grenade, bites off the safety pin, and throws it steadily into the pore. Then she throws another grenade into a different pore. The monster starfish suddenly pauses, and the pore closes. Even though the flames on its back haven't fully gone out, it no longer opens its pores. The grenade enters the pore, and soon there's a muffled explosion, like firecrackers in a metal box. The starfish's body begins to swell. All this happens in just a moment. Sumi glances at Qin Hao and the others who are already far away. She quickly pulls out the tailbone of a giant crocodile and enters her space before the starfish explodes. Her sleeve on the arm holding the tailbone is burned off, and her arm shows half-burnt scars. Her coat is mostly burned away, revealing a black wool sweater underneath. Qin Hao and the others continue to pour gasoline and set fire to attack the starfish group. It was very difficult at first. Without the floodlights, these creatures acted like mad dogs, rushing at them whenever they had a chance. But after hearing a sharp, hissing scream from behind, they suddenly retreated, ignoring them. Qin Hao and the others look back in surprise. A slender, fragile girl clings stubbornly to the back of the standing starfish. She bites off the safety pin of a grenade and throws it onto the starfish's back. 2 grenades are thrown in total, without hesitation. The explosions happen right after the starfish's body swells. It's unclear what's inside the creature, but both grenades explode with loud bangs. The starfish's body bursts apart during the second explosion. The girl hanging on its back also disappears into the flames that follow. The loud explosion sounded like the monster sea star's body wasn't the one breaking apart, but rather the last line of their guilt inside their hearts. "Leader!" Zhang Dingding shouted loudly, her eyes filled with the fiery glow from hundreds of meters away.
Girl.
"Why are you so foolish?"
Sumi.
Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his expression dull and lost. "Hey, these things are retreating. They're backing off." A soldier pointed at the ground where the fierce sea creatures had been attacking them. Now, as if they suddenly couldn't see them, they all retreated toward the sponge beneath the cross-sea bridge. Qin Hao was the first to drop what he was holding and run back, followed closely by Zhang Dingding. For these trained soldiers, 100 meters only took about 10 seconds. Just as Sumi was about to wipe the burn on her arm with water from her space, she saw Qin Hao and the others running over past the firelight. Ignoring her arm burn, she immediately stepped out of her space. If she didn't go out now, and if she appeared again later without reason, it would be even harder to explain. She glanced at the shattered remains of the sea star limbs on the ground. Sumi found the largest piece, flipped it over, and hid underneath. This monster sea star's skin was really as tough as iron. The 2 hand grenades had entered its pores and exploded around it, but surprisingly, it didn't turn into flesh and debris. Instead, a few of its horns were blown apart into several pieces. Sumi, Qin Hao, and the others kicked aside the small sea star carcasses blocking the ground. "Sumi, where are you?" "Leader."
Cough cough.
Sumi flipped away the sea star debris on her body, inhaled a mouthful of foul smell, and couldn't help but cough. Hearing the sound, Qin Hao quickly came over and pulled Sumi out from inside. "Leader, thank goodness you're okay."
Sumi, all is safe.
Qin Hao said, tears welling up in his eyes. If Sumi had died because of this, he might have spent the rest of his life haunted by regret. In this crisis, he chose to survive by any means, and Sumi, in her own way, had chosen to up the monster sea star herself, giving them a chance to escape. At this moment, Qin Hao endured the bittersweet feeling inside him. No matter what had happened before, from now on, he couldn't let this girl have any more mistakes in front of him. "Sumi, you're okay, really, that's great." Qin Hao held back his choking voice, but a tear still slipped down his face. Sumi saw everything clearly, but she wasn't used to sharing this kind of emotional atmosphere. "All right, don't be too moved. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't let you leave first." Sumi's words sounded like she was deliberately trying to lessen their guilt. The soldiers felt even more touched inside. That was a grenade. Exploding so close normally would shatter a person into pieces. A young girl, brave and fearless like that. How could they be so lucky? Chunjin also hurried over, limping. "Girl, you're lucky you didn't die." Sumi wiped the black soot from her neck and face. The burn on her arm made her frown in pain. "Nonsense.
I'm alive, aren't I?"
The monster's skin is harder than metal. I hid behind a tough hide and wasn't blown up. Just burned. "Leader, you're amazing." You survived the explosion. From now on, you'll be my lifesaver and boss. Whatever you say, just tell me. One soldier said sincerely. The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Dingding looked very moved, almost on the verge of tears. Sumi raised her hand and looked at Zhang Dingding. What are you looking at? Can't you see I'm burned? Help me bandage it. Oh, yes, leader. Hang in there. Zhang Dingding hurriedly took out a simple medical kit. At this moment, Sumi wished she could jump into the stream in her space and never come out. Since having the space, she no longer knew what pain was. The burn on her arm was still quite large, with a burning, stabbing pain spreading across her entire arm. Now, the starfish group was retreating, leaving behind a patch of cooked seafood on the ground. Unfortunately, it was burned with gasoline and couldn't be eaten. The simple medical kit only had disinfectant and bandaging tools. To others, Sumi's burn looked very serious. Half her arm was damaged. Even if treated, she would still have a scar later. Sumi clenched her teeth from the pain, but her purpose for coming here hadn't been fully achieved yet. Leader, aren't we leaving? Zhang Dingding and the others still hadn't relaxed, even now. Although the danger had temporarily passed, they couldn't be sure if new threats might appear. Yeah, leader. The monster starfish is dead, but who knows if other monsters might come out of the sea. Thinking of how the starfish retreated back into the ocean like a retreating army, they still felt scared. Sumi pointed toward the small farm cottage. What are you doing? Take down the supplementary lights and the temperature control machine inside the farm cottage. I need them. Yes. Leader, you stay here without moving. We'll help you take them down. They looked toward the cottage, which was almost broken down, with several lights already fallen to the ground. Leader, do you want all of them? Just pick out the good ones and take a few. There were only 2 large greenhouses in her villa's courtyard, so she didn't need more. Oh, and also remove that high-power solar panel and carry it back. Qin Hao and 7 soldiers went back to the farm cottage to remove the lights and equipment, leaving Qin Jin behind with Sumi because he was unsteady on his feet. It was still early morning, and only faint moonlight illuminated the scene. Neither of them could see each other's expressions clearly. Girl, I really respect you this time. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead for sure. Thank you for saving me. Sumi glanced at Qinjin. Remember this favor, because one day I might ask you to repay me with your life. Don't worry, you can take my life anytime. I won't make a sound. Sumi nodded, casually squatting down to pick up a bottle of mineral water from the ground and handing it to Qinjin. She also took one for herself, but in the moment she turned around, the water in her hand had already been replaced with fresh creek water she had stored in her space. Drinking a whole bottle of creek water, the burning pain in her arm gradually lessened. After finishing the second bottle, the pain completely disappeared. The strong fishy smell from the seafood on the ground was almost too much for Sumi to bear. She told Qinjin to wait where he was until everyone returned, then ran toward the living area. She saw fireflies that could regenerate their abdomens again. Sumi approached a small stone bridge, noticing more fireflies. Some rested on dry branches, others on wildflowers and grass by the roadside. She took out a small bunch of bright green grass from her space and slowly approached them. The fireflies weren't afraid of her. Instead, they flew onto the grass leaves, which were wet with creek water, and rested there. The area around the coastal industrial park was surrounded by seawater, and the insects drank only clean water. The grass leaves in Sumi's hand seemed very attractive to the fireflies, and soon they covered the leaves. After ensuring all the fireflies had enough creek water, she thought collect, and instantly, both the grass leaves and the fireflies disappeared into her space. Fresh fireflies enter the space and immediately look for plant leaves to hide under. Sumi carefully observes and finds that they start sleeping as soon as they enter the space. At dawn, Qin Hao and a few others carry back some equipment. Qin Hao alone carries 2 constant temperature machines, while the other 7 carry 4 plant growth lights and 3 large solar panels. Sumi nods in satisfaction. Now her vegetable greenhouse can start operating. Let's go back to the base now. After a night, The entire Cross-Sea Industrial Park looks like a deserted city, with a strong smell of decay coming from inside. Sumi and the others walk on the Cross-Sea Bridge and see clusters of small bugs glowing faint green flying out from the living area toward the farm cottage. From afar, it looks like a group of green spirits dancing above the farm cottage, sending them off. In the apocalypse, pure spirits always show their lively and innocent side, even amid darkness and filth. Sumi even sees the mutated fireflies dance and then fly down to land on the corpses of mutated shrimp and starfish, flapping their wings frequently. Green crystals from their abdomens fall off one by one, only to grow back again and again. Before dawn, they quickly reach the bridgehead and meet Wu Lei, then head to the potato chip factory again. They believe Qinjin and Sumi are seriously injured, and some of them have been bitten on the legs by the small starfish swarm. Night in City S is not very safe either. Leaving after dawn is safer. They adjust and rest their eyes slightly until the sun slowly rises from the east. A few people then leave the factory and return to their cars. The journey is smooth, and by around 9 in the morning, they arrive back at the base. Chunjin and others invite Sumi and Qin Hao to report on yesterday's situation to Huang Hu Yao. But Sumi refuses. She has too many secrets and doesn't want to have too much contact with the higher-ups of the base. Qin Hao naturally follows Sumi, and the group separates at the gate of the base. Qin Hao still carries 2 heavy constant temperature machines, while Sumi carries the wiring of the growth lights and the solar panels packed in bags. They walk toward the villa area. Suddenly, they're stopped by an elderly man with white hair. When Sumi sees 2 people behind him, one of whom is Su Bing Lan, she guesses the old man's identity, Professor Zhu, the only one who successfully cultivated plants inside the base. The elderly man looked at the light supplement device in Sumi's hand with excitement. Wait, don't go yet. However, Sumi ignored Professor Zhu's stop and only took a few steps to the side, trying to go around.
Sumi, stop.
Professor Zhu is calling you. Didn't you hear him? Sumi simply replied no, and continued walking toward the villa area. What does Professor Zhu have to do with her? The old man kept staring at the equipment in their hands, clearly very interested.
Hey, stop.
Don't go, young lady. Professor Zhu called out as he chased after Sumi and the others. Professor Zhu, take it slow and be careful with your health, said another assistant. Seeing Sumi walk away without stopping, Su Bing Lan didn't try to block her. She heard that Sumi had gone out on a mission with the soldiers, and since Sumi and Qin Hao were walking quickly, they couldn't be caught by an old man and 2 fragile female assistants. So, until Sumi and Qin Hao returned to the villa and closed the door, Professor Zhu and the 2 assistants hadn't caught up. Back inside the villa, after putting down what they were holding, Qin Hao instinctively called out, Tian Tian. Tian Tian was in the courtyard. Hearing Qin Hao's voice, he immediately ran over. Dad, you're back. Sister, are you hurt? Tian Tian cheerfully greeted them, looking worried when he saw Sumi's hand wrapped in gauze. Sumi shook her head and gently pinched Tian Tian's small face. It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Kid, did you help sister water the vegetable seeds? Tian Tian's bright eyes widened, and he quickly answered, yes, sister. Tian Tian carefully helped water the plants. This morning, Uncle Ma poured water into the filter bucket, and after Uncle Ma went to work, Tian Tian used the clean water inside to water the plants. Tian Tian was about to take Sumi to see the courtyard when Qin Hao stopped him. Sumi just got back and needs rest. You can go see her later. Don't disturb sister. Let her go back to her room, Qin Hao said. Tian Tian nodded sensibly. Don't worry, sister. You go rest. Tian Tian will help water the vegetables for you. You must get better soon. Okay, then I entrust the sacred task of watering to you. Kid. Sumi nodded at Qin Hao, ruffled Tian Tian's hair, and then went upstairs. This cotton coat was no longer suitable to wear. The cotton inside can be taken out and used as replacement material for the filter. This time, the adventure to rescue Qinjin was quite successful. They got a temperature control device, plant grow lights, and even brought back high-power solar panels. Although her space also has high-power solar panels, Those are kept hidden from view. Right now, Sumi has not slept since leaving to cross the sea bridge. Plus, when she fought that strange starfish monster, she spent a lot of energy hanging onto it and also burned her arm. She is extremely exhausted. So, she locked the door, entered her space, took a bath in a bucket filled with creek water, checked her arm, and after confirming her injury was fully healed, she lay down on the bed in her space and fell asleep. Sumi slept for a long time. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. After eating a little inside her space, she wanted to keep sleeping. However, the noise from the courtyard instantly woke her up. She glanced at the time. It's already 3 a.m. At this hour, Qin Hao and the others are probably asleep. Even if they aren't, they definitely wouldn't move her things without her permission, especially not with such loud noise. Sumi quietly approached the door leading to the courtyard and peeked through the curtain. This thief doesn't seem very professional. They don't even know how to enter the greenhouse properly. They were rummaging around and accidentally tore a hole in her greenhouse cover. Su Bing Lan, as Professor Zhu's assistant, only helps with shopping and daily chores. She doesn't understand these things at all. She sneaked over at midnight to steal the plant grow lights. Professor Zhu's greenhouse experiments have been slow, and the plant grow lights she desperately wanted have been hard to find. She saw them at Sumi's place during the day. If she could quietly get the grow lights for the professor, she would earn a big favor. But at this moment, she doesn't know that Sumi has silently come up behind her. "What are you looking for?" Su Bing Lan, feeling guilty, was startled and almost screamed. She instinctively wanted to shout, but Sumi quickly covered her mouth. Qin Hao was only a little behind Sumi in noticing the noise. When he arrived in the courtyard and saw Sumi holding her hand over Su Bing Lan, who was squirming, he frowned deeply. "Who is this?" "That assistant named Su. She's probably here to steal the grow lights." Qin Hao frowned. "Professor Zhu seems very important at the base. Will there be trouble?" Sumi glanced at the person struggling in her hand, who couldn't break free or speak. She quickly and accurately knocked the person out with a palm strike.
Seeing Sumi's action, Qin Hao's eyebrows furrowed deeply.
"Not killing her? If we let her go, she might come back to cause more trouble later." Professor Zhu, whom Sumi recognized as a passionate researcher during the day, didn't seem like someone who would send others to steal. Instead, it was Assistant Su, who, at their first meeting, acted arrogantly and tried to lecture her. The second time, he even attempted to frame her to get her into a shared room. If she remembered correctly, Li Tao said that a woman who entered the shared room was stepping into a nightmare. Her body would no longer belong to her. "Hey," Sumi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "You go back and rest. I'll take her somewhere good." It was the first time Qin Hao saw Sumi smile so wickedly. But looking at Su Bing Lan, who was being held in Sumi's hand, he asked, "Do you need my help?" Sumi nodded. "Check outside to see if her accomplices are there." Qin Hao quickly returned with a ladder in hand. "There's only one ladder. This woman probably came to steal our equipment," Su Bing Lan thought, but she didn't expect the equipment wasn't even fully installed yet. It was just placed on the living room floor. Sumi's family, including the little one, always made sure to check all doors and windows before bed. So, outsiders could climb into the yard but couldn't enter their house unless they broke the glass and made noise. Then she's not very smart. She made so much noise, Sumi thought. She guessed that once she entered the courtyard, she would have realized their equipment wasn't ready. She probably just wanted to break into the greenhouse for some reason. Sumi greeted Qin Hao and then took hold of Su Binglan's collar and left. The shared room was a bit away from the villa area, but since the street was empty at night, Sumi ran with someone in her arms without anyone seeing. The lock on the shared room wasn't electronic, so Sumi couldn't open it. But climbing over the gate was easy for her. However, it was tough on Su Bing Lan. At the top of the gate, there was a row of sharp metal spikes, standing like iron spears. Su Bing Lan, being carried like a doll by Sumi, was pulled over. Her sports outfit was torn by the sharp spikes, revealing glimpses of her inner clothing. After landing, Sumi thought the tear was too small and helped rip it open a bit more. Then she dragged Su Bing Lan into the deeper part of the shared sleeping area. Sumi didn't expect the shared sleeping area to be so large. Inside, there were only single-story, connected small houses on both sides, resembling the dormitories for travelers before the end of the world. Each side had several rooms, each with a long bed. Maybe in the dark at night, others couldn't see clearly, but Sumi could see from outside the window that at least 10 people crowded on each long bed. Each bed was used by men, women, old and young. The smell was terrible, worse than a garbage dump, a nightmare place. A few ragged people, dirty and unkempt, went down a small path behind the small houses.
Sumi quietly followed.
She could tell what they were doing just by how they stood at the wall, pulling down their pants to relax. At the same time, Sumi also heard a girl scream from another small house nearby. The scream was loud and could be heard across the entire sleeping area. Panicking, Sumi held Su Bing Lan and hid in a corner. But after a while, no one came. The scream eventually stopped, leaving only muffled crying and the sound of footsteps leaving. Sumi's playful expression turned fierce as she looked at Su Bing Lan. "Is this the place you wanted to bring me to harm me?" She didn't know her at all, yet she was being plotted against like this. If she only had beauty but no strength, she would have been doomed the moment she entered here, no better than in her previous life. She and Su Bing Lan entered a small house, threw her onto the long bed filled with sour smells, then turned and left. They didn't go back to the villa area but waited outside the small house for any noise inside. The skill of knocking someone out with a quick strike was learned from Qin Hao. It required hitting a specific spot to temporarily stop their breathing and make them faint. She carried the person back, and it was about the right time. When Su Bing Lan slowly woke up, she only smelled a strange stench nearby. The soreness on her neck made her alert, reminding her of what had happened earlier. As she reached out to feel the soft texture beneath her and tried to sit up, she was startled by a strange voice and let out a scream.
Who is it?
"Can't you let people sleep?" The speaker is a man's voice. He initially tried to pull away the heavy object pressing on him, but instead, he felt something soft. In the dormitory room, several men didn't understand what this sensation meant. Plus, a faint, alluring scent of a woman wafted over, something their women here never had. "Am I dreaming?" he thought. He suddenly sat up and saw a woman with a terrified, screaming face. It was dark, so he couldn't see her clearly, but he reached out and roughly pulled her clothes, hearing a tearing sound. This sound awakened a man's primal instincts. "So, I've been dreaming of a beautiful lady coming to me. Now she's here, ready for me to enjoy. Come here, let me take good care of you."
Stop.
"Get away. Where am I? Don't touch me." Su Bing Lan's struggles didn't scare the man. Instead, they made him more aggressive. Several men on nearby beds woke up and, seeing the frightened woman screaming, suddenly seemed to turn into wild beasts and lunged forward. "Don't fight me. I found her first." "What do you mean you found her first? She's just sitting on this bed, and everyone has a share. Help. Huang Xiao, save me. You dirty beggars, don't touch me." It's obvious what would happen next. Sumi had no interest in listening further and quickly returned to the villa area. Outside the side corner of the dormitory door, a woman dressed in revealing clothes watched Sumi leave. She slowly walked toward the shopping street, not following but stopping in front of a store that was still open at night. Leaning against the wall, she continued to wear a charming, seductive smile. It was past 3 a.m., and no customers would come to the store anymore. Su Bing Lan? The woman who is the only child of the base leader, Huang Yiming. Everyone in the base knew her, and she knew them. Someone dared to send her to the dormitory to suffer. When Sumi returned to the villa, Qin Hao was waiting in the living room. Seeing her back, he didn't ask about Su Bing Lan's whereabouts. Instead, he saw she was safe and was about to go back to her room to sleep. Sumi thought for a moment and decided to tell Qin Hao about it. "That assistant Su, you know him, right?" Professor Zhu's assistant, Su Bing Lan. "Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I put her in the dormitory." The last time Su Bing Lan tried to harm her, she never thought about returning evil with good. This time, Since she came to her door at night, she naturally wanted her to taste the consequences of her actions. Shared room? Qin Hao was a bit surprised, but after the shock, he didn't think Sumi's approach was wrong. That Su Bing Lan probably has a big background. You need to be careful. He had noticed this when Lin Ziyuan came to see them that day. I know, but she has to pay to stay in the shared room first, Sumi said with a sly smile. She knew what that shared room was like. Once a clean, beautiful woman like her went in, it wouldn't be easy to come out. Even if she did come out, she didn't believe she would come back to trouble her so soon. Instead, their own courtyard could be easily crossed over by a woman using just a ladder, so they really needed to strengthen the security there. By the way, Qin Hao, later today I'll go get some cement and red bricks. I want to raise the wall of the courtyard a bit higher. Qin Hao nodded. Sure, bring the materials over. I'll help you build the wall. When do you plan to install the temperature control machines and the lighting? Later, after the wall is built, Sumi replied. I can't have people climbing over the wall into our yard all the time. That makes me feel unsafe. At dawn, Ma Desheng came downstairs and saw Qin Hao and Sumi already having breakfast. He quickly finished washing up and joined them. When he heard about Sumi locking Su Bing Lan, a delicate and beautiful woman, in the shared room, his eyes changed. Boss, you're amazing. He remembered that day Su Bing Lan tried to set a trap to steal from the villa area, and in the base, stealing meant losing property and being put in the shared room. He never expected that her attempt would fail, and she would end up inside instead. He used to think Sumi was just a shy person who didn't like talking much. But he never imagined her way of revenge could be so creative. That's too harsh, boss. You're too ruthless. If I weren't ruthless, then I'd be the one inside that room. Also, if we grow vegetables at home and someone keeps stealing a few every few days, you'll think I was too kind not to kill her today. Hearing this, Ma Desheng's face turned serious immediately. That's not acceptable. We need to find a way to enclose the courtyard. Climbing over the wall to steal people or vegetables is definitely not okay. So Qin Hao told Ma Desheng about Sumi's plan to raise the outer wall of the courtyard, and Ma Desheng immediately agreed to help. The soil and water sources at the base are not suitable for farming. It is said that only Professor Zhu can grow crops there. However, Sumi has already filtered the water, and Ma Desheng checked the soil in the greenhouse, which is dark and soft. It definitely can support plant growth. If crops are grown in the future, they must be kept secret. Stealing crops is absolutely unacceptable. After 9 people, including Qin Jin, returned to the base, they took a day to rest. Chun Jin also stayed in the medical department to recover for a day. Then Lin Ziyuan called him to join the largest meeting room at the base. Inside the meeting room, the 2 main leaders of the base and other key personnel gathered. Chun Jin, Zhang Dingding, and the others sat at the bottom of the table. Chun Jin explained what their search team experienced inside the Cross Sea Industrial Park. The leader, in the waters of the Cross Sea Industrial Park, marine creatures like starfish, sea anemones, and have mutated and are attacking humans. The monster starfish can even destroy a building in 1 minute. The 30 people in the team that went with Goose all died. Goose saw it spit out 8 bodies of soldiers wrapped in guts from its mouth. An old man at the table, who looked malnourished, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up excitedly.
Impossible.
That's impossible. Although starfish are bottom-dwelling creatures that eat some trash and metals that enter the ocean ecosystem, they don't grow that big. Spitting out 8 bodies? That's ridiculous. A starfish has only 1 digestive. How could it have 8 sets of guts? You're lying without even planning it. Chun Jin looked at the speaker. We saw it with our own eyes. Leader, ask Zhang Dingding and the others if they also saw it. Leader, I suspect they're making things up to avoid responsibility. The soldiers now, to hide their lack of strength, say anything. After you returned, weren't 2 hand grenades missing from your gear? Did you use them to up a building? Even if a group of starfish appeared in the sea, they couldn't move that fast. You probably. What are you talking about? Are Goose and the others joking about risking their lives? All right, expert Huang is a biologist I invited to study biological mutations across different regions. His words are not without reason. I think it's necessary to send someone again to check the Cross-Sea Industrial Park. Zhang Dingding, please recount how you dealt with that group of starfish. Huang Hu Yao naturally obeyed the order. So, he recounted everything from their departure to their return to the base, including seeing the damaged office area, how they found Shinjin in the farm hut, and how they used gasoline to fight the starfish crab swarm. He told everything truthfully. He also didn't forget to mention the scene where Sumi sacrificed herself to up the monster starfish. While listening, Huang Hu Yao's sharp eyes sparkled with cleverness. Was gasoline and the ignition tool something you prepared before leaving?
Yes.
Interesting, but I don't believe a young girl could have such fighting skills. Chunjin and the 9 others had all given their accounts of the incident. From their stories, he picked up an important detail. That was Sumi. He didn't doubt that a girl could have such fighting ability. In the end-of-the-world scenario, girls often end up depending on a faction to survive. If there really was a girl like that with fighting skills equal to a soldier's and she had prepared gasoline and tools in advance, it showed she was very clever. Most importantly, at a critical moment, she was willing to sacrifice herself to help her teammates escape, even risking her life against the monster starfish. He became interested in such a girl. But only if what Qinjin and the others said was true, that there was a group of mutated, man-eating sea monsters. Leader, we didn't lie. Zhang Dingding looked nervous when he saw Huang Hu Yao's uncertain expression. Yes, leader. Before we lost contact with the explorers from different areas, we also received reports that, besides geological disasters, some places had serious biological mutations. The incident at the Cross-Sea Industrial Park, I believe, is real, Lin Ziyuan spoke up. Chunjin and the others had been following his team from the start, and he wouldn't allow them to be slandered by some so-called expert. I disagree. The existence of mutated biological groups might be due to geological disasters, but often, coincidences happen. Before the end of the world, there were reports of mutated creatures worldwide. That doesn't necessarily mean biological mutations are spreading into groups. I think you're overreacting. We also found many giant mutated rats in the city of S. Several of our soldiers went missing during missions. Could these also just be coincidences? Lin Ziyuan sneered at the so-called biology expert. Does he think the intelligence gained by soldiers risking their lives is less valuable than the one-sided knowledge in books and experiments of this expert? Of course. The leader has already ordered some soldiers to catch a few mutated rats and bring them to my lab. I believe soon I can give everyone a scientifically supported answer. Huang Hu Yao looked coldly at his most capable subordinate and the biology expert he had invited. He then glanced at Ge Mingtai, who remained silent. Old Ge, you are the founder and the leader of this base. What do you think? Mingtai didn't want to join the argument, but was forced to speak when Huang Hu Yao called on him. I think both of you are right. Old Ge, if you want to be the good guy, you don't need to be so obvious. Right now, we're not just debating who is right or wrong. Everything is based on protecting the safety of the base. Mingtai smiled and looked at the 11 soldiers glaring angrily at Huang Li. Then he said seriously, Hu Yao, if it were me, I wouldn't doubt the soldiers who have followed me for so many years. In this end-of-the-world situation, where order has collapsed everywhere, I believe many phenomena can't be explained by science alone. Base leader, what do you mean? Before the end of the world, I was a biology expert invited to give lectures at the S City radio station. My research was even published in Vanguard magazine in Old M District. You shouldn't doubt me or spread alarmist rumors. If you're so capable, can you use your research to replace these soldiers in their missions to protect everyone in the base?
That.
Enough, stop arguing. I know what to do. Huang Hu Yao interrupted their conversation and looked at Lin Ziyuan. Ziyuan, Chunjin, and the others need some rest after their mission. Don't assign any new tasks to them for now. Let them go home and recover, and have the medical team treat them. Lin Ziyuan frowned and replied, yes, then stepped aside and said no more. After the meeting ended, everyone left, leaving only Huang Hu Yao and Lin Ziyuan in the conference room. Huang sighed and said, Ziyuan, without my permission, don't make any decisions in private. But leader, I sent someone to rescue Chen Jin secretly because I wanted to keep some talent for the base. Chen Jin's shooting skills are now among the best among soldiers.
And so what?
Our main goal now is to keep our strength. Have you ever thought about what might happen if the people you send out can't rescue them and end up getting hurt themselves? After speaking, Huang Hu Yao turned and left the meeting room with his hands behind his back. Sumi? Qin Hao?
Qin Hao.
Huang Hu Yao softly repeated the name, his bright eyes flickering. Once the food crisis at the base was over, he planned to investigate these two people's backgrounds carefully. Lin Ziyuan watched Huang Hu Yao's back as he left. A trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes, something even he didn't fully notice. Finally, he left the meeting room with a thoughtful expression. He didn't return to his villa, but went to Sumi's villa entrance instead. This standalone villa on the far east side feels like a quiet, isolated place within the villa area. It has no lively interactions or noise from other residents, only a peaceful and mysterious atmosphere. Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang took a day off today to help Sumi build a high wall around the courtyard. They were specially given leave by Zhang Chao and Li Tao, so missing work for a few days wouldn't cause any trouble or risk their jobs. Sumi was busy adjusting solar panels, supplementary lights, and greenhouse temperature controllers. Although Qin Hao said he could handle it and suggested waiting until the wall was higher before installing more, Sumi couldn't stop studying the setup. She referenced the solar panels and various electrical devices that Kong Xiaoman had connected for her earlier in the space. If she kept bothering Qin Hao for every small thing, she would feel useless. But even copying the setup left her confused. Moreover, she had to pretend to be a burn victim with an injured arm, and her family wouldn't even let her carry water. Every day, this little supervisor followed her like a little shadow, supposedly to protect her safety, but really watching her closely so she wouldn't secretly help with cement or climb ladders to lay bricks. When she heard someone knocking at the door, Sumi told the others and headed to the living room. Naturally, Tian followed her, claiming to protect sister's safety. At the door, Lin Ziyuan stood looking disappointed. When he saw Sumi open the door, he smiled and said, "I heard you got hurt. I came to see if I can help with anything." Sumi sized him up. She looked disappointed and tired, with empty hands. "Are you sure you're here to help?" She glanced at the clock in the living room. It was noon mealtime. This person, could they be here just to take advantage? Lin Ziyuan, feeling disappointed, came over. Seeing Sumi's suspicious look about his purpose, he suddenly felt like laughing. It's lunchtime, and coming empty-handed isn't very polite. "Sorry, I'll come back later." Sumi closed the door without mercy, and Lin Ziyuan felt his world was hurt. As the most trusted assistant to leader Huang Hu Yao, he was always welcomed wherever he went. If he visited any household now, the family would happily prepare food and invite him in. But at Sumi's place, he felt everyone was treated equally. They even seemed a bit annoyed by his uninvited visit. They didn't care about his status, didn't try to flatter him, and weren't afraid of him. Instead, he felt a strange desire to be part of it all, almost like he was being teased. Lin Ziyuan went home to get a bag of rice, then headed to the busy street to buy things. At one shop, he traded a bowl of rice for 2 packs of spicy chicken feet. At another, he exchanged half a bag of rice for half a pack of sausage and 2 pieces of small pickled meat. Carrying the remaining rice, he passed a hardware store and saw 2 seed packets on the windowsill. When he asked, even the shopkeeper didn't know what seeds they were, but they were very expensive. Because of his status, the shopkeeper didn't dare ask for more money and traded 2 seed packets for 2 bowls of rice. Finally, seeing he still had some rice left, Lin Ziyuan went to another shop and traded for a pickled fishtail. With full hands of food and seeds, he was on his way to Sumi's villa when he met Chen Jin and his group. They all had empty hands and were heading to Sumi's house, but he stopped them. "Are you guys going to see Sumi?" Chen Jin nodded. "Boss, are you also going to that girl's place? Why do you have so much food?" Lin Ziyuan looked at their empty hands and felt annoyed. "Oh, it's nothing. It's almost mealtime. I just went to Sumi's place empty-handed and got kicked out." Suddenly, the air became very quiet. Zhang Dingding looked at Chen Jin with some disbelief. Old Chen, isn't our leader usually pretty generous? Chen Jin, looking serious, patted his shoulder. Trust me, this is something that girl would do. You see, our boss just got kicked out.
Ah.
Hee boss, you go ahead. We'll catch up later. At Sumi's place, it was mealtime. Ma Deqiang was the first to complain about being hungry, so he decided to stop working on the wall and start cooking. Then the door was knocked again. This time, Ma Deqiang opened it. Seeing Lin Ziyuan at the door, carrying food in both hands, he smiled and welcomed him inside. Sumi noticed what Lin Ziyuan was holding, nodded casually, and then went upstairs. When Lin Ziyuan entered, he didn't see Qin Hao. He asked Ma Deqiang and learned that Qin Hao was helping Sumi build a wall in the courtyard. Lin Ziyuan went to the courtyard and saw Qin Hao using a ladder to reach the top of the wall, applying cement and stacking bricks. He asked and found out that last night, the house was robbed, so Sumi wanted to build the wall higher. They didn't talk for long before Chen Jin and his group arrived, carrying bags of food. A group of grown men greeted Sumi, showed what they brought, and put the food in the kitchen for Ma Deqiang. Then they all went to the courtyard. Seeing Qin Hao working on the wall, Zhang Dingding and his friends volunteered to help. Chen Jin's leg was injured and not easy to move, but he looked at the spacious courtyard with 2 large greenhouses and thought it was a bit of a waste. Brother Hao, Sumi wants to build a greenhouse, but is worried about theft. Why not just fix up the courtyard? Cover it with a roof. The ground underneath can be turned into planting land. That way, she can grow more vegetables. Qin Hao's eyes lit up, but Lin Ziyuan interrupted. Sumi's greenhouse project might not succeed. Changing the land might be a bit wasteful, don't you think? Qin Hao smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't be a waste. The 8 soldiers who came with Chen Jin heard Sumi wanted to grow vegetables. Without hesitation, they asked where the tool room was and selected many tools from the storage room. However, they couldn't find a ground crusher. Qin Hao remembered there was a small ground crusher in the maintenance department. He quickly went to borrow it from his workplace. So, Sumi and Ma Deqiang prepared meals for 14 people in the kitchen. In the courtyard, 10 strong men were busy with the crusher and hammer, making noise from time to time. Sumi didn't understand what they were doing. They cooked 8 dishes for lunch: steamed salted fish tail, stir-fried cured meat, large shrimp that Qin Hao had been bringing home every day, which Zhang Dingding had traded for a bowl of rice at the shop. Lin Ziyuan brought pickled pepper chicken feet, which had most of the spiciness washed off. He sliced sausage and chicken feet, mixed them with vinegar and soy sauce for a cold dish. Chen Jin and his friends somehow got a large bag of vegetarian seaweed wraps, so Ma Deqiang made fried dough sticks and prepared a seaweed soup with the fried dough sticks soaked in it. Although fried dough sticks are not actually fried in oil, they are made using a method similar to steaming. The dough sticks are steamed like buns until cooked, then cut into pieces and soaked in seaweed soup with salt and soy sauce. Additionally, Ma Deqiang removed the bones from a small piece of salted meat, added fresh shrimp meat chopped into a paste, mixed in some sausage and flour, and seasoned it to make meat paste. Half of the meat paste was shaped into small balls and steamed into meatballs, while the other half was wrapped into 2 large steamed baskets of meat buns. The main foods are rice and steamed buns. Worried that these strong soldiers might not have enough to eat, Sumi specially had Ma Deqiang steam 2 large baskets of buns. Cooking alone took more than an hour and a half. A group of people working on renovating the courtyard was busy and energetic. When Sumi opened the door, a smell of food wafted out. The strong men looked at Sumi with bright eyes, as if they had been hypnotized. Smells so good, girl.
Are you eating?
Sumi frowned as she looked at the smoky, messy courtyard. Are you guys tearing down my courtyard? Qin Hao also climbed down from the wall. At first, only he was building the wall, so progress was slow. But after a few soldiers joined in, the entire courtyard wall was built with bricks, and a frame for a sloped roof was in place. Even the supporting beams for the roof were assembled. It looked like they were giving her courtyard a big makeover. Even half of the cement on the ground had been removed, showing that these soldiers were much more efficient than Qin Hao and Ma Deqiang combined. Girl, don't worry. Once the work is done, we'll give you a big surprise. Sumi led a group of dust-covered soldiers into the living room. There were 14 people in total, including her. Luckily, the dining table could be flipped to turn from a square to a round table, or there wouldn't be enough space for everyone. Lin Ziyuan and others sat down, salivating as they looked at the 8 dishes on the table, along with rice and buns. This was the best meal they had eaten since the end of the world. Even Lin Ziyuan, who lived alone, usually ate very simply, just enough to fill his stomach. Chun Jin and the other 8 soldiers lived in a small 3-story building, eating only 2 meals of meat porridge each day. They rarely had dinner at night and often fell asleep to forget their hunger. They hadn't enjoyed such a variety of dishes in a long time. Chun Jin was the most straightforward, grabbing a bun and stuffing it into his mouth. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed another, holding it tightly as if afraid someone would take it away. Zhang Dingding and the others had not eaten such a rich meal since the end of the world. They quickly picked up rice and ate it with various dishes. Ma Dexiang's cooking was the best among the 3 Sumi, even though the ingredients were simple. He made different styles and flavors, making the dishes more diverse. Sumi took a bite of a bun and was instantly amazed by the filling inside. The salted pork had a good balance of fat and lean meat mixed with fresh shrimp, wrapped in dough, giving it a richer, savory taste than usual meat buns. Every day, Tian would put a meatball into his mouth, chewing happily with his cheeks puffed out, smiling happily with his eyes. He ate 3 meatballs in a row. Lin Ziyuan saw so many dishes on the table and felt heartbroken. The fish tail and steamed meat were brought by him, as were the sausages and chicken feet. If separated, these foods could last him several days with rice. But at Sumi's place, a full meal was served in just a short time. He felt dazed. It was a waste, and he felt distressed. But seeing everyone eating so heartily, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He silently thought, "Mine, mine, all mine," and quickly started grabbing food and rice, competing with everyone else. During the meal, Sumi only managed to get 1 bun and 2 meatballs. After finishing a bowl of rice, not only was the rice cooker empty, but even the 2 trays of steamed buns used as staple food were gone. Looking at the table with nothing left but the sauce, Sumi suddenly felt she had been cheated. This group brought a lot of things and ate even more. The flour from her villa was almost used up today. But the good thing was, she only helped with cooking and she didn't have to wash the dishes. After eating well, the strong men went back to work in the courtyard. Sumi didn't know how long it would take, so she took the 2 bags of unknown seeds Lin Ziyuan gave her, went back to her room, locked the door, and entered her space. A few days had passed without paying attention to Xiaobai and Xiaohong. Now, she suddenly saw that Xiaobai had grown quite a bit taller. Xiaohong was also stronger and taller. When Xiaobai saw Sumi, he happily ran over to nuzzle her leg, showing his dissatisfaction. The owner hadn't played with him for a long time.
Sumi naturally understood Xiaobai's complaint.
The space is only 400 square meters. While it is large enough for storage, it feels too small for a lively dog. Recently, Xiaobai and Xiaohong rarely go to the other side of the white mist to play. Xiaohong is a high bloodline horse, which needs a wide open space to run freely. Sumi feels that her current space seems to limit their freedom a little. The other side of the white mist is very vast, but after talking with them recently, Sumi learned that once they enter the white mist, they can only move around near the creek. They cannot go further because the space there is limited for them, and they cannot cross over. It seems she will have to wait until the white mist clears to discover more hidden features of this treasure space. Don't worry, I am already thinking of ways to bring more little lives here to keep you company. I will also try to make the white mist disappear as soon as possible. Xiaobai pressed against Sumi's leg and whined several times, his big round eyes with blue pupils seeming to complain about her indifference. Xiaobai, I didn't mean to stop you from going out. If you suddenly appear outside, someone might see you and try to take you away. Be good and stay in the space. Don't argue, okay? When I get a chance, I'll let you go outside to breathe some fresh air. Before the apocalypse, thieves would often steal dogs and sell them to dog meat shops. Now, in this food-scarce world, A dog is a rare treat. Xiao Hong also looked dejected, stomping her front hooves. Sumi felt a bit troubled looking at Xiao Hong. In the future, she planned to find a chance to go out herself. If she returned with Xiao Bai, she could explain that she went out to pick up a dog. But if Xiao Hong also wanted to go out and she picked up a horse, that idea made her shake her head. Sumi planted 2 bags of unknown seeds given by Lin Ziyuan into the black soil. Then she took some vegetable seeds from her space and filled 2 empty bags. Most vegetable seeds look similar, tiny and close in size. She mixed a few fruit seeds with them, so she could plant them openly in the greenhouse later. Sumi checked the growth of the purple bamboo and the strange seed. Well, the purple bamboo still hadn't grown tall and remained a small sprout. The strange seed still hadn't sprouted, but Sumi could see that it was constantly absorbing water from the moist black soil near the creek. She didn't know what kind of seed it was, but it kept absorbing water every moment, never seeming to get enough. She knew that her space was filled with spiritual energy, especially rich in the creek water. If this energy causes plants to sprout and grow, she was very excited to see what kind of magical plant it would become. A few trees she dug up from the northern mountains of J City had developed new roots and were now transplanted near the white mist. This way, they wouldn't take up too much space and wouldn't ruin the view. After harvesting, her space produced many vegetables and fruits. Even after a long time, Little Red, a small pony, had only eaten about 1% of what was available. Little White, the puppy, didn't touch the canned dog food she prepared. Instead, it liked eating the vegetables and fruits growing in her space, especially corn. Sometimes, she would give it egg custard mixed with milk and occasionally mix in some dog food, but it would pick out each piece and spit it out. Interestingly, Little White was often more interested in the frozen meat she left nearby. So, she decided to spend some time each day cooking meat for Little White in her space. Dogs are omnivores, but they mainly eat meat. Sumi had to admit that, with the help of 10 strong male warriors and Qin Hao, Ma Dexiang, the renovation of the courtyard was surprisingly efficient. When she came out of her room and went downstairs, she saw Zhang Dingding and Ma Dexiang each carrying large burlap sacks heading outside. From their shape, she guessed they contained a lot of broken concrete stones and discarded materials. As she approached the courtyard, she thought she might have gone to the wrong place. She even wondered if these people were professional bricklayers. The open-air courtyard had been transformed into a small greenhouse with a sloped roof, and 2 ventilation windows had been installed high on the outer wall. The original cement floor had been divided into 16 equal squares, with each square's cement middle hollowed out and dug down about 20 or 30 centimeters. Now, she could fill the space with soil and plant things directly. Additionally, a water filter rack made of solid wood had been built near the load-bearing beam, and her filter bucket was placed steadily on it. Seeing Sumi's stunned expression, Tian immediately came over, grabbed her hand, and asked for praise. "Big sister, look. Dad, Uncle Ma, and Uncle Lin made this. We're growing vegetables in this small yard, so no one can steal them. There are still 2 glass windows missing. Today is too late, so tomorrow I will go to the maintenance department to get 2 frosted glass panels and aluminum alloy pieces to assemble the windows. After installing them, it will be finished." Qin Hao said this casually, but Sumi was very shocked. No wonder he is a versatile and tough fighter. In just one afternoon, 12 people transformed the courtyard into a small indoor planting area. They also connected the lighting and temperature control wires to high-power solar panels. Sumi was not overly moved, but she felt very happy. The enthusiasm of this group of fighters, the lively atmosphere of the villa, and Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang's quiet, warm gestures kept breaking her emotional defenses again and again. "Thank you all. You've really helped me a lot," Sumi said sincerely. Everyone awkwardly patted the back of their heads in response. "Sumi, I heard everyone talking. If it weren't for you risking your life to up that monster starfish, I'm afraid we all would have died in the Cross Sea Industrial Park." "Don't be so polite. These things are nothing compared to saving your life," they said. After a busy afternoon, Lin Ziyuan and the others sat on the sofa and started chatting with Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang. Sumi noticed that these people looked strong and straightforward, but inside they were knowledgeable and talked about everything from the launch of the ARC-00 one-man satellite to planting crops and rice seedlings. Even Lin Ziyuan shared details from internal meetings at the base with Qin Hao and Sumi. During the recent 7 days of extreme heat, we received urgent notices from survey teams at the North and South Poles. The permafrost in Beichuan at both poles has melted seriously, causing many creatures to migrate multiple times. The environmental issues have not only destroyed habitats, but also caused severe food shortages, they explained. What about now?
Sumi asked.
Sigh, the survey teams have lost contact with the base. But after the heavy rain, temperatures have started to drop. As long as there are no more extreme heat waves like before, I think the problem won't be too serious, they replied. It's really winter now, but it feels like this winter is colder than usual. The base is short on supplies. Brother Hao, girl, you should prepare winter supplies early. I feel this winter won't be easy, they warned. Stock up more water and food. The coming days won't be like normal seasons anymore, they added. After listening for a while, Sumi realized that Lin Ziyuan was a clever person with strong predictive abilities. He guessed many of the upcoming half-year situations and forecasts accurately. Sumi didn't want to listen further, so she left on her own. She aimlessly wandered around the base. Besides the guards at the main gate, nothing else had changed. When passing by the dormitory, Sumi deliberately slowed down and listened carefully. She surprisingly heard faint, pleading sounds from Su Bing Lan. The voice was so weak it sounded like she was about to die. If Sumi didn't have good hearing, she might not have noticed. It seemed that a girl who was clean and pure had met such a fate in the dormitory. But Sumi didn't think she was being excessive. After all, she was just using the same method to deal with others as they did with her. If she died like that, it would be a relief. Sumi sneered sarcastically, quickening her steps, deciding to go back. It was already dark outside, and most shops on the street had closed. Only one shop had just opened. Nighttime was when it started doing business. Sumi remembered seeing the shop on her first day here. The tall, thin woman standing at the door was still there. That day, her gaze was wandering over the men, Li Tao and Qin Hao, who led them. Today, as she stepped out of the shop, she leaned against the wall as usual, revealing her slender, alluring legs. But her eyes were subtly observing Sumi. Sumi felt the unfamiliar, intense gaze and turned to look. Their eyes met. This was the second time since arriving at the base that Sumi carefully looked at a woman. The first was Su Bing Lan, whom she thought was arrogant and aloof. But the woman in front of her had endured the worst insults and torment of the apocalypse. When their eyes met, her previously dull, unfocused eyes became clear and sharp. Apart from her flirtatious appearance, Sumi felt that her inner clarity couldn't be hidden. But so what? That was none of her business. After they passed each other, Sumi didn't see the woman's eyes turn cloudy again. If she had, Sumi would have sighed, thinking that in the apocalypse, there was still such a woman, knowing the truth but pretending to be innocent and humble. To survive, she had to hide all her sharpness. People like her, once given a chance, become a bright light piercing through the fog, very eye-catching and capable of hurting many people's eyes. When Sumi returned to the villa, her black backpack contained a large piece of frozen pork belly, half a sausage, a small bag of soybeans, and inside her pocket, she carried an egg and a handful of peanuts. Sumi put these items into the kitchen. In the living room behind her, 13 people, including Tian, all swallowed hard. Fresh frozen meat. Not preserved salted meat. Except for Qin Hao, Ma Dexiang, Chen Jin, and Tian, everyone else in the living room hadn't eaten fresh meat for over a month. It can be said that for every day since the apocalypse began, they hadn't seen fresh meat. Ma Dexiang immediately ran happily to the kitchen to boil water. He now had the authority to decide what to cook tonight in the villa. Braised soybeans with meat, red braised. A rich, thick, and flavorful broth. This large piece of meat could make enough for 2 big bowls of soup. At the end of dinner, Sumi watched helplessly as Ma Dexiang used his bread to wipe the gravy from the braised meat into his mouth. They say men can't resist braised meat, especially in the apocalypse, where men have no resistance at all. After dinner, Lin Ziyuan and 8 soldiers, still satisfied, just left Sumi's villa. Chen Jin, limping and looking guilty, went into the first-floor guest room and started snoring loudly. Sumi felt helpless. In movies and TV shows, snipers are always portrayed as cold, brave, and handsome. But in reality, I can also be a rough man with a northern accent, stubborn and refusing to leave, like Chen Jin. The night at the base was as silent as a dead pond. Occasionally, the wind blew through the dying plants inside the base, making a rustling sound. They thought it would be another quiet night, but suddenly, the base started to stir. The soldiers' synchronized footsteps echoed as they moved around the base. Sumi had already gone to sleep early in the space. When she woke up, it was still dark outside, but the sounds grew louder. Gunfire. And the sound of mice squeaking. Sumi immediately woke up. The mice sounds were coming from a place not far from the base. She remembered the scene earlier in the day when soldiers shot mice at the gate. These mutant mice were large, and ordinary mouse traps or glue boards didn't work on them. When Sumi left, Qin Hao and the others had already woken up. Qin Hao was holding Tian, while Ma Dexiang and Chen Jin sat seriously in the living room. "I'll go take a look," Sumi said. She didn't like just waiting passively. She had to see for herself how many of these mutated rats were outside the base, how big they were, and how widespread the problem was. Although she was temporarily staying inside the base, that didn't mean she would trust her safety entirely to it. She needed to assess the base's defenses and safety. She easily climbed up the tree at the edge of the villa area and quickly saw the scene outside. The soldiers used torches to light up the dimming night. The frontline soldiers surrounded the circular base, building a human shield and shooting at the mutated rats trying to get close. There weren't many mutated rats, but they were everywhere, big and small, and could burrow out from the ground at any moment to attack the soldiers in front. Near the base wall, many injured soldiers were being bandaged by medics. Suddenly, 5 or 6 mutated rats burst out of a hole and bit into some soldiers' bodies, dragging them into the hole instantly. Then, a burst of gunfire echoed from inside the hole, growing quieter as the soldiers were pulled further in, showing how fast they were being dragged.
Bang!
A loud explosion sounded underground nearby, causing a section of the ground to collapse. It revealed a rat burrow with 5 large mutated rat corpses, a nest of pinkish rat pups, and the body of a soldier who had blown himself up with a grenade to kill the rats. He had held his last breath, letting the rats drag him into their nest, then sacrificed himself to up 5 big rats and a nest of rat pups. A soldier's duty was to defend the border or stand firm on the battlefield, risking his life to protect the homeland's beautiful mountains and rivers. But now he could only sacrifice a few mutated beasts instead. Sumi felt a deep sense of sadness and mourned the fallen soldiers. There were already rat nests underground outside the base, which was a bad sign. With a nervous heart, Sumi returned to the villa and explained the situation to Qin Hao and the others. Rats breed very quickly and are good at digging tunnels. If they burrow into the base from below, it would cause panic among the people inside. The inside of the base is full of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, especially around the dormitory area. If the base cannot come up with an effective plan to get rid of mice, she thinks the base won't last much longer. However, Chen Jin, although serious-looking, comforted everyone in a relaxed tone. "Do you know how our base was built?" Everyone looked at Chen Jin with confusion. Base director Ge Mingtai hired a professional construction team to build this base 6 months ago. Don't be fooled by the mountain outside. At the bottom, there is a steel plate more than 50 centimeters thick, and the foundation goes deep into the mountain's base, making it very strong and firm. No matter how clever mice are, they can't such thick steel to attack the people inside. Sumi felt a little more at ease. But after learning that Director Ge Mingtai had built the base 6 months ago, she couldn't help but ask, why did Director Ge start building the base half a year ago? She was worried that this person might also be someone who had been reborn. Chen Jin's next words reassured her. Director Ji's daughter was a student of our country's geologist Liu Yishan. When Liu Yishan was traveling to different places for geological surveys, she had an accident and died. In the last message from his daughter and Liu Yishan, there was a forecast report predicting a natural disaster 6 months from then. After Director Ge reported this to the authorities, they didn't take it seriously. In fact, they even removed him from his position. So, at that time, Director Ge started raising funds and chose a place in S City to build this base. These details were known before the end of the world, after I was assigned to investigate the base. But now, these things are no longer secret. Both the prediction about his daughter and the geologist turned out to be true.
Sigh.
That's how it is, Sumi sighed in relief, but she also felt sad for most people on Blue Star. Before natural disasters, many prediction messages circulated online and on various platforms, but they were all suppressed by authorities, who called them alarmist and disruptive to social order. This was meant to maintain social harmony and development. But from the perspective of someone like her who had been reborn, this actually cost many lives. Having lived in peaceful times for so long, most people preferred to believe the predictions were false and continued living comfortably. This base director is quite a clever person. Before the end of the world, he was removed from a high-ranking management position and resolutely entered the market to raise funds, building this solid base like a steel fortress. This brought new hope to the people of City S. Sumi had never seen this base leader before, but she admired him very much. Besides being a responsible and good person, he must also be a father who loves his daughter very much. He was willing to risk his entire career to fulfill his daughter's last words. Outside the base, mutated rats attacked, but Chen Jin and 8 others were suspended from duty by Huang Hu Yao. In this emergency, they could only stay at home and worry. In the base's meeting room, Huang Hu Yao and Ge Mingtai gathered command staff and biological researchers for an urgent meeting again. The gunfire from outside had already awakened everyone inside the base. Such heavy shooting was the first since the end of the world, which made many people feel scared. Worse, just as the sky started to brighten with dawn, after nearly half a month without rain, light rain began to fall again. Leader, this time the mutated rats are many more than before. Several soldiers outside were dragged into holes by the sudden emergence of mutated rats. If we don't find a solution soon, the soldiers will suffer heavy losses. Huang Hu Yao's face trembled with tension. Use all firepower to suppress them, no matter what it takes to kill them. But leader, many of our bullets were damaged during the disaster. If we just keep suppressing, I'm afraid. A man in military uniform sitting at the meeting table expressed concern. Do as I say. Protect the soldiers' lives first, and use full firepower to suppress them. After receiving the order, the soldier quickly left to relay the command. Huang Hu Yao's weathered eyes looked sharply at the elder sitting nearby. Expert Huang, the bodies of the mutated rats have been sent to your lab several days ago. Do you know why they mutated and grew so large? Have you made any progress in your research? Leader, these mutated rats grew so big because of genetic mutations. I found no environmental factors causing the mutation in their bodies. It seems that these rats are attacking the base because the weather is getting colder. According to their winter food storage habits, our base is the best place for them to gather food for the winter. Everyone was surprised by Huang's explanation. What a joke! During the winter, are we humans just the food supply for these terrible rats? Is that even possible? As soon as he spoke, he was shocked by his own words and turned pale. If that's true, what should we do? Huang Hu Yao's eyes flickered as he looked around at everyone present. At this moment, even if he tried to make 1,000 excuses, he couldn't convince himself that biological mutations had become common.
It was a fact now.
Just then, Lin Ziyuan knocked on the door and entered the meeting room. Leader, I have something to say. Huang Hu Yao frowned when he saw Lin Ziyuan come in. Before he could speak, a man in military uniform at the meeting table spoke first. Lin Ziyuan, you and your team are not allowed to participate in the base's tasks and plans for now. Your arrival here is against the rules. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the man.
Rules?
The soldiers outside are risking their lives every moment to keep everyone inside the base safe. Are you telling me about rules? If you have the courage, go out and fight the mutant rats yourself. The man was choked by Lin Ziyuan's words and immediately looked at Huang Hu Yao.
Leader, look at Lin Ziyuan.
He's becoming more and more unruly. It's a shame he's been with you for so long, and now he doesn't even follow your orders. Huang Hu Yao's face darkened. His eyes warned the uniformed man to shut up immediately. Huang Hu Yao then asked Lin Ziyuan with a hint of meaning, "So you think you have a way to deal with those mutant rats outside?" Lin Ziyuan nodded seriously. Huang Hu Yao's brows furrowed even deeper. "Think carefully before you answer. Leader, I've been with you for many years. I've always been diligent. The safety of everyone in the base is my priority. I'm not joking." Huang Hu Yao nodded.
Go on.
"Last time, my soldiers fought the starfish swarm at the Cross Sea Industrial Park. We managed to drive them away by defeating the largest starfish. So I guess, among the mutant rats, there must be a leader-sized mutant rat, the biggest one. The rats attacking the base are probably following its orders. If we kill that leader rat, the others will disperse." The room fell silent. Everyone was lost in thought. Only an expert with the surname Huang slammed the table and pointed at Lin Ziyuan. "Nonsense. These mutant rats are already much larger than before due to genetic mutations. How could there be a bigger leader rat than them?" I said, "Team Lin, have you watched too many sci-fi stories about the end of the world? If you want to play a game and fight the boss, you can do that with my grandson. Please don't disturb others here." Lin Ziyuan's eyes turned red as he stared at expert Huang. "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In Yun City and J City, I was the one whose men survived after being attacked by mutated creatures. I also sent my men to the overseas industrial park to search for supplies, sacrificing 30 of them. Everyone here, including the leader, no one understands the real situation better than I do. Leader, this Huang expert is just a scholar who studies written knowledge in a research lab. How can his words decide the life or death of soldiers fighting outside against mutated creatures?"
How dare you?
Huang Hu Yao slammed the table and stood up with a stern, old look on his face, glaring angrily at Lin Ziyuan. "Lin Ziyuan, you're getting more and more reckless. Leader, the people fighting outside are all soldiers you personally trained. We soldiers are willing to fight for you and those helpless people in the base, but now, we cannot keep this so-called scholar who only talks and decides lives with words." In just a second, Lin Ziyuan drew his gun and aimed it at expert Huang's forehead. "What are you doing, Lin Ziyuan? I am a professor invited by the leader to do biological research here. You can't kill me. Leader, please save me." As he spoke, he trembled with fear. Ziyuan put the gun down.
Bang!
The gunshot echoed. The bullet went through Huang's forehead, pierced the back of his head, and hit the yellowed white wall behind him. Blood splattered everywhere. Huang's body was still unresponsive. His face turned pale after being shot in the head. Blood flowed from his forehead, staining his twitching features. "Lin Dunyu." Huang Hu Yao's face darkened, his chest heaving with anger. He clenched his fists, occasionally pressing his hand to his waist where his gun was, but he made no further move. Someone has been killed. Several burly men, the wealthy businessmen who initially invested in building the Go-Mingtai base, sat quietly in their seats. They had no desire to argue with others. As long as they were safe, they had no objections. But the close-range shooting shocked them deeply, mostly out of fear. Since the end of the world, these warriors who protect them have killed people and seen blood, but only against rebels from their base or mutated creatures outside. The original elders of the base had not yet experienced the hardships and dangers of natural disasters. For them, killing was the greatest shock to their minds and senses. Team Leader Lin, you're so confused. The man in uniform shook his head and sighed, then looked at Huang Hu Yao, waiting for his decision. The only person in the meeting room who didn't speak was Go-Mingtai. He showed no fear or surprise, and his expression carried no blame toward Lin Ziyuan. "Team Leader Lin, have you thought of a way to deal with that leader-level mutant rat you mentioned?" Huang Hu Yao's flickering eyes contrasted sharply with Gu Mingtai's hopeful expression, making Lin Ziyuan feel a sense of irony. The god he believed in ultimately no longer believed in him. Is the world truly changing, or is it that people's hearts are changing? At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the meeting room. Before they could knock, two soldiers rushed in and fell to the ground because they couldn't stop in time. They were covered in mud, and the cold outside combined with rain soaked their clothes, making them shiver as they entered, looking very disheveled. Leader, the rain outside is getting heavier. The downpour blocks our view, and our soldiers' firepower is also hindered. Leader, the brothers on the lookout tower provided accurate information. There is a particularly large leader-level mutant rat among the mutant rats to the north. It is already approaching the base.
What?
The soldiers' report stunned everyone in the meeting room, causing them to jump in surprise. Their eyes on Lin Ziyuan changed from disbelief to shock. There really is a leader-level mutant rat. Their gaze on the dead expert on the ground grew colder. Huang Hu Yao looked at Lin Ziyuan with changing emotions, from anger to other feelings. Suddenly, he turned to the soldier reporting and said, "Take me there. And you. Notify Wu Lei. Go to the lookout tower and prepare to snipe." Leader. With Wu Lei's skill, from the lookout tower to outside the base, plus the heavy rain blocking the view, it might be difficult. Only Chen Jin. Let Chen Jin go. At this moment, Huang Hu Yao had no time to be angry with Lin Ziyuan. Okay, send someone to notify Chen Jin. After speaking, Huang Hu Yao took the lead, walking ahead with two young soldiers toward the main gate. Lin Ziyuan hurriedly rushed to Sumi's house. On a quiet, rainy night, the loud knocking on the door was very abrupt. Chen Jin was also sitting in the living room, looking worried. When he saw Lin Ziyuan outside, he immediately explained his purpose. Huang Hu Yao's order was like a sacred decree in the hearts of every soldier, making the previously worried Chen Jin instantly regain a strong sense of duty. Sumi didn't quite understand this kind of feeling, but she also thought that every soldier's faith deserved respect. Later, the young soldier on duty at the lookout tower near Sumi's house took Chen Jin away. Sumi didn't say anything, but as she watched Chen Jin leave with a limp, some words almost escaped her mouth. Lin Ziyuan looked at Sumi, hesitating to speak, which made her feel very awkward. Just say what you want to say quickly. I heard from Zhang Dingding and the others that you have a very sharp and strangely long weapon. Sumi frowned slightly and looked at him. Yes, I do.
Why?
Can I borrow it for a while? Sumi examined Lin Ziyuan carefully. He looked natural, his eyes straightforward, with a righteous and determined attitude that made her sigh and say, "Borrowing means you still need to return it, understand?" Lin Ziyuan was stunned. His reason for borrowing the weapon was to volunteer to deal with the leader-level mutant rat, which was very dangerous. If he died, the weapon would definitely not return to Sumi. But then he remembered what Sumi said and looked at her in surprise.
How do you know about me?
Leader-level mutant creatures in the mutant groups are like that sea star monster at the Cross Sea Industrial Park. Hard shell, and normal weapons can't pierce their bodies. I think old Chen and the others have told you about this, so you came to borrow a weapon from me. There are only two ways to kill them. One is with a sharp weapon, and the other is to attack their vital points, like the brain. Old Chen is very experienced in this area. When he was in J City, he hit a giant crocodile's eye from 100 meters away, and the bullet went straight through its head, killing it. Lin Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Thank you for telling me this. But about the weapon? No, I won't lend it. The giant crocodile tailbone is only this one, and once lent out, it's hard to get back. Lin Ziyuan lowered his head slightly and sighed. I respect your decision. Well, I'll go now. Sumi's decision seemed to make Lin Ziyuan more hesitant, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. He looked serious, holding a hand grenade at his waist, and turned to leave with determination.
Sumi called him again.
Lin Ziyuan, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Lin Ziyuan stopped and looked at Sumi. The skin of the mutated creatures is very tough. My weapons are sharp, but they might not work well against large mammals. The bigger they are, the stronger their life force, making them hard to kill. I advise you not to foolishly hold a grenade and sacrifice yourself. Mice are very fast. They run away before you even throw the grenade. Mice love to dig tunnels, and their tunnels are connected. When I prepared to cross the industrial park by the sea, I brought a lot of gasoline, which proved very useful. Sumi stopped there. Lin Ziyuan, being smart, nodded and said, "Thank you," then looked at Qin Hao, who had been silent all along, and decisively left. At the gate of the base, Huang Hu Yao led 2 squads of soldiers to line up facing the leader-level mutated rats approaching the base. Open fire. The heavy rain almost blocked their vision. The soldiers fired their guns, but 10 bullets only hit half of the targets. However, the rain also affected the mutated rats, at least slowing their advance. Leader. The number of mutated rats is increasing. Please return inside the base to command. Huang Hu Yao, standing tall and straight, with sharp eyes, stared at the huge mutated rat ahead. No need to say more. All soldiers, listen up. Fire at will. Be sure to kill the largest mutated rat. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan, along with Zhang Dingding and 11 others, appeared at the base gate, each carrying a gasoline can. Huang Hu Yao saw them and shouted, "What are you carrying gasoline cans for? Go get your bullets and join the fight." Lin Ziyuan looked at the approaching giant mutated rat less than 100 meters away in the rain, with a determined look. "Leader, please focus fire on that big rat to attract its attention. Give us some time." Huang Hu Yao watched Lin Ziyuan and his team with gasoline and fire starters, a glint in his eyes. He raised his gun, loaded new bullets, and asked how long. Currently, it is unclear how deep or large the mouse burrows are. I want to request more gasoline to pour into the burrows and destroy the mutant mice's nests. Huang Hu Yao's chest rose and fell with excitement. Burning the mouse burrows with gasoline? That's a good idea.
All right.
Shaoli, take your team and bring the stored gasoline from the base. Yes. Leader. Huang Hu Yao's eyes were blurred by rain, but his gaze still pierced through to people's hearts. He looked at Lin Ziyuan. The Lin Ziyuan in front of him now seemed different from the young man he once helped raise. How confident are you? Over 90%.
Good.
The soldiers outside will follow your command. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. If they fail, not only will the soldiers blocking the front be unable to survive, but the people in the base behind them will also become prey for the mutant mice. Lin Ziyuan led his team to a nearby sinking pit. Just now, the mutant mice suddenly appeared from this pit and dragged the soldiers into the burrows. The soldiers at the gate fought bravely, holding back the largest mutant mouse. Lin Ziyuan knew it was time to act.
Bleat.
Gasoline mixed with rainwater flowed into the mouse burrow from the opening. Heavy rain washed over the land, and at least half of the gasoline was soaked with rainwater and seeped underground. Their gasoline was limited. Using it to flood the burrows and burn the mice's nests was like a gamble. If they won, victory was near. If they lost, he would sacrifice his life to destroy the giant mouse. Fortunately, the heavy rain masked their actions, and the mice group didn't notice anything unusual. Faced with the soldiers' gunfire, the mice didn't recklessly rush forward. They used the rain as cover, moving forward while retreating into underground tunnels to avoid the bullets. Seconds passed, and the sky, which should have been gradually clearing, darkened further because of the storm. The sun had just risen but hid behind dark clouds, fearing that this struggle between humans and creatures would cause more harm. The mutant mice group grew impatient. They preferred the night and disliked sunlight, seeming eager to finish off the humans holding weapons before dawn fully broke. Sumi was lying on a large tree in the villa area, using her binoculars to watch the scene unfold. A mutated rat rapidly attacked the base from over 100 meters away, layer after layer. They became crazy and fearless of bullets. The front rats were killed, but the others pushed forward again. This kept happening, and their numbers remained frighteningly large. If they broke into the base, with only about 10 people inside, it wouldn't be enough to stop them. The largest mutated rat didn't seem in a hurry to reach the front. Instead, it hid in the middle of the rat swarm, with smaller rats blocking incoming bullets for it. Suddenly, a gunshot broke the air with a loud bang. The leader rat's left eye was hit, and it let out a sharp, piercing scream. The surrounding rats became even more frantic and rushed forward recklessly. The leader rat suddenly disappeared from sight on the ground. From the telescope, Sumi saw this and guessed that the shot was Chunjin's work. However, the leader rat did not die like the giant crocodile in City J that day. Sumi clearly saw that the bullet only shattered its eye, embedding in the socket without entering its brain or damaging its head. This mutated rat's skin and bones seemed tougher and harder than the crocodile's. Sumi took out a giant crocodile tailbone and examined it repeatedly. This mutated rat's skull is indeed much harder than the crocodile's. Chunjin's sniping could pierce through the crocodile's eye into its brain, but it couldn't the rat's eyeball. Hopefully, these mutated rats can be burned to death, or they will cause endless trouble. Lin Ziyuan's team had poured over 1,000 liters of gasoline into the rat tunnels, but the heavy rain made it impossible to determine the exact condition of the mutated rats contaminated with gasoline. Suddenly, the giant leader rat jumped out of a nearby hole. Its useless front paws had become hard and sharp due to mutation, and it grabbed a soldier who was pouring oil, biting off his neck in one bite. The soldier's blood splashed from the giant rat's mouth, staining Lin Ziyuan's eyes red. Lin Ziyuan raised his gun and started shooting at the rat's face.
Yeah.
I will kill you. The bullets embedded in the tough skin of the giant rat couldn't its body, but the spray of bullets still hit its other eye, causing it to scream again. The enraged giant rat was even more difficult to deal with than before. Watching as the sharp claws grabbed Lin Ziyuan and dragged him up, he calmly held a grenade at his waist and shouted, "Pour gasoline on it. Use gasoline." At this moment, an unknown young soldier responsible for suppressing fire suddenly left the shooting team and ran wildly toward the mutant rat swarm in front. He then took out a grenade from his waist and threw it into the rat group. The explosion followed, killing many mutant rats. The soldier was caught in the blast and couldn't escape, falling among the bodies of the mutant rats in the rainy night. The soldiers at the gate, responsible for fire suppression, had tears or rain in their eyes. Their hands, used for shooting, had become numb, but they dared not stop firing. Suddenly, amidst the rat swarm on the ground, a spark ignited as bullets exploded. The spark seemed guided by flammable material, turning into two, then quickly spreading to the surrounding mutant rats. The mutant rats never expected to be soaked in gasoline. From a small spark to a line, then to a blazing fire. Seeing this method effective, another soldier around the base threw down his gun and ran toward the giant rat swarm, removing the safety pin from his grenade and risking his life to destroy himself with the mutant rats. Immediately, the rat's screams filled the air, making the rat leader, who was about to bite Lin Ziyuan's neck, feel anxious and restless. Lin Ziyuan was caught by the giant rat's claws. He took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and accurately stuffed it into the screaming rat's mouth.
Boss.
Zhang Dingding and others saw that Lin Ziyuan had already pulled the pin and shouted in horror. Wu Lei and others tried to pull Lin Ziyuan out of the rat's mouth.
Run.
Lin Ziyuan threw away his empty gun and, using all his strength, grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the mutant rat. He absolutely couldn't let it spit out the grenade. The giant rat smelled the gunpowder in its mouth and wanted to spit it out, but the human caught in its grasp forced its jaws shut tightly. In anger, it bit off the human's entire arm. But as it chewed, the human forcefully pulled at its tongue. The rat's tongue extended, causing the grenade to slide down into its throat and into its belly. On the observation tower, Qin struggled to suppress his choking sobs, took deep breaths, and repeatedly said "ah" to calm his mind. He aimed at the rat leader's eyes and shot again and again, each shot hitting the head, but none proved fatal to the giant rat. The mutated giant rat, gone mad, paid no attention to its distant attack and refused to release its claws that held Lin Ziyuan. The claws looked small but were extremely sharp. Any movement would cause the pointed nails to curl and embed into Lin Ziyuan's body with great force. After being caught by the giant rat, Lin Ziyuan didn't try to struggle. He watched helplessly as the grenade was swallowed by the mutated rat, which then roared with laughter and called out Zhang Dingding's name. Meanwhile, the mutated rat bit through Lin Ziyuan's neck in its loud and quiet growls. Human lives are so fragile in its hands. Humans are already fragile in the face of the apocalypse and natural disasters.
Boss.
Zhang Dingding's vision blurred as he heard Lin Ziyuan's final, hoarse, and faint command before his head was severed. Fire. The 13-person team that followed Lin Ziyuan had already lost one member to the giant rat. Seeing Lin Ziyuan's tragic death, everyone shouted to vent their grief and opened fire on the mutated rat leader. The giant rat that emerged from the hole was already covered in gasoline. When the machine guns fired, sparks ignited its fur. The bullets, as usual, got stuck in its tough skin and couldn't. But at this moment, the grenade it swallowed showed signs of movement. The grenade, through the rat's tough hide, inflated its abdomen into a round ball that continued to expand. Zhang Dingding shouted, "Run. It's going to explode." But the boss's body.
Run.
The 12 soldiers, unwilling, glanced at Lin Ziyuan's body and quickly turned to run back to the base gate. Huang Hu Yao realized the 12 had returned but couldn't find Lin Ziyuan's trace. Soon after, the scene of the mutated rat leader exploding in the nearby hole unfolded.
A Yuan.
Tears streaming down, the phrase heartbroken no longer fully described Huang Hu Yao's state. Was he really wrong? Lin Ziyuan, even in death, carried the most important belief of a soldier. He did not betray his promise or his duty as a soldier. But as the hero in the soldiers' hearts, Huang Hu Yao ultimately failed to trust him enough. With the rat leader gone, the mutated rat swarm quickly dispersed. But the rain did not stop. Huang Hu Yao and all the soldiers carried the bodies of their fallen comrades back to the base. The people inside the base, afraid, stayed hidden at home, not daring even to lift their heads. Since that day, Huang Hu Yao has been bedridden. The people at the base say that the leader and his fighters fought all night against mutant rats and, overwhelmed, he fell seriously ill and could not get up. He is considered a god in everyone's hearts, but people forget that he is an old man over 70. A god can be a symbol of faith, but an old man can also fall seriously ill. There are 2 reasons why the morale at the base has become uneasy. First, the heavy rain outside has not stopped, reminding them of the rainstorm that lasted for a month before. If it happens again, they might face a long food shortage. Second, the leader of the base, Huang Hu Yao, who is the pillar of their confidence, has fallen ill. It is said that he has fainted. The news of Huang Hu Yao's critical condition was told to Sumi by Chen Jin when he returned. Chen Jin had been caught in the rain all day and night, searching around the hole outside the base, but he couldn't find any remains of the fallen soldiers. He took a box with some body parts and buried it in a pit on the training ground. After returning to Sumi's villa, he was soaked and went straight to bed, falling into a deep sleep. Qin Hao checked on him twice in the guest room but found he was still unconscious, with his fever rising. First, Qin Hao changed his wet clothes for dry ones. Then he fetched the medicine box prepared by Sumi and gave him medicine to reduce the fever. However, his temperature did not go down. After the rain stopped, Zhang Dingding and others visited Sumi and told her that most of the soldiers who went out to kill mutant rats that day had collapsed afterward. All the fallen soldiers had high fever that wouldn't break, and the fever medicine was ineffective. Sumi guessed that this rain was similar to the one that lasted a month before, which damaged the immune system after exposure to rain. The soldiers who got soaked, especially Chen Jin, were most affected. Chen Jin had already injured his leg at the Cross Sea Industrial Park, and after getting caught in the rain again, he developed a fever and fainted. Sumi was deeply shocked by Lin Ziyuan's death and admired the brave soldiers who faced natural disasters without fear. She was worried that Chen Jin might also be taken by illness, so she force-fed him 2 bottles of creek water from the space product. After being given the creek water, Chen Jin recovered quickly, and his fever broke the next afternoon. When he woke up, Chen Jin became quiet and reserved, not coming out of his room. Following her usual routine, Sumi went for a walk before dinner, so when she returned, her backpack was filled with some food, making it less likely to attract suspicion. But as soon as she left today, the atmosphere at the base became a little different. It was not yet dark, and most shops along the street had already closed. The main gate of the base was wide open, guarded by 2 tired soldiers leaning against the doors. Zhang Yan was one of them. Sumi walked over and handed each of them a bottle of water. They were surprised for a moment, and then drank eagerly. Sumi left the base gate and slid down the. Below, people dressed in ragged clothes and with dirty faces wandered among the bodies of mutated rats. Everyone was holding a larger mutated rat corpse that they had picked out. Most of these bodies had been set on fire with gasoline, but some were ignited after touching their burning comrades, so a few had no gasoline smell. The people collecting the mutated rat bodies all lived in the dormitory area. Compared to hunger, these rat corpses could feed them well for several meals. Sumi was not interested in these bodies. She went to the piece of the giant mutated rat that had been blown apart and picked up the largest piece. She carried it back with her bare hands. Zhang Yan saw Sumi carrying a giant rat corpse and was about to hesitate, but suddenly ran over and stopped her.
Sumi, what a moment.
Sumi paused and looked back at Zhang Yan. What's the matter? Seeing Sumi's indifferent expression and polite tone, Zhang Yan's heart trembled. The next moment, he even changed how he addressed her. Miss Su, I don't have anything urgent to say. It's just that recently, the base has been a bit unstable. Please try to stay inside as much as possible. Sumi's brows slightly furrowed for just a second, and her eyes softened a little as she looked at Zhang Yan. Thanks for the reminder. You're welcome. I should go back to my post now. The people in the dormitory area have become very active recently, and I can't leave for too long. Also, thank you for the water. Water was still precious in the base. The water Sumi gave had a slightly sweet taste, definitely not from the base's tap water after boiling. After saying this, Zhang Yan turned and went back to the main gate. Zhang Yan knew Qinjin. They first arrived at the base together, and Zhang Yan and his team had welcomed them. On the night they fought the mutated rats, Sumi saw Zhang Yan also participating. The dormitory area was just a few dozen meters inside the main gate on the right side. While guarding the main gate, Zhang Yan and another soldier could also observe the situation in the dormitory area. People carrying mutated mouse corpses outside the base lined up at the gate, each person needing to be checked by Zhang Yan and another person. Before the apocalypse, riots caused by wealth gaps were common. After the disaster, society viewed those living in communal housing as potential dangers, keeping them confined and cautious of them. As Sumi slowly walked back, a group of people approached. They didn't look like soldiers from the base, but more like muscular bodyguards. They held a photo and asked about shops along the street. Have you seen this person in the photo?
No.
Look carefully. Don't play tricks with me. No, really, I haven't. This group acted roughly and simply more like bandits than bodyguards. After questioning shop owners, they casually took some edible items from their shops and moved on to the next. Sumi was walking at a steady pace, but the streets inside the base were sparsely populated. She, dressed neatly and cleanly, looked a bit out of place. The group blocked Sumi and held up a photo in front of her. Young girl, have you seen this person? Sumi wore a baseball cap and slightly looked up. The photo showed a couple with a background that looked familiar, probably taken in the villa area. The man in the photo appeared handsome but had a cloudy gaze and looked somewhat displeased facing the camera. The woman was charming, wearing a crop top and tight jeans, smiling happily as she leaned against the man. But Sumi's heart trembled. Wasn't this Su Bing Lan? She remembered being falsely accused of theft by her that day. Even Lin Ziyuan only dismissed the incident casually. It seemed this woman was indeed someone important. Sumi calmly replied, "No, I haven't seen her." The bodyguards, seeing Sumi with her cap pulled low and face hidden, became curious. Everyone in the base knew her, especially the women. They remembered her well. "Are you new here?" one bodyguard asked. Sumi didn't want to talk to them and tried to walk away.
Stop. We're talking to you.
Can't hear us? One of them said, reaching out and knocking off her cap. Sumi quickly turned her back to prevent further contact from the man. Sumi's quick movements and graceful posture caught their eyes, instantly impressing them. Her baseball cap fell to the ground, revealing her clean, beautiful face, which amazed the bodyguard-like men watching her. Turns out she's a little beauty. Big brother, young master Huang asked us to find Su Bing Lan. If we can't find her, we'll get scolded when we go back. The speaker was immediately slapped on the forehead. Are you stupid? Stop looking for Su Bing Lan. Just bring her back, and tonight everyone can enjoy good food and drinks. Although they spoke quietly, Sumi heard everything clearly. Little beauty, don't be nervous. We are good people and will never hurt you. Sumi counted the 9 men in front of her, each strong and muscular, like perfect bodybuilders. She couldn't understand why, after so long in the apocalypse, the people in the base were all starving at different levels, yet these 9 looked so healthy. It was obvious they had never gone hungry. When Sumi turned to leave again, the 9 men quickly ran over and surrounded her. Little beauty, we're really not bad people. We want to take you to see someone. I promise, once you see him, you'll be able to walk around the base freely and never go hungry again. Only the top leaders in the base could walk around without hunger. Could the person behind Su Bing Lan be one of them? Sumi slowly stopped and looked at the photo in the man's hand. Are you taking me to see the person in this photo? Yes, yes. Our young master Huang is the son of the base leader. Don't worry, with your beauty, you'll be living a good life from now on. Their words confirmed Sumi's guess. The person behind Su Bing Lan must be this young master Huang. She didn't expect Su Bing Lan to have such a powerful background, connected to Huang Hu Yao's son. If she were still alive, it seemed she wouldn't have a good future either. Sumi secretly decided to visit the dorm again tonight to see if Su Bing Lan was dead or alive. If she was alive, well, she'd rather be dead than get into trouble herself. Seeing the 9 muscular bodyguards surrounding her, Sumi's eyes darkened. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being rude. The 9 men didn't expect such a fragile-looking girl to speak so coldly. No matter what Sumi said, to them it sounded like a child playing a power game with an adult. With such a small body, any one of them hitting her might make her cry for a long time. Little beauty, don't make things difficult for us. The leader reached out to grab Sumi's wrist. In the next moment, Sumi's 2 tiny hands firmly held the man's arm from both sides. Feeling the soft, warm touch of her small hands on his arm, the man's heart fluttered, and he smiled happily. Just as he was about to pull his arm back, his smile froze. He couldn't pull his arm away. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free himself. Suddenly, as he tried to withdraw his arm, he felt his shoulder joint dislocate with a loud clunk, as if someone had forcibly pulled it out. That wasn't all. The bodyguard leader felt the scene spinning around him, and when he finally reacted, he was forcefully thrown onto the concrete ground with great strength. His shoulder was out of place, and the powerful impact had also displaced his internal organs. His side ribs felt broken, and he couldn't move due to the pain. Sumi coldly looked at the other 8 men, her expression still calm, but her eyes were full of disgust. I warned you, don't mess with me. The leader of the bodyguards didn't give up. After catching his breath, he raised his still movable arm and pointed at Sumi. Catch her. How dare she throw me? Bring her back, so we can have some fun with her. 8 muscular men charged towards Sumi, their spirits high. Sumi was ready to take down the men in front of her. But at this moment, Zhang Yan suddenly ran over from the gate of the base. Stop! Sumi let out a breath of relief. She didn't really want to offend Huang Hu Yao's son inside the base. Fighting was only a last resort. If Zhang Yan could come and help her, she wouldn't have to go all out and offend everyone. Zhang Yan, why are you here instead of doing your job as the gatekeeper? The man who had been thrown to the ground struggled to get up and said to Zhang Yan without any politeness. Hearing this, Zhang Yan replied, Huang Xiao asked you to come find Assistant Su. Instead, you're bullying a little girl here. If you delay Huang Xiao's business, you'll have to bear the consequences. The 9 men looked at each other and suddenly burst into loud laughter. Now that we have this little beauty, What does Huang Xiao need with Su Bing Lan? Listening to their conversation, Sumi's brow furrowed deeply. These 9 people are making this plan. She is under old Master Lin's protection. I advise you not to touch her.
Tise.
Lin Ziyuan? Before he died, he had to show respect to young Master Huang. Besides, he's dead now, and there's not even a complete body. Get out of here, and stop blocking the way. You guys. Zhang Yan wanted to say more, but Sumi coldly stopped him. Zhang Yan, go back. I can handle this myself. Sumi originally just wanted to get rid of these 9 people and go back to the villa. However, she was furious that these scoundrels would insult the brave sacrifice of Lin Ziyuan, who died heroically. She didn't have the same courage as the men who fought on the battlefield, but she could still deal with a few scoundrels. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sumi's mouth as she drew a dagger from her waist. When the 9 saw this, their faces looked a bit unnatural, but they didn't realize their time was almost up. Hurry up and attack. Young Master Huang is waiting. Shop owners on both sides of the street hid inside their stores and dared not come out. Zhang Yan had a gun, but he didn't dare to attack Huang Yiming's men. Huang Hu Yao's only son, born late, was more precious to Huang Hu Yao than his own eyes. All right, you dare to break the rules of the base and openly carry a knife. Be sensible and surrender peacefully with us. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 of them rushed at Sumi simultaneously. These 8 looked strong and sturdy, but from their body movements and speed, it was clear they were just show. Sumi easily dodged behind them, kicking each of them solidly at their narrowest waist. The 8 fell to the ground. When they got up, they saw Sumi already standing behind their boss, and without hesitation, she slashed his main artery with her dagger. Blood spilled all over the ground. The boss of the 9, clutching his neck wound, soon fell silent and stopped breathing. Sumi moved her wrists and neck, feeling a bit rusty after not cutting a major artery for a long time. It seemed she needed more practice when she returned home.
You killed someone.
The soldiers of the base won't let you go. Why is it that when your soldiers rob a girl from the base, you don't care, but I get into trouble for killing a kidnapper? The 8 were shocked and angry. Their boss was killed and a little girl had cut his neck. This scene made their hearts turn cold, but a fierce determination burst from within. Deal with her. 8 people got up from the ground, and all rushed aggressively towards Sumi. Some attacked her head, others her legs, and some grabbed her waist. But none of them expected how agile Sumi was. She grabbed one person's arm, used their force to jump onto another person's back. Her dagger danced like a living snake, slicing open the large arteries on 2 people's necks from the sides. In less than 5 seconds, 2 more people fell. The remaining 6 were suddenly very scared. They looked at Zhang Yan and shouted, "You're a soldier from the base. She has killed people. You should shoot her now." As soon as they finished speaking, Sumi accurately cut open the main artery of one person's neck. Blood spurted out, splashing onto the face of a nearby person.
Ah!
In an instant, 4 of the 9 people had died at Sumi's hands. The other 5 looked at her, no longer showing their tough attitude. They trembled and tried to run away. Sumi did not chase them. She simply walked over to Zhang Yan and snatched his pistol from his waist. Qin Hao had taught her how to shoot. With her current eyesight and quick reflexes, she couldn't aim precisely every time, but hitting the target was certain. 1 shot. 1 person fell.
2 shots.
Another person fell.
3 shots. 4 shots.
5 shots. Everyone was killed. Zhang Yan was stunned, staring in disbelief. He knew about the rescue incident at the Cross Sea Industrial Park, but he couldn't believe that a weak-looking girl could have such strong skills. The first time he saw her, she was just a quiet, cold girl with a serious face. Now her aura had changed completely. She was a ruthless professional assassin who didn't blink before killing. And if he wasn't mistaken, her shooting stance was definitely trained professionally. "Miss Su, you've caused a big problem." Sumi returned the pistol to Zhang Yan, replied calmly with a and didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground. She turned and left. Zhang Yan swallowed hard, watching her cold figure walk away, feeling like a lovesick man mourning a fallen woman. How could she leave just like that? How was he supposed to clean up this mess? The 5 gunshots made the shop owners hiding nearby crouch on the ground, covering their heads, not daring to lift their eyelids. The people in the nearby tents at the entrance heard the gunfire and immediately crouched in fear, not daring to move. Another guard on duty with Zhang Yan looked at the crouched people and quickly moved closer to Zhang Yan. But when he reached Zhang Yan, he only saw the back of a girl carrying a mutated rat corpse bag walking away. He looked at Zhang Yan holding a gun and staring at the bodies on the ground, then asked in disbelief, "What happened?" Zhang Yan, with tears in his eyes, said, "I swear I didn't kill anyone. Do you believe me?" His companion pointed at the distant figure of Sumi. Was that her? Zhang Yan looked conflicted, but finally lowered his head. This matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly. When they ask, just say you don't know anything. Are you trying to protect that woman? Are you crazy? That's Huang Xiao's person. If you break the rules of the base, you'll only face some punishment. Offending Huang Xiao, you probably won't be able to stay in the base. I'm just a soldier, under the leader. Even if he's a noble, he can't just kill me, right? Remember what I said, just pretend you didn't see her today.
Fine, you decide.
This isn't something I can control. Do as you see fit. After returning to the villa, Sumi found it was already dark. She handed the meat and canned food to Ma Desheng to handle. She went to the renovated planting room courtyard. Qin Hao had already helped her fix the air vents and windows. The solar panels, which had been affected by rain earlier, were taken inside from outside. Currently, the solar panels had no stored power, so the indoor lights and temperature control devices couldn't run. Qin Hao also dug up a lot of soil from outside and filled the holes. But Sumi knew that seeds needed to be planted in soil that could support germination, so while Ma Desheng and Qin Hao were busy, she took some of the black soil from the space and mixed it into the prepared soil, stirring thoroughly. Finally, she used water from the space stream to soak the entire soil bed. She then selected several common vegetable seeds, like eggplant, lettuce, chili, and oilseed, and sprinkled them into the moist soil. She covered the entire planting area with a large greenhouse film. The temperature had dropped to just above freezing. Although the space stream helped prevent the seeds from dying, covering with the greenhouse film also helped keep the plants and seeds warm. After finishing everything, Sumi returned to the living room. The living room was separated from her small planting courtyard by a sliding door. To distinguish the two areas, she also installed thick blackout curtains above the door. Qin Hao saw Sumi come out of the planting courtyard and called her to come and eat. Sumi looked at her muddy arms and pant legs and decided to go back and change clothes before coming down. When she came down, she saw Qin Jin, who hadn't left his room for 2 days, sitting at the dining table. She looked at him happily, hoping he would quickly come out of the shadow of Lin Ziyuan's death. Old Chen, Lin Ziyuan died for the safety of the base. He wouldn't want you to become depressed because of him. I understand. I've also thought it through. Since the boss is gone, I want to carry on his part and live well in this end of the world. Live enough to make it count. Ma Desheng took out the unfinished wine that Lin Ziyuan had brought last time. There wasn't much left, so he poured a little for everyone before the bottle was empty. Old Chen, it's good that you think like that. It's not easy for us to survive until now. Come on. Let's have a toast for a long and smooth life in the future. Chen Jin picked up his glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Dinner was quite filling, with vegetables, meat, rice, and soup. After dinner, Sumi shared her thoughts with everyone present. The base now felt strangely silent, but this silence was more like the calm before a storm, making people feel uneasy. I want to go out tomorrow, maybe for a day or 2. Seeing the mutated mice corpses outside today, Sumi had this idea. When the mutated mouse swarm retreated that night, they must have gone back into various corners of S City. Although mice aren't particularly loved creatures, her space needed new species to enter and help consume the dense, white fog. That long? I'll go with you. Qin Hao looked at Sumi worriedly, showing his concern openly. No need. I can guarantee my safety. You all should stay at home as much as possible and avoid going out for work too. Since she wasn't at the base and Chun Jin was at her house, it was a bit troublesome. If they couldn't find her, they probably wouldn't cause trouble for Qin Hao and the others. Why, boss? Did something happen at the base? Sumi bit her lip and awkwardly scratched her cheek. I got into a little trouble and accidentally killed 9 bodyguards of Huang Hu Yao's son.
So,
The living room fell silent. Chun Jin furrowed his brows deeply. Girl, this isn't just a small problem. Huang Yiming is a bad guy, and he doesn't forget easily. Boss, are you running away because you caused trouble? Qin Hao still looked calm and indifferent. Just a few bodyguards, it's nothing serious. You go handle your business and come back early. That night, Sumi sneaked back into the dormitory room. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find Su Bing Lan, not even a body. Normally, the base is small, and if Huang Yiming sent 9 bodyguards to look for someone, he wouldn't send another group. But there was no sign of Su Bing Lan anywhere. Not even her shadow. Sumi was eager to check every room in the dormitory, but she hesitated. She didn't want to cause a big scene, and she knew Su Bing Lan was proud and wouldn't tolerate humiliation. With her pride, if she were still alive, she wouldn't have stayed in such a place and mingled with the people here. Sumi checked the area around the dormitory several times but found nothing. If she had died and been burned by the people inside, it would make sense. Recently, the people in the dormitory had been collecting mutated rat carcasses and cooking rat meat outside. If they burned a person or destroyed a corpse, it wouldn't be suspicious. But if she was alive, she was a threat. Sumi suddenly regretted not cutting Su Binglan's main artery that day, choosing revenge instead. It turned out that revenge gave a certain thrill to the vengeful. However, afterward, it often left many problems. Sumi carefully climbed over the wall. Just before landing, she sensed movement behind her. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. In the next second, she spun around, grabbed the other person's wrist, and pressed the dagger against their neck.
wait. Don't kill me.
Sumi's eyes darkened slightly. The woman was dressed revealingly. Her figure was good but very thin now. Yet, her charming aura was natural. If she cleaned herself up and was well fed for a couple of months, this woman could definitely be a troublemaker in the end times, like a dangerous beauty. The dagger in Sumi's hand stopped after cutting a small line of blood on the woman's neck. I won't kill you. Just pretend you didn't see me today, and I'll let you go. Although the woman looked frightened, she didn't seem overly scared. Most people would tremble if a dagger was pressed against their neck or cut into their skin. Looking at the woman in front of her, she was calm and unmoved. Her long legs showed no signs of trembling, and she didn't even beg for mercy. Since Sumi arrived at the base, she had seen this woman 3 times. She was a woman from the base's nightclub, and with such courage, Sumi didn't want to kill her just yet. Don't worry, I didn't see you tonight. Sumi nodded, released her grip, and headed toward the main gate of the base. You're looking for Su Bing Lan, right? Sumi froze in her steps and looked at the woman with a murderous gaze again. It seemed she knew quite a lot. I don't know anything, but I do know where Su Bing Lan is. Sumi saw her look calm and confident, but a hint of nervousness in her eyes betrayed her. You're wrong.
Sumi 나를
She considered herself careful in her actions, especially since she had thrown Su Bing Lan into the dormitory that night.
Oh, nighttime.
This woman worked at night, didn't she? That meant she might have seen everything she did that day. Sumi couldn't help but think bitterly. This Su Bing Lan was truly a troublemaker. She was acting out of revenge. What could have been settled with a single knife was dragged here, leaving her vulnerable. It was uncomfortable. It's okay if you're wrong. The person is lying in my house now, and she might wake up anytime. The woman spoke while carefully observing Sumi. She was testing her, trying to gauge this young girl who had caught her eye immediately. From her observation, Sumi seemed cold and ruthless, capable of murder. But that day, when she bought greenhouse materials and was insulted by the shop owner, she didn't retaliate. When 9 bodyguards from Huang Yiming harassed her, she didn't fight back either. It was only when they mentioned Lin Ziyuan's death that she seemed to have murderous intent. She acted decisively and was very strong physically. Most importantly, she lived in a villa area, didn't worry about food or clothing, and knew people like Qinjin. If she dared to hurt Su Bing Lan, she must have her own reasons. She was gambling, betting that Sumi wouldn't kill her just because she hurt Su Bing Lan. Instead, she might use this to negotiate with Sumi. Sumi thought hard, her face twisting in frustration. She was annoyed. Why do you think I wouldn't kill you to keep my secret? Because I bet you're a good person. At that moment, Sumi felt a sudden urge to curse. She thought, God, you really think you're a good person? Since the end of the world, she has killed so many people that she has lost count. Yet, on this dark and windy night, she was stopped by a wandering woman and was given a kindness card. She couldn't harm her, because unresolved trouble with Su Bing Lan would bring more problems later. Instead, Sumi didn't pay much attention to the 9 bodyguards. Since she believed she was in the right, even Huang Yiming, son of Huang Hu Yao, had to speak reasonably in front of everyone. Sumi took a deep breath and looked at the woman with a warning in her eyes. You can make your conditions, but if you dare to lie to me, you'll regret it. The woman sighed in relief and looked at Sumi with less tension. I want to join your group. No way. Try someone else. The woman was stunned. Is there no other option? Then go away. Sumi felt very annoyed. She thought about killing her first, then finding the woman's place and silencing Su Bing Lan.
Wait.
Waiting for your sister? I'll give you one last chance. Sumi grabbed the woman's wrist to stop her from running away. I am with Lin Ziyuan. Sumi looked at her strangely.
Don't lie to me.
Lin Ziyuan doesn't seem like someone who would go to a nightclub. Chen Jin can vouch for me. I work in nightclubs, but as Lin Ziyuan's person, no one dares to mess with me. Sumi was suspicious. She thought the woman was lying to avoid danger. But even if it was a lie, it made her hesitate.
Fine. What do you really want to say?
Lin Ziyuan is dead. I have no protection at nightclubs. I want her help. This is your choice of life. Lin Ziyuan is gone, and you're not his widow. Why should I help you? If you can take me to find Su Bing Lan, I might forgive you this once. But if you keep using this as leverage to threaten me, well, I'm not someone easy to deal with. Suddenly, the woman covered her abdomen and looked distressed. A sadness that Sumi recognized immediately appeared in her eyes. Sumi was very familiar with this gesture. Before the end of the world, in TV dramas, women who lost their husbands after being pregnant looked exactly like this. But the woman didn't continue talking about it, and Sumi didn't want to push her further. She only listened as the woman continued speaking. All right, I will take you to find Su Bing Lan. Sumi followed her to the small building area and confidently went to the 3rd floor of one of the buildings. This building is the furthest in the small housing area, and the 3rd floor is the top floor, not fully occupied. Sumi watched as she opened a door, revealing a cozy living room filled with a warm atmosphere. This was Sumi's first time visiting the small building area and seeing the rooms inside. The living room was warm and inviting, with all the things a small home should have. It didn't look like the home of a woman from the end of the world era. On the coffee table, there was a photo frame with a picture of a woman and a girl who looked very much like her.
I'm Xie Xiao Huan.
The person in the photo is my sister, Ting Ting. She passed away a month ago. If it weren't for Yuan, I probably wouldn't be alive now. On the sofa, there were neatly folded military pants. A military coat hung on the coat rack near the door. Sumi started to believe this woman's story a little more. Both sisters in the photo were beautiful, and the woman's bright smile had a hint of old Hollywood star charm. It's true. Heroes often struggle with beautiful women, and that's no lie. Where is Su Bing Lan? She's in the guest room. She's been unconscious for several days. As soon as Sumi entered the room, she smelled a strange, sour and pungent odor. She immediately covered her nose and mouth. When I brought her back, she was already showing signs of incontinence. She was probably tortured badly in the shared room. Sumi checked Su Bing Lan's breath. It was very faint. It seemed her breathing was weaker than her exhalation, and even just lying there, she might not last many days. But Sumi didn't dare take any risks now. In the end of the world, caution is always better. She couldn't be sure until she saw her truly stop breathing. Xia Xiaowan had seen dead bodies before and even witnessed others killing, but this was the first time she saw a young girl so close, her face expressionless and calm as she snapped someone's neck. Her delicate little hand seemed to hold endless strength. With just a gentle squeeze, Su Bing Lan, already weak, had her neck broken and instantly stopped breathing. Having taken care of Su Bing Lan, Sumi let out a sigh of relief and looked at the woman in front of her. Without saying whether she saw it with her own eyes or not, Su Bing Lan was thrown into the dormitory by her. Just now, witnessing her break Su Bing Lan's neck was enough reason for Sumi to silence her. But if she truly was Lin Ziyuan's person and carrying Lin Ziyuan's child, she really couldn't bring herself to harm her. I've handed the person over to you, and you've completed what you wanted to do. Sumi, as women, I beg you, please help me. Sumi looked at her with a serious expression for a long time, then suddenly thought of something. The more she thought, the tighter her brow became. If she did that, she felt she wouldn't be able to accept it. She looked at Xia Xiaojun repeatedly. Are you sure you're carrying Lin Ziyuan's child? I'll give you one last chance. If you lie to me, Su Bing Lan will be your consequence. Xia Xiaojun smiled slightly, gently touching her still flat belly with one hand. I'm sure. I had a checkup at the medical department last week, but I can't prove whether he's a Yuan's child or not. But please believe me, I just want to keep his child safe and live well. You should know, if you don't want this child, life in the end times might be easier. If you insist on keeping him, the future food shortages and dangers will be yours to face. There's also a bigger chance you won't be able to support this child. A Yuan is gone. I can't deprive this little life of the right to come into the world. Sumi thought carefully and then asked again, one last time, are you truly willing to do anything to keep this child? Xia Xiaojun didn't know why Sumi was asking this, but she found her serious and earnest attitude a bit strange. Still, she didn't feel afraid.
I'm willing.
Sumi sighed, then took a bottle of creek water from her space using her black backpack as a cover and handed it to Xia Xiaojun. Then drink it. Xia Xiaojun looked at Sumi, hesitated for a few seconds, then took the water bottle from her hand. It's just a bottle of water. Who would carry poisoned water to harm someone? Besides, she appeared suddenly, and Sumi wouldn't know everything. This bottle of water was definitely just a tool to test her. After watching Xia Xiaojun gulp down the water, Sumi grabbed her wrist. All living beings entering her space would listen and obey her, just like Xiao Bai and the others. She didn't know if outsiders would be the same after entering. Xia Xiaowan drank a whole bottle of water. Not only did she feel no discomfort, but she also felt more alert and refreshed in both mind and body. However, just as Sumi was about to grasp her wrist, Xia Xiaowan suddenly experienced a strong spinning sensation. After feeling dizzy several times, everything around her changed. Under her feet was soft, moist black soil, surrounded by various vegetables, fruits, daily supplies, and other goods stacked like mountains. Everything one could imagine. At this moment, Sumi was standing in front of her, looking somewhat nervous. It was strange. Why did she feel so warm and close when looking at Sumi now? It seemed that as soon as she spoke, she could do anything for her, even sacrifice her own life. But thinking of this, she suddenly covered her lower abdomen. A strange feeling spread through her body, and her feelings towards Sumi became even more tender. Since entering the space with Xia Xiaowan, Sumi had already seen everything clearly. Her guess was correct. Once inside the space, any living creature would develop a kind of recognition toward her. Through the space, Sumi knew clearly that all living beings inside would obey her commands without hesitation, even if she ordered them to do something extreme. What surprised Sumi was that Xia Xiaojuan's presence caused a large part of the surrounding white mist to dissipate. This was an unexpected delight. Sumi decided to do this after careful consideration. She wasn't sure if Xia Xiaojuan's words were true or false. If they were true, and she was indeed Lin Ziyuan's orphan, she would naturally want to protect her if she could. But if she was lying, there was nothing she could do. By entering the space, Sumi could at least confirm whether Xia Xiaojuan's words were true. Xia Xiaowan, Is the child in your belly really Lin Ziyuan's? Xia Shaowan lovingly stroked her belly and nodded with a smile. Yes, mistress. Sumi felt a chill at the word mistress. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong also called her that when communicating with her. Using her control over the space, she quickly said, "You just need to keep everything about me a secret. Other than that, you are still yourself. You are not anyone's servant, and you don't need to call me mistress." After hearing Sumi's words, Xia Shaowan suddenly felt something in her mind loosen. When she looked at Sumi again, the sense of closeness was still there, but the dependence on her obedience was gone. It was as if she was still herself, and Sumi was still Sumi, but to her, Sumi had become the most unbreakable person in her life. This understanding felt like something she was born with, impossible to erase.
Sumi?
Where are we? The air is so fresh. As the owner of the space, Sumi could naturally sense all of Xia Xiaozhuan's changes. Although she still felt some guilt, bringing her into the space was the best way to protect her and her unborn child. As long as she didn't give her any strict commands, she was still herself. Xia Shaowan, since you've entered my space, you are now mine. My matters are secret to everyone. Do you understand? Xia Shaowan quickly nodded, her eyes full of trust. Don't worry, even if I die, I won't tell anyone. Sumi's words were like an order she couldn't disobey. She could even sense Xia Xiaozhuan's true thoughts through the space connection. Although spying on others' thoughts was wrong, the space was her biggest secret. Without doing this, she wouldn't trust anyone.
I'm going out now. You.
Don't work at the nightclub anymore. Go to my villa and find Qin Hao and the others. You're going out? Can I go with you?
You? Sumi hissed at the.
The base was now in a state of panic. Huang Hu Yao was unconscious, half the soldiers were sick, Su Bing Lan was missing, and today she had killed 9 of Huang Yiming's bodyguards. If Xia Shaowan left with her now, it would attract too much attention. Xia Shaowan was very clever and naturally guessed Sumi's worries. I can resign from the nightclub job, but I need some food in exchange for my freedom. But don't worry, I won't hold you back when we go out. The space has everything. I can prepare 3 meals a day for you. My cooking is definitely better than takeout. Take me with you. Sumi thought for a moment. All right, then. After they left, Sumi first put Su Bing Lan's body into the space, planning to discard it outside the base later to destroy the evidence. Xia Shaowan brought food given by Sumi to her workplace, a nightclub. Xia Shaowan is beautiful and charming, with a good figure. In the past, no one dared to approach her because of Lin Ziyuan. Now, the base is uneasy, and the nightclub business is poor. Originally, not many people came to spend money at the club. Xia Shaowan gave 2 bags of rice and a bag of instant noodles to the owner, which was like paying her debt. The nightclub owner is a middle-aged couple in their 40s. Their business is slow, and they are also hungry. Although the base is a post-apocalyptic place, they can't force people to work as escorts. Xia Shaowan gave them enough food to last a while, so they let her leave peacefully. But as soon as Xia Shaowan left, the couple called a bodyguard and quietly followed her home. Everyone at the club knew her relationship with Lin Ziyuan. Now that Lin Ziyuan is dead, her sudden ability to pay her debt with so much food must have been left by him. People say self-interest is natural. Without Lin Ziyuan, how could a nightclub girl like her own so much food? When Xia Shaowan just opened her door, she was suddenly pushed inside with great force. She turned around and was shocked. Liang Chao, aren't you a nightclub security guard? Why are you following me? What's wrong? Your backer is dead, so what are you still proud of?
Get out.
This is my home.
What home?
Do you think people used to flatter you when Lin Ziyuan was alive? I've liked your figure for a long time. Now, I want to play with Lin Ziyuan's woman right here. Before she finished speaking, she felt a cold sensation around her neck, followed by a tingling feeling flowing down. When she reached out to touch it, she found it was blood. Sumi's quick technique, a dagger slicing through the carotid artery, only caused a brief pain and tingling, like being scratched by a branch. But when he realized his artery was bleeding heavily and he couldn't stop it, it was too late. He covered his neck with his hand, eyes wide with shock, looking at the person behind him. A girl, with a cold look that said you deserve to die. He wanted to shout, but the girl kicked him to the ground. The ground was cold. The blood flowing from his fingers was warm, but gradually cooled. Xia Xiaowan, scared, patted her chest and then touched her belly, comforting herself. It's okay. It's okay. Not dead yet, Sumi said, handing her the dagger. Xia Xiaowan nervously held a dagger, squatting on the ground. She knew that Sumi was testing her courage. Killing the security guard was the first step. Xia Xiaowan is smart and experienced, having gone through despair and helplessness, but she has never killed anyone before. This is a big hurdle. After being reborn, Sumi forced herself to cross this hurdle only after killing her first person. Being timid means you can't survive in the end times. You used to have Lin Ziyuan, but in the future, you still need to protect your children. Honestly, I regret helping you. Sumi's sarcastic words hit like a thunderbolt, making her eyes turn fierce. She raised the dagger and stabbed it into the man's stomach. She wasn't as strong as Sumi. The dagger got stuck after a third of it went in, caught on the man's ribs. Use more force and aim for the vital spot. Xia Xiaowan gritted her teeth, pulled out the dagger, and aimed slightly to the left of the man's chest. Where is the heart?
Just below the left side of the chest.
It was clear she was very nervous, and she kept swallowing hard to calm herself. The man covered his neck and struggled, but each move earned a harsh kick from Sumi into his waist. He wouldn't die immediately, but was in great pain. This time, Sumi cut the artery shallowly, so even though the man was bleeding heavily, unlike the 9 guards who had their arteries directly cut and died quickly, his vital signs could last quite a while. He was losing blood, his body weakening, but he wasn't dying fast. Seeing the 2 women discussing the structure of the human heart and how to kill him made his already weak state worse. He felt like he was suffering more than death. Xia Xiaowan tried again, using all her strength to push the dagger in more than halfway, then trembling slightly, she looked at Sumi. Did I do it right?
Sumi shook her head. Missed. Then I. If you miss, just stab a few more times. As long as the person dies, it's fine.
But before Xia Xiaowan could pull out the dagger and stab again, the man on the ground fainted. Blood flowed from his neck, forming a large pool about the size of a basin. Sumi checked his breathing and pulse, amused inside.
He's dead.
Xia Xiaowan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and dropped the dagger. Sumi threw the man's body into her space, placing it with Su Bing Lan's body. Let's tidy up the house, and then set out. Together, they cleaned the bloodstains from the ground, and Sumi also used moxibustion to dispel the blood smell. When leaving, only Sumi's figure was visible. At that moment, Xia Xiaowan was resting inside her space. Earlier, frightened, Xia Xiaowan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Sumi quickly gave her a bottle of creek water, and she was fine. According to Xia Xiaowan, she was 9 weeks pregnant. During the first 3 months, she needs to be very careful. The earlier symptoms clearly indicated that she had moved her pregnancy. Fortunately, Sumi's superspace could do more than just help with pregnancy. Even if she only had a little breath left, she could recover quickly. Sumi did not go out through the main door. Instead, she returned to the edge of the villa area, climbed onto a withered tree, and jumped onto the base's wall. The wall was about 7 or 8 meters high. If Sumi just jumped down, she would definitely get hurt. So, at dawn, outside the villa area's wall, Sumi performed another spatial displacement trick. By using the moment she emerged from her space, falling downward, then quickly returning to her space through a time shift, she achieved a safe landing. This method worked every time, allowing her to descend safely from high places without any tools. However, after Sumi landed, her foot suddenly stepped into a hole that hadn't collapsed. Mouse hole? Sumi expected there might be a mouse hole outside the base. Probably, only this base in City S still had some human activity. As winter approached, the mutated rats, lacking food, naturally moved closer to the base. Sumi's target was the mutated rats, preferably the young ones. Rats reproduce quickly, and in the underground burrows, there must be ratlings. But even with her excellent hearing, Sumi clearly knew that although the underground tunnels were dug by the mutated rats, she didn't hear any activity from them. Without the leader rat, the mutated rats probably scattered back to their original nests. Sumi decided to head into the city. If there was movement underground, she would find a way to handle it later. On the ground outside the base, there were still many charred mutated rats. Sumi carefully avoided stepping on them, dodging the rat corpses, but sometimes stepping into pits. How deep and complex must those holes be to make the surface so fragile? She walked for over 2 hours, from the outskirts into a residential area. At this time, the sky was already bright. Although City S experienced a month of heavy rain and flooding, the water quickly seeped underground, leaving only dampness. The temperature dropped, so the houses soaked for so long did not mold but began to show signs of freezing. Sumi passed by a small wall outside a shop, took out a giant crocodile tailbone and poked it. Surprisingly, she chipped away the wall like ice shards. The damp wall, at around 1 degree Celsius, had already started to form frost, making it brittle. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but underground, hidden dangers lurked. Sumi clearly heard the sounds of mutated mice running beneath the ground and some faint squeaking from deep inside. Though ugly, many people, especially women, are very repelled by mice. But in Sumi's eyes, only what can make the white mist disappear must be brought into the space. If she truly couldn't accept the mutated mice coexisting with her in the space, she could simply bring them inside, wait for the white mist to clear a bit, and then take them out. Animals that have entered the space can still integrate back into their original groups, which is essentially the same. In fact, this idea sparked a plan in Sumi's mind. The underground of City S is probably already dominated by mutated mice. With this knowledge, if her plan succeeds, City S could become the safest place for her in the short term. Sumi started looking for accessible underground drainage tunnels. Before the apocalypse, sewers were often nests for mice, and this was even more true after the disaster. There are many sewer channels around the neighborhood, but only 2 are accessible for people to enter and walk through. Sumi found a circular entrance with a relatively wide interior tunnel. The steel rings on the walls were probably installed during city renovation to make maintenance safer and prevent slipping. She easily reached the underground drainage tunnel. To her surprise, it was so wide. The entire waterway resembled an underground tunnel, about 2 to 3 meters high. When she landed, her feet felt wet, with scattered sticky mud and unknown substances. Due to the darkness below, Sumi couldn't tell what they were. The underground waterway was very spacious, with only some maintenance tools left by past repair workers on the sides. Sumi carefully approached the area where she heard the mutated mice, moving cautiously. The waterway was initially straight and easy to pass through, but after a few minutes, a 3-way fork appeared ahead. The sounds of mutated mice echoed from all directions. Without much thought, Sumi casually chose a path and walked in. The underground waterway didn't have a particularly bad smell, which Sumi found strange. Normally, mouse nests are extremely foul-smelling. They usually nest in deep cracks inside walls and in cluttered, messy places. Living in the same nest for a long time, eating, drinking, and excreting there, sometimes caring for a litter of babies, would make the smell unbearable. But strangely, after walking for over 10 minutes, Sumi only detected a faint, slightly sour odor and the smell of rusted metal. There was no sign of decay or rot. Sumi remembered how many people the mutated mice had dragged into their nests. She remained cautious as she moved forward, with the quick sounds of rodents climbing getting closer. Finally, she saw 2 mutated mice drinking water near a vent. There was a strange pit here, filled with a small pool of water. Sumi clearly saw that the water was coming from underground. She slowly approached, but the 2 mice only looked at her briefly when she got close, then continued drinking as if nothing was happening. Sumi stayed quietly to avoid startling them. After finishing, the 2 mice left along a smaller fork in the path. Sumi wanted to follow, but she saw 2 more mutated mice come out from the lower path and start drinking from the water pool. She stood silently by the water, not moving at all. One slightly larger mouse walked past her foot without noticing her presence, unaware that a human was nearby with unclear intentions. Sumi knew mice have good eyesight, but these two mice didn't seem to notice her at all, as if they didn't see her. They didn't run away either. She kept watching the water pool. It didn't seem special. But she suddenly had a good idea. She appeared to have a basin in her hand, filled with creek water. Sumi placed the basin over the water in the pit, blocking it. The underground water seeped out from beneath the basin and flowed around the edges. The surrounding ground was flat, with only some rotten wood and scattered stones. The water channel was wide and deep, and water seeped to the edges without forming a water level. These mutated mice could only drink from Seongmi's water basin. After placing down the water basin, Seongmi began to observe the mice's behavior. The two new mutated mice, after initially being unsure and circling the basin a few times, decisively leaned in and started drinking from it. To Seongmi's surprise, these two mice drank for a long time, and even when two more mice appeared later, they didn't leave. All four mice gathered around the water basin, drinking water. Two of them even fully submerged their bodies and pushed against the other mice to get to the water. It looked like they were fighting over the water source with their friends. Fighting over creek water? Suddenly, Seongmi had a guess. The creek water in the space was rich in spiritual energy and could heal wounds. For living creatures, it was a treasure that could restore life. The temptation of creek water was very strong for these creatures. Sumi tried to move the water basin away and revealed an underground water hole. However, the four mutated mice didn't go to the water hole to drink. Instead, they showed their teeth at Sumi, as if they wanted to attack her. It was true. The creek water had a special attraction for these mutated mice. Sumi realized that if it attracted mice like this, maybe it had the same effect on other creatures too. The four mice pushed at the edge of the basin. Sumi stepped closer and touched the basin with her foot. Gather. She simultaneously collected the basin and the four mice into her space. This method worked. So, Sumi used the same approach, waiting for the mice to come two by two to drink, then collecting them into her space four at a time. After a few hours, she had gathered several hundred mutated mice of all sizes. That should be enough. She released the mice back into the space, letting them return to their lives. She followed one pregnant female mouse toward a passage at the corner. This tunnel was not as wide as the water channel she entered through. It became narrower the deeper she went. The ground also grew dry. From her connection with the mother mouse, Sumi knew it wanted to lead her somewhere. This place is a very mysterious location in the mental description of the mother mutant mouse. It was discovered accidentally while the mouse was searching for food. Sumi followed it closely. On this path, she could no longer feel the sunlight outside. Everything was completely dark. Sumi had been walking in the darkness for nearly half an hour before she gradually adapted and could see some objects in the dark. The path had become so narrow that Sumi could only crawl forward with her waist bent. The walls on both sides did not look like they were artificially carved but more like tunnels forced out by pressure. As she went deeper, the dry ground started to become damp again, and occasionally there was a small puddle. Inside, there were tiny tadpoles that had not yet mutated. Sumi naturally didn't miss this chance. She poured some creek water into the puddle and collected the tadpoles into her space. After being taken into her space, the tadpoles were directly put into a water reservoir. Watching them swim into the clear stream within the mist, Sumi continued forward. The more she advanced, the more small puddles she encountered. Sumi's footsteps made a pat-pat sound as she stepped in the water, echoing clearly inside the tunnel. She didn't know how long she had been walking. Her mental connection with the mother mutant mouse only conveyed that she would arrive soon. The soon for the mother mice and for humans was probably very different, and Sumi had no real concept of the time difference. When she finally arrived, she felt the surrounding oxygen becoming thinner, making it harder to breathe. But at that moment, she felt a cool breeze sweep through her body, and her difficulty breathing disappeared with this cool sensation. The space was somehow providing her with oxygen directly, even in the oxygen-deprived environment. Sumi had never noticed this before. If she reached the water, wouldn't she have an endless supply of oxygen? Her swimming skills weren't very good, but now with this ability, her fear of water was greatly reduced. Joyfully, Sumi continued forward. She had been walking for about 6 or 7 hours, but the mother mutant mouse showed no sign of stopping. In the space, Xia Xiaojun had already prepared food and communicated with her through their mental link. Sumi decided to enter the space to eat first. In this apocalyptic world, probably no one besides Sumi could live so freely and comfortably. Xia Xiaojun prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup: boiled pork slices, pickled cabbage and vinegar, fish-flavored shredded pork with rice cakes, and a bowl of fresh vegetable soup. The boiled pork also came with a special dipping sauce made by Xia Xiaojun, which included garlic, chili, cilantro, and a rich sesame oil aroma. Sumi picked up a slice of pork, dipped it in the sauce, and took a bite, her eyes lighting up instantly. Although the pork looked fatty, the salty and fragrant dipping sauce made it taste light and not greasy. The skin was tender, the fat was smooth, and the lean meat was soft and juicy. It had a melt-in-your-mouth texture with a hint of spiciness and saltiness.
Wow.
It's so good.
Bringing you out was the right choice.
This is the best meal I've had since the end of the world. I'm glad you like it. My father used to be a top chef in the Imperial Palace in Kyoto. Later, he left because of unfair treatment and opened a restaurant in S City. My sister and I learned to cook directly from him. Actually, my sister is a better cook than I am. Unfortunately, I seem to be luckier than my sister. I met Ayuan first, then I met you. Sumi, thank you for bringing me into this space. I have my own reasons, but I truly admire Lin Ziyuan. Helping you is partly because of him, Lin Ziyuan said. His presence means my life continues happily, and it shows that heaven still has its eyes. Tell me what you like to eat. I promise I won't serve the same dish every day. I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Also, eat more yourself. I heard that during pregnancy one needs extra nutrition, and some women experience severe nausea. If you feel unwell, there's a stream in the water pond over there that can help ease your symptoms. Being able to freely use the food in the space already makes me happy. There are vegetables, frozen meat, and eggs. I just need a balanced diet, no special care needed. However, it seems there's nothing suitable for babies in the space. Could you find some baby supplies when you have time? If the baby is born later, things like formula and diapers might be needed in large quantities. Sumi nodded while eating, listening carefully to Xia Xiaojun's words. I'll go look outside later. Although food is scarce in S City, I think I can find some baby supplies. For formula, I might need to go to another city later. No rush, since you still have a few months before giving birth. Sumi ate until her mouth was greasy, then drank a bowl of fresh vegetable soup to relieve the greasiness. This bowl of vegetable soup was not the instant type from before the end of the world. The soup contained small, identical white protein particles made entirely from egg whites. The yolk was in thin, delicate strands, mixed with vegetable bits and floating on the surface of the soup. The egg white particles were very tender. When bitten, they easily broke apart. Combined with the sweet and fresh vegetables, it suited Sumi's taste perfectly. The white mist in the space decreased each time Sumi brought new life into it, but it still blocked her from entering new areas. Sumi thought she couldn't always stay hidden in the base. Various creatures wouldn't come looking for her outside, so she needed to be more diligent. After finishing her meal, Sumi left the space and continued walking through the tunnel. This time, she only walked for about an hour when she suddenly saw a faint light in the tunnel. She quickly moved toward the light. Ahead, she saw a huge water pool, and the glow she noticed earlier was reflected from the water onto the nearby rocky walls. She hurried forward, and, upon reaching the water, the space suddenly opened up. It was as if she had crawled out of a narrow tunnel into a new world, like an ant emerging into a vast landscape. In the dark water pool, Sumi couldn't tell how deep it was. She could only hear that the water was flowing. The surrounding rocky walls reflected the ripples of the water, and occasionally she saw the damp, dripping environment around her. She took out a flashlight from her space and turned on the bright beam to shine on the rocks around her. This sight shocked her greatly. The rocks were smooth, not carved by humans, and were covered in moss that shimmered with tiny star-shaped green leaves. The moss was hanging in strands, giving the bare walls a natural, wild beauty. No wonder the water's reflection on the rocks caused the shimmering light. Here was the reason. The entrance where Sumi was standing was the only way in or out. Only creatures that could dig holes, like certain mice, could discover such a hidden place. The water in the pool was flowing, but she didn't know where it led. She had come out of the tunnel and walked for most of the day. The path was downhill, meaning the water was underground deep below. Is it something that existed long ago and was never discovered, or did it appear after the end of the world due to deep crust movements? No one knows. If sunlight could reach here, it would be a peaceful, hidden place. There is a cone-shaped space extending upward above the water pool, about 70 or 80 meters high, roughly the height of a 24-story building. This shows that Sumi has already gone very deep underground. The flashlight's beam reveals either water or moss-covered stones. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mother mutant mouse looks back at Sumi with eerie red eyes in the dark. Even stranger, this mother mutant mouse suddenly jumps into the water pool and swims across to the other side. Sumi doesn't know if normal mice can swim, but this mutant mouse under her control definitely can. At first, Sumi hesitated about whether to go into the water to explore. But now, since a mouse dares to go in, she, as the owner, has no reason not to. She approaches the water, carefully checks that there is nothing dangerous, then takes off her shoes and tests the water temperature. Hiss! It's freezing cold. Sumi doesn't jump in right away. Instead, she takes out a thermometer from her space to measure the temperature underwater. It reads 0 degrees. This surprises Sumi greatly. This mutant mouse can swim in such cold water. It seems that the natural evolution of mice is heading toward adapting to extreme environments. Animals evolve to survive in their surroundings. But what about humans? After the end of the world, humans are still struggling to survive and fight natural disasters. Where is the future for humans? If one day, she's the only one left on Blue Star. She doesn't dare to think further. Sumi changes into a shark suit from her space. This is a special diving suit she bought at a high price, designed to withstand pressure, reduce water resistance, and most importantly, keep her body temperature 3 degrees higher than the water. Although her body is strengthened by the space and she's not afraid of cold water, being unafraid and not feeling cold are two different things. Putting on her diving goggles, Sumi slowly enters the water from the rocky shore. The water in the pool has no cushion or buffer. She sinks directly into the water. In the past, Sumi would definitely feel a bit nervous, as she was not good at swimming, and the water pool was an unfamiliar environment. She didn't know if there might be hidden dangers. But now, the space can automatically provide oxygen when Sumi enters an environment with low or no oxygen. After entering the pool, Sumi feels as if an invisible protective shield surrounds her. The strange thing is, even though she is in the water and can touch the cold pool water with her hand, it feels like she is protected by a special film. She can breathe freely and feels no pressure from being in the water. Sumi quickly changes from a poor swimmer to a beautiful mermaid who can stay underwater without needing to come up for air. She is amazed by the changes beneath the water. The environment inside the pool is completely different from outside. Below the opening, which is about 30 to 40 meters wide, there is a deep abyss that seems to go on forever, and the width is endless. Suddenly, Sumi feels like she has entered another world. She lifts her head out of the water, and her senses return to reality. Outside and inside the pool are two completely different worlds. Suddenly, Sumi feels a tickling sensation under her bare feet. When she looks down, she sees a flat little fish gliding past her foot. This small fish is not afraid when Sumi reaches out her hand. Instead, it circles around her hand, as if playing a game. Only fish that have never been caught by humans and don't know the dangers of the world are not afraid of people. Sumi is sure that this pool is a secret place that no one has discovered. She calls back her mutant mouse from the space. She can go to the place it wants to take her later. Right now, she is very curious about the pool and can't wait to explore it. She ties a diving flashlight on her head and dives into the water again. Under the bright light of the flashlight, the normally dark pool suddenly lights up in a circle about 2 meters in diameter, centered around Sumi's head. Moving like a water sprite, Sumi swims through the water, illuminating everything around her. Because of this, she can see clearly within a 1-meter radius around herself. A group of blue and white striped fish with hanging lantern-like fins quickly rush past her. They are moving very fast, in less than a second, and disappear almost instantly. But when they reappear, they're still very close to Sumi. It's as if they suddenly vanished after flicking their tails and then reappeared right in front of her eyes. Sumi stared at the fish for a long time before realizing that their quick movements and sudden disappearance were not due to speed or vanishing instantly. Instead, when these fish sway their bodies and tails in the water, the light and shadows interact and refract, creating a visual illusion that makes them seem to disappear. Such amazing fish! Sumi continued swimming toward the bottom of the pond. The deeper she went, the more fish she saw. Around her, there were at least 30 different kinds of fish, some with strange appearances, some very beautiful, and others ugly or odd. Every one was a new species she had never seen before. She felt very excited. After just a few minutes of swimming down, she saw so many different kinds of fish. The pond was freshwater, and these fish were freshwater species. If all of them entered her space, the white mist inside could clear up a lot. Thinking this, Sumi took out a piece of corn just as a group of pink fish with black ribbons on their tails swam past her. Curious about the food, the fish gathered around and started pecking at the corn, unable to resist its tempting smell. Watching the fish eat, Sumi silently whispered in her mind, "Gather, gather, gather." But unexpectedly, something happened. Just as she was thinking gather, the fish and a strong current of water suddenly rushed into her space and spilled onto the black ground. If Sumi hadn't reacted quickly and cut off the connection between her space and the outside world, everything inside her space might have been washed into chaos. Xia Xiaojun didn't know what had happened. The sudden flood inside her space, and then its quick disappearance, left her confused. Luckily, she was just organizing the frozen meat and fruit nearby, sorting them again. Otherwise, they might have been swept away by the water. Xia Xiaojun began tidying up the materials that had been disturbed by the water. Fortunately, the black land with the purple bamboo and unknown seeds was untouched. Otherwise, Sumi might have regretted her earlier actions. However, this incident gave Sumi a new idea. As a result, a strange phenomenon appeared in the pond. Any fish within 1 meter of Sumi would first gather into a ball, peck at the corn in her hand, and then, along with the corn, mysteriously disappear. At this moment, a large water jet burst into the white mist area, flowing into the creek and merging with the stream. Naturally, along with the pond water, various fish also entered the creek. Sumi watched as the white mist gradually dispersed, feeling very happy. As long as she kept the channel open between her space and the outside world, creatures from the pond could directly enter the small creek inside her space. She boldly guessed that if these fish ate corn and then entered her space, they might die if they were still alive before the space drained their vitality. It turned out that as long as she poured the fish and pond water directly into the creek, the fish that were nourished by the creek water could survive inside her space. However, the fish entering the space would fall into a strange, unconscious sleep, similar to other creatures inside her space. Fortunately, the white mist disappeared quickly, and Sumi was lost in the joy of catching fish. She happily swam in the pond, feeling as if time had stopped, and she couldn't sense the water pressure. Every meter she sank revealed something new. Just like now, Sumi suddenly felt a slight pain in her finger, along with a tingling sensation. But when she looked around, nothing seemed to be there. She took the diving light from above her head and shone it around. If she hadn't been observant, she might not have noticed a tiny fish about the size of a fingernail lying nearby. It was more like a jellyfish than a fish, with a mushroom-like, translucent skin and long tentacles typical of jellyfish. It was pink and transparent all over. Upon closer inspection, its skin contained 4 petal-like, gel-like structures similar to peach blossoms. From a distance, it looked like a fish. Up close, it resembled a jellyfish. It was small, pink, transparent, and had petal-like structures inside. Could this be the rare freshwater jellyfish called the peach blossom jellyfish, found on Blue Star? After her rebirth, Sumi had heard in the news about the discovery of this rare freshwater jellyfish in the White River. This jellyfish has very high requirements for water quality and ecological conditions. Even a small mistake could harm it. This jellyfish is said to have existed for about 600 million years. In ancient times, it was quite common, and people called it the peach blossom fish because it was toxic and not preyed upon by others. But as time went on, with industrial development and increasing pollution of rivers, freshwater resources suffered severe damage. This peach blossom water jellyfish has become nearly extinct in modern times. Sumi directly took it into her space and placed it in a water reservoir. It looked like a girl wearing a fluffy skirt, waving its pink, uneven tentacles as it swam actively toward the stream. Its transparent body quickly merged into the water and disappeared. No wonder she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. It can also hide itself. However, Sumi didn't expect that such a tiny creature, about the size of a fingernail, could make a large part of the white mist inside the space disappear. It seems that the more precious the species entering the space, the more white mist it can dissipate. This has become a proven fact. This pond surprisingly hosts such a rare species like the peach blossom water jellyfish, indicating that its water quality and ecosystem are very pure and complete. But where does it lead? After leaving the space, Sumi continued to swim around and explore. As she collected more fish and various small aquatic creatures, the white mist inside the space had almost completely vanished, leaving only a faint layer of fog. Through this thin fog, she could see the scene on the other side more clearly. Sumi didn't know how long she had been swimming. She only felt that in this seemingly frozen moment in the pond, she appeared very small but also very happy. Suddenly, as she kept exploring the mysterious depths of the pond, she sensed the temperature around her starting to drop. The deeper she went, the colder it became. Despite the low temperature, many fish still survived, and their numbers were large. Sumi even saw a snake-shaped shadow swimming from a distance. The snake-shaped figure was still far away, but its thick body was frighteningly large. In front of it, Sumi felt like a tiny speck of dust, and if she wasn't careful, she might be pulled into its mouth by the water currents. The water flow caused by the shadow was very strong, so Sumi hurried back into the space to stay safe. No, the deeper she went, the colder it became, and the temperature was approaching her limit. Before reaching the bottom, such a huge snake-shaped creature appeared. What if she continued downward? Sumi decided that her safety was the most important thing. She had gained a lot from this trip, and the white mist inside the space was almost gone. It was enough. So, after leaving the space, Sumi swam upward toward the surface of the pond. Suddenly, something at the bottom of the pond flashed in the darkness, catching Sumi's attention even though her back was turned to it. The water in the pond is clear and deep, so deep that it's impossible to see the bottom. Summer shines her diving light downward, illuminating something floating upward. Since she is quite far away, she can only see a black object, reflected by the water's light and shadow, and can only tell it is a dark substance. Based on her sense of materials, she feels that this object is like a very attractive, mysterious thing, which makes her stop and hesitate to leave. From a distance, Summer senses a strange power coming from the object, making the spiritual energy in her space stir restlessly. This is a phenomenon she has never experienced since gaining her space. It's as if her space is using another way to tell her, "I want that thing." Summer swims toward the black object. She swims for a long time, but remains far away. At this moment, she truly understands the saying, "Run to the mountain and die trying." The deeper she swims, the more anxious she feels inside, until she sees a bright glow coming from the bottom of the pond. It's a bright but icy cold light, not the reflection of sunlight. Summer wants to get closer to see where the light is coming from, but the lower she goes, the colder it gets. Even she feels the chill, and her hands and feet tremble involuntarily as she swims. The spiritual energy in her space keeps flowing into her body, giving her the strength to resist the cold. The black substance from below continues to rise from the source of the light, like a graceful black leaf fluttering in the wind, swirling upward and stirring bubbles in the water. When Summer reaches out to catch it, she finally sees what caused the white glow beneath. It's a huge block of ice, surrounded by a mist like dry ice. It rests at the bottom of the pond, occupying the entire lower area, hazy and faintly visible. Summer's vision can see far, but not clearly. She only sees a part of this enormous ice block, which alone might be several hundred meters long and wide. If she saw the whole thing, she would know how big the ice truly is. The ice isn't completely transparent. From the clear parts, Summer faintly sees a huge black shadow frozen inside. The shape is large, somewhat like the snake-shaped black shadow she saw earlier. Unfortunately, she is too far away to see clearly what is inside the ice. Sumi sighed, trembling from the cold at the bottom of the pond. Even with the protective space, she felt uneasy inside. As she turned and swam a few strokes upward, suddenly the surrounding water currents grew stronger. A huge black shadow appeared about 10 meters away. It was the snake-shaped shadow she had seen from afar earlier. But now it was more than just a shadow. Getting closer, Sumi immediately saw its massive body. Gray scales flared up like a cobra ready to strike when it spots prey. The closer it got, the more terrifying it looked. If from afar it seemed like a tiny bird compared to Sumi, now it was like a giant elephant, but Sumi remained a tiny speck, like dust. Her face turned pale. She tightly clutched a large black scale in her hand, bigger than her face, and quickly entered the space. She sat on the dark land inside the space, taking deep breaths, not daring to relax. She kept her eyes fixed on the scene outside the space. She didn't notice that as she appeared with the black phosphorus in her hand, the spiritual energy in the space suddenly surged like an explosion, rushing toward the faint white mist. In no time, the land inside the space changed first. The white mist at the edges of the original 400 square meters completely vanished. The black land spread outward, turning into endless farmland. To the left of the farmland was a wide river, over 20 meters across, not a small stream. As spiritual energy flowed, the river's width kept increasing. Sumi watched anxiously outside the space, seeing the giant snake circling where she disappeared, refusing to leave. Only when Xie Xiaowan shouted excitedly did Sumi realize what was happening. But then she was stunned herself. The white mist disappeared, and the space expanded more than 100 times. The small stream turned into a rushing river, the black land expanded into farmland, neatly divided into plots, very organized and easy to work. Across the river, Sumi saw mountains rising into peaks, connected in endless ranges. The river source was from the highest peak of the mountains, roaring down and winding to meet the river. 1,000 miles of mountains, 100 meters wide river, and hundreds of acres of good land. These changes made Sumi feel like she was in a different world, unsure if she was still in her original space or somewhere else entirely. Suddenly, what had been a small space turned into a vast world. Sumi felt it was all unreal. What could have caused her space to change like this? Sumi raised her hand in disbelief and saw the object that attracted her so much she risked retrieving it. It was black, shaped like a half-oval, and larger than her face by a circle. Sumi gently touched it, feeling its smooth and delicate surface. It had no smell of decay, and upon close inspection, she detected a faint musk scent. She picked it up and looked at the sky and the space above. It was opaque, but reflected rainbow colors in the light. The colors shimmered brightly, and a strong spiritual energy radiated from it, mingling and interacting with the space's own spiritual aura. Yes, the spiritual energy was so rich, more than the small stream in her space, which had now become a river. The spiritual energy was even denser than before. Yet, even so, the spiritual energy in the river was about the same as that in this black-scaled object. This thing seemed to have drifted up from the bottom of a large icy lake. It looked very much like a piece of a creature's scale. Sumi looked toward the outside of the space, where a huge snake was still coiled and swimming nearby, unwilling to leave. The black scale in her hand resembled the snake's scales. However, the snake's scales were rough, thin, semi-transparent at the edges, gray in color, and lacked any shine. Also, the snake's scales were much smaller than the piece she held. Thinking of this, Sumi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! The snake's scales on the outside were even smaller than this black scale, by a large margin, and its head was so big. So, how large must the owner of this black scale be? Could it be as vast as the sky itself? Sumi couldn't help but think of the shadow inside the icy lake. But she decided it was better not to provoke it. The fact that this black scale could help her upgrade her space was already lucky. Greedy as she was, she knew the thing inside the icy lake was at least 10 times bigger than this snake outside. Sumi waited for a long time, but the giant snake still didn't leave. So, she started chatting with Xie Xiaowan inside the space. Mimi, the space has grown so much. Look over there at the mountain range. Suddenly it appeared, surrounded by mist, like a fairy mountain from a myth. Sumi followed Xie Xiaojuan's gaze and looked over. The mountain range indeed looked like it was filled with fairy energy, but Sumi knew very well that inside those mountains, it was empty. Nothing but rocks and cliffs. When you have time, you can go explore around. The mountains are quite big. Bring some food when you go. Xie Xiaowan nodded excitedly, but then touched her belly and shook her head. Never mind. I'm pregnant now, so I shouldn't tire myself out. Once I have the baby, I'll take him to explore that mountain range together. By the way, Mimi, since the farmland has expanded so much, what do you plan to plant? I see you have quite a few seeds in your space. Let's plant them all. Sumi looked at the large piece of farmland and suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Although she had collected many seeds, even if she planted all of them, there would still be some space left on the land. After the space changed, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong initially stayed quietly by the river, not playing or running around. But once the space stopped changing, Xiao Bai was the first to rush toward the distant farmland, then turned and ran toward the mountain range across the river. Xiao Hong seemed even more excited than Xiao Bai. She ran back and forth across the distant farmland, full of energy. After stopping, she even raised her head to the sky and let out a neigh. Sumi thought for a moment. Yes, Xiao Hong is a foal, and horses are meant to run freely on the plains. Now that the space is so vast, and there's a flat plain on the other side of the mountains, the land there isn't as soft as this farmland. Planting some grass seeds now, once they grow into a lawn, Xiao Hong can run freely on the grassland. Sumi could imagine that when Xiao Hong grows up, she can ride her across the grassland, feeling completely free and happy. While others are busy escaping in the apocalypse, she's riding horses and exploring the plains in her space. If she raises some cattle and sheep on the grassland, she could even have roasted whole lambs from time to time for a change. At this moment, Sumi wished she could leave immediately for the province or city in the northwest. The area there is on a high, unlikely to be flooded, and if luck is on her side, she might even find some cattle and sheep. Then, in the future, when the frozen meat in her space runs out, she could have her own beef and mutton. So, Sumi decided to include her plan to go northwest to buy cattle and sheep in her future journey. But right now, her main task was figuring out how to leave this deep water pool and get back to the ground. A giant snake coiled around, seemingly searching for a tiny life form that had appeared in this area just now. Spiritual energy rippled from where it was coiled, and this aura made it feel excited and wild. But why had that human disappeared? It waited and waited, not knowing how long it had been, but still no sign of the human. The smell of spiritual energy in the water gradually faded, and it was unwilling to leave just like that. The giant ice below emitted a freezing cold, preventing it from approaching. So, it flared up its scales, darted rapidly above the ice, swirling the water into several whirlpools, and only then reluctantly left. After the giant snake left, Sumi didn't go out immediately. The large whirlpools caused by the snake outside would take a long time to settle. Also, the snake's eyes held a kind of intelligence usually found in higher creatures. Sumi was afraid that if she went out now, it might attack her unexpectedly, and her life could be in danger. So, Sumi used her control over space to instantly teleport to the mountain range. She had just discovered this ability after her space was upgraded. Her control over space had become much more precise, almost instinctive. In her space, she was like a supreme ruler. Moving instantly from one place to another was very easy. Not only could she teleport herself, but she could also move specific objects to designated spots instantly. She also found she no longer needed to manually fetch water. Just by thinking or silently calling out, water from the river would float up and come to her. Sumi could even shape the water into different forms, sometimes looking like Little Bai, sometimes like Little Hong. It was fun and interesting. The mountain range here was incredibly vast. Sumi couldn't estimate its size exactly. The range stretched endlessly, with 81 peaks connected in a chain. In the middle of the mountains was a canyon. The highest peak was the source of the Spirit River, which flowed down like a waterfall. Some of the water from the river split off and flowed into the canyon, forming a natural channel. The mountains were majestic, with lush scenery and a mystical aura. The air was sweet and fresh. It was truly a hidden paradise. However, this paradise was empty. Aside from the sound of the waterfall and flowing water, there was no other noise or life. Sumi thought to herself and scattered some flower and grass seeds across the mountains. Most of them were spread on the highest peak, with some on other mountaintops, evenly distributed. Using her spiritual energy, these small plants would quickly grow and flourish in the nourishing environment, gradually spreading to the surrounding areas. Sumi could already imagine a scene of flowers blooming all over the mountains. She then used her mind to transplant a few trees rooted in dark soil onto the highest peak. In her space, planting trees was effortless. Just a thought was enough to make the roots the mountain without any damage. Although her space had expanded, it still lacked living creatures. The little creatures that had already entered the space, except for Little White and Little Red, are still sleeping. It's like they are hibernating. However, Sumi can feel that this time, the space upgrade has made the spiritual energy in the air very thick, almost to the point of dripping water. The little creatures inside the space are benefiting and showing signs of waking up. The loudest movement comes from 2 giant crocodile eggs still floating in the creek. Previously, in a shopping mall in City J, Sumi placed 11 giant crocodile eggs into the creek, but only 2 eggs survived with signs of life. Sumi picked up these 2 eggs and directly placed them into the river to soak. Unexpectedly, after just a few minutes, the 2 round, pure white eggs cracked open. Sumi instantly teleported to the riverbank and stared intently at these 2 giant eggs. First, a small hole appeared in the eggshell, then it widened into a big hole. Unlike the giant crocodiles she remembered, the 2 little heads emerging from the eggshells are tender and adorable. The giant crocodile in City J is a mix of black and gray with white spots, looking scary and ugly. But the 2 little creatures just emerging from the eggshells are pink and chubby, about 10 centimeters long. Their eyes hadn't opened yet, and they floated on the river surface, drifting with the current. The other one, deep gray with no impurities, is slightly longer than the pink one. It opened its eyes as soon as it broke through the thick eggshell. Its eyes, like red gemstones, looked around this new world it had just encountered. Sumi cupped the 2 baby crocodiles in her hands. The pink one looked more like a 4-legged lizard, with eyes still closed, sniffing around for food like a little puppy. The gray one could already support itself on all 4s, and its ruby-like eyes focused intently on Sumi. It opened its small crocodile mouth, trying to roar at her, but its voice was more like a squeaky tooth sound, a stark contrast to the mighty roar of a giant crocodile. These two adorable little creatures are hard to associate with their giant crocodile parents. Xia Xiaojun also curiously ran over to look at the two little ones in Sumi's palm, reaching out to touch their heads. However, just as her finger was about to touch the gray baby crocodile, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit her.
Ah!
Xia Xiaojun quickly retracted her hand, looking at the blood on her fingertip, her eyes wide with surprise. This little guy is so fierce, with such a small jaw. Its bite strength is impressive. Sunny was a bit surprised that such a tiny young crocodile could bite a person's finger until it bled. It also cautiously stared at Xia Xiaojun to prevent her from trying to touch it again. Sunny pointed at the small creature in her palm, and it happily lifted its head to enjoy her petting. It looked very innocent, which made Sunny feel very happy. "Why are you so fierce, little one? Xiaojun is our friend, you know?" Sunny's warning did not make it give in. Instead, it opened its mouth at Xia Xiaojun and made a warning sound. "No biting, be good. Let Xiaojun pet you." The gray young crocodile made a small sound again, but under Sunny's firm command, it tensed its limbs and stood up, allowing Xiaojun to gently scratch its head. "Forget it. This little one only listens to you. Others probably can't get close." The pink, chubby little crocodile is much cuter and easy to cuddle. Look, it's opening its eyes. Sunny also looked at the pink crocodile. It had eyes with tiny sparkles, and it didn't seem fierce at all. It looked more like a harmless baby crocodile than a fierce descendant of a giant crocodile. Just as it opened its eyes, it closed them again. And was it sleeping? Sunny wanted to give both young crocodiles to Xiaojun, but the gray one suddenly jumped to the ground and crawled toward the river, ignoring her. Sunny had no choice but to hand over the pink one and said, "Young crocodiles eat meat. Just cut some frozen meat daily and feed it to them." "No problem. But maybe I should feed them separately. The gray one is so fierce, I'm worried it might the food." Xiaojun, who had been bitten by the gray crocodile, was already starting to favor the pink one. Sunny thought it made sense if puppies in the same litter fight over food, crocodiles probably do too. "Then I'll leave it to you. Thanks a lot." The whirlpool in the pond finally disappeared after a few hours. Sunny quickly returned to the surface from the space and appeared in the water pool. It originally took a lot of time for Sunny to go from above to the bottom of the pond. She wanted to swim back to the surface as fast as possible, but as she swam, she started to lose her sense of direction. When she first surfaced, the temperature at the bottom of the pond was very low. So, while swimming, Sunny only moved toward warmer areas to avoid getting lost. But gradually, Sumi noticed that the temperature around her became the same everywhere. Because she had been in the water pool for too long, she started to lose her sense of up and down, left and right. Earlier, the fish she brought into her space from the pool were all asleep now. Otherwise, she could have released them to guide her back to the surface. So, Sumi swam aimlessly, relying on her strong instincts. She didn't know how long she had been swimming when finally, the water temperature around her rose again. Sumi knew she was heading in the right direction. She stayed in the pool for more than 10 hours. When she reached the surface, the temperature inside the rocky cave was already at freezing point. She released the mutated mother mouse again, and it led her to the place it had wanted to take her before. It was another cave entrance that only allowed her to crawl and hunched over. Sumi barely managed to squeeze inside, and only then did she understand why this mutated giant mouse had led her here. The cave was quite large, probably less than 100 square meters. On the cold, rocky ground, there were about a dozen nests of baby mice. Each nest's babies squeaked loudly when they heard any movement. Sumi looked at the mother mouse in surprise. Through her communication with it, she learned that these were its babies. The mother mouse was worried they wouldn't be cared for after she was taken in by Sumi. Sumi fed the babies with spiritual river water, then took them into her space and placed them on one of the mountains in the range. However, just as she was about to take the mother mouse into her space and leave, the mother mouse suddenly jumped behind the baby mouse nest and squeaked loudly. Sumi went over and opened the nest. At the bottom of the nest, she saw a layer of black-gray scales. She was shocked. These scales looked very much like the black scale she found at the bottom of the pool. But this layer of black-gray scales was quite different in color from the one she held. The black scale in her hand had a very shiny, dense appearance, but this layer of scales lacked any shine. Also, they were smaller than the one she held. If they resembled anything, these scales looked more like the scales from the giant snake at the bottom of the pool when they were flared out. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Sumi's spine. If these scales really belonged to the giant snake from the pool, it meant that the snake had experience living on land. Amphibious. If it suddenly charged onto land. Sumi thought of something and took out a corpse of a leader mouse and a giant crocodile tailbone from her space. She clenched the crocodile tailbone tightly and stabbed it forcefully into the corpse of the leader mouse. It was very difficult to leave only a small hole in the skin of the leader rat's corpse, which was hard to reach the bottom. Sumi picked up a black-gray scale with sharp edges. She cut it across the corpse, and it easily split into two halves. Sumi stood there stunned, feeling cold in her hands and feet. The giant snake was so big it was hard to breathe, and its scales were as hard as those of the mutated giant rat and the monster starfish. Hot weapons probably couldn't hurt it. With such a large size, even humans couldn't get close, and grenades or explosives might only cause some damage. Phew. I hope this giant snake stays at the bottom of the pond and doesn't come out for no reason. Otherwise, if the peaceful base is destroyed, she would have to find another place. She could leave at any time, but what about others in the base? There were many black-gray scales on the ground. Sumi carefully collected each one and stored them in her space. She checked the cave again and found no other significant discoveries. Then she returned to the tunnel where she first came down and started heading toward the surface. Having spent a long time in darkness underground, she was surprised to find it was still daytime outside. Looking at the time, it was already the next day, noon. This time, her harvest was very big. Sumi decided to stop and head back to the base. On the way, she kept thinking about how to tell Qin Hao and the others about her experience. In the end, she decided not to say much. Just staying in the pond water for over 10 hours was already hard to explain, and talking more might make it even harder to clarify. A lie needs more lies to cover, and Sumi didn't want to explain too much. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and the others had been waiting for Sumi for 2 days at the base, feeling very worried. Recently, many things had happened at the base. Huang Hu Yao was seriously ill, and his only son, Huang Yiming, had taken control, commanding half the army. Now, not only had the 2 daily meals of plain porridge stopped, but even the shops inside the base had closed down. The entire base was silent, as if dead. No one dared to speak out because they didn't want to be the first to be targeted. No one wanted to die. But if this continued for long, the hungry crowd might eventually explode. In the living room of a villa in the eastern part of the villa area, Qin Hao, Chen Jin, Ma Dexiang, and Tian Tian sat upright, worried. Sumi has been gone for 2 days. I'm worried she might be in danger. You all stay here. I'll go look for her. Qin Hao looked worried and glanced at Tian Tian. Tian Tian, stay at home and behave. Dad will come back soon after finding Sister Sumi. Dad, Tian Tian also wants to go find Sister Sumi with you. Qin Hao shook his head seriously and refused. Stay at home and listen to Uncle Ma and Uncle Chen. I think the older sister might just be delayed because of something. She's healthier than you, so she's not in danger. Right now, the base doesn't allow anyone to come or go. If you go out, it might be a problem. He also agreed, maybe we can wait another day. If the girl doesn't come back, we can go look for her together and take care of each other. After much hesitation, Qin Hao finally nodded but looked worriedly at the villa's gate. Old Chen, has leader Huang woken up yet? Alas, no one can see the leader now. The medical ward is crowded with Huang Yiming's people, and we can't get close. Could Huang Yiming be taking advantage of his father's illness to seize power? Even daring to challenge Gumingtai? Is he crazy? He's not crazy. He's just planning very well. Chen Jin shook his head helplessly, looking worried. Originally, the leader and Gumingtai were working together. One controlled the army, the other controlled the food. They kept each other in check. But Huang Yiming, that unfilial son, seems to be after the food supplies. Qin Hao's face darkened. Even the food rights that the leader didn't hold completely, what right does Huang Yiming have to think he can take them? How go? You don't understand. Huang Hu Yao and Ge Mingtai made a gentleman's agreement. Only gentlemen are bound by it. But Huang Yiming isn't a gentleman. In this end-of-world situation, such agreements don't really work for him. Outside the medical ward, guards were heavily stationed. The medical ward consisted of 2 connected small buildings. Huang Hu Yao was staying in one of them, wearing an oxygen mask, looking tired. He was old, and even a small cold could weaken him. Plus, he was exhausted from the rain and Lin Ziyuan's death. Huang Yiming, the only one who could see Huang Hu Yao now, sat by his bed, listening to a doctor's report on Huang Hu Yao's latest condition. Young Master Huang, the leader's body functions have been declining. He's barely holding on with the ventilator. However, our entire base only has this one breathing device, and the oxygen supply will run out in less than 3 days. If we really can't find a solution. The doctor hesitated and didn't continue. Huang Yiming suddenly slammed the table, stood up quickly, and said fiercely, "Then we must find a way to treat it. If something happens to my dad, none of you in the medical department will escape." Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Huang, please calm down. We will do our best to treat the leader, but right now, our medical team is short-staffed. Several hundred soldiers are also sick and need treatment. We don't have enough people, and our medicines are running out fast. If we don't get more medicine within 3 days, the leader and those soldiers might. Young Master Huang, please think of a way. We're doctors, but even skilled cooks can't make a meal without ingredients. Huang Yiming raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Do your best to treat my father and those soldiers. I will find a way to get more medicine. He was about to leave but paused before stepping out and asked again, if there's no medicine, how much longer can my dad and those soldiers hold on? Those soldiers might last a few more days, but the leader is old. He probably can't hold on for even a day. Huang Yiming nodded. After leaving Huang Hu Yao's ward, his previously sad expression changed completely, as if the sadness had vanished from his face. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile, making him look somewhat happy. He had repeatedly advised the old man to take control of the food supplies himself, but he refused. Instead, he let Ge Mingtai and his group dominate, making him feel inferior to them. Now was a good time to take control of the grain supplies. Even if the old man woke up later, he might see him in a new light. When he reached downstairs, a soldier immediately approached him with concern. "Yiming, how is your dad?" Huang Yiming sighed with tears in his eyes and continued, "Uncle Fong, this time I might have to trouble you to lead a team to the neighboring city to find medicine." Fong Jie was another subordinate of Huang Hu Yao, mainly responsible for patrol work. "The medical supplies are almost gone? What should we do?" Huang Yiming sensed something in Fong Jie's words and quickly asked, "Uncle Fong, is something wrong?" "Sigh, to be honest, last time we fought the mutant rats, most of our team's bullets were used up. Also, nearly half of the soldiers fell because of the rain. Now, the remaining soldiers have to keep the base safe and find where Ge Mingtai and his group hid the food. We really can't send more people." Huang Yiming frowned and said, "No, those medicines are not only for my father but also for the soldiers in the hospital. If we run out, they won't last long. Uncle Fong, please think of a way." Fong Jie also shook his head helplessly. "The weather is cold now, and we haven't solved the heating problem in the base. The leader wanted to send someone to Jiangnan City to bring back grain, but because of transportation issues, that hasn't happened yet." Yiming listened to Uncle Fong's advice. "Let's put Ge Mingtai's matter aside for now. First, we need to solve the food supply issue at the base. We can team up with Ge Mingtai's people and go to the neighboring city to find medicines. Once your father and the soldiers wake up, we can discuss who owns the food." Fong Jie patted Huang Yiming's shoulder and sighed seriously. "Yiming, right now, your father's life is at risk. You need to be sensible and not act recklessly." Even Fong Jie, who was restricted from visiting Huang Hu Yao, doubted whether Huang Hu Yao's refusal to see visitors was truly because of his illness, or if Huang Yiming was pretending to be obedient to seize power and was using his father as a puppet. Fang Jie left with a changing expression. At the small house, he thought for a long time before deciding to check on Huang Hu Yao's real condition in the medical department. Huang Yiming returned to the west side of the villa area. As soon as he entered, two alluring women, dressed in revealing short-sleeved tops despite the freezing cold, with their white, long legs exposed, greeted him. Seeing Huang Yiming's gloomy face, a hint of fear appeared in the women's eyes, but they quickly hid it. "Young Master Huang, you're back. You must be hungry. We've prepared food and are just waiting for you to come eat." One woman with long black hair gently took Huang Yiming's arm and tried to lead him into the living room. The other woman, holding his other arm, flirted softly. "Young Master Huang has been busy all day. You must be tired. Let me give you a shoulder massage to help you relax. After you feel better, you can eat." Huang Yiming was feeling irritated. When the two women pulled and tugged at him, his temper flared immediately. "Eat, eat, eat. All I know is to eat. I haven't shared a single bite with you."
Huang Xiao.
And you, little brat, liking to press, huh? Come on, press for me. If it feels good, I might let you go. If not, I'll give you to my brothers downstairs to have some fun." The woman's face turned pale, and she quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. "Huang Xiao, please let me go. I don't want to be sent to the communal sleeping area." It's well known that women tired of Huang Yiming are often given to his brothers for a round of fun. In the end, they are left to fend for themselves in the dormitory. To him, in the end times, women should be like fresh vegetables and fruits, full, clean, and healthy. Only then are they beneficial. But after a while, who would still want to eat shriveled, rotten produce? Hearing this, Huang Yiming suddenly had an idea. He called his subordinate, who was guarding outside, to come in. "Hey Z, come in." A tall, dark-skinned man with a strong build stepped into Huang Yiming's room. After Su Bing Lan disappeared, "Did you search the entire base?" Hey Z nodded. "Yes, Huang Xiao." "And the dormitory area?" Hey Z hesitated.
"Well,
we didn't look there." They naturally hadn't searched the dormitory. It was dirty and smelly. If Su Bing Lan really went there, even if they found her and she came back, Huang Xiao wouldn't want a woman like that. "Take people now and search the dormitory."
yes. Wait.
Hazy looked at Huang Yiming. "Huang Xiao, do you have any other instructions?" "Go to the planting department and call Xia Lin over." Hazy hesitated again. "Huang Xiao, Miss Xia is." "Stop wasting words. Just go if I tell you." "I know what I'm doing." Hazy responded and left. The two women thought this matter was over, but Huang Yiming suddenly hugged one of them and took her to a storage room on the first floor. It had long been turned into a nightmare for women, a final resting place for every Huang girl who was eliminated before being sent away. Occasionally, faint screams of women could be heard from the west side of the villa area. This sound was familiar to the few families living near Huang Yiming's house, but no one dared to ask about it. It was Huang Hu Yao's only son, born late in life. Anyone who dared to inquire would be risking their future in the base. Today, an unexpected event happened. After a series of women's screams, a man's loud cry pierced the sky, shaking the entire villa area. Soon after, Huang Yiming's frantic shouts came from the villa. "Don't chase me. Kill her. I'm in so much pain. How dare she bite me? No, catch her alive. When you find her, I want her to suffer like never before." The base during the day should not be so quiet. The gate was tightly closed, and the street was empty, not even guards at the entrance. Could something have happened at the base again? But surely not all the guards at the gate would have left. The gate was locked from inside. But that was not a problem for her. Sumi took a running start, quickly grabbing the protrusion at the top of the gate, using her momentum to jump onto the top. Just as she was about to jump down, she heard hurried footsteps ahead. As she got closer, she saw it was a group chasing after a woman. The woman ran at the front, her clothes in disarray, her steps unsteady, covered in scars from whips. Her wounds were bloody and had salt sprinkled on them. Sumi frowned. This woman was covered in terrible marks. Who could be so cruel as to torture someone like this? Taking advantage of the chaos before they reached the gate, Sumi easily jumped down and planned to go around through an alley behind the shop on the left to avoid getting involved. However, at that moment, the woman running ahead shouted help and sped up wildly, just as she saw Sumi trying to go around.
Help me.
Before Sumi could even frown, the woman rushed over and grabbed her leg. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer, surrounding the two in less than 10 seconds. Angry, Huang still wants to escape? Take her away. But a group of over 20 men came to pull the woman holding Sumi's leg. Some even took the opportunity to grab Sumi herself. The woman clung tightly to Sumi's leg, refusing to let go, giving the others a chance to take advantage. But every time someone reached out to grab Sumi, their hands would be twisted away, causing pain and making some of the men yelp in frustration. There were too many hands reaching out, making it impossible to tell who is who, so no one suspected Sumi. Let me go. It's not my fault that Huang can't find Su Bing Lan. Look at her, she's so beautiful. If you take her back, Huang will be happy. The woman's eyes grew more excited as she spoke. She was very beautiful, and if she could be taken back, maybe Huang Yiming would let her go. Sumi took a deep breath, kicked the woman away, and also pushed aside the few people closest to her. You're supposed to catch her, don't bother me.
Hey.
Huang Xiao wants us to bring her back. Don't cause trouble. If Huang Xiao gets angry, we'll all suffer. Sumi clearly heard their conversation. Without giving them a chance to think or react, she turned and slipped away. The men saw Sumi run off quickly and, seeing the woman on the ground crying out in pain, became even more annoyed. She's brave, and she dares to run. Bring her back. No need to be gentle. One man grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her toward the villa area. Sumi didn't go far. She watched from an alley behind the shop as the scene unfolded. The woman was pulled along, her thighs and calves bleeding from the rough stones on the ground. She desperately struggled to free herself, grabbing the man's hand, but it was no use. Eventually, she seemed to give up and let them drag her away.
Sumi shook her head.
The person called Huang Xiao was probably Huang Yiming. According to Qinjin, Huang Yiming was a troublemaker and a spendthrift. Today, she saw his bad side firsthand. This group was a bit smarter than the 9 fake bodyguards from last time. If the same thing happened again, Sumi knew she'd have to draw her dagger and silence them. Something was probably going on at the base, so Sumi didn't linger. She quickly returned to the eastern part of the villa area. The knocking at the door startled Qin Hao and the others, but when they saw it was Sumi, they all sighed in relief. Boss, if you don't come back soon, we were about to go look for you. Are you hurt? Girl, why do you smell so bad, like you've been digging in manure?
Sumi was surprised.
She had changed clothes after coming out of the pond, but on the way back, she hadn't showered or changed again. She had crawled through tunnels, into rat nests and water channels, so she definitely smelled bad. After not seeing Sumi for a day or two, everyone rushed over to hug her when she returned. Big sister, you're back. We missed you, every day. Sumi patted Tien's little head, said a few words, and then went to her room. When she came down again, she was clean and fresh, and only then did she start asking about what was happening at the base. Boss, Huang Hu Yao is still lying in the medical ward and might be close to death. I heard his son has captured Gomingtai. Xiaomei frowned.
Captured Yimingtai.
What's going on? Someone said it's definitely because of the food situation. The control of food in the base is all in Gomingtai's hands. In the end of the world, controlling food means controlling everyone's lives. That kid wants to be a dictator. Gu Mingtai is the founder of this base and has always cooperated well with Huang Hu Yao. Now that Huang Hu Yao is sick, Huang Yiming is causing trouble. When his father wakes up, well, Xiaomei chuckled to herself, but he will wake up eventually. He's over 70 years old, and after being soaked in the rain all night, his chances of waking up are slim. No wonder that unfilial son dares to act so recklessly. I don't know if he can hold on. Qin Hao kept a serious silence, then suddenly spoke with a worried tone. Don't worry, Xiaomei said. But the three men beside her looked at her with concern. How can you be so sure? You're just a girl outside for 2 days and don't know the situation in the base. Now all the shops on the street are closed, and all the food in the base has been taken by Huang Yiming, that spendthrift. If this keeps up, everyone will go hungry. Yes, boss, Huang Hu Yao isn't dead yet, but his son dares to do this. Sigh, who knows what will happen next? Our food is running out too. Xiaomei smiled. Old Chen, do you really think that with Huang Yiming alone, the soldiers below will follow him? Take you for example, do you trust him? Chen Jin's leg wasn't fully healed, but after hearing Xiaomei's question, he suddenly stood up. Of course I don't. That guy is nothing. His father earned his reputation and loyalty through his achievements and sacrifices. Why should we follow such a spendthrift? Xiaomei's smile didn't fade. Yes, the reason those people follow him now is obvious. Using the emperor to command the princes is still possible for now. But if his father dies, what can he use to threaten others? He'll have to desperately cling to Huang Hu Yao's life. Exactly. I hadn't thought of that. Boss, you're the best. The current situation in the base is really not good. Guming Tai isn't an easy person either. If he can stay in Huang Yiming's hands for 2 days without revealing where the food reserves are, and the key point is, Huang Yiming still can't find the location, it shows he's holding back. These matters, whether before or after the end of the world, are things that Sumi doesn't want to or feel like dealing with. The base can face wind and rain, as long as it doesn't on her head. By the way, since it's getting cold now, we should take advantage of the rivers and the city not being frozen yet to catch some fish and shrimp for storage. I think the temperature will only get lower in the coming days, so it's good to prepare early. But boss, right now, the base doesn't allow people to go outside. Sumi glanced over. Ma Desheng, when have you ever been so obedient? If the base doesn't let you go out, you won't go? Not going, not going. Even if I die, I won't go. So, boss, when do we leave? Sumi thought for a moment. When I return, I happen to see Huang Yiming's men catch a woman and take her away. Let's wait a bit, after dark. After dark is safer. I know the place, I can lead the way, Qin Hao said. When he worked in the repair department, he went fishing with the staff every day, so he's most familiar with that route. Dad, I want to go too, a small voice said. Qin Hao frowned. For him, going outside always involved some danger. If he went every day, it would just expose him to risk. Tian, stay at home and be good. Dad, I want to go out. It's too boring at home, Tian said stubbornly, looking at Sumi with eager eyes. I haven't been outside in a long time, sister. Tian. How go? We can't just keep Tian at home without contact with the outside world. At worst, when we get outside, I'll watch over Tian and protect him. Qin Hao, I said long ago, this end of the world isn't just about you. Even though going outside with Tian has some risks, right now the base isn't necessarily safe either. Qin Hao thought for a moment and finally agreed. In the afternoon, Sumi took Tian to water the seeds in the yard. The 7-year-old child surprisingly carried a bucket of about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, of water without much effort. It seems that the creek water she drinks in the living room has subtly changed their bodies in daily life. Before dinner, Sumi brought back the solar panels from outside and closed the windows in the yard. Fishing tools are stored in the villa's storage room. The villa is close to the indoor river, and almost every household has fishing and trapping equipment. Sumi also found an oxygen box in the storage room. Just plug it in, add water, and the caught fish and shrimp can be kept alive. In the evening, a few people hastily ate dinner, prepared their fishing tools, the oxygen box for the fish and shrimp, and some plastic buckets, waiting to set out after dark. The night at the base is even quieter than during the day. Occasionally, cold winds rustle the dry trees in the base, sounding like animals climbing trees at night, which is quite creepy. Sumi and the others, holding their tools, took a detour through a back alley to the main gate under the cover of night. Unexpectedly, there was a guard on duty. What do we do? Someone is guarding the gate. It might be hard for us to go out, Sumi said. Her sharp eyes immediately recognized the guard. Zhang Yan. Old Chen, how well do you know Zhang Yan? She asked. Chunjin looked at Sumi. It was too dark for others to see clearly, but Sumi had good eyesight and could recognize faces from 100 meters away. Zhang Yan used to work under Boss Lin. Later, he was transferred to Captain Fang's team to handle patrols. We know each other pretty well, Chunjin replied. Sumi nodded. Good, then let's go. If Sumi were alone, she wouldn't choose to go through the main gate. But now, if only Zhang Yan was there, their relationship would make it easy to ask for permission. However, there was another person she had never seen before. They could only take a risk. 5 people, 4 adults and 1 child, all holding tools, approached the gate. Zhang Yan saw them and came over with a smile. Old Chen, are you guys going fishing? He asked.
Yes.
The base can't get food now, so we have to find our own way, Chunjin replied. Seeing Chunjin and the others look cautious, Zhang Yan smiled. Don't be so tense, old Chen. It's not just you going fishing. I can tell you that. But you must come back before dawn. I have to change shifts then. The new guy here is a bit reckless, so it's not easy to fool him. Qin Hao frowned but didn't speak. Chunjin clenched his fists in frustration but had no choice. The group left the gate, accompanied by another soldier on duty with Zhang Yan, who looked impatient. Zhang Yan stopped pretending to be a good guy. If young Huang finds out, we'll be in trouble, the soldier said. What are you afraid of? When the leader wakes up, he'll deal with him. Zhang Yan replied. The people in the base are really struggling to survive. We can turn a blind eye and consider it good karma. But if we get caught, we will be in big trouble. You don't know, during the day, Huang Xiao's villa killed 2 people. It's said that when the bodies were thrown outside, someone saw them, and the death was very gruesome. We're soldiers. What can they do to us? Besides, Brother Chen used to treat us well. He always brought us supplies when he went out. Don't look so worried. It's obvious you're upset. I understand.
Sigh.
They're lucky they can go fishing and catch shrimp, even eat wild food. But we can't even have porridge every day. Our rice and flour are almost gone. When will this end? Sigh, I hope the leader gets better soon. Honestly, I think it's the base leader's fault. If he just stored the grain somewhere safe, we wouldn't have to suffer like this. Qin Hao led Sumi and the others quickly to the river where they had come to catch shrimp before. It was very cold. The grass along the riverbank had turned yellow and dried out. The river was rushing, and the cold wind mixed with the dampness from the water, making everyone wide awake. Not only them, within 100 meters, there were 2 other groups also fishing and catching shrimp. Their tools looked just like theirs, so they probably came from the villa area. Sumi took out her flashlight and shined it on the river. It was so cold, and since it was nighttime, fish usually wouldn't come out. But strangely, the river was full of fish and shrimp. When she shined her light, the fish swimming in the water seemed frozen in place. 2 small fish suddenly jumped out of the water, and Ma Dexiang quickly caught them with his net. Boss, you're amazing. The fish jumped in before we even started fishing, he said.
Sumi was also surprised.
Maybe the fish were scared by her light? That night they caught a lot. 1 box and 3 buckets were filled with fish and shrimp. When they couldn't fit any more, Sumi packed up her tools and prepared to go back to the base. They didn't get back to the base until after midnight. Ma Dexiang, with everyone's agreement, divided 1/10 of their catch with Zhang Yan and another guard at the gate. Sumi and the others walked ahead, while Ma Dexiang stayed at the gate chatting with the 2 guards, and then he caught up with them. Thanks to their night's work, their meals during the day became much richer. During the day, when Sumi was watering the seeds, the young lychee trees in the greenhouse suddenly looked unhealthy. The tips of the seedlings turned slightly yellow, and the whole plant appeared wilted. She dug up all the buried seeds to check and found most of them had the same problem. This situation was similar to when she first used tap water directly to water the plants, so she decided to check the filter barrel. At the top of the filter barrel, there was a layer of yellowish material on the cotton cloth, resembling moldy fabric in damp weather. Below that, in the layer of black soil and red bricks, there were scattered patches of red-black material. It seemed that her homemade filter device had reached its effective limit, and its ability to filter water had failed. Reluctantly, Sumi emptied everything from the filter barrel and examined the red-black substance carefully. It was fine like sand, but indeed affected the water quality. She then conducted an experiment. She took a basin, poured in the filter materials along with the red-black fine sand, and soaked them with spirit water. As expected, the powerful evolution effect of spirit water quickly cleaned the filter materials. The black-red sand gradually turned yellow and finally became almost transparent, looking like ordinary sand. Sumi reassembled the filter materials into the barrel, layering broken bricks, cloth, black mud, and cloth again, then continued pouring water through it. This time, the water coming out of the filter barrel was clean again, suitable for watering the plants. It seemed that in the future, she wouldn't need to remove and wash these materials. Just soaking them in spirit water for a while would suffice. This spirit water was much more effective than laundry detergent or cleaning agents. The guard on duty changed the second night, but they were still allowed to leave and were subtly hinted that they should share some of their harvest when they returned. Sumi and her team agreed, without much objection. These fighters now had to maintain the safety of the base, but no longer received free meals from the base. Allowing them to fish outside the base was already risky, so sharing some of their catch was a way to compensate and keep things quiet. There was no need to fuss over such social matters. However, when Sumi and her team reached the riverbank, they found the entire stretch of the river was occupied. After much persuasion, Ma Xiang managed to negotiate a spot for fishing, squeezing in after a long effort. That night, the weather was even colder than before, and the wind by the river was strong. Soon, some people couldn't bear it and decided to finish work and go home. Among them were several who used fishing nets to cast into the water. After half an hour, they would pull back a big net full of fish, shrimp, and the river was incredibly rich in life, and most people left happily with their catch. When it was Sumi and her friends' turn to fish, there were still countless fish and shrimp in the water. Sumi knew that the spiritual water attracted creatures, so she took a bucket and a leftover steamed bun from the night before. She soaked the bun in the spiritual water and wrapped it in a cloth. Thanks to her upgraded space control, Sumi could summon water from the spiritual river even when she was outside the space. She could make the water flow from her palm onto the bun. After preparing everything, Sumi threw the bun into the plastic bucket and looked around. She finally found a broken fishing net in the weeds near the river. The net had a hole about the size of an egg, which saved her the trouble of cutting another hole. When she picked up the net, Ma Deji reminded her, "Boss, this net is big, but it has a hole, so you won't catch any fish. Also, why are you wrapping the bun in cloth inside the bucket? Fish can't eat it, so they'll leave. Plus, if you put it in the bucket, it might float out and fall into the river. Such a big white bun. It would have been great to feed me." Ma Deji looked at the wrapped bun in Sumi's bucket with envy, making Chun Jin smile. "Old Ma, you're such a foodie. You ate 4 buns tonight by yourself. E and Lao Qin only had 2 each and you still want more? I don't know why, but lately I've been eating more. Maybe because I eat less meat, I get hungry more easily. The fish, shrimp, and don't fill me up either. Yesterday's catch is almost gone. With your eating habits, in less than a year, you'll have eaten all the resources in this river. Be satisfied. Not to mention, the people in the dorms at the base eat only 1 meal a day, and in other provinces and cities, many people are still hungry." "Oh, I see. I'll eat less from now on," Sumi said, interrupting their conversation. "If you're hungry, work harder to catch more," she replied. Sumi fixed the net onto the outside of the plastic bucket and then submerged the bucket in the river. She looked at Tian, who had been sitting beside them, doing nothing but looking around curiously. She then shouted, "Child, bring me that rope." Tian pointed towards Sumi and handed over the rope. Sumi tied the rope to the handle of a plastic bucket, lifted the bucket slightly, and then handed the rope back. "Child, stay here and hold the rope, watch this bucket. If it sinks, shout for me." "Okay." With something serious to do, Tian looked very focused as he pulled the rope and then sat quietly by the river, not moving. Seeing that Qin Hao and the others were carefully fishing, Sumi moved further downstream to keep a distance. She then squatted by the river and reached her hand into the water. Small fish and shrimp from upstream swam into the river in large groups, visible under the bright flashlight. Even in such cold weather, these fish, shrimp, and seemed to have adapted and could survive and grow in this harsh environment. However, she noticed something different. These fish, shrimp, and, like the fish at the bottom of the pond, didn't seem very afraid of humans. Sumi's hand reached into the water, and small fish immediately came over and gently pecked at her fingertips. Gather. The tiny fish and shrimp near her hand were instantly transferred into her spiritual river within her space. The new fish and shrimp didn't fall asleep like the smaller ones before. Instead, they happily swam around in the spiritual river. Sumi's face lit up with joy. She continued probing the water with her hand, occasionally releasing a few drops of spiritual water, controlling it so it wouldn't disperse. Soon, a large group of fish and shrimp swarmed around her hand. If she didn't know the reason herself, seeing her hand covered in a mass of fish and shrimp would look quite frightening. Gather. This time, the spiritual river didn't just have fish and shrimp. There were also 2 tiny and a water snake that Sumi hadn't noticed before. Sumi had a good harvest downstream and happily returned to Qin Hao and the others. Suddenly, Tian let out a scream. His small body was being dragged toward the river by the rope in his hand. Sumi saw that Tian showed no fear at all. He held onto the rope tightly, biting his teeth and refusing to let go, shouting, Tian, let go of the rope. Qin Hao reacted quickly, rushing over to catch him and taking the rope from Tian's hand. Qin Hao's strength is well known to Sumi. Last time outside a mall in City J, he managed to outfight a giant crocodile. Now he is holding a rope, confronting a plastic bucket floating in the river, which sinks and rises with the current. This shows how strong the creature in the river must be. Sumi pulls Tian further away from the riverbank and walks ahead to hold the rope tied to the bucket. She pulls the plastic bucket up with effort. At the same time, the creature fighting her pulls back, loosening its grip. Suddenly, a large snake coils itself on the river surface, twisting into a spring-like shape. Its pale belly glows in the dark air, making Sumi and others very alert. Qin Hao picks up Tian, moving even farther from the river. Ma Xiang steps back in fear. Is that a snake? Chun Jin, sweating heavily, stares at the river. Did I see it wrong? The snake's pale belly alone is as thick as half a plastic bucket. Its size is frightening. If Qin Hao hadn't acted quickly just now, and if Tian had been pulled into the river, it might not have been enough to fill this snake's stomach. Sumi wanted to get closer to observe, but Qin Hao pulls her back. Be careful, Sumi. However, as the river water flows, the creature disappears with the current, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Only Sumi feels a deep worry in her heart. In such cold weather, snakes should be hibernating. The sight of such a large snake in the river makes her think of the black-gray giant snake at the bottom of the pond. The river is full of various creatures, fish, shrimp, that are not afraid of humans, and now a giant snake. These all give Sumi a bad feeling. Suddenly, Ma Xiang exclaims loudly, drawing everyone's attention back. Wow, boss, come look at this. Everyone turns to Ma Xiang, who is staring excitedly at the plastic bucket Sumi just pulled up. Boss, could you be the reincarnation of the River Dragon King? You're catching fish like this. And look at those huge eels too. There's also a white carp, probably 7 or 8 gene. And a bigger one. Maybe it tore into a carp nest. And a pregnant one, its belly is really swollen. Everyone gathers around and is stunned. Sumi looks at the swollen white carp inside the bucket, smiling happily. The bucket is only about this size, with a hole torn in the net cover outside. It's packed with fish, shrimp, and other creatures all fighting to get inside. Someone who doesn't know might think there's something delicious in this bucket, Qin says. As soon as he finishes, Ma Xiang reacts immediately. Yes, boss, isn't that a steamed bun you put inside? And it's wrapped in cloth. What kind of bun is that? It can attract so many fish and shrimp. You should give me one to try. That's the only one left. And my method can't be used by others. Xiaomi smiled as she lifted the bucket, secretly putting the pregnant white carp into her space when no one was looking. This bucket was quite full. It weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds in her hand. That's enough for today. Let's head back now. Xiaomi had some gains, and Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang also caught some, mostly large shrimp. There weren't many fish, and they were all small. The group returned to the villa and dug a hole at the edge of the planting area. They filled it with filtered water and took apart the oxygenation device from the oxygen box to place in the hole. Every day, Xiaomi helped catch fish, shrimp, and from the bucket and put them into the hole. After everyone left, only Xiaomi and Tian remained. Seeing Tian staring at the fish and shrimp in the hole without leaving, Xiaomi rubbed his head. What's wrong? Kids grow taller by eating and sleeping more. Go back and get some rest. Tian looked up with wet eyes, gazing at Xiaomi. Sister Xiaomi, am I useless? I didn't do a good job with the task you gave me. Xiaomi paused, recalling how Tian almost got dragged into the water earlier, feeling a bit touched. Hey, kid, there was a big snake in the river just now. Were you afraid? Tian shook his head. I'm not afraid, but I don't have enough strength to hold it back. Xiaomi nodded. That's right. You didn't hold it back because you're too weak, not because you're scared. You can't be blamed for that. But isn't it because I didn't hold it back? Don't you blame me? Xiaomi secretly felt sad for the child. Without a mother and living in the end times, he was very cautious in everything, lacking confidence. But he was also overly obedient and well-behaved. She gently tapped Tian's smooth forehead, startling him, and most of the tears in his eyes shrank back. If you didn't hold it back because you were scared, that means you're a coward and afraid to fight monsters. But if it's because you're too weak, then it just shows you're not grown up yet. When you grow up, you'll have more strength. Then, next time you meet such a big monster, you can help sister catch it. How long will it take for Tian to grow up? Soon. As long as she eats more every day, sleeps well, and exercises regularly, she will grow taller and stronger. Gradually, she will become very impressive. Every day, her eyes changed from tears to bright, shining eyes. I understand now, sister. I won't go fishing with you guys starting tomorrow. Xiaomi smiled. They set out at dusk and only returned around 3 a.m. Each day, this really affects the children's growth. Tian is truly Qin Hao's son. Today's behavior showed his strong determination, just like Qin Hao's. But he is still too young to handle dangerous situations easily. Tian voluntarily went upstairs to sleep. Xiaomi took advantage of the quiet to fill the mud pit with dark soil from the space and added a lot of spiritual water. The oxygen equipment and temperature control device were plugged in, powered by solar panels, which needed to run 24 hours a day. The solar panels brought back from the Cross Sea Industrial Park are quite powerful, with a large storage capacity. Charging for 2 days can keep the greenhouse equipment running for more than a week. To keep the solar panels fully charged, the people in the villa take the panels outside to soak up sunlight every morning and bring them back before dark. Xiaomi returned to the space to rest. When she woke up, it was already noon. This was her 3rd day back at the base after coming outside. When she went downstairs, she saw a stranger sitting in the living room. But his identity was easy to recognize. He was dressed in dark green military uniform, standing straight, and was talking earnestly with Qin Hao. Ma Dexiang was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Chun Jin stood behind Qin Hao and the soldier, without sitting down. The scene in the living room felt strange to Xiaomi. She had seen Lin Ziyuan wear similar military uniform before, but the others' uniforms didn't look as high-grade. That's why she felt odd seeing Qin Hao calmly sitting on the sofa talking with the soldier, while Chun Jin stood stiffly behind, which seemed strange to her. Xiaomi went downstairs, drawing everyone's attention. Tian was the first to greet her. Sister, look. The little seedlings in the yard have grown taller. Xiaomi paused inside, hiding her feelings well. She nodded slightly at Qin Hao and the others, including the soldier, then took Tian into the yard. She pulled the yard's curtain closed and checked the lychee saplings. Sure enough, they had grown about 4 or 5 centimeters overnight. Not only that, But other seeds buried in the ground are also starting to sprout. Each seed is swelling and could sprout at any moment. It's only been a few days since these seeds were planted. It would be normal for small seedlings to grow taller, but sprouting in just a few days is unusual. Sumi watches with a worried look, and her curiosity makes her ask daily. Big sister, why do you look unhappy? Father and Uncle Ma said that fish and shrimp have mutated, so it's not strange for plants to grow so quickly. Just between us, Uncle Ma said it would be great if these vegetables could ripen in one day. He's even more greedy than me. Sumi secretly breathes a sigh of relief. It's already known that creatures can mutate, and the rapid growth of fruits and vegetables doesn't seem impossible to Qin Hao and others. This also helps hide the existence of spiritual water. Maybe the spiritual water used yesterday to soak the filtering materials still contains spiritual energy. After filtering, the water carries some of this energy, which helps the plants grow faster. She wonders if the vegetables and fruits grown with spiritual energy are as big as those in the space. While messing with the seeds and small lychee saplings in the ground, Sumi also checks on the fish and shrimp in the water pit. The pit is deep, and the fish, shrimp, and are very active, even with oxygen being supplied. In the living room, Fang Jie looks somewhat nervous when talking to Qin Hao. Howsy, the situation with the leader is very bad now. That brat Huang Yiming refuses to let anyone get close. If I hadn't gone to check secretly last night, I don't think he would have told us anything by now. Please think of a way. The medical team is treating him, but they can't do much. Do you think I can do anything? So, what if there are doctors? The oxygen is almost gone. The doctor said that if the leader runs out of oxygen, he probably won't survive. Many soldiers in the medical department have high fever, and some are unconscious. That Huang Yiming tied Go Mingtai up, but Go Mingtai is tough and won't reveal the food storage location. If this continues, the whole base might fall into chaos. At this moment, Sumi walks out of the small courtyard and sneers. If he reveals it, he's digging his own grave. Fang Jie looks at Sumi with a steady gaze and forces a smile. This must be Miss Sumi, nice to meet you. Sumi glanced faintly at Fang Jie, then turned her gaze to Qin Hao, thinking silently, if you're happy, I won't be happy. She rarely visits the main hall without reason, and from their conversation, Sumi already guessed his purpose for coming. She strongly opposed anything related to the base, especially matters involving the Huang family and his son. I'll go upstairs if there's nothing else. Old Ma, call me when it's time to eat. Fang Jie's expression became a bit awkward, but he still politely smiled at Sumi. Got it, boss. About half an hour. Okay. Tian didn't follow. He knew Sumi always went upstairs alone and didn't like others to follow. So, he went to the kitchen to help Ma Xiang serve dishes and pass plates. Fang Jie was also confused when Ma Xiang called him boss. He looked at Qin Hao and asked, boss. Qin Hao couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes, here, Sumi makes the decisions. This. Uncle Fang, I don't plan to go back. As you saw, Tian has no mother now. I am his only family. I won't go back to work for him. Fang Jie looked tearful. But the oxygen in the medical department won't last a full day. After today, he might. Qin Hao clenched his teeth silently, trying to stay calm. If you had come a few days earlier, maybe there was still time. Now, I am powerless. Fang Jie suddenly stood up. Even so, wouldn't you want to see him once? After all, he's still your. Please leave. Fang Jie looked at Qin Hao with disbelief, then turned to the lively little boy running around in the kitchen. Qin Hao looked at Tian, and his brows unconsciously relaxed. Tian, say goodbye to Grandpa Fang. Tian turned to look at Fang Jie, raised his greasy little hand and waved. Goodbye, Grandpa Fang. Fang Jie looked at him with a mixture of hope and hesitation, unable to speak. I hope you won't regret the decision you made today. Qin Hao said nothing, watching Fang Jie's back as he left. His fists clenched tightly, then relaxed, the veins on his arms bulging. Is that person really about to die? But he didn't feel happy at all. Chunjin walked over and patted Qin Hao on the shoulder. I was just saying, when I saw you back then, You looked so familiar, and you even have the surname Qin. After arriving at the base, Goose thought he had guessed wrong. It turned out you really. Old Chen, there's no need to say more. I'm just Qin Hao, nothing to do with anyone else. Sigh, why bother? Speaking of which, you're younger than Goose, but you joined the army much earlier. Goose has called you brother for so long, so Goose has really gained a lot. If you don't want to say anything, then don't. But Goose has to say one thing. That I don't know if you'll listen. Chun Jin looked at Qin Hao's eyes, noticing the bloodshot redness he was trying to hide, and sighed again. Goose's parents passed away long ago, so Goose often wonders what they would think if they were still alive. But now that he thinks about it, Goose has dedicated most of his life to the country, so he doesn't feel guilty about his parents' death. The only thing that makes him sad is that he didn't spend enough time with them before. Qin Hao took a deep breath, looked at Chen Jin and said, I know what you're trying to say.
Let me think about it.
After saying that, Qin Hao walked up the stairs alone. His room was on the north side, and Sumi's room was at the very end of the corridor, diagonally opposite the largest bedroom. Although he had told himself countless times not to do this, just before he reached his own room, his steps betrayed him and turned left into the other side of the corridor, straight to Sumi's master bedroom. After going upstairs, Sumi heard their conversation downstairs, so she didn't go inside. Instead, she listened to the big gossip happening outside.
Wow.
Sumi had guessed Qin Hao's identity many times before, but she only guessed the beginning and never the end. She never expected there was such a big shot hiding right beside her. No wonder everyone at the base said Huang Hu Yao only had a son late in life, which led to Huang Yiming's reckless behavior. It seems it's not that he didn't want a son, but that his son didn't want to acknowledge him. Qin Hao stood outside Sumi's door for a long time without knocking. Instead, Sumi couldn't help but open the door herself. Seeing Qin Hao looking so conflicted, she initially wanted to tease him but decided against it. Instead, she asked directly, Is Huang Hu Yao your dad? Qin Hao kept his confused expression, his head buzzing, and finally reacted, You heard that? I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your gossip. The voices downstairs weren't quiet. Qin Hao fell silent. Without oxygen or medicine, in such a situation, if he asked Sumi for help, it would expose the healing water she possessed in front of others. He absolutely didn't want Sumi to be in any danger. Qin Hao's silence made Sumi more certain of the truth of this matter. Regarding Huang Hu Yao being Qin Hao's father, Sumi showed a strong curiosity. Since he's your dad, why are you in Manhwa community? This is Huang Hu Yao, a highly respected veteran official whose name is well known. Even her past self, who was love-struck, knew about him. Family tragedy. I changed my surname to my mother's. Qin Hao said helplessly, and in just 9 words, Sumi imagined a family drama. Plus, with Huang Yiming's mention of Huang Hu Yao's only son in the base, the family tragedy suddenly seemed like a palace drama. Then your mother. My mother, Qin Jinyan, lost her life on a mission. He married another woman from a good family less than a year later. Qin Hao said this with clenched teeth, and family betrayal often hurts the children most. Do you still want to save him? Qin Hao took several deep breaths, his eyes red. Finally, he punched the wall beside the door. A appeared in the tiles. Mimi, I feel very conflicted. Personally, I want to kill him. But publicly, he has dedicated himself to the country's development, selflessly. He is a son but also a brave soldier. This inner conflict made him very anxious. Sumi sighed, Go calm down first, let me think too. Qin Hao didn't leave, but looked at Sumi deeply. Mimi, even if you don't want to save him, I won't blame you. Sumi rolled her eyes, almost kicking Qin Hao's leg. Since you're here looking for me, you want me to save him. If I refuse, maybe you won't blame me now. But later, you definitely will. Qin Hao was stunned. He's never been a person of great righteousness. If he had to sacrifice himself for justice like Lin Ziyuan, he truly couldn't do it. But one thing he was sure of, if Sumi wanted him to die in her place, he would do it without hesitation. Of course, before that, he needed to be sure she had someone to rely on every day. Sumi, you're mistaken. If one day Huang Hu Yao and you stand on opposite sides, I will definitely be on your side. Qin Hao's eyes shone with firm resolve. This made Sumi believe that what he said was heartfelt. But whether to save Huang Hu Yao or not, she still needed to think carefully. Earlier, when they arrived in S City, she had given Qin Hao some water from a stream on the helicopter, which instantly improved his injuries. Neither of them mentioned this matter again. If she now agrees to Qin Hao, it would be like revealing her secret of the life-restoring water publicly. She could pretend to forget about the first issue, since Qin Hao has his own limits and promised to keep it secret. But the second issue would mean sharing her secret openly with him. During dinner, no one spoke at the table, and the atmosphere was very tense. Halfway through the meal, Sumi heard hurried footsteps approaching from far away, quickly reaching their door. Suddenly, the villa's door was pried open, wobbling dangerously. The leader was a handsome-looking man with shaky steps, his thigh wrapped in bandages. Sumi recognized him from the 9 dead bodyguards. He was the reluctant man standing next to Su Bing Lan in the photo they found while searching for her, Huang Yiming. Huang Yiming and his men breaking in was unexpected. At that moment, 2 people dragged in a badly injured soldier and threw him at Sumi and the others' feet. Sumi immediately saw that the man was a guard who had been on duty with Zhang Yan the night before last. The person who let them go that day was these 2. His presence here meant he had betrayed everything. Sumi didn't blame anyone. The soldier on the ground was covered in wounds, clearly beaten and barely alive. Chen Jin was very excited, pushed past Huang Yiming's men, and shouted at him. Huang Yiming, all the soldiers are under your father's command. How can you treat them like this? He's also your father's man. Huang Yiming smirked mischievously. To Sumi, his face was surprisingly handsome but spoiled and greasy, and he looked like a pervert. The base rules say no unauthorized entry. You broke the rules, and they broke the principles. That's the result. Chen Jin was about to attack Huang Yiming, but Qin Hao stopped him. Old Chen, Qin Hao said calmly, narrowing his eyes at Huang Yiming with a slight frown. Where is Zhang Yan? Huang Yiming suddenly chuckled. Anyone who doesn't like me, Huang Yiming, can just feed the dogs. By the way, today I came not only to settle accounts with you for breaking the base rules, but also to find. Huang Yiming's gaze swept around at the others. Qin Hao and Ma Dexiang instinctively stepped in front of Sumi, trying to block her. This pervert, if he develops feelings for Sumi, she might really be in danger. However, Huang Yiming chuckled dismissively. Yes, it's her, Sumi, right? Sumi felt protected for the first time. Although she didn't need protection now, the feeling wasn't bad. She held Tian's small hand and handed him to Ma Dexiang. Old Ma, take Tian upstairs and lock the door. Ma Dexiang hesitated, looking at Sumi's cold, intimidating eyes. Suddenly, memories of Sumi flashed in his mind. This ancestor loved to cut people's neck arteries. He hadn't done it much lately, so he had almost forgotten. Well, he didn't need to protect her at all. Tian looked at Qin Hao. Seeing Qin Hao nod, he obediently let Ma Dexiang lead him upstairs. Did I tell you to leave? Huang Yiming saw that Sumi didn't even look at him and felt his anger burn fiercely. Little girl, you're pretty. You caught my eye. I advise you to come home with me and serve me well. If you do, I won't bother you and your friends. Qin Hao had been holding back all afternoon. When he saw Huang Yiming, he felt like exploding. Chen Jin, although his leg was still hurt and not fully healed, fighting didn't matter to a trained fighter like him. Injured or not, he would just fight. Huang Yiming sneered at the 3 in front of him. Looks like you want to fight? Haha, this is hilarious. Huang Xiao has never seen anyone dare to resist me before. Woman, you've successfully piqued my interest even more. But Sumi looked at Huang Yiming coldly, then at Qin Hao, and asked, You fool. Don't you recognize him? Huang Yiming looked at Sumi, then at Qin Hao she pointed to. Beauty, if you want to get close to me, that's fine. Why do I need to know him? You should just obediently come with me. Before Huang Yiming finished, Sumi pulled out a dagger from her waist. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't know him, that's better. You can go die. What? Huh, did I hear that right? You want me to die? However, Huang Yiming couldn't smile the next second. Sumi moved quickly, instantly shifting to his side, and her dagger was about to cut his neck artery. But she was pushed away by a man in black who was nearby, saving his life. The man kicked Sumi's wrist, making her startled and serious. Young Master Huang, be careful. This girl is not normal. Sumi didn't expect her quick move and attack to fail, blocked by a sharp-looking man in black. Huang Yiming was also surprised. The Black Eagle was a bodyguard his old guardian gave him to protect him since childhood, with a special status. Usually, no matter how wild he was, he wouldn't attack unless it was life-threatening. But today, he had attacked because of a young girl. Only then did Huang Yiming realize how serious the situation was. The beautiful girl in front of him, whom he wanted to hurt, was not an ordinary person. But the more dangerous she was, the more excited he became. Black Eagle, take her down. Don't hurt her. I like strong little women like this. Huang Yiming's perverted desire made Sumi feel sick. She wished she could immediately deal with the black-clad man blocking her attack and then get rid of Huang Yiming. The black-clad man was strong and had many attack moves. After a fierce round of attacks, Sumi didn't lose, but she wasn't winning either. Qin Hao and Chen Jin faced dozens of guards rushing at them without fear. They were outnumbered but could handle them with some effort and time. They focused more on attacking than dodging. In the narrow space of the room, having more people was actually a disadvantage. But Qin Hao quickly saw Sumi's problem. She always aimed to finish fights quickly by attacking vital points, but she couldn't bring down the black-clad man in front of her with her fierce in a short time. Mimi, I'll handle this. Sumi knew she had only learned a few moves from Qin Hao. Despite her strength, facing a professional fighter, she couldn't win quickly. So she decisively moved to cross paths with Qin Hao, facing 8 or 9 guards, while Qin Hao fought the Black Eagle. The black-clad man saw Qin Hao and suddenly looked nervous, frowning, and stopped his attack. Is it you? Qin Hao frowned. Do you recognize me? I won't hurt you, but let him go, and I will spare all of you. Hearing Black Eagle's words, Qin Hao didn't say anything at first. Huang Yiming became clearly excited. Black Eagle, what are you talking about? There's no way I will let them go. Listen up, kill all the men, including the kid upstairs. Capture the women alive and bring them to me. Do you hear me? Qin Hao's eyes turned icy cold when he heard this and could no longer hide his anger. You also heard that, but he doesn't really mean it, Qin Hao said. Black Eagle was reluctant to fight, but it was too late. Qin Hao's attack was just as strong as his. Unlike the soldiers at the base, who were trained in uniform martial arts with stiff, predictable moves, Qin Hao had professional special training. His moves were deadly from the start, so Black Eagle couldn't hold back anymore. In a fight between experts, a small mistake can cause serious injury. Qin Hao's attacks were very fast, even more fierce than Sumi's, with a reckless, fearless attitude. During this time, Qin Hao had unknowingly drunk a lot of spiritual water mixed into Sumi's drinking water, so his physical strength was far beyond Black Eagle's. Moreover, unlike Sumi, who used varied and tricky moves that seemed simple but hidden deadly dangers, Qin Hao's power was overwhelming. Soon, Black Eagle was defeated. However, Black Eagle was clever. Just as Qin Hao had knocked him down and he was helpless, Black Eagle turned around, grabbed Huang Yiming, and escaped through the door. Sumi and Chen Jin already had the advantage. Sumi was deadly with every move, and soon there were more than 10 corpses on the ground. The remaining bodyguards, seeing Huang Yiming being taken away by Black Eagle, were stunned. Sumi frowned when she saw Huang Yiming being taken away. She lost interest in dealing with the useless bodyguards. The bodyguards, seeing their boss had run, had no energy left to fight. Many of their brothers had already died. Get lost. Chen Jin kicked several fleeing bodyguards harshly and looked seriously at Sumi and Qin Hao. What do we do now? That definitely won't give up easily. Where does Huang Yiming live? Shumiashket. If this scoundrel wasn't dealt with, there would be endless trouble in the future. At the luxurious villa on the west side, Chen Jin replied.
Girl, do you want to?
Sumi nodded but showed a worried expression. Only afraid of. Seeing this, Qin Hao seemed to guess Sumi's thoughts. The soldiers at the base won't follow his orders for now. Those bodyguards, except for Black Eagle, are not very useful. Sumi relaxed and said, let's go after them.
That.
Chun Jin looked doubtful. Girl, are you sure you want to kill them all? If I don't kill him, do you think he will let me go? Oh no, you also made a move today, so he won't let you go either. As soon as Sumi finished speaking, Chun Jin sighed.
Ugh.
If the leader doesn't make it, this troublemaker will be a problem in the future. But Qin Hao first went forward to check on the soldier lying on the ground, shook his head with a sigh, and said he's gone. Chun Jin gritted his teeth. Let's go. Before they get too far, we chase after them. The three rushed out of the villa and headed west. Black Eagle, with Huang Yiming, returned to the villa on the west side without surprise. However, when Sumi and the others reached the villa's perimeter, they saw 6 men armed with guns coming out from inside, patrolling at the gate. Sumi frowned and asked Chun Jin, are these your people? Implying, besides Black Eagle, are there other soldiers protecting Huang Yiming? No, these are bodyguards authorized by the leader, armed with guns. They're not as good as Black Eagle, but probably stronger than those other bodyguards. Can the 3 of us handle them? No matter how strong they were, they couldn't outrun bullets. Qin Hao shook his head. That's a machine gun. We don't have much of a chance. Sumi was very unwilling. That dog, Huang Yiming, dared to make a move on her. She had to do something. Suddenly, she had an idea and looked at Chun Jin. Old Chun, do you know where Gumingtai is being held? Chun Jin shook his head but quickly added, I haven't been involved in internal matters for a long time, so I don't know. But Fong team should have internal information. Qin Hao was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Sumi. You want to rescue Gumingtai? Sumi nodded. An enemy of my enemy is a friend. As long as I can deal with Huang Yiming or cause him trouble, I'll definitely get involved. All right, leave this to me. You two go back first. Sumi was still very reluctant. She had plenty of guns in her space, but she couldn't take them out now. Seeing Sumi and Chun Jin leave, Qin Hao turned and headed outside the villa area toward the small building zone. Back at the villa, Sumi felt increasingly restless and uneasy. Gumingtai, the guy, has been caught once by Huang Yiming, and there might be a second time. Even though a few of them saved him once, can they keep saving him over and over? They are not his bodyguards. It seems that to deal with Huang Yiming, they really need a clever plan. Only he can suppress that troublemaker. At least, in her view, that person has been selfless for the sake of the base. Old Chun, watch Tian and Old Ma. I need to go out for a bit. Chun Jin was very nervous when he heard Sumi was leaving, worried she might try to confront Huang Yiming's 6 armed guards alone. Girl, what are you planning to do? Don't do anything stupid. Oh, I'm going to give that troublemaker Huang Yiming a surprise, a real knockout. This was Sumi's first time visiting the medical department. It looked very different from the hospital she imagined, but from the outside, it seemed clean and tidy. She didn't know which building or floor Huang Hu Yao was on, but that didn't stop her from finding him. There were soldiers guarding outside the medical department. Unless someone was injured and carried in by medical staff, no one could enter. So, Sumi decided to go into the small building area. She entered the closest building to the medical department and climbed to the roof. The medical department and the small building were built together, with each floor close to the next. Sumi saw that the gap between the 2 buildings was about 50 meters, so she gave up on the idea of jumping across. It would be great if she could jump over, but if she couldn't, she might end up playing a dangerous game of jumping from height again. Fortunately, there was a side door at the back of the medical department. Although it was guarded, Sumi quickly spotted the guard, Wu Lei, one of the snipers she had worked with on the Cross-Sea Bridge mission. As Wu Lei was always alert to his surroundings, especially the high points nearby. At some point, he saw Sumi watching him from the roof of the opposite small building. Sumi made a shu gesture to him and then quickly descended from the roof. Wu Lei dismissed the 3 other guards with him and stayed alone at the side door, waiting for Sumi to come down. Sumi moved quickly. When she saw the 3 unfamiliar soldiers leave to patrol, she immediately ran into the medical department's side door, hiding behind the gaps on either side inside. Wu Lei didn't know why Sumi suddenly appeared there, but he trusted her completely. Most of the people lying in the medical department building are soldiers, including one named Huang Hu Yao, whose duty it is. So I asked him directly, "Team Leader Su, what are you doing?" Sumi didn't waste words. As the sky darkened, based on the previous conversation between Fang Jie and Qin Hao at the villa, once Huang Hu Yao's oxygen runs out, he will likely die. I'm here to save people. You know medical skills? I don't know medical skills, but I do have magic. Do you believe me?
Wu Lei smiled silently, thinking Sumi was joking.
Let me in and pretend you didn't see me. Team leader, can you tell me your purpose? I just want to understand, I won't stop you. Sumi sighed. If I told you I came to kill Huang Hu Yao, I don't think you'd stop me. But luckily, this time she really came to save someone. You might not believe it, but just know I'm here to save people. There's no time. Tell me, which floor is Huang Hu Yao on? Wu Lei was stunned instantly. You're looking for the leader? Can you save him? Better than nothing. Wu Lei's eyes flickered uncertainly. Since it concerns the leader's life, he couldn't be careless. But Sumi's act of risking her life to save them that day was a great act of justice. After thinking for a few dozen seconds, he finally told Sumi. He's in the second-floor ward, but there are guards at the door. Only Huang Yiming recognizes him, and no one else can get close.
You.
Sumi heard the footsteps of 3 patrols returning and patted Wu Lei on the shoulder. Your teammates are back. Don't give yourself away. I can handle it. Sumi moved quickly. When Wu Lei looked inside, she had already slipped into the stairwell after a few quick movements. There are few medical staff on the first floor, so Sumi wasn't discovered. But she saw that there were cameras in the lobby. The medical department has power, so the cameras should be working. To avoid being noticed by Huang Yiming's people, Sumi had to act fast. She hurried to the second floor, and as she came out of the stairwell, she saw 4 men in casual clothes guarding the first room. They each carried a bulge at their waist, which looked like a pistol. Only recognizing Huang Yiming? Then they are his people. Sumi took out a pistol from her space. 1 shot, 1 target, no problem. But the noise from the gunfire would attract soldiers downstairs, which was too risky. However, there are always more solutions than problems. At this moment, footsteps and voices of a doctor and nurse are heard downstairs. This is a chance. So, Sumi stepped out of the stairwell, aimed at one of the bodyguards standing at the door of the ward, and shot him in the head. The man collapsed instantly, causing panic among the 3 nearby. They all drew their guns and chased into the stairwell. But the stairwell was empty, only footsteps passing below. The 3 exchanged glances. Chase. Since the other side had guns, they didn't dare to underestimate them. The 3 of them took their guns and hurried downstairs. Sumi saw the others go down and immediately stepped out of the space. She was worried there might be people inside the ward, so she looked around carefully when entering, ready to retreat into the space if there was any danger. Downstairs, a man and a woman shouted, "I am the doctor here. What are you trying to do?" "I'm a nurse." "Why are you arresting us?" Not far away, hurried footsteps approached the building, asking about what had happened to the 3 people. It seemed they would come upstairs soon to check the situation. Time was tight. Sumi quickly removed Huang Hu Yao's oxygen mask. A thin stream of spiritual water emerged from her hand, obediently flowing into Huang Hu Yao's throat. He was wearing a thin patient gown, and after only a few days of unconsciousness, he had become very thin, emitting a rotten smell from his wounds. Sumi immediately thought of the symptoms Ma Desheng had shown before falling ill, feeling a lingering fear. As long as his life was saved, that was enough. Sumi didn't want him to recover too quickly. She had her own plan. "You're lucky. If it weren't for your good son, I wouldn't bother saving you," Sumi thought. Now she just hoped that after Huang Hu Yao woke up, everything at the base could return to normal. Was Huang Yiming trying to manipulate the situation to control everyone? If the emperor woke up and found his unfilial son had caused chaos at the base, what would he think? The footsteps downstairs grew closer. Sumi opened a window and looked down. Good. Everyone had been alarmed and had come into the medical department. It was only 2 floors high, not too tall. So, just before the door of the ward was opened, she gracefully leapt down, disappearing into the air. When she reappeared, she had landed steadily on the first floor, outside the side door guarded by Wu Lei earlier. Sumi's elegant departure created an unsolvable mystery for the medical department. All the medical staff, guards, and soldiers outside the medical building couldn't figure out what had happened from start to finish. Strangely, when they discovered the suspicious activity, thinking someone was trying to assassinate the leader, they rushed into the leader's ward in a hurry, all turning pale. The ventilator covering the leader's face had been removed, and he was soaked all over as if drenched with water. The doctor had said that the leader was barely keeping alive with the help of the ventilator. Without it, he would die quickly. Fang Jie received a tip and quickly arrived at Huang Hu Yao's ward in the medical department. However, a strange scene happened. Huang Hu Yao's old face twitched with muscle spasms. Then, his old eyelids fluttered. Just as the medical staff hurried to bring rescue equipment, he opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. When Sumi returned to the villa, she saw 2 blood-covered people lying on the sofa in the living room. Is this Guming Tai and Qin Hao sighed. It's Zhang Yan. Sumi moved closer and saw that both were unconscious, breathing heavily with bloodstains on their clothes. Their clothes were torn, and besides whip marks, some flesh had been cut away alive in several places. Huang Yiming is really cruel. Sumi had seen a lot, but to treat 2 harmless people with such brutal and twisted punishment, Huang Yiming was truly a devil. Zhang Yan was a fighter. She could understand how he survived. But Guming Tai was still barely alive, which meant he was very tough. Boss, what should we do? They look like this. Should we take them to the medical department? Maybe they can be saved if we rush them there. Ma Dexiang's face was pale. He had been a scoundrel before, but compared to Huang Yiming, he felt like an angel. Killing someone is just a matter of a headshot, but this kind of torture, cutting flesh and whipping, it's worse than death. Sumi frowned. The medical department is chaotic now, and there's no medicine there. There's a foldable bathtub in the storage room for baths. Go get it and place it in the living room. Remember to fill it with filtered water, about halfway. She said this while running upstairs. When she came back down, she held a wooden bucket, placing it next to the other in the living room. Fill this bucket with half clean water. Ma Dexiang and Qin Hao each took a basin of water and poured it into the buckets. Sumi continued running up and down the stairs. Each time, she poured clean water into the bucket, filling it up to about 2/3. Then, Sumi brought a packet of herbal powder and sprinkled it into the water. What's this, girl? Sumi opened the package, and a strong smell of traditional medicine filled the air. She looked at Qin Hao and said, "This is anti-inflammatory and pain relief herbal medicine. I used it to bandage and stop the bleeding when Qin Hao was injured by a bullet. It works very well and can be used to soak wounds." Qin Hao guessed Sumi's intention and nodded. This herbal medicine works quickly. Even though the injuries are serious, it shouldn't be a problem. He had personally experienced the magic of Sumi's water. As long as she was willing to help, these 2 probably wouldn't die. But just thinking about it made Qin Hao's eyes look heavy. Sigh, everyone has their own fate. He couldn't force Sumi. Sumi carelessly mixed the herbal powder into the water. Half of the powder sank, and the other half floated on the surface. It looked quite convincing. Help them into the water. Ma Dexiang and the others hesitated as they prepared to lift the 2 injured people into the buckets. Should we take off their clothes first? Are you stupid? Their clothes are soaked with blood, some are stuck to their skin. Forcibly removing them would only cause more pain. They gently placed each injured person into a bucket to soak. The living room didn't have air conditioning, but the weather inside the city was much warmer than outside. The 2 soaked in the icy water, trembling all over, and their lips started to quiver. Boss, they're probably cold. Should we turn on the air conditioner? Sumi shook her head. No need. Her evolved spiritual water had a coolness to it, much better for healing than the creek water before. As long as they don't freeze, it's fine. Sumi spoke casually, but she watched nervously as the two soaked in the diluted spiritual water. Their injuries were very serious, making it hard for Sumi to judge how much to dilute the water. Too little and it might be ineffective. Too much and it might heal too quickly. It was giving her a headache. After entering the water, both injured people's faces turned pale, lips trembling, and they shivered from the cold. Gradually, their brows relaxed, and although their lips remained pale, their faces looked less fierce than before. Zhang Yan was the first to react. His brows furrowed tightly, as if trapped in a nightmare, recalling past suffering. Sumi and the others watched him tense up completely in the water, almost biting his back molars through. Chun Jin softly called out Zhang Yan's name, feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Yan, wake up. They all stared at Zhang Yan. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of bloodshot redness, with several blood vessels burst, making his eyes look very fierce and bloodthirsty. But this couldn't hide his exhaustion and weariness. Zhang Yan, are you awake? Qin Hao waved his hand in front of his eyes. As Zhang Yan's gaze followed Qin Hao's hand, he gradually regained focus. The bright living room was icy cold, and a gentle cool breeze slowly entered his body, easing his pain. But after 2 days of intense pain, he felt he couldn't hold on anymore. Was he dead?
Or,
in a daze, he seemed to hear a familiar voice calling him. Zhang Yan. Look, you're safe now. It was Chun Jin's voice. Zhang Yan looked up, meeting Chun Jin's anxious eyes, with Sumi and her 2 friends nearby, along with a well-behaved little boy. Had he been saved? The 2 days of captivity felt like he had lived through most of his life. Was he finally free? Sumi looked at Zhang Yan's defeated and unbelieving expression, noticing he hadn't spoken a word all this time. Clearly, his gaze on Qin Jin showed he recognized them. She kept staring at Zhang Yan's face, feeling something was off. Maybe because she had experienced something similar, Sumi was especially sensitive. She observed for a long time and finally found the problem. She stopped Qin Jin from calling Zhang Yan's name repeatedly and stepped in front of him. She gently opened his mouth and saw that a third of his tongue was missing, cut off by a sharp tool. Removing a third of the tongue wouldn't cause it to fall off and block his airway, leading to suffocation. With proper technique, even someone who had part of their tongue cut off wouldn't bleed excessively or die. The others saw it too. Zhang Yan's mouth was filled with thick, bloody, and foul-smelling saliva. Chun Jin, in particular, kept taking deep breaths but couldn't calm himself.
this beast.
I'll kill him, no matter what.
Kill him.
Sumi turned around and fetched a glass of water, which was infused with plenty of spiritual water to help heal his mouth and tongue wounds. She handed the water to him. Rinse your mouth first, then drink. Zhang Yan closed his eyes painfully, seeming to feel disappointed and weary of the world. His life was still there and his wounds could heal, but after having his tongue cut out, he could no longer speak. Sumi pressed a cup to his lips. Do you regret letting us go?
She asked.
Zhang Yan was stunned, then suddenly shook his head with determination and a hint of excitement, repeatedly saying, to Sumi. The others didn't react, but Sumi understood what he was trying to say. Even his tongue was cut off, which meant he was stubborn and couldn't speak from his mouth. I know you didn't betray us, so thank you. Drink this, and you'll feel better. At first, Zhang Yan didn't leave a good impression on Sumi. But she didn't expect that. Out of 2 soldiers, one finally surrendered and even brought Huang Yiming to their villa. The other soldier, even after having his tongue cut, said nothing. Suddenly, Zhang Yan burst into tears, making muffled sounds. Sumi forcefully opened his mouth and poured in some spiritual water. The cool water flowed in his mouth, not painful at all, and even cooled his tongue's wound, reducing his pain.
He was just too exhausted.
His mouth and whole body felt cool, relaxing him completely. Finally, he closed his eyes and fell asleep in the bucket. Unlike Qin Hao and Qin Jin in the East Villa, who struggled with restless sleep. Sumi slept very peacefully. Early in the morning, Ma Dexiang prepared breakfast as usual, and Sumi came downstairs to eat. She didn't see Qin Hao or Qin Jin, and the two seriously injured patients on the sofa were also gone. Only Tian Tian, sweating heavily, came over. Tian Tian, what are you doing? Why are you sweating so much? Today was already below freezing at -2 degrees, and the living room wasn't air-conditioned. Brother Hao made a workout plan for Tian Tian. This little guy has been running. The buns are ready, boss. Come and eat. Sumi handed Tian Tian a glass of water with a drop of spiritual water in it. Drink this, then go eat. Hey, boss, at least get him some hot water. It's so cold today, he might catch a cold. Sumi kicked him, making him grimace. Why all the fuss? Have you seen anyone in the apocalypse needing hot water to drink? Tian Tian took the water from Sumi's hand and gulped it down completely. It's not cold at all. The water Jija gave me is still sweet and tastes really good. At this time, it's only a little past 7. While the three of them are happily eating fish and shrimp-filled buns, the villa door opens. It's Qin Hao and Qin Jin returning, along with a familiar figure, Fang Jie. Uncle Fang, you should go back first. I can't decide this matter alone. Haozi. Old Qin, please see Uncle Fang off. Yes. Fang Jie clearly looks reluctant, and when Sumi turns to look, she notices Fang Jie's helpless expression, almost like he's begging her. But Sumi rolls her eyes at him without guilt and cuts off his pleading look. If she glances at him again, Fang Jie might come over to talk to her. As for what he's going to say, Sumi doesn't know, but it probably isn't good. Fang Jie leaves unwillingly, and Qin Hao and Qin Jin come over to sit at the table. Hao Ge, Lao Chun, eat quickly. I saw you go out early. What's going on? Qin Hao looks at Sumi with a guilty expression, picks up a bun, and doesn't bite it. Huang Hu Yao has woken up. Wow, that old guy is finally awake. Now someone can control Huang Yiming. We sent Guming Tai and Zhang Yan back. They are now receiving further treatment in the medical department. Sigh, Zhang Yan might even have trouble speaking in the future. That Huang Yiming really deserves a bad ending. Chun Jin bites into his bun fiercely, as if he's gnawing on Huang Yiming's flesh. Sumi está silent. A bad ending, but hasn't he already died? Sumi's mind is full of plans to deal with Huang Yiming, this troublemaker, so she looks at Qin Hao. Fang Jie seems to have asked you for something? Qin Hao is stunned, his face heavy with worry as he bites into his bun without answering immediately. Girl, don't worry. We're all on your side.
Sumi raises an eyebrow.
Related to me? As expected, it really is connected to her. It seems that after Huang Hu Yao woke up, he did quite a few things. Qin Hao finishes his bun, drinks a glass of water, and then looks at Sumi. Sumi, how do you want to handle Huang Yiming? Sumi was already full, but when asked this, she picks up another bun and takes a bite. Those fools in high positions, unaware of the hardships of ordinary people, dare to scheme against her? How about it? Is Huang Hu Yao reluctant to part with this unfilial son? Qin Hao nodded but looked at Sumi with a firm gaze. What I told you yesterday still stands. If she stands against Huang Hu Yao, he would definitely be on her side, right? Sumi said nothing, only feeling confused. Even after waking up, knowing what Huang Yiming did, she wouldn't kill him. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. But why did he come to ask her? After dinner, Sumi took Qin Hao to the small courtyard, frowning. Huang Hu Yao knows I saved him? Qin Hao shook his head, a strange expression on his face. They don't know. They think I saved him. Sumi breathed a sigh of relief. Then why does Fang Jie want to come and ask me? Qin Hao's face turned awkward as he looked away. These are small matters. I know you don't want to let him go. But there's one thing, Sumi. You have to promise me. Sumi was confused. Go ahead, just say it. Killing Huang Yiming would cause a lot of trouble. Are you trying to persuade me? No, do you trust me?
Sumi didn't answer.
If you kill him yourself, it will definitely cause big trouble and disturb our peaceful life.
Sumi frowned.
I don't care. Killing a bad person is no big deal. If trouble comes, I'll just leave.
Ikare.
Every day I'm with you, Lao Chen, Lao Ma, here in this space. If we want a peaceful life, none of you can kill him. But I can.
Sumi wistan. You? Leave this matter to me.
After thinking for a moment, Sumi nodded. The seeds in the yard sprouted, and the lychee saplings grew tall. Outside, the temperature was below freezing, but inside the small courtyard, it was a completely different world. After watering the plants, Sumi left the courtyard. Only Ma Dexiang and Tian Tian were in the living room. Boss, Hao Ge and Lao Chen went out. Seems like they have something to do. Sumi nodded. She didn't care anymore. No worries, she was just planting vegetables and fruits at home, relaxing. She didn't want to bother with other things. She still believed Qin Hao. At least, in her view, after the end of the world, Qin Hao was the most trustworthy. In the afternoon, Sumi planned to plant a couple of fruit trees in the yard, but as soon as she probed her consciousness into the space, her face lit up with joy. She immediately went back to her room, locked the door, and entered the space. At that moment, the space was no longer silent and cold. After she stored the little creatures into her space, all of them except the small green frog and the silver snake had woken up. The cicada in the camphor tree occasionally chirped, and the little rabbit hopped on the black soil searching for food. The giant fish lying dormant in the river also woke up. Everything seemed to come back to life, slowly gaining energy. Even the purple bamboo, which had not grown for a long time, suddenly shot up overnight. What made Sumi even more surprised was that the strange seed finally sprouted. She transplanted the sprouted seed to the riverbank. After sprouting, there was a faint, subtle fragrance within a few meters of it. The scent was light and not strong, but it made Sumi feel refreshed and alert. After smelling it, she felt as if she had taken a powerful energy pill, full of strength. However, this feeling of alertness and increased energy gradually weakened and disappeared once she left the sense range. Could such a small seedling have this effect? And when it grows up, will the fragrance spread throughout the entire space? Sumi tested outside the space and found she could control the scent to flow outside. She could even direct it to spread intentionally. But the scent only extended about a meter around her. Beyond that, it had no effect. Wow, such a tiny seedling can produce a strong physical boost. If she spreads this scent during a fight, it's like giving herself an energy boost. Her combat power might skyrocket, almost like taking an adrenaline shot. Sumi spent half a day observing this strange little seedling in her space. The surprise it brought her was truly more than she expected. The pregnant silver carp in the river swam to the riverbank and stopped still by the shore. Sumi didn't know what she was doing, so she quietly watched. However, within less than half an hour, the silver carp's belly contracted, and it repeatedly squeezed its vent into the shallow black mud on the riverbank, releasing white-gray fish eggs. The water soaked the eggs, but the current couldn't wash them away. It was indeed a good place for spawning. After laying her eggs, the mother fish swam away. Sumi then noticed many fish, shrimp, and water snakes in the river. She wondered what they were eating. Immediately, she asked Xie Xiaojun to throw some bread and other food into the river. Soon, many fish, shrimp, and swarmed to grab the food. These are just some meat-eating creatures that look down on bread. Woof, woof, woof. Sumi heard a warning bark from Little White and quickly went to check. She saw Little White facing off against a small black crocodile. The black crocodile was biting a large white shrimp in its mouth. As the older brother of the space security team, Little White immediately became unhappy. Sumi stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Little White, don't be so fierce. And you." She pointed at the completely black crocodile. "I haven't given you a name yet. What should I call you?" "All Black. Maybe call you Little Black?" Sumi shivered at her own words. "Although it's small now, it will grow into a giant someday." "Forget it. Maybe I should call you Giant." Giant didn't mind. In her eyes, as long as she said it, he wouldn't refuse. "Giant, Little White is the boss here. You can't be mean to him, understand?" Little White happily cooperated, growling at Giant twice, sounding proud. Giant, as if unwilling, spat out the big white shrimp and nudged it toward Little White with his head, as if admitting defeat and giving his prize to the boss. Little White cheered loudly, his voice rising from a small yelp to a loud howl, much like a wolf's cry. Sumi remembered that before the end of the world, some videos of huskies made similar sounds. Giant's gemstone-like eyes looked at Sumi with full expectation. Yes, crocodiles have a natural hunting instinct. Every time Xie Xiaowan fed them frozen meat, the pink little creature was okay with it, but Giant often refused. Sumi also just realized that Giant was already catching fish and shrimp from the river when he was so small. She patted Little White's head and said, "Little White, since Giant has accepted you as the big brother, you can't bully him either, understand?" Little White responded with a short growl, a "wuh," to show he understood. The species in the river aren't diverse enough yet to form a food chain. If Giant keeps catching and eating fish and shrimp every few days, there won't be many left. What should she do? Sumi looked at the pink crocodile in Xie Xiaojuan's hand. Does this little guy eat, sleep, and do nothing every day? Still not moving? Xiaowan nodded and said, "Yes, it's very strange. I put it in the river, and it just floated there without moving. I was worried the current might flip it over and it would drown, which would be bad." Sumi also found it strange. It looks like a little lizard and it can't even swim. Could it be some kind of mutant? She reached out and gently poked its flat crocodile-like head. From now on, let's call it Little Lizard. Although it was the same batch of eggs and had been washed with spiritual energy in her space, why was there such a big difference? But Little Lizard just ate and slept every day, staying still most of the time. Still, it grew much faster than the Giant. When the Giant hatched, it was only a few centimeters long, but now Little Lizard was already about the size of Sumi's small arm. Meanwhile, the Giant remained the same size as before. Xiaowan placed Little Lizard on the ground, thinking it would stay still and keep sleeping like before. But as soon as it touched the ground, its pink little head lifted up, and it sniffed around like a puppy. Finally, it opened its round eyes and looked toward the riverbank. If Sumi wasn't mistaken, it was looking directly at the strange, unknown seed nearby. Suddenly, Little Lizard moved all four limbs quickly and crawled toward the riverbank. It stopped beside the sprouted seed and continued sleeping. Sumi pointed at Little Lizard and asked Xiaowan, "Does it usually sleep on the seed?" "Yes, but I didn't know before that this seed had been buried in the dark soil here all along. Little Lizard has been sleeping here too. I only realized the seed was buried there when you moved the small sprout earlier." Sumi went over, picked up Little Lizard, and turned it over to look. Aside from being twice as big as the Giant, it had no other problems. Its crawling speed was much faster than the Giant's. She wondered why it was so sleepy all the time. She put it back down and suddenly noticed the hundreds of thousands of fish eggs near the riverbank, produced by the big fish earlier. The eggs, which were originally white with a grayish tint, had lost their whiteness and now had a thin yellow film on the surface. Also, each egg, which once had only a tiny black inside, now clearly showed the shape of a small fish. They were wriggling and moving inside the yellow film. If she remembered correctly, fish eggs usually hatch in 3 to 7 days. However, the pile of hundreds of thousands of fish eggs in front of me should hatch completely today, barring any unexpected issues. This speed is more than 10 times faster than natural hatching outside. The Little Lizard is sleepy and grows quickly, and the fish eggs hatch much faster as well. Sumi happily turns her gaze toward the strange little seedling. Could the aroma of this small plant still influence the growth and development of living creatures? To prove this, Sumi drops a seed into the black muddy soil by the river, a spot where the plant scent can spread. Originally, in her space, a seed takes 3 to 7 days to sprout, grow into a seedling, and mature, depending on the type of vegetable. This has not changed after the space evolved. As soon as Sumi plants the seed in the black mud, it sprouts within a few minutes and continues to grow. From seedling to mature plant, it only takes 3 hours. She skeptically tries another seed, which also takes 3 hours. Just as she guessed. The scent of this seedling not only acts like a powerful buff, but also promotes the growth of plants and creatures. In her large space, which is lacking vitality, This allows the small grass and flowers in the mountains to quickly spread into a lush grassland plateau. The fruit trees she plants can also grow faster and bear fruit sooner. Additionally, the creatures in the river can reproduce and thrive more quickly in this environment. The only downside is that the seedling just sprouted and its coverage area is still too small. Sumi decides to leave the small seedling by the river for a while. As long as the fish fry in the river grow and reproduce faster, the little crocodile will have enough food. As for the water snake, Sumi directly moves several pairs of mutated mouse cubs from the mountains. Mice are very good at reproducing, so she believes the ecosystem around the Lingshui River will develop quickly. It would be great to find some aquatic plants to grow in the river, creating a plant-based ecological cycle which would also provide food for the fish. Maybe she should go to the river at night to see if there are any surviving plants that haven't frozen to death. Sumi counts all the creatures in her space and, before leaving, plants the purple bamboo next to the small seedling by the river. This purple bamboo grows very slowly, and she wonders when her dream of a purple bamboo forest will come true. When Qin Hao and Qin Jin returned, it was already dark, and they were carrying many supplies. It was revealed that Gu Mingtai had given them these supplies to thank them for saving his life. That night, Sumi quietly left the base while everyone was asleep. When she reached the riverbank, she found no one there, and the surface of the river was already frozen. Sumi broke the ice on the river's surface, and fish and shrimp immediately appeared, allowing her to catch them easily. However, there was no greenery or lively aquatic plants in the river. After searching for a while, Sumi only found a half-frozen, half-rotted lotus root stalk at the edge of the river. This lotus root stalk had 3 knots. She squeezed the one that was already rotten and frozen, but the middle knot was still firm. She wasn't sure if it could be saved. Sumi quickly took the lotus root stalk into her space, cut off the rotten part, and washed the remaining 3 knots in a bucket of spiritual river water. The 3 knots on the lotus root stalk, now soaked in spiritual river water, immediately sprouted small pink tips. "Lucky me, it's actually alive," Sumi said happily. She then buried each of the 3 knots separately at different spots on the bottom of the spiritual river and ordered all creatures in her space not to disturb these knots, especially the giant beast which, although small, had become the ruler of the spiritual river. All the river creatures saw it and immediately fled, showing how notorious it was in the river. After burying the lotus root stalk, Sumi saw it curiously trying to dig into the riverbed mud, but she stopped it and called it back. She also sternly warned it not to disturb the lotus root knots on the river bottom. Sumi didn't really want to use her space control to make these small creatures lose their natural spirit, but for particularly mischievous individuals, she would use her privileges to forbid them. Having dealt with that, Sumi left her space and continued searching in the icy water and debris of the river. Finally, she caught a group of freshwater clams downstream. Thinking of the delicious clam meat, Sumi felt much happier. Even though she didn't find any other aquatic plants and didn't feel disappointed, she was content. The base's gate was still guarded, but Sumi didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, she climbed over the wall outside the villa area. The wall was tall, but with a running start, Sumi could jump over half the height of the wall. A few more kicks and she could grab the top of the wall, then use her leg to hook over it and flip herself over. When Sumi returned to the villa, it was already 3 a.m. She planned to go straight into her space to rest, but was awakened by the barking of dogs in the villa area. It wasn't just one dog. There seemed to be 5 or 6. Along with the barking, there were women's screams and children's crying. Qin Hao and the others were also awakened by the noise, but none of them paid attention to it. Every day at the base, some accidents and unexplainable events happen, but no one cares. Even when they hear the noise, women's screams fading away and children's crying stopping, it's probably because they were attacked by dogs. In the following days, Sumi finally experienced the most peaceful and calm life since the apocalypse. Qin Hao and Qin Jin left early and returned late, so Sumi rarely saw them during breakfast. Ma Desheng also resumed his work transporting materials at the city construction department. Every day, they woke up early for morning exercises. Despite the temperature dropping to -5 degrees Celsius, he didn't slack off like most children. Every day, Qin Hao and the others would come back from work carrying a lot of supplies. Sumi kept to herself, focusing on planting in the yard, and never asked about the food they brought back. As long as it was tasty, that was enough. After all, Qin Hao was now the savior of Gumingtai and Huang Hu Yao, so it was normal for him to get these supplies. 2 weeks passed, and all the seeds in Sumi's small garden had sprouted. The lychee sapling had grown a wooden stake at its base, transforming from a small seedling to a healthy young plant. Although the growth of these fruits and vegetables was painfully slow, which annoyed Sumi, she knew this slow pace made it look natural and normal. Huang Hu Yao's awakening indeed brought stability back to the base, but amid this peace, Sumi faintly felt that something had changed. Qin Hao was coming back later and later. Sometimes Qin Jin returned home, and they had finished dinner, but Qin Hao still hadn't arrived. On that day, Ma Desheng returned with a very obvious proud expression. After placing a small bag of rice into the wooden barrel in the kitchen, he secretly went to the small yard and found Sumi, who was watering and loosening the soil around the seedlings. Boss, I have 2 good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Sumi was feeding fish and shrimp in the pond with broken pieces of steamed bun. She replied calmly, tell me the important one first. Old Ma has been working every day lately. When he comes home, he becomes a chatterbox at the dinner table, talking nonstop for 2 hours. He talks about family matters, and even about which construction worker in the city defense department is not wearing underwear today, analyzing 17 or 18 reasons why. Hey boss, these are important. First, I heard from the leaders in the city defense department that yesterday, the base sent people to Haicheng and brought back a transport plane, which is now parked on the training ground. In a few days, they will send a team of soldiers to Jiangnan City to transport food from the granaries there. Some of the soldiers who were hospitalized last time still haven't fully recovered. Are they going on a mission now? Probably, because the base's food supplies are running low, so they have no choice. I also heard that several soldiers in the medical department have died, but most of them have survived.
Sumi didn't speak.
She continued to look at the fish and shrimp in the water puddle quietly. Several big shrimps had eggs, and she planned to find a chance to put them into her space to help build her space. Boss, guess who is responsible for transporting the food this time? Sumi frowned and looked at Ma Dexiang.
Qin Hao.
Ma Dexiang was very disappointed by her calm response. Boss, how do you know? Did Hao tell you earlier? Sumi shot a quick glance at the excited Ma Dexiang. Let me guess. I only know a few people in this space. Who do you think it is? Or is it your old friend Chu Chu from the nightclub? Ma Dexiang's face turned red. Boss, how do you know about that? I only went once. I promise. Next time, I won't go again, I swear.
Sumi drew her lips.
Anyway, the money spent is your own earned food. I don't care about your private life. But if you dare to talk nonsense outside.
Haha.
Actually, Sumi didn't want to know. But since her secret nighttime activities often happened in the dark, one night she accidentally saw Ma Dexiang sneaking off to the nightclub. Curious, Sumi naturally found out some things she shouldn't. But luckily, although Ma Dexiang's behavior was somewhat suspicious, he didn't go overboard. He was boastful but knew his limits when talking. Still, Sumi was very cautious. Her words of warning and intimidation made Ma Dexiang remember to behave better next time. Ma Dexiang noticed that Sumi's gaze had grown colder as it swept over his neck, making him shiver. He suddenly remembered that the little girl in front of him was still a devil, capable of hurting someone deeply without blinking.
Don't worry, boss.
I won't tell anyone about what's inside our villa. I was just bragging. Sumi nodded and prepared to deliver supplies back to the base, which was good news. Currently, the base was short on food, and if it continued like this, chaos might happen. If they had enough food, the base could stay peaceful for a long time. Next. Oh, there's one more. At this point, Ma Dexiang's face lit up with a mysterious and proud look. Hee boss, you know what I got?
Hee.
Seeing Ma Dexiang smile in a silly way, Sumi guessed it was something good. Hurry up, stop talking so much.
Tajda.
Ma Desheng took out a blueprint from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Sumi after opening it. Sumi looked at it and was surprised. A blueprint for the base's defenses? Where did you get this? The blueprint showed detailed drawings of the base's construction, quite complicated. Sumi could only understand a few parts of the buildings and the words defense construction blueprint. Old Yang from the Defense Department bragged so much that he gave this to me. But it's just a rough sketch. The final version is kept in his safe at home. He told me that he drew this while drunk, improving some parts of our base's defenses based on the actual buildings and facilities, making them stronger. Our current defenses are nowhere near as good as his improvements. Sumi stared closely at the blueprint. It was a valuable thing. It seemed that no matter which department, there were talented people. But she didn't let Ma Desheng see her true feelings or how much she valued this blueprint. Good stuff, but it's not exactly good news. Besides, this drawing was made with care, but it's just a pencil sketch. It could be accidentally burned as firewood one day.
TCH, such a waste.
Ma Desheng thought for a moment and nodded quickly. Yeah, I guess so. If I'm not careful, I might get torn apart by the next person who finds it. He looked at Sumi with a flattering smile. Boss, could you help me keep it safe? This is my prize, isn't it good news? Sumi chuckled inwardly, her expression showing helplessness. Forget it, I'll keep it safe for you. Don't ruin someone else's hard work. Sumi took the city defense construction plans from Maid Xiang, smoothing out the creases. I'll put it in my room. If you want it later, just ask. Thanks, boss. I'll follow your instructions. Sumi walked slowly out of the small courtyard, then happily entered her room. She pressed the plans flat with a book, then placed them inside an empty candy tin box and stored it in her space. Sumi felt no guilt about tricking Maid Xiang and making him grateful. The plans would be useless to Maid Xiang. But here with her, they could perhaps be used to their greatest potential in the future. As for Qin Hao leading a team to transport supplies to Jiangnan City, Sumi didn't think much about it. Outside the base, the ground was frosted, the river frozen, with ice nearly 10 centimeters deep beneath the surface. Such depth made fishing impossible. She currently had no small creatures to put into her space in S City. Jiangnan City is south of S City. Flying there would take at most 2 hours. But Sumi's worries were not just about time and transportation. Although Jiangnan City is south of S City, it is an inland city. Sumi remembered that the day before the apocalypse, a nearby earthquake had occurred near Jiangnan City. If she had to worry about mutated creatures attacking outside before, now she might have more concerns when going to Jiangnan City. Qin Hao and Qin Jin returned together. Before Sumi could ask, Qin Hao spoke. But his focus was not on food transportation. Sumi, the technicians under Huang Hu Yao have contacted the detection team in Jiangnan City. Sumi calmly ate her rice, replying with a simple waiting for more. There's also a survivor base established there. This trip might be more than just fighting for food. The detection team says the temperature in Jiangnan City is comfortable now, perfect for living, and it hasn't cooled down after the rainy season. It's like a tropical area now, with lush fruits and vegetables growing. The people in the base are living very comfortably. Maid Xiang widened his eyes in envy. So good? Should we move there? Qin Hao shook his head. We don't know the details yet, but that base is real. Huang Hu Yao has already contacted the base leader over there, but I'm afraid this trip won't be easy to handle. Sumi didn't pay much attention to the words, only focusing on the phrase vigorous growth of fruits and vegetables, which she repeatedly filtered into her mind. The vigorous growth of fruits and vegetables indicates that there is enough water and suitable temperatures. Also, such growth suggests that the vegetation there must be very lush. Where there is lush vegetation, animals are definitely not scarce. Sumi doesn't know how the situation is at that base, but if the area truly has vigorous plant growth, then any mutations in animals could cause serious problems for that base. When will we leave? Sumi asked calmly, not surprised that Qin Hao knew about it. Qin Hao was surprised you knew about it, right?
Yeah.
Seeing Sumi's calm attitude, Qin Hao thought she was upset about him hiding things. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Sumi looked at Qin Hao and said, your matters are your own business. You don't need to explain to me. Although no one told her about Qin Hao's dealings with Huang Hu Yao, she had a vague idea. Qin Hao felt relieved that Sumi wasn't angry about it. Let's set out the day after tomorrow morning. Sumi thought for a moment, put down her chopsticks, and stared at Qin Hao intently. Let's delay it a bit. Jiangnan City is not as simple as you think, whether you believe it or not. Before she finished, Qin Hao immediately interrupted, I believe. I'll make the arrangements. Sumi nodded and continued, let me know once it's arranged. I'll go with you. She couldn't miss this valuable opportunity to explore such a rich space. The next morning, Sumi received a message from Fang Jie, an invitation from Huang Hu Yao. It was for her, Qin Hao, and Qin Jin, but recently Qin Jin had been unusually gloomy, leaving early and returning late, and he wouldn't tell her why. Huang Hu Yao had moved back to his home from the medical department. Qin Hao's appearance made his eyes shine even brighter, showing he hadn't fully recovered yet. Fang Jie stood respectfully aside, waiting for Huang Hu Yao's instructions. Fang Jie, has that unfilial son still not come? Fang Jie was slightly stunned. Leader, who do you mean by unfilial son? He clearly knew the leader was talking about Qin Hao, but he pretended not to understand. If anyone was unfilial, it would be Huang Yiming. Of course, I mean that unfilial son Qin Hao. Have you notified him yet? Fang Jie slightly bowed. Rest assured, old leader, I have informed Haozi as you instructed, and I also invited Miss Sumi. Huang Hu Yao nodded slightly. In the past, women like Sumi wouldn't have been welcome at the Huang family table. But, considering she saved my son and grandson several times. By the way, have you found out her previous identity? Old leader, Miss Sumi and Haozi came to the base after the disaster. Her past identity cannot be verified. However, I think Miss Sumi is confident and decisive, and she looks good. Before the end of the world, she must have been someone important. I believe it's better for you to ask her yourself when she arrives later. Huang Hu Yao nodded with satisfaction.
Yes.
Based on what soldiers who have worked with Sumi said, her actions have pleased him. One person stood while the other sat, waiting in the living room. Suddenly, a familiar loud voice started arguing outside the villa door. Dad, move aside. Do I still need your permission to see my dad? Get out of the way. Young Master Huang, the leader is resting.
Please go back. Get out. Dad.
Huang Yiming pushed past two soldiers and stormed into Huang Hu Yao's villa.
Dad.
How can you do this? I was managing the departments at the base, and you handed it over to an outsider? What is Qin Hao? You entrusted such an important matter to an outsider. What if he has bad intentions? We might all die without knowing.
Rude.
Huang Hu Yao felt anger rise whenever he saw Huang Yiming. Who taught you to be so disrespectful? Get out now. Fang Jie was also secretly worried. Qin Hao promised that as long as Huang Yiming stopped causing trouble and didn't bother Sumi, he would let it go for now. But Sumi was coming tonight. Chen Jin told him that Huang Yiming had taken people to the East Villa to try to forcibly take Sumi back. If that succeeded, what would happen to her? He knew well what happened to women he had previously taken during the disaster, how they were tortured. Those who had their edges smoothed by the end-of-world chaos and obeyed were fine. They wouldn't cause trouble if they had enough to eat. But those who resisted, especially the ones sent to the dormitory area, after a while, even he felt cold when he saw them. He had advised against it, but this young master wouldn't listen to anyone. Sumi is different from other women. What the leader doesn't know is that even his rebellious eldest son, who refuses to acknowledge him, is obedient and well-behaved in front of Sumi. That young lady definitely won't let him go easily.
Dad.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused such a fuss in the base before. But I did it for our family's control of the base. My intention was for our benefit. But how can you take away my power like this? How can I face the soldiers and hold my head up in the future? Huang Hu Yao looked disappointed and conflicted. Do you still have the nerve? I haven't even settled accounts with you for the dirty things you've done in the base. Now you're daring to threaten my soldiers? Do you still see me as your father? Huang Yiming had never seen such disappointment on his father's face before. He felt nervous. Dad, I will change. I promise to change. Please give me another chance. The management of the base's departments can't be handed over to an outsider. If he lost this power, the people below might not listen to him anymore. For someone who is used to acting arrogantly, once they lose power, their former friends can turn into enemies. Everyone in his childhood circle was like this, and he knew it better than anyone. Fang Jie, throw him out. I don't want to see him today. Yes, leader. Fang Jie stepped closer to Huang Yiming, intending to help him up, but Yiming pushed him hard. Unprepared, Fang Jie fell backward, almost hitting the ground. Uncle Fang, be careful. Qin Hao was holding Tian, and Sumi had just arrived at the door when they heard Huang Yiming crying inside. As they entered, they saw Fang Jie pushed away by Huang Yiming. Qin Hao quickly supported Fang Jie. Uncle Fang, are you okay? Chunjin didn't come because of something urgent. Only Qin Hao and Sumi arrived together. Seeing Qin Hao and Sumi, Huang Yiming suddenly exploded in anger. You dare to come here? Dad, it's this woman. She wants to kill me. And Qin Hao, he killed all my bodyguards. Even Blackie isn't his match. Qin Hao looked coldly at Huang Yiming. It seems we're not here at the right time. Huang Hu Yao's face darkened, and Fang Jie looked pale.
How could that be?
Today was supposed to be a family gathering, a meal together. What's not the right time? Qin Hao didn't speak, but from the moment they entered, Sumi's icy gaze never left Huang Yiming. A family? What a family! Dad, Uncle Fang, they might kill me.
How dare you?
He's your brother. You are family, and family should support each other, not fight. Sumi scoffed at Huang Hu Yao's words. It seemed today there would be a big scene of family recognition. But she was just an observer, and she didn't know what Huang Hu Yao was thinking. At this moment, it was getting dark outside. Inside the villa, besides Sumi's cold gaze, Qin Hao and the others had different expressions after Huang Hu Yao spoke. Especially Huang Yiming, who was stunned first, then looked at Fang Jie, who seemed to understand everything, and finally glared at Qin Hao with anger. No way. You are only my son. Where would I have a brother for you? It was like that before, and it still is now. Trash. Fang Jie, take him out and make him leave. Fang Jie hesitated but obeyed. Suddenly, there were barking sounds from outside the villa area, followed by screams from women, men, and children. Recently, such sounds often happened at night, but in this cold, indifferent world, no one paid attention. But today was different. After the screams, Yiming's face froze hard. He had been unwilling to leave, but now he suddenly turned and walked away. Everyone in the living room understood that this was probably related to Yiming. This time, he only took a few steps before stopping. From the door, a burst of firelight shot up outside. It wasn't just from Huang Hu Yao's villa. Sumi and Qin Hao hurried outside to check. The fire was coming from Yiming's villa on the west side. In the flames, they heard the whimpering of dogs, then the loud laughter of women. Huang Yiming, you monster! Worse than animals.
Goody.
Sumi saw a woman's figure disappear into the flames of Yiming's villa. When the firefighters arrived to put out the fire, it was too late. The barking had stopped, and the screams of men, women, and children were gone. Finally, the fire was out, but Yiming rushed over and started searching outside the burning pile. Where are my dogs?
You.
Hurry up and find my dogs. Huang Hu Yao's villa was only separated from Yiming's by a small tree-lined path. From the gate, you could clearly see the entire view of the other villa across the way. Huang Hu Yao was not feeling well yet. He stood up trembling and walked unsteadily outside the villa. There, he saw Huang Yiming shouting loudly at his soldiers. It was all because of the dogs he raised. Since hearing the dogs barking and people screaming the night before, Sumi had been paying attention. The dogs were kept in Huang Yiming's villa, and the screams were probably part of his new way to torment others. She looked at Huang Hu Yao with a cold face and spoke harshly. Do you think you've done a lot for this base? Huang Hu Yao was confused but knew Sumi wasn't praising him. What do you mean? He asked. Your villa is right next to Huang Yiming's. Every night, there's loud music or the screams of innocent people. As his father, you do nothing. As the leader of the base, You ignore the evil actions around you. And you still say you're working for the good of the base? You're talking nonsense. My actions are my own. You, little girl, can't judge me. Qin Hao, is this how you raised her? Qin Hao looked coldly at Huang Hu Yao. And how did you raise Huang Yiming, this villain? Qin Hao told Etienne to hide in the guest room inside the villa, then headed toward Huang Yiming's location. Fang Jie followed.
Sumi ignored Huang Hu Yao's angry stare.
Everyone knows how powerful you were before the apocalypse. You don't need to use these words to threaten me. According to the rules you set for the base, Huang Yiming caused so many deaths. Should he be executed immediately? Huang Hu Yao was so angry, he couldn't speak.
How dare you?
Stop talking nonsense. You talk like you're farting. You're still the leader, but your face is so thick. If it weren't for Qin Hao, she wouldn't want to waste her breath on this old man. Huang Hu Yao. No matter if before or after the apocalypse, no one has ever dared to talk back to him like this, she thought. He was so furious he couldn't speak, his chest rising and falling, his face dark with anger. Qin Hao grabbed Huang Yiming by the collar and dragged him back to Huang Hu Yao and Sumi. Let me go.
You dog.
Why are you holding me? I want to kill you. They thought Huang Yiming was just talking. After all, in front of Huang Hu Yao, he wouldn't dare really attack or kill anyone. But unexpectedly, Huang Yiming pulled out a dagger from the side of his boot and suddenly tried to stab Qin Hao in the vital spot. Qin Hao reacted quickly and naturally avoided being stabbed. However, Huang Yiming's words, "dog mother," deeply hurt him. He quickly grabbed the dagger from Huang Yiming's hand and held it across Huang Yiming's neck in front of everyone. Haizi, stop. Let him go. Qin Hao looked coldly at Huang Hu Yao and Fang Jie. Have you probably never told him what he really is? His mother, after my mother, your legitimate wife, died less than a year ago, climbed into your bed. Because his Li family holds great power in the military, and your families are well matched, you never even visited my mother on her anniversary. Huang Hu Yao clutched his chest, trembling as he pointed at Qin Hao. Let him go, he's your brother after all. Fang Jie also pleaded, Haozi, Yiming doesn't know anything. Old matters are not his concern. Qin Hao was emotionally upset, but the dagger in his hand remained steady and did not cut. Sumi snorted coldly, walking over to Qin Hao and kicking Huang Yiming sharply in the side ribs.
Ah!
You scoundrel! How dare you kick me? Huang Yiming screamed in pain, but still looked at Sumi with hatred. Sumi looked at Huang Hu Yao and Fang Jie. Are there so many women harmed by him at the base? Is this a nightmare? Does he not know himself? She then kicked again, breaking another rib of Huang Yiming.
Ah!
My bones! Does he not know that his subordinates are stealing grain from street shops? Sumi stepped on Huang Yiming's shoulder blade, the sound of bones cracking especially harsh. Don't you, as elders, know what he's doing? This time it was his shin bone. Huang Yiming's screams changed from sharp to hoarse.
How dare you?
This is simply unreasonable. Fang Jie. Fang Jie. Call everyone. Today I will teach this arrogant girl a lesson. Sumi was unfazed and continued, kicking again to break Huang Yiming's thigh bone. Huang Yiming's voice was hoarse, barely able to speak. His whole body was in pain. Almost all his ribs were broken. Dad, save me. I am your only son. Huang Yiming still couldn't believe Qin Hao's identity. This Qin Hao is the real. He's the one. Dad, save me. The soldiers quickly gathered. Fang Jie led dozens of armed soldiers, surrounding the location where Sumi and the others stood. Dozens of guns pointed at them, but Qin Hao and Sumi showed no fear. Qin Hao, I give you one more chance. Let your brother go. Sumi glances at Qin Hao and says, You are such a scoundrel, and you still can't bring yourself to hurt him? Qin Hao takes a deep breath and directly lifts Huang Yiming, who is covered in wounds. He looks around at the warriors and suddenly sneers. Look carefully. Although he is the son of your leader, in this end of the world, some warriors didn't die from the disaster, but from him. Suddenly, a broken scream comes from behind the warriors. A woman with messy hair stumbles through the crowd and rushes to Qin Hao and the others. She looks at Huang Yiming with fierce eyes and suddenly bites his arm. Blood flows from her mouth. Sumi tries to pull her away but realizes she has bitten off a piece of Huang Yiming's arm and continues to attack him wildly. Behind them, Chunjin's anxious voice is heard. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Chunjin pushes through the crowd and sees the woman biting Huang Yiming and is shocked. He gently pulls her away. Sister-in-law, why did you come here? He looks at Qin Hao and Sumi. Haozi, what's going on? Why are you here? The woman struggles like she's gone mad, with bloodshot eyes and a face full of blood, glaring at Huang Yiming. Huang.
Ah!
My daughter. Give me back my daughter. Hearing her words, Chunjin's heart suddenly breaks, and his rifle slips from his shoulder. He tremblingly pulls the woman, still treating her as a normal person even though she has been mentally unwell for some time. Sister-in-law, tell me, who took Jishan? The woman, now completely crazy, claws at Huang Yiming, trying to break free. She is so mad that she stares at Huang Yiming with hatred, as if she wants to bite him to death. Chunjin clenches his fists tightly and walks in front of Huang Hu Yao, his eyes bloodshot. Leader, do you know who she is? Huang Hu Yao is also startled by the sudden appearance of the mad woman. Who is she? How would I know? She is your subordinate, the wife of Goose, the former captain. Last month, she and her daughter went missing. Goose was found outside the dormitory, and she was with him. The warriors for you and the base fought to the death. When they died, his wife and children were harmed like this by your son. You still want to protect your son? Chunjin almost shouted at Huang Hu Yao. Among the soldiers surrounding Sumi and the others, suddenly one person rushed to Huang Hu Yao's front. Leader, Huang Yiming must die. You shouldn't shelter this monster anymore. Someone stepped forward, and others followed.
Kill him.
My brother's leg was broken by him, and that's why he didn't survive the disaster.
Kill him.
My brother was tortured by him and committed suicide.
Kill him.
Kill him. Originally, the soldiers called to surround Sumi and Qin Hao had now all turned into a righteous army demanding justice against Huang Yiming. Huang Hu Yao still wanted to say something, but Fang Jie pulled him back. Leader, the public anger is too great to ignore.
But
should we just let Yiming die like this? Fang Jie looked serious and whispered something in Huang Hu Yao's ear. Others couldn't hear, but Sumi heard every word clearly. Leader, Yiming has angered the crowd. If we keep him alive, you might also be involved. Haozi is also your son. Haha, this is how those in power see the world. A son. One is a defective product, and the other is a high-quality one. At the same time, Sumi felt sad for Qin Hao. Sumi frowned, her face serious. She almost couldn't help but go up and slap Huang Hu Yao to death. She snatched the dagger from Qin Hao's hand and held up Huang Yiming's already weak body in front of him. Isn't he supposed to die? Huang Yiming kept muttering, I am your only son, even after Sumi slashed his throat. Huang Hu Yao looked at Huang Yiming's bleeding neck. His old body swayed, and his eyes, when looking at Sumi, were complex, neither full of hatred nor simple. Eventually, he was helped back to the villa by Fang Jie without saying a word. That figure looked frail and aged, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Sumi threw Huang Yiming's body on the ground and looked at Qin Hao. I told you long ago, this person deserves to die. Qin Hao's eyes were very complicated.
Sorry.
Chunjin, holding the woman, suddenly hit her head against a nearby tree trunk after seeing Huang Yiming die. When Chunjin reacted, he was already dead. Every day, he ran out of the villa without even looking at Huang Hu Yao as he passed by. Such bloody scenes no longer caused him any pain. Qin Hao approached Chunjin and said, Old Chun. Chunjin took a deep breath and replied, No need to say more. The one at fault isn't you. It's Huang Yiming, that beast, and those who sheltered him. The soldiers surrounding them saw Qin Hao and his group carrying a woman's body and automatically made way. When Zhang Dingding and a few others arrived, they saw the scene. They wanted to ask something but didn't say a word, silently following behind Qin Hao and his group. Sumi returned alone to the villa. Huang Yiming, the biggest hidden danger in the base, was dead. Sumi felt the air become fresher and her mind clearer. After burying the woman who had died with Qinjin, the group returned to Huang Hu Yao's villa. Qinjin and others stayed outside the villa, while Qin Hao went inside alone. Feng Jie also came out later and stood outside with Qinjin and the others. No one knew what the father and son, who had deep-seated hatred, had said to each other. From that day on, Huang Hu Yao claimed to be ill and couldn't get out of bed. Qin Hao took over all of Huang Hu Yao's work and his power. To Sumi, what had happened didn't matter. What mattered was that she felt more relaxed than before. Since Huang Yiming's death, Qin Hao and Qinjin rarely returned to the villa before dark. They always came back late at night, and by morning, they were gone. Every time they returned, Qin Hao seemed very busy. Sumi heard Feng Jie's voice upstairs each time. It seemed Qin Hao had truly taken over Huang Hu Yao's position. Even Feng Jie, who had always followed Huang Hu Yao, now became Qin Hao's assistant. They exercised according to a plan every day. Maybe it was just Sumi's feeling, but she felt she was growing taller every day. Ma Dexiang was full of pride, working from 9 to 5. After just 3 days, he excitedly told Sumi that he had been promoted at the City Defense Department. Now he didn't have to do manual labor every day and could command a small team to help him. Sumi also tried experiencing what it was like to be successful. Every evening during dinner, Zhang Dingding and Wu Lei took turns bringing her food, sometimes frozen chicken, duck, or pork, and occasionally some dried vegetables and eggs. In the entire base now, such a meal was considered top quality. Sumi still watered the small seedlings in the yard every day, then went into her space to plant some tomatoes in her large field. Her space had eggs, and even crocodile eggs. Previously, in City J, among the many crocodile eggs stored in Sumi's space, only 2 small crocodiles survived, a giant one and a little lizard. The little lizard still eats and sleeps, lying still beside a tiny sapling. In just 3 days, it has grown a bit bigger. During these 3 days, hundreds of thousands of silver carp eggs in the Spirit River have hatched and all survived. In this short time, the small fish have grown quickly to about the size of a palm. In the eager anticipation of the giant crocodile, Sumi allowed it to go into the water to hunt, no longer needing to eat the frozen meat strips fed by Xia Shaowan. A female silver carp lays at least 200,000 or 300,000 eggs each time, and in the space without harsh environments or predators, all these eggs have a 100% survival rate. This means that at least the basic part of the food chain in the Spirit River ecosystem has been established in Sumi's space. Over time, it will become more complete. That day, Qin Hao and the others returned early. After a few days apart, Qin Hao didn't look very tired, but his spirits seemed a bit off. The dishes at the dinner table were much better than when they first arrived at the base, but they lacked the usual enthusiasm while eating. Mimi, we've gathered a team of fighters. We'll set out for Jiangnan City the night after tomorrow. Okay, just call me when you're ready. Haozi, why not let E or Goose go with us? Feng Jie is actually a close associate of Huang Hu Yao. If he goes along, Goose would be worried. And what about those fighters? Chun Jin, who is eating, suddenly asks seriously. Because he is Huang Hu Yao's person, that's why he needs to go with me. You can handle daily matters at the base, watching over Lao Ma and Tian Tian. These fighters have some feelings about me taking over the base. This trip to Jiangnan City is a good chance to see what those people are really thinking. Sumi didn't speak, but silently admired in her heart. Qin Hao is indeed a clever person. In some ways, he shares similar traits with Huang Hu Yao. The only difference is in how they handle things. While controlling the base and distinguishing friend from foe is very important, he doesn't just let things happen like Huang Hu Yao does.
He has his own methods.
This time, when transporting supplies and bringing Huang Hu Yao's trusted followers, it's a way to show his capability and gain recognition. Or, if danger arises, these people will be the first to face it. Mimi, for this mission, I've asked Zhang Dingding and Wu Lei to go with you. No need. This time I will go to Jiangnan City alone. After you finish your tasks, I will arrive on time at the departure point. The day before leaving, Sumi added spiritual water to the filtration barrel in the small courtyard, soaking and purifying the filter material inside. She also entrusted the task of watering and caring for the plants in the courtyard to Tian Tian. Tian Tian was very reluctant about Qin Hao and Sumi going to Jiangnan City. However, unlike ordinary children, he did not cry or make a fuss when separated from his family. He still woke up early for exercise, finished breakfast, and tidied up the house. He even helped Qin Hao pack the things to take with him. Although Jiangnan City is far away, it only takes a few hours to reach by transport plane. With some effort in handling, the round trip would take about a day. However, this trip might involve more than just simple transportation. Jiangnan has granaries, which everyone knows. If a base is established there, Qin Hao leading the team to take away the grain might not be so easy. On the day of departure, before Sumi left the villa, Zhang Dingding brought 6 people to stand guard outside. These 6 were familiar faces, people who had gone with her to the Cross Sea Industrial Park on a previous mission. Seeing Sumi leaving with a black backpack, they all greeted her with smiles. "Leader, it's a pity you can't join us this time. Hope you complete your mission safely and return soon." Sumi nodded, briefly bid farewell to everyone, and then hurried to the helicopter's tarmac. There, Qin Hao and a team of 30 soldiers were already lined up neatly in front of the transport plane. The soldiers looked highly trained, including a woman among them. Seeing the Red Cross symbol on her arm, Sumi knew she was a medic. When Qin Hao saw Sumi arrive, he took her to the medic. The woman was about 30, with striking features. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, she looked unkempt and not very clean. There was a foul smell of dried sweat on her clothes. But among this group of soldiers, she was considered quite good. "Sumi, this is Zhang Yani, our accompanying doctor for this trip to Jiangnan City." "Zhang Yani, she is Sumi. Before arriving in Jiangnan City, she has been with you." Everyone present had heard of Sumi's name, especially the soldiers, most of whom had participated in the events involving Huang Yiming a few days ago. Sumi's decisive actions and her bravery in killing Huang Hu Yao's son impressed everyone. Her move that day seemed to teach the soldiers a lesson, inspiring a spirit of not fearing authority, only judging right from wrong. However, they didn't realize that this was just their guess. Sumi's real reason for killing Huang Yiming was because he disgusted her. She couldn't feel at ease if she didn't eliminate him. Zhang Yani kindly reached out to Sumi. "Hello, I've heard of you before." Sumi lightly touched her hand, considering it a handshake. "Heard of me?" she thought, unsure if that was a compliment or an insult. The next moment, Zhang Yani leaned in and softly whispered in Sumi's ear. "I've heard about you from my brother, but I didn't expect you to look so young." Sumi looked at Zhang Yani in surprise. "Your brother?" "Zhang Dingding is my brother." Sumi suddenly understood. Zhang Dingding and Zhang Yani both have the surname Zhang. But she couldn't understand why Dingding, who was so big, was called Dingding. And Zhang Yani, whose name sounded small and delicate, was actually very tall. Sumi was just over 1.6 meters tall. Standing next to Zhang Yani, she only reached her shoulder. Meanwhile, the nearby soldiers also showed friendliness towards Sumi. Since her rebirth, Sumi had some social anxiety. She didn't like sudden friendliness and wasn't sure how to respond properly. She didn't want to get too close to these people, but since they were the soldiers on this mission, it wouldn't be polite to ignore them. Plus, there was also Qin Hao to consider. Zhang Yani stood among the soldiers, nearly as tall as the tallest among them. Wu Lei was the only soldier among them whom Sumi recognized. When she looked at him, he respectfully and admiringly saluted her. "Leader." Sumi was momentarily stunned. She wondered what had gone wrong with this guy. He had seemed normal before, but now he looked strangely full of admiration. She felt a bit speechless. "Since everyone knows each other, let's line up and get ready to go." "Sumi, follow Zhang Yani at the back." "Yes." The 30 soldiers, including Zhang Yani, immediately responded with a neat, unified command. Sumi was startled and felt a bit out of place, as if she didn't quite belong. At this moment, Qin Hao seemed like a natural-born leader. Besides the tough, heroic aura that Sumi had noticed long ago, there was also a strange sense of confidence. This confidence had once been shattered by a natural disaster when they were in City J. Now, it felt like it was being rebuilt, like a light that should belong to him. Sumi secretly thought, maybe it's in his blood. As the son of Huang Hu Yao, Qin Hao is destined not to be an ordinary person. Huang Yiming, from the Huang family's second-rate branch, lacked any soldier-like qualities. Perhaps all the good genes had been taken by Qin Hao in his first birth, leaving Huang Yiming with nothing. And Qin Hao had taken everything, leaving a faint feeling that he was better than those before him. Sumi used to think Qin Hao was a versatile king, skilled in fighting, firearms, close combat, and ranged attacks. He was also good at medical aid and cooking. Now she finally understood, this guy was born to be a leader. Everyone boarded the plane. But Sumi found it strange. She didn't see Feng Jie in the team. The large transport plane had a very spacious interior. Besides 3 soldiers who were the pilots, the other 29 people occupied only a small corner of the cabin. Zhang Yani seemed worried Sumi would get bored, so she explained the plane's model, purpose, and history. However, Sumi only remembered that it was a C-196N and could carry about 100 tons of supplies at once. She didn't pay attention to its history or past records. Zhang Yani chattered beside Sumi, but she couldn't interrupt. Wu Lei sat seriously on the other side of Sumi, like a guard, keeping her separated from the other soldiers. Qin Hao sat behind the cockpit, silent the whole way. After 20 minutes of takeoff, the cabin gradually quieted down. The plane flew slowly, not because it couldn't go faster, but because Qin Hao had ordered the pilot to do so. About half an hour from Jiangnan City, Qin Hao finally spoke. Jiangnan City has flat terrain and is inland. Historically, no underground rivers have been found there. Intelligence says the area is rich in resources, with lush fruits and vegetables, but that might not be true. Stay alert at all times. Afterward, Qin Hao looked at Sumi, come with me for a moment. What's wrong? I received news early this morning that the situation in Jiangnan City has changed. If you plan to act alone, it might not be safe. Maybe we should act together with us? No, I prefer to act alone. By the way, why didn't Feng Jie come? Qin Hao frowned. He said he was sick and didn't come. But not coming also has its benefits. At least, the team won't have 2 leaders with conflicting opinions, leaving the soldiers unsure of whom to listen to. To make food transport easier, each granary or nearby area has a landing pad. The landing pad in Jiangnan City is inside the storage area and is equipped with a special transport link. Qin Hao originally planned to land inside the granary. The closer they got, the more the people inside the cabin could see the general environment of Jiangnan City as the plane slowly descended. Sumi has better eyesight than everyone else and sees more clearly. Above Jiangnan City, the temperature has risen from the cold climate like in City S. The soldiers inside the cabin have taken off their heavy cotton coats and are now wearing only light clothing. The whole city looks like a green meadow, covered in lush greenery, making it hard to see the real situation inside. But the lower they fly, the faster the temperature rises. In just a few minutes, it has climbed to over 30 degrees Celsius. A soldier in the cockpit asked, "Captain, should we continue to descend?" The visibility of buildings below is very poor, almost blocked by vegetation. If we follow the original plan to land at the granary, we will need to descend further and find the granary again. Below, the Jiangnan City scene from the plane has completely turned into a green oasis covered with plants. From above, you can see some buildings, but even they are mostly just a few high-rise structures. It's like finding a matching piece in a puzzle, but if the wind blows it out of place, it takes a long time to find it again. Qin Hao looked at Sumi and saw her shake her head, so he ordered the plane to circle at the current altitude. After walking to the back of the airport, away from the soldiers, Sumi quietly shared her thoughts with Qin Hao. Given the current situation, Jiangnan City's environment should be the same as what the intelligence report said. However, with such dense vegetation cover, A large transport plane cannot land. I think it's better to land in a nearby city and then proceed on foot.
Sumi frowned.
With this level of vegetation coverage, the reports claim that the crops are growing vigorously must be correct. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite explain what it was. Qin Hao looked down from the door of the cabin, and everyone inside was silent. Everyone knew that the transport plane couldn't land far from the grain depot, or it would take a long time to move the supplies. Moreover, there were only 30 of them, plus 2 women who seemed unable to carry heavy loads. Sumi and Qin Hao talked for a long time and leaned against the door, watching below. The green plants were growing very lush, not like something that could grow in just a few months. The whole Jiangnan City looked like a dent in the province, with a high ring around the outside like a wall, enclosing the city. Look down there, Sumi pointed at the steep rocky cliff between Jiangnan City and the neighboring city. Jiangnan City is sinking into the land, and even if we land the plane in the neighboring city, it will still be hard to move the grain supplies out. Qin Hao clenched his fists, looking very worried. It wasn't because he was afraid of failing or not being recognized, but because the people in the S-City base were almost out of food. The grain stored in the cellar by the famous platform could only last about half a month, even with everyone eating only 1 meal a day. Everyone inside the plane overheard the conversation at the door. Besides, look at the green plants inside Jiangnan City. They're clearly spreading outward. Soon, the surrounding cities might also become lush with vegetation. Qin Hao, I don't think we should continue this grain transport mission. Relying on just 30 people, it might take a year or more to finish moving all the supplies. Sumi was already skeptical about the base providing 2 free meals a day. If the grain was truly abundant and couldn't be used up, that would be understandable. But now, the base's grain was not enough for everyone. The people living in the communal dorms, though they seemed to live in the worst and dirtiest conditions, were actually the most relaxed and did nothing all day. Meanwhile, some soldiers who worked hard every day only got porridge with a little meat twice a day. This was clearly using the healthiest workers to support the idle mice in the end times. Qin Hao, if it were me, I wouldn't focus on satisfying the base's needs. I would try to change the current situation. Food will eventually run out. Even if we successfully complete this grain transport, what happens after the supplies are gone? Are you still planning to go on missions with dozens of people searching for food to feed those pests like you are now? Qin Hao didn't speak again, but a soldier behind him stood up, looking excited and feeling ashamed of Sumi's words. We are soldiers. Of course, we must prioritize the interests of the common people. Yes. How can we be so selfish? Many people agreed with him, but some remained silent, seemingly thinking or pondering. Sumi snorted coldly. You are soldiers, that's true. In the past, when you sacrificed yourselves, you were called heroes. Now, if you sacrifice yourselves, you will be just like everyone else, called the dead. Maybe in the future, you'll even be the starving dead. The person who was criticized by Sumi looked angry but ultimately chose not to speak. Sumi didn't say anything further and kept watching the city below. The variety of plants covering Jiangnan City is really rich. Just by her eyes, she could distinguish over 100 types. If she could transplant some of these into her space, it would greatly improve the plant diversity inside her space. She even saw a few strange-looking monkeys on some tall, ancient trees. Although only a few figures were visible, and because the plane was high off the ground, Sumi couldn't see their faces clearly. But she was sure that Jiangnan City was more than just a place with lots of plants. There are plants and animals here. This trip must be for her to gather supplies for her space. Sumi wanted to enter Jiangnan City as soon as possible, but at this moment, she sensed something was wrong. Qin Hao, tell the pilot to raise the plane's altitude. Qin Hao is confused. What's wrong? If we go higher, the view will be less clear, and it might be harder to find a landing spot. Hurry. Quickly. Sumi finally realized something was off. She wondered why the plane was circling at a fixed height, and suddenly, a patch of green plants below had grown significantly taller. Just moments ago, she saw 2 thick vines rising from the ground, seemingly trying to reach out and touch their plane. Captain Qin, should we follow Miss Sumi's advice and raise the altitude? Raise it. Qin Hao always trusted Sumi's instincts about danger. Without her, he might have lost his life many times. What did you see? Sumra pointed at the central area of Jiangnan City below and said, "Look carefully at that green vegetation. Is there something wrong?" Qin Hao stared at the greenery in the city center of Jiangnan. After the plane circled high above Jiangnan City for another 10 minutes, he turned pale and faced away from the cabin door. The transport plane hovered in the air for nearly an hour. Qin Hao decided to have the 3 pilots in the cockpit fly the plane to Shao City near the city. Shao City is a small place that just became a second-tier city. Its facilities are not very developed. When the apocalypse started, it probably experienced a strong earthquake, and most buildings collapsed into ruins. The only open space is about 2 kilometers from Jiangnan City, located at the edge of Shao City, on a raised flat area. From above, this raised flatland is the only noticeable open space in Shao City. The transport plane is large, and landing in a small area is difficult and cannot help with a takeoff run. This raised flat area is surrounded by steep, rocky slopes that drop straight down, estimated to be at least 30 meters high. It is very different from the 2-kilometer-deep depression of Jiangnan City. Prepare to land. Yes, Captain Qin. Xiao Jia, report the length of the flat area. The longest landing distance is about 2,000 meters. Should we lower the landing gear? Wait a bit longer. 1,500 meters. Lowering gear. Reduce resistance. Brothers, get ready to act like you're flying a fighter jet. 800 meters. Prepare for low-altitude glide. Too risky, Xiao Jia. No choice. There's no runway below, and the distance is too short. But within my control. 700 meters. Preparing to land. 500 meters. 300 meters. Qin Hao decided to stop the plane at this spot. The 3 pilots worked together smoothly. As the plane continued to glide, they felt strong weightlessness, followed by a jolt of intense vibration. The landing gear beneath the plane scraped heavily against the ground upon touchdown, producing a loud screech. Soon, the noise stopped, and the plane successfully landed after strong friction with the ground. Sumra had flown before. She had even experienced a helicopter rising vertically at 90 degrees. The last time she escaped from J City, she was lucky enough to try it. It had all been fine before. This time, Sumi felt a strange ringing in her ears. After the group stepped out of the transport plane, Sumi realized she was not the only one experiencing this. Everyone else was covering their ears, desperately rubbing their ears in pain. Qin Hao approached Sumi painfully and gestured to ask if she was okay. Sumi shook her head, and the ringing in her ears began to fade slightly. The group stood by the plane, holding their ears and swaying like drunkards. They rested for nearly 20 minutes before feeling a bit better. At this point, Sumi carefully observed the surroundings. The ringing was not caused by the plane's rapid descent. The group was made up of specially trained soldiers, and she herself had a strong body and space abilities. It was unlikely that the ringing lasted so long because of that. Besides herself, the most likely cause of their symptoms was an earthquake. Before the end of the world, Sumi had seen news about earthquakes in Jiangnan City and shifting tectonic plates across the country. Jiangnan City's landscape now clearly showed signs of strong tectonic pressure. This peaceful inland city had always been a good place for older people to enjoy their retirement before the apocalypse, as any geological disasters would be absorbed and weakened by surrounding areas. By the time they reached Jiangnan City, only minor issues remained. It's like where they now stood, Shaoshan City. If a typhoon caused continuous heavy rain after the storm passed through Shaoshan City, only a little rain would remain in Jiangnan City. Sumi and Qin Hao exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Qin Hao, as the leader of this group, gathered everyone and analyzed the situation around them. Sumi initially wanted to leave alone, thinking that following such a large group was slowing her down. But just after mentioning the earthquake, the ground beneath their feet started to shake. At first, the tremor was not very strong, and the group managed to stand steadily on the uneven ground. The well-trained soldiers immediately ran to the edge of the raised ground, lay down, and observed the situation inside Jiangnan City. Sumi had practiced what to do in an earthquake since elementary school, but she had never experienced a real one before. In her previous life, she had only faced extreme heat, heavy rain, and freezing cold. An earthquake was a first for her. The surrounding soldiers showed her the best example. Qin Hao immediately pulled her to another open space to lie down and watch the situation inside Jiangnan City below. The city, already in ruins, was once again damaged by the earthquake. Thick dust rose in the sky due to the tremor. The dust floated around, blocking their view. City debris was buried underground, breaking into smaller pieces, which then turned into powder. But that was not all. Just as Sumi and the others thought they had found a safe flat area to rest, the ground started to shake again. The tremor ranged from weak to strong. On the raised ground, the soldiers sensed something was wrong. The edges of the raised area began to crumble. Two soldiers, if they hadn't quickly stood up and moved back, might have fallen with the falling rocks. They looked like refugees stranded on a deserted island, faces full of fear. If this platform couldn't hold, they would fall dozens of meters into the rubble-filled city of Shaoan, covered in dust. Captain Qin, this place is dozens of meters above the ground below. Falling could be deadly. The situation underneath is unknown. We must leave now while the earthquake isn't too strong. Qin Hao immediately issued orders. All soldiers returned to the plain. The dust from Shaoan City below was rising quickly, some already reaching their flat area. The command was relayed until the soldiers heard it. The voice transmission slowed down and echoed in their ears several times. Everyone moved very fast. Despite the dust and the ground shaking discomfort, they hurried toward the plain. Qin Hao tried to spot Sumi in the thick dust, but the dust cloud disturbed his view. His eyes became sore and teary from looking for too long. If they didn't get back into the plane in time, it could cause serious eye and lung problems. However, they were still a step too late. On the raised ground appeared between them and the transport plane. The widened and deepened as the tremor grew stronger. The soldiers, already unsteady from the shaking, faced even worse conditions. The ground beneath them started sinking and tilting downward at more than a 45-degree angle. Qin Hao leapt and grabbed the top edge of the rock wall, pulling out his dagger and inserting it into the cracks to steady himself.
Sumi.
Qin Hao blinked painfully, his eyes sore from the dust invading them, but his voice was swallowed by the white dust in front of him. Everything was white, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He closed his eyes, holding onto the dagger with one hand, and reached out with his other hand to feel around for any protrusions that could help him climb. When Sumi noticed cracks forming on the ground, she was already ready to retreat into her space. Dust was rising everywhere below, and the shouts of the warriors were drowned out by the loud collapse of the earth. The last thing she heard was Qin Hao shouting her name, then her view was blocked, and she couldn't see anything. The ground beneath her tilted backward. As she slid rapidly down into the ruins, she entered her space. It wasn't that she didn't want to help. At this moment, if she stayed outside, she wouldn't be safe either. Helping others depends on the situation and what she can do. Lending a hand along the way was fine. Even inside her space, she could only see a thick, grayish-white dust cloud outside, making it impossible to see Qin Hao and the others. The tremors from outside also caused a faint, subtle shake inside her space. Sumi remembered her geography lessons. Seismic waves can travel through water, air, and solid materials. Yet, she could feel a slight tremor inside her space. This showed that seismic waves could pass through different spaces, though their strength would be greatly weakened during transmission between spaces. Xia Shaoan nearly fell after stumbling. Sumi quickly supported her to prevent her from falling and getting hurt. Mimi, what's wrong? Why is the space shaking? There was an earthquake outside, and the seismic waves are coming through the space. As soon as Sumi finished speaking, the spiritual energy inside her space suddenly surged, patrolling like guards. She saw the spiritual energy gather and seem to contract, eventually transforming into wispy, white clouds floating above the space. They changed shape in response to the seismic waves from outside, sometimes dispersing into gas, sometimes gathering into misty clouds. Meanwhile, the faint tremor inside her space disappeared. Sumi teleported to the position of the misty clouds in the air. As expected, the space around the clouds still experiences tremors, and the cloud's state changes with the strength of the tremors. When she reaches the ground, the tremors disappear. The spiritual energy in the space protects it by gathering the seismic waves from outside into the air, isolating the space. The seismic waves cause the clouds formed from spiritual energy to shake and compress, making their shape change constantly. Sumi even feels that as the cloud's form shifts, the spiritual energy inside the space becomes more intense. The seismic waves also compress the spiritual energy, making it denser, which Sumi didn't expect. Outside, everything remains dull and gray. Inside the space, she no longer feels the tremors, but that doesn't mean the earthquake has ended. As visibility outside decreases, and she looks out from her perspective, the dizzying sensation of spinning makes her feel the ongoing tremors. Sumi feels very dizzy and guesses the earthquake won't end soon. Minor earthquakes of level 1 or 2 are very weak and usually only detectable with instruments. Most people can't notice them. Some individuals might feel a faint sensation. Level 3 earthquakes cause slight shaking, like a heavy truck passing nearby, making the ground tremble slightly. Level 4 earthquakes are clearly felt, with objects inside and outside shaking and making knocking sounds. People standing on the ground may also sway involuntarily. Level 5 causes buildings to shake and objects to fall or break due to imbalance. Level 6 causes cracks in walls, intense shaking, and people to struggle to stand steadily. Level 7 results in significant damage to buildings, some collapsing, and cracks appearing on the ground. Level 8 is catastrophic, destroying large areas of buildings, causing ground fractures and visible surface waves. The city of Shaoan is now a ruin, with fractured ground, and even the entire city destroyed. Sumi imagines that only a super earthquake exceeding level 8 could have caused such destruction. It seems that the crust in Jiangnan City and nearby areas is very active, which is why the whole city has sunk underground. Would anyone really build a base inside Jiangnan City? If another earthquake occurs, the entire Jiangnan City might become like Shao City, completely destroyed. However, Jiangnan City has very lush and healthy vegetation, which doesn't seem to be affected by geological disasters. Also, the two moving vine-like things she saw earlier are located in the center of Jiangnan City. The vines are thick and spiky, giving an ancient and weathered feeling, and definitely aren't things that should be in a city. Thinking of this, Sumi suddenly laughed at herself. Come on, Sumi, with such dense plant cover in Jiangnan City, it shouldn't be here, but it still exists, right? In a post-apocalyptic world, phenomena like geological disasters, natural calamities, and biological disasters, can any of them really be explained by science? She herself has a legendary space as a super tool, so no matter what strange things happen, she shouldn't doubt them. Deep inside, Sumi made a promise to herself: stay alive, live well, and live longer, to see what this world will become before she dies. The intense shaking outside the space lasted a very long time. Long enough that Sumi had already harvested some tomatoes inside her space, and the dusty gray haze outside gradually thinned. Visibility improved, and through the thin dust, Sumi could see a faint, blurry scene. But to be safe, she didn't rush to go out immediately. She enjoyed a delicious fish and shrimp feast and dessert made by Xia Shaowan inside her space, then took a nap. When she woke up, the outside air was cleaner, and the surroundings were clearer. The raised ground had disappeared, and the ruined city below looked like a distorted Bagua diagram, with a winding S-shaped deep ditch in the middle. Sumi still couldn't tell how deep this ditch was, but right now, it looked like a giant beast with an open mouth, swallowing all the city ruins and dust in the air. A loud wind sound came from outside the space, like a roar echoing along a cliff, calling for more creatures to descend from above and fill the hunger and emptiness of the deep abyss. After everything outside was calm again, Sumi decided to land on the open ground below before making other plans. Once again, she experienced the thrill of falling from the sky, becoming more skilled at controlling her descent from high above. At this moment, there is no flat ground in Shao City. After Sumi safely landed, she was standing on uneven rocks. Fortunately, the rocks are hard, so she doesn't have to worry about falling into a sudden hole like the raised ground they were on earlier. Right now, Shao City no longer exists. The entire surface is covered with bare, uneven rocks, and there are a few hills that require climbing to cross. Sumi easily reached the edge of a deep canyon. Looking down, she saw darkness below, with wind howling up from beneath, swirling around. A small mistake could cause her to be blown down.